Chapter 1. Survival. The briny sea breeze, laden with the scent of fish and decaying vegetation, rudely invaded his nostrils. His throat burned as if it had been repeatedly sanded. Moliang's eyelids felt as heavy as iron. He struggled to pry them open slightly, only to be blinded by the searing sunlight, prompting him to close them once more. Where was this? His memories lingered on the roar of the airplane and the soft announcements of the flight attendant. He had merely leaned against the window for a brief nap. This was not how it should be. He abruptly sat up, the sudden motion jolting his muscles and sending waves of soreness throughout his body. Before him lay an endless expanse of azure sea, with golden sands relentlessly caressed by frothy waves. Behind him stood an impenetrable, dark green jungle, resembling a silent behemoth. There was no wreckage of the plane, no other passengers, not even a trace of modern industrial refuse. Only he remained, clad in a wrinkled casual outfit, forlornly seated on this entirely alien shore. An aviation disaster? No, it's too pristine for that. Moliang's mind raced as a student of environmental engineering. His rationality swiftly quelled his initial panic. He compelled himself to regain composure and assess his physical state. There were no visible injuries, merely an overwhelming thirst and hunger. This was the worst-case scenario. Not a survivor of a plane crash, but rather abandoned. A chilling thought surged within him, sending shivers down his spine. He rose unsteadily and staggered toward the shoreline, gazing at his reflection. A fresh, clean visage now bore an expression of confusion and dread. This was the end. In this desolate place, devoid of civilization, lacking tools and sustenance, he could not even fathom what wild beast might emerge from the thicket at any moment. He was doomed. An icy despair enveloped him like the frigid sea, gradually submerging him. Just then, a melodious yet emotionless voice, reminiscent of a top-tier voice actress, unexpectedly echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host! You have successfully activated the companion summoning system." Moliang froze, abruptly scanning his surroundings. No one was there. The voice had materialized directly in his mind. A hallucination? It was known that one might experience such visions when on the brink of dehydration. This system is your sole companion in this survival challenge, dedicated to providing you with the highest quality. Companion support. Every month, you may randomly summon a female companion to aid in your survival. First companion summoning countdown. 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. The voice in his mind was clear and vivid, even imbued with a playful pause. Moliang was taken aback. A companion summoning system? One per month? Surviving on a deserted island. Summoning the companion? What on earth was this? Yet, an uncontrollable wave of exhilaration, laced with absurd black humor, washed away his fears of death. Could it be? He chuckled to himself. However, this irreverent thought lasted scarcely 3 seconds. The burning sensation in his throat and the growling of his empty stomach abruptly yanked him back to the harsh reality. Even with a system, even if he could summon a companion, that was a month away. His most pressing concern was that he might not survive 3 days. Water. Moliang licked his cracked lips, diverting his gaze from the alluring yet lethal sea. Drinking seawater was absolutely out of the question. The high salinity of seawater would disrupt the osmotic balance within his cells, forcing his body to expend more water to eliminate the excess salt, leading to severe dehydration. Consuming seawater would hasten his demise. This knowledge was etched into the very fabric of his professional DNA. He had to find fresh water. His eyes flicked towards the deep, verdant jungle behind him. Generally, such dense foliage indicated a stable freshwater source within the island. Water flows downward, searching along the terrain, or observing animal tracks could potentially lead him to a water source. Though the jungle represented the unknown and peril, it equally symbolized vitality. Remaining on the beach left him with no choice but to await death. Moliang inhaled deeply, the confusion in his eyes dissipating, replaced by a resolute glimmer characteristic of a survivor. He had to endure. At the very least, he must survive until a month had passed to ascertain the true nature of this so-called companion. With this simple yet fervent desire, Moliang gauged the sun's position, turned, and took his first step into the enigmatic jungle. Chapter 2. Survival. At the edge of the jungle, the boundary between light and darkness was stark. Crossing that threshold felt akin to entering an entirely different realm. The humid air, mingled with the earthy scent of decaying plants, enveloped Moliang instantly. Above him, layers of broad leaves obscured the sky, allowing only scattered beams of light to filter through, rendering the forest dim and oppressive. A strange bird call echoed from afar, reverberating through the silence of the woods, causing Moliang's heart to skip a beat. He forced himself to remain calm, swiftly scanning the ground. Soon, he located a fist-sized stone with relatively sharp edges, which he gripped tightly in his hand. While this object might not be sufficient to crush a beast's skull, it offered a semblance of psychological comfort. The thirst intensified, and with each swallow, his throat felt as though it were being sliced by a knife. He had to locate a water source swiftly, recalling the principles learned in class regarding water sourcing in the wild. First, water flows downhill. Traversing downward along a slope was always a sound strategy. Second, animals require water, so following their tracks was prudent. Third, insects, particularly mosquitoes and bees, typically dwell near water sources. He glanced up at the fragmented sky, carved by the canopy, and discerned the sun's position, confirming a general downward slope, and began his arduous trek. Beneath his feet lay a thick carpet of fallen leaves, each step sinking softly, concealing unknown dangers. He tread carefully, wielding a sturdy branch he had found, tapping it ahead to stir the grass and startle the snake, avoiding any venomous serpents or other perilous creatures. After trudging for over half an hour, his energy waned significantly, and his lips began to crack and bleed. Just as he was on the verge of collapse, preparing to rest against a large tree, his keen ears detected a faint, persistent sound. Rustle, rustle. The sound was neither that of the wind nor of wild beasts traversing the underbrush. It was faint yet remarkably rhythmic. Moliang held his breath, straining to listen. It was the sound of water. A surge of overwhelming ecstasy flooded his heart, nearly compelling him to shout aloud. He quickened his pace towards the source of the sound, disregarding the perils beneath his feet. Dense thickets tore at his trousers and skin, leaving behind fiery streaks of blood, yet he paid no heed. Parting the last enormous frond of fern, a crystal-clear stream, approximately 2 meters wide, unveiled itself before him. The water danced joyfully among the moss-covered stones, producing a melody akin to celestial music. Water! Moliang's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. He nearly tumbled headlong to the stream's edge, leaning over eagerly. In the crystalline depths, he could even discern tiny fish and shrimp darting about. Lowering his gaze, he beheld his own disheveled visage, bloodshot eyes betraying his exhaustion. An instinctual urge surged within him, compelling him to plunge his head into the water and drink deeply. However, just as his lips were about to meet the surface, he abruptly halted. Within his mind, the rationality of his environmental engineering training blared a sharp alarm. Do not drink. Despite its seemingly pristine appearance, this water was undoubtedly untreated. It could harbor bacteria, viruses, or even parasitic eggs invisible to the naked eye. In modern society, drinking untreated water might merely result in diarrhea. Yet here, a single severe bout of diarrhea could lead to fatal dehydration. He could not take that risk. Moliang raised his head and surveyed his surroundings. He had discovered life-saving water, yet could not partake of it. This sensation was more tormenting than the inability to find water at all. He scooped some stream water into his hands and splashed it onto his face. The icy touch brought a slight clarity to his fevered mind. The only way to safely consume this water was to boil it. However, boiling water necessitated at least 2 essentials: fire and a container. Moliang glanced at his empty hands and then at the stream that seemed to mock him. The initial challenge of survival, finding water, had instantly escalated into a far more complex and perilous predicament. Chapter 3. Survival. The stream lay before him, crystal clear and sweet, as if a divine gift from heaven. Yet, Moliang understood that this blessing was veiled in a deadly poison. He compelled himself to retreat from the water's edge, leaning against a sturdy tree trunk, his chest heaving violently. Despair, intertwined with a seething anger at his own helplessness, surged within him like wild grass. So what if he found it? He could see it, but could not drink. This torment was far more devastating to his will than simply being unable to locate water. his gaze fixated on the flowing stream while his mind raced with unprecedented fervor. Remain calm. He must remain calm. Panic and rage would solve nothing, only hastening his physical depletion. Moliang closed his eyes, forcibly suppressing the primal urge to collapse and drink deeply. He began to dissect his predicament as if it were a complex engineering problem. Objective: to procure safe drinking water. Conditions for success: sterilization. Optimal solution: boiling. Breakdown of tasks. First, he required a vessel to hold and heat the water. Second, he needed a source of sufficient heat. Two seemingly simple nouns now loomed before him like insurmountable mountains. He opened his eyes, his gaze transitioning from confusion to a radar-like scan of his surroundings. He was a modern man, unarmed and devoid of any tools save for his clothing and a pair of sneakers. A vessel. His eyes swept across the ground. Broad leaves? No, they would not hold water, nor could they be heated. Digging a pit with stones? The earth would merely absorb the water. His gaze followed the stream downstream, and suddenly, several dozen meters away, his pupils constricted sharply. It was a bamboo grove. Towering, verdant bamboo formed a unique landscape amidst the dim forest. Bamboo. Moliang's heart raced. The inner nodes of bamboo were hollow, naturally serving as the perfect tubular vessel. Moreover, bamboo is rich in moisture. When fresh bamboo tubes are heated over a fire, the water inside would boil, while the bamboo itself would not burn through quickly. This was nature's gift of a pot. The flicker of hope reignited within him, and he dashed toward the grove. Upon reaching the bamboo thicket, he selected a stalk as thick as his arm. The next challenge was how to bring it down. He had no knife, no saw. Moliang scoured the vicinity and picked up a palm-sized rock with naturally sharp edges, his only tool. He began to strike the base of the bamboo with the stone's sharp edge, delivering blow after blow. Thud, thud, thud. The stone collided with the resilient bamboo, producing a dull thud. The bamboo's skin was punctured, revealing white fibers beneath. Yet the process was excruciatingly slow. His hands quickly became raw from the rough stone, blood seeping from the area between his thumb and forefinger. But he did not relent. He knew this was his sole chance for survival. Time slipped away, and after half an hour, with a crisp crack, the bamboo finally succumbed to the relentless assault and toppled down. Moliang collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his arms so weary that they felt almost immobile. He gazed at the fallen bamboo, a grimace that resembled a smile more akin to sorrow gracing his features. Without the luxury of rest, he resumed his efforts, striking the weakest points between the bamboo joints. With immense exertion, he finally succeeded in crafting a segment of bamboo approximately half a meter long, one end sealed and the other open. A flawless natural water vessel had been created. With the container issue resolved, he now faced a far more formidable challenge: fire. The phrase friction fire had only ever graced his eyes in television shows and books. He recalled the vivid images from those documentaries, mentally sketching a process map. The classic bow drill method required a fireboard, a piece of softwood, with dryness being paramount. Additionally, a drill rod made from a straight, hardwood was essential, along with a handle, a stone or wooden piece with a groove to secure the drill rod. An elastic bow was needed, crafted from flexible branch and a sturdy cord. Lastly, and most crucially, an abundance of extremely dry, fluffy tinder was necessary. Unbeknownst to him, twilight had begun to envelop the landscape, and the light within the forest dimmed ominously. He had to ignite a fire before darkness fell. Otherwise, the chilling night temperatures and lurking wild beasts would hasten his demise. A sense of urgency coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent. Moliang began to frantically gather materials. On a fallen dead tree, he discovered a relatively dry, soft piece of wood, which he shaped into a flat fireboard using stones. He then found a straight, sturdy branch and sharpened one end to serve as the drill rod. As for the cord, he looked down at his sneakers and, without hesitation, unfastened one shoelace. A curved, flexible branch became his bow, with the shoelace tied at both ends. For the handle, he utilized the stone he had previously used to smash the bamboo, carving a shallow pit into it. With everything in place, only the tinder remained. He knelt on the ground, scavenging like a dog. He tore dried bark into the finest fibers, He gingerly cradled dry moss in his hands, even from a tear in his t-shirt. He twisted out a small tuft of cotton fluff. He nestled everything on a dry surface made from large leaves. All was prepared. Moliang half-knelt on the ground, his left foot pressing down on the fireboard, his left hand gripping the handle stone to secure the top of the drill rod. He wrapped the bowstring around the drill rod and, with his right hand clutching the bow, began to pull back and forth. The sound of squeaking filled the air as the bowstring propelled the drill rod into rapid rotation, creating friction with the fireboard and emitting a piercing noise. This was entirely a test of physical endurance. Soon, his arms ached immensely, sweat trickled down his forehead, landing on the fireboard with a faint sizzling sound that tightened his chest. It must not come into contact with water. He adjusted his stance and continued to pull with fervor. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Aside from the grating noise and a few shavings of wood that had been ground away, nothing transpired. Why? He paused, panting heavily, staring at the unyielding fireboard. A wave of helplessness washing over him. Was the wood insufficiently dry? Or was my speed inadequate? As the sky darkened, the chirping of birds in the forest faded away, replaced by an unsettling silence that sent shivers down his spine. He felt as though countless eyes were watching him from the shadows. He could not give up. Moliang gritted his teeth, his mind flashing back to that enigmatic system and the companion who would not appear for another month. Damn it, he hadn't even seen her yet. How could he perish here? A surge of defiance ignited within him, transforming into the last remnants of his strength. He recalled the details from the documentary, using a stone knife to carve a small V-shaped notch at the edge of the fireboard's groove, allowing the high-temperature wood shavings to fall and accumulate. He re-established his stance and began a new round of exertion. This time, his speed intensified, and his movements became more forceful. The creaking of the bowstring was so swift it left a blur. He felt as though his arms might shatter. Finally, a wisp of faint blue smoke began to rise from the point where the drill and fireboard met. There was hope. Moliang's spirit soared. He dared not pause, but instead quickened his pace, pressing all his weight into the effort. The smoke thickened, and the scent of char would fill the air. He could see that beneath the V-shaped notch, a small mound of scalding blackwood powder had accumulated. Now was the moment. He abruptly halted, carefully lifting the fireboard and gently pouring the smoldering black powder into the center of the tinder he had prepared. That tiny ember flickered in the fluffy tinder like a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Moliang's heart raced in his throat. He knelt down, cupping his hands around the tinder to protect it. Leaning in close, and with all the tenderness he could muster, he softly blew. Breath once, twice. The red glow brightened in the darkness. He dare not stop, continuing to blow. Suddenly, with a soft pop, a small cluster of bright yellow flames leapt up between his trembling hands. He had succeeded. In that moment, tears streamed down Moliang's face uncontrollably. These were not tears of despair, but rather tears of joy, the ecstasy of civilization triumphing over savagery. Trembling, he placed the burning tinder into the carefully arranged pile of kindling, and the flames swiftly spread, igniting the smaller twigs and then the sturdier ones. A bonfire blazed alive in the enveloping darkness, casting an orange glow that dispelled the shadows and the chilling fear, bringing a long-awaited warmth and sense of security. Moliang sat beside the fire, grinning foolishly for a long while. Then he picked up the hard-won bamboo tube and walked to the stream, filling it with the clear, crisp water. He leaned the bamboo tube against the fire, allowing the flames to roast its exterior. Soon, tiny bubbles began to rise within the tube, producing a delightful bubbling sound. This was the most exquisite music in the world at that moment. The water boiled. He used a twig to nudge the scorching bamboo tube aside, allowing it to cool slowly. As the water temperature reached a palatable level, Moliang cradled the bamboo tube in his hands as if it were an unparalleled treasure. He tilted his head back, allowing the warm, utterly safe fresh water to flow into his parched throat, which felt as if it might burst into flames from its dryness. A warm current glided from his mouth down the esophagus, cascading into his stomach. It was an ineffable sense of bliss, a profound sensation of life itself being rejuvenated. He had survived. At least for today, he had endured. Upon finishing the water, an overwhelming wave of fatigue and hunger washed over him, leaning against the tree trunk. He gazed at the flickering flames before him, savoring the tranquility that accompanied his survival. Next, he needed sustenance. Furthermore, a sufficiently secure shelter awaited him. The challenges had only just begun. Yet, at this moment, with fire and water at his disposal, a glimmer of hope named tomorrow blossomed within Moliang's heart for the very first time on this desolate island. Chapter 4. Igniting the flame the warm. Fresh water quenched his parched body, revitalizing nerves that had long been overwhelmed. Once the most fundamental necessity of survival, water, was fulfilled, a sharper, more pressing need surged forth. Akin to the churning acid in his stomach, hunger, a void that seemed capable of devouring his very insides. Moliang's gaze instinctively drifted toward the stream that had saved his life. In a state of near dehydration, he had glimpsed the clear waters teeming with tiny fish and shrimp. At that moment, they symbolized vitality. Now, however, they represented protein in motion, calories pulsating. Moliang rose, casting aside the risk of extinguishing the fire, and returned to the stream's edge. He removed his sneakers and cautiously stepped into the frigid water, which barely reached his calves. Bending down, he moved his hands slowly through the water, attempting to mimic the fishing techniques he had seen on television. Yet, reality proved harsh. The small fish and shrimp slipped away like eels. The moment his hand approached, they vanished without a trace. After several unsuccessful attempts, frustration began to mount. Standing upright, he observed the food darting at his feet, and his mind shifted into problem-solving mode. Grasping was the least effective method. My reflexes cannot rival those of fish that have spent their lives in the water. Therefore, relying on speed was futile. Structure was key. An idea flickered through his mind. If he couldn't catch them, he could corral them. Retreating to the bank, he began to gather stones of varying sizes. Choosing a shallow area where the current flowed gently, he started to construct a wall of stones. He did not entirely block the flow of water, but instead formed a C-shaped stone circle, the opening aligned with the current. This was a rudimentary, yet effective miniature of a tidal trap. By exploiting the tendency of fish and shrimp to swim along the edges of obstacles, he guided them into this semi-enclosed space. Having set the trap, Moliang moved upstream, picked up a stick, and began to stir vigorously in the water. The murky sediment was disturbed, and the startled fish and shrimp scattered. Some, indeed, followed the current and the stone barrier, swimming into the C-shaped enclosure. Seeing the opportune moment, Moliang rushed forward, using several large stones to seal the last gap. A makeshift stone fish pond was complete, although most of the fish and shrimp had escaped. He had successfully trapped a dozen small shrimp and a few fish the length of his fingers within this little stone circle. They were now akin to fish in a barrel. This time, when Moliang reached in to catch them, it was considerably easier. After several minutes, he finally secured his precious haul and carefully wrapped them in a broad leaf. Returning to the fire, he gazed at the lively little beings nestled in the leaf. A primal sense of fulfillment surged within him. This was his first meal, procured through his own ingenuity from this island. He procured a slender, straight branch and skillfully sharpened one end with a stone knife, transforming it into a rudimentary skewer. One by one, he impaled the small fish and shrimp onto it, then positioned it beside the fire, patiently turning it to roast. Lacking oil, salt, or any seasoning, the absence of embellishment was overshadowed by the primal aroma released as the proteins and fats sizzled in the flames, eliciting a mouth-watering fragrance that made his mouth water. Ignoring the intense heat, he eagerly devoured the first shrimp, its shell delightfully crisp and slightly curled. Although the shrimp meat was no larger than a fingernail, the sweet freshness combined with the essence of smoke erupted on his palate, causing his very soul to tremble with delight. It was exquisite, a meal unparalleled in his lifetime. He ravenously consumed the entire skewer of fish and shrimp, even crunching the fish bones to extract every morsel of calcium. Though this meager sustenance only slightly alleviated his hunger, the psychological comfort it provided was unmatched. After finishing his meal and regaining some strength, he began to contemplate his lodging for the night. Darkness had fully enveloped the forest. An eerie, unknown sounds echoed from the depths of the jungle. Relying solely on a campfire to sleep outdoors was perilously unsafe. Wind, rain, wild beasts, and venomous insects could all threaten his life. He needed a shelter, however rudimentary. It must provide a space to curl up safely. Holding a burning log as a torch, he scouted the terrain near his campsite. Soon, he stumbled upon an ideal location. Not far away, there lay a massive rock, beneath which years of weathering had created a natural depression approximately half a meter deep. Using this rocky outcrop as a foundation, he could construct a classic slanted roof shelter, commonly known as an A-frame. Without hesitation, he set to work. He found a sturdy log to serve as the main beam, resting one end on the rock's protrusion while securing the other end with stones to elevate it from ground. Next, he gathered numerous relatively slender branches, leaning them against the main beam at regular intervals, extending them down to the ground, thus forming the skeletal structure of the shelter. Finally, he needed to cover the roof. Recalling the enormous ferns he had seen on his way, with their broad leaves in abundance, he once again wielded his torch, making several trips to harvest a substantial quantity of fern fronds. He layered these leaves atop the skeleton like tiles, stacking them from the bottom up to effectively direct rainwater away rather than allowing it to seep through. After more than an hour, a rudimentary shelter, tall enough for him to crawl inside, approximately 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, was finally constructed. Though it appeared unsightly and precariously tilted, to him, it offered a sense of security far surpassing that of any presidential suite in a 5-star hotel. He spread the hay and leaves he had gathered during the day inside, crafting a makeshift bed, and then he returned with enough firewood to burn throughout the night, stacking it beside the campfire. Having completed these tasks, he was nearly exhausted. He crawled into the cramped shelter, curling his body within. Outside lay an abyss of darkness and unknown dangers. Inside, a soft grass mat and the warmth emanating from the flickering flames. Separated by a mere wall, 2 worlds coexisted. The fire's flames danced before him, casting fleeting shadows upon his weary face. The jungle night was far from tranquil. An intricate symphony of peculiar insect chirps, the low growls of unidentified beasts, and distant, eerie calls intertwined, creating a haunting melody. Yet, in this moment, Moliang felt no longer gripped by fear. He gazed at his hands, worn and soiled with mud and blood. These hands, within a span of less than 12 hours, had found water, sparked a fire, captured food, and constructed a home. He had survived his first day. This was a monumental victory, one that belonged solely to him. Countdown for the first female companion summoning. 28 days, 15 hours, 6 minutes. In his mind, a melodious yet emotionless female voice echoed once more, signaling the system. A weary smile tugged at the corners of Moliang's lips. 28 days remained. He was uncertain whether he could endure until then. But for tonight, at least he could sleep soundly. With a sense of confusion about tomorrow and a flicker of anticipation, an unprecedented fatigue washed over him like a tide. Listening to the crackling of the campfire, Moliang drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 5, Tools Along. Resonant roar echoed through the air, striking like a heavy hammer and abruptly rousing Moliang from his deep slumber. He jolted awake, nearly springing to his feet, only to have his head collide with the low ceiling of the shelter, eliciting a grimace of pain. The dawn had broken, casting a dim light over the surroundings. The campfire outside had dwindled to mere ashes, still warm, with faint wisps of smoke rising into the morning sky. The warmth and sense of security from the previous night had vanished with the dying flames. The beast's roar seemed to emanate from afar. Yet in the stillness of the morning, it resonated with startling clarity, as if it were right beside him. Moliang's heart raced, and he suddenly recalled that his extreme fatigue had prevented him from adding more wood to the fire during the night. A grave oversight. Holding his breath, he listened intently for a long while, relieved to find that the sound had not returned, nor were there any signs of danger nearby. A wave of cold sweat washed over him, the remnants of fear from a near escape. Using all fours, he crawled out of the shelter, rushing to the pile of ashes. He carefully sifted through the surface with a branch, searching for any embers that might still be alive beneath. Fortune smiled upon him as he discovered a stubborn glimmer of dark red at the deepest part of the ashes. like a treasure unearthed. He promptly placed his prepared tinder, finely shredded dry grass and bark fibers, gently atop the ember and leaned down, employing the technique he had mastered the previous night to blow softly. With each breath, a familiar flicker of flame reignited. As he watched the fire dance back to life, a sense of relief washed over him, his anxious heart settling back within his chest. The fire represented the beacon of civilization in this world, the source of his safety, and it must not be extinguished. After adding sturdy logs to ensure a stable burn, he picked up a bamboo tube and made his way to the stream to fetch water for boiling. As the warm water slid down his throat, his body was thoroughly awakened, and with it came an even stronger pang of hunger than the day before. He approached the stone trap he had constructed the previous day, discovering that it had ensnared several small shrimp and 2 little fish overnight. While the haul was modest, it affirmed the trap's effectiveness as a stable, passive source of food. Skillfully, he skewered the breakfast catch and roasted it, consuming it swiftly. The meager sustenance merely served to quell his hunger momentarily. He knew he must actively seek out more abundant sources of nourishment. Passive fishing was inefficient. He required a more proactive tool. His gaze fell upon the straight branches nearby. A fish spear, a primitive yet effective fishing implement. Without hesitation, he selected a hardwood branch approximately 2 meters in length and the thickness of his thumb. Next, he set about sharpening one end. Grasping the sharp stone shard that had served as his knife, he began to carve the tip of the branch. The stone flake proved far inferior to modern cutting tools, rendering the task of carving wood exceedingly laborious and progress painfully slow. Moreover, he soon encountered a new dilemma. The stone flakes were too thin. With the slightest exertion, their edges would chip, and the entire piece might even shatter. This was untenable. Such disposable tools were far too unreliable. Moliang paused his efforts, his brow furrowed in concentration. I require a genuine, durable stone knife or even a stone axe. Although his knowledge of environmental engineering lacked a dedicated course on stone tool fabrication, he had watched enough documentaries to grasp the fundamental principles. It boiled down to 2 methods: knapping and grinding. Knapping stone tools necessitates finding suitable materials, such as flint or obsidian, and employing precise strikes to exploit the shell-like fracture characteristics of the stone, thereby creating sharp edges. This demands an exceptionally high level of skill and experience, which he evidently lacked. Thus, he was left with the most rudimentary yet reliable method: grinding. He would need to find a hard stone as a blade core and a rough sandstone as a sharpening stone, supplemented by water, sand, and an abundance of time. This would be a tedious and protracted endeavor, yet upon success, he would possess his first genuine tool, leading to a significant enhancement in his survival efficiency. Moliang prioritized this task for the day. He walked upstream along the creek, which was the optimal location for seeking suitable stones. As he traversed, he meticulously observed the surrounding flora. Yesterday, he had been so focused on mere survival that he had not taken the time to examine his environment closely. Now, feeling a sense of stability, he endeavored to leverage his expertise to augment his diet with some plant-based options. However, disappointment quickly set in. The vegetation here was largely unfamiliar to him. He also spotted some vividly colored berries, red and purple, that appeared tantalizingly inviting. Yet, the foremost rule of survival was never consume anything unfamiliar, particularly if it is brightly colored. Such a lure often concealed nature's most beautiful traps. Without absolute certainty, he resolved never to take the risk. After nearly an hour of searching, he finally discovered 2 ideal stones on the gravelly bank, shaped by the creek's current. One was a hard, dark gray stone with natural sharp edges, perfectly sized to fit in his hand, suitable for a knife core. The other was a coarse, earthy yellow sandstone, its surface rough and granular, making it an impeccable sharpening stone. With these 2 hefty pieces of hope, he returned to his camp. Seated beside the fire, he filled a bamboo tube with water and dampened the sandstone, sprinkling fine sand over it to increase friction. Grasping the dark gray stone core, he pressed its jagged edge against the sandstone and commenced the tedious back-and-forth motion. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The sound of stone against stone resonated with a monotonous, almost hypnotic rhythm. This task demanded immense patience. Time slipped away, unnoticed, as he focused solely on the movements of his hands. Eventually, when his arms grew weary to the point of immobility, he paused and lifted the stone core to inspect his progress. The once coarse surface of the stone has been meticulously shaped into a smooth incline measuring approximately 3 centimeters. Though it still lacks true sharpness, it has begun to take on a promising form. A sense of elation filled Moliang's heart. This modest achievement alleviated the weariness and monotony of his labor. He switched hands and continued to refine the stone. As the sun reached its zenith and began its descent, Moliang finally completed the polishing of one side of the stone knife. He turned it over to commence work on the other side, a step requiring even greater skill, for the angles on both sides must be symmetrical in order to forge a genuine cutting edge. Nightfall enveloped the land once more. The flickering flames of the campfire illuminated Moliang's focused and resolute visage. With a gentle clang, the stone knife achieved its final polish. He raised this creation, the fruit of an entire day's toil. Though it still appeared somewhat rough and even unsightly, the carefully honed 7-centimeter blade gleamed with a cold, lethal sheen in the firelight. He picked up the unfinished twig and, with his newly fashioned stone knife, made a delicate incision. With a swift motion, which shavings scattered, and a clear, deep cut emerged on the twig. Its efficiency surpassed that of the previously sharp stone shard by more than tenfold. Success! Moliang clutched this first tool of his with fervor, an indescribable sense of pride and security swelling within him. This was not merely a knife. It was a badge of honor forged by his own hands and intellect in defiance of the wilderness. It marked his transformation from a helpless survivor to a true seeker of life. With this tool in hand, he could craft implements more efficiently, handle prey, and even possess a measure of resistance when faced with danger. With the stone knife, he swiftly fashioned the twig into a sharp harpoon, charring the tip in the fire to enhance its hardness, an ancient quenching technique. He stood, stretching his stiff limbs, and listened to the distant, elusive growls of beasts. His gaze now devoid of fear. "Whatever you are, it would be wise not to provoke me," he murmured to himself, tightening his grip on the stone knife and harpoon. The day came to a close. Though hunger still gnawed at him, he understood that from tomorrow onward, everything would change. Chapter 6, Fishing Day 3. The first light of dawn filtered through the crevices of the shelter, illuminating the eyelids of Moliang. This time, he was not startled awake, but rather roused by a more primal rhythm of existence. As he opened his eyes, the first sight to greet him was the stone knife and fish spear lying quietly beside him. Rough yet sturdy, they glimmered with a rustic sheen in the morning light. An unprecedented sense of security welled up within him. He was no longer the helpless wanderer. He had acquired his tools. Without any hesitation, he crawled out of the shelter, skillfully rekindled the campfire, and set a bamboo tube of water to boil. As the warm stream flowed through his empty stomach, hunger surged forth, roaring within him like a beast awakened by a signal. He checked the stone trap, and upon finding a few small shrimp, tossed them directly into his mouth. Shells and all, chewing them down, though meager, the taste was somewhat sweet. It was not his first experience eating raw shrimp. He had savored the raw marinated delicacies of chaos before coming here. It should be fine, right? Today, he intended to feast. He grasped the fish spear, its tip charred and hardened from the flames, and meticulously secured the stone knife to his waist with vines. Fully armed, he felt an inexplicable sense of ritual that straightened his posture. He approached the stream, not rushing into the water, but standing on the bank like a true hunter, observing intently. The water was crystal clear, teeming with fish and shrimp, yet most were merely the size of a finger and hardly worth his effort. He sought a larger target. He walked upstream, his gaze sweeping over every stone and thicket beneath the water like a hawk. After about 10 minutes, the path opened up before him. The stream formed a pool roughly the size of a basketball court, its waters clear and flow gentle. This place surely held something substantial. Moliang's heartbeat quickened, and he softened his footsteps, akin to a feline predator approaching its prey, slowly edging towards the water's edge. He concealed himself behind a large rock, peering out cautiously. Indeed, in the center of the pool, several shadows, each as long as his forearm, were leisurely flicking their tails. These were the ones. He took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the fish spear, and cautiously stepped into the frigid waters. Bending low, he endeavored to lower his center of gravity, minimizing his reflection on the surface. One step, two steps. When he was merely 3 meters away from one of the larger fish, he halted. Now was the moment. His arm muscles tensed. He aimed at the fattest one, and with all his might, thrust the spear forward. Splash! The spear sliced through the air, striking precisely where he aimed. However, the anticipated scene of the fish being pierced and thrashing in struggle did not materialize. The spear merely stirred up a great splash of water, and the large fish, startled like a rabbit, flicked its tail and vanished into the depths of the pool. He had missed. Moliang stood frozen, disbelief washing over him. His movements had been swift, his aim accurate. Why had he failed? He retracted the harpoon, gazing at the empty tip with a furrowed brow. Soon, a term leapt forth from his reservoir of knowledge, the refraction of light. He smote his thigh in frustration. How could he have forgotten such fundamental physics? Water bends light. Thus the position of the fish he perceived was merely a mirage. In reality, the fish lay deeper than he had envisioned. How careless! He shook his head in self-deprecation. Possessing theoretical knowledge without practical experience was utterly futile. This time, he refrained from hastily striking. Standing in the water like a statue, he remained perfectly still, forcing himself to forget his hunger and anxiety, channeling all his focus upon the surface of the water. He began to relearn the art of perceiving reality within this liquid realm. As seconds ticked away, the startled fish gradually returned to the center of the pond. Moliang's gaze fixed upon a new target. This time, rather than directly observing the fish, he concentrated his sight on the water's bottom, just beneath the fish. Estimating the depth, he silently calculated a displacement in his mind, aiming below its apparent position approximately a fist's distance. He assumed the throwing stance once more, this time with greater steadiness and a more resolute gaze. Here it is. The harpoon was once again propelled from his grasp. Splash! This time, the sound was no longer a hollow entry into the water, but a dull thud, akin to a blade piercing flesh. A tremendous force surged from the harpoon's end, nearly yanking it from his hand. He had struck true. A wave of elation surged within Moliang. He clutched the harpoon's other end tightly, his arms' veins bulging. The wounded fish thrashed violently in the water, struggling and stirring the pond into a murky tumult. He could feel the tip of the harpoon being savagely tugged, as if it might break free in the next instant. Attempting to flee? Not on his watch. Moliang roared, stabilizing himself at the pond's bottom, and forcefully dragged the harpoon towards the shore. With a resounding splash, a silver-white fish, still convulsing, was wrested from the depths and onto the rocky bank. Gazing at the fish, measuring 40 to 50 centimeters, glistening under the sun and firmly pinned to the ground by the harpoon, Moliang collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. He had succeeded. He had triumphed. This victory was not the result of a trap's luck or mere happenstance. It was the first spoils he had seized from this wilderness through intellect, strength, and patience. An ineffable sense of accomplishment and pride surged within him, more intense than ever before, filling his chest. He threw his head back and let out a triumphant howl, releasing the pent-up frustration, fear, and hunger that had plagued him for days. Not rushing to deal with his prize, he returned to the pond with the demeanor of a victor. He was determined to press on. With the experience of his initial success, subsequent hunts became considerably smoother. In the next half hour, he skillfully speared 2 smaller fish. He did not succumb to greed. He understood that, given the lack of preservation methods at present, overfishing would only lead to wastefulness. With a resilient vine, he threaded it through the gills of 3 fish, stringing them together, and satisfied, hoisted them onto his shoulder, whistling as he returned to the camp. Upon reaching the fire pit, he unfastened the stone knife from his waist. Selecting the largest fish, he pressed its head down with his left hand while gripping the stone knife in his right, beginning to scrape off the scales. The sound of scraping echoed as the knife, though not as sharp as a metal blade, proved more than adequate for the task. Scales fell away like autumn leaves, revealing the silvery skin beneath. Next came the evisceration. The sharp tip of the stone knife easily sliced open the fish's belly, and he reached inside to extract the entrails in one swift motion. The entire process flowed seamlessly, marked by precision and efficiency akin to dissection, such as the power of tools. He fetched fresh water in a bamboo tube, rinsing the cleaned fish inside and out, then pierced it through the mouth with a sturdy branch, creating a grand roasting rack. He placed the fish over the campfire, watching as the flames licked the moist skin, producing a sizzle. Soon, a rich, indescribable aroma of fish meat mingled with the scent of burning would fill the air. The skin turned golden and crisp, with fat seeping out and dripping onto the fire, igniting small bursts of flames and an even more intense fragrance. Moliang's throat involuntarily bobbed, his eyes fixated. Unable to wait for it to be fully cooked, he seized the fish as the aroma reached its peak. He tore off a large, steaming piece of fish, disregarding the heat, and stuffed it into his mouth. No salt, no spices, yet this primal flavor delivered the most intense impact. The exterior was crisp and fragrant, while the flesh inside was tender and white, melting in the mouth. The pure sweetness of the protein flooded his palate in an instant. Delicious. Moliang felt a warmth welling in his eyes. This was not merely a dish. It was the taste of life, the flavor of victory. He devoured the entire fish in a whirlwind, even sucking the brain clean from the head. As the last morsel disappeared, a wave of warmth surged from his stomach, radiating to his limbs. The hunger and weakness that had plagued him for 2 days vanished completely, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fullness and strength. Sated, he let out a satisfied belch, leaning against the rock wall of his shelter, gazing at the remaining 2 fish lost in thought. Having filled his belly, it was time to contemplate tomorrow, to consider the future. The 2 fish in the current temperature would spoil within a day. He needed to devise a method for preservation. 2 words came to mind: air drying, smoking. Air drying required a consistently dry climate, which was evidently unsuitable in this humid jungle. Thus, smoking remained the only option, utilizing the phenolic compounds in smoke to preserve and disinfect while imparting a unique flavor to the food. To smoke the fish, he would need a simple smokehouse. His gaze drifted to the lush bamboo grove beside the campsite. A brand new construction plan began to take shape rapidly in his mind. The emotionless voice of the system announced, "Countdown to the first companion summoning. 26 days, 20 hours, and 42 minutes. Moliang glanced at the countdown, a slight smile gracing his lips. Soon, he murmured to himself, "Before my companion arrives, I must diligently enhance our foundational infrastructure. I certainly cannot allow her to come and find us merely subsisting on shrimp shells, can I?" Chapter 7. Constructing shelter. Having satisfied his hunger and quenched his thirst, the reservoir of energy within him brimmed anew. Leaning against the rocky wall, Moliang gazed at the 2 sizable fish before him, his thoughts transitioning from mere survival to strategic planning. On this island, the line between hunger and satiety is perilously thin. Today's bounty, if left unaddressed, would decay into a putrid mass of protein by tomorrow. Waste, indeed, is a sin more disgraceful than hunger itself. The notion of smoking the fish took root in his mind, flourishing with fervor. No longer hesitating, he rose, readying his stone knife, and with determination in his gaze, strode towards the bamboo grove that had already provided him with containers and water vessels. There lay his humble marketplace for building materials. This time, he sought not aimlessly, but with a clear blueprint in mind. He needed to construct a rudimentary smoking house, which would consist of 2 distinct parts: a combustion pit for generating thick smoke and a main structure for suspending the food and collecting the smoke. With the stone knife he had painstakingly crafted over the course of a day, he began to fell the bamboo. Crack, crack, crack. Though the stone knife paled in comparison to modern axes, each swing infused with his full strength left a deep gash upon the vibrant green stalks. The fibers of the bamboo were violently torn asunder, producing a grating sound that set his teeth on edge. This endeavor was undeniably brutish, inefficient, and utterly exhausting. Yet, Moliang reveled in the toil. With each swing, every cut, he felt himself genuinely transforming this world, imprinting his essence upon this wild land, bit by bit. He devoted an entire afternoon to this labor, persevering until his arms ached to the point of immobility. Finally amassing a sufficient supply of materials, dozens of bamboo poles of varying thickness. The next step was to create the framework. He first selected a patch of open ground adjacent to his shelter, using his stone knife to carve out a shallow square pit, approximately 1 meter on each side, which would serve as the foundation for the smoking house. Subsequently, he drove the 4 thickest bamboo poles deep into the corners of the foundation as vertical supports. Then, he employed thinner poles as crossbeams, binding them securely to the vertical posts with resilient vines, thereby forming a cubic frame. Thus, a rudimentary shell of a house began to take shape. The subsequent task was the most crucial, constructing the walls. The walls of the smoking house must possess a certain degree of sealing to ensure the smoke circulates within rather than dispersing into the wind. In his mind's eye, he envisioned one of the most ingenious building methods of ancient times, the weaving of mud walls. He split the remaining thin bamboo poles into even finer strips, interlacing them across the 4 walls of the frame like a basket, creating a lattice of bamboo with myriad gaps. Next, he ventured to the creek with bamboo tubes in hand, seeking suitable soil. What he required was clay. He dug into the moist surface soil by the creek, and at a depth of about half a meter, he finally unearthed a layer of bluish-gray clay, fine in texture. With great excitement, he excavated a substantial amount of clay and gathered a handful of dried grass from the ground, combining them into a cohesive mass with the aid of stream water, forming a mixture reminiscent of modern construction's reinforced mud. The fibers of the dried grass, akin to steel rebar in contemporary architecture, significantly enhanced the mud's pliability, preventing it from cracking upon drying. Cradling a handful of this viscous, earthy mixture, he returned to the frame of the smokehouse. With determination, he took a handful of mud and vigorously smeared it over the woven bamboo, meticulously filling every gap. It was an exceedingly messy and laborious task. Mud flowed down his arms, splattering his body, rendering him akin to one who had just emerged from a mire. Yet, he remained unfazed, his visage adorned with the intense and fervent expression characteristic of a creator. As the last rays of the setting sun slipped beneath the horizon, the island's first man-made structure finally proclaimed its completion. It appeared ungraceful and clumsy, resembling a modest earthen box. Nevertheless, in the eyes of the protagonist, it gleamed with the brilliance of civilization and intellect. He refrained from utilizing it immediately, as the walls required time to dry. Instead, he prepared the remaining 2 fish with a stone knife, slicing them into evenly thick fillets, observing the ease with which the blade glided through the flesh. He once more appreciated the revolutionary impact of tools. He threaded the fish fillets onto delicate vines, temporarily suspending them from the beams of his shelter, allowing the night breeze to draw away the moisture from their surfaces. After completing this task, he collapsed beside the fire, utterly fatigued. On this day, he had transformed from a mere hunter into an engineer, a builder. The physical exhaustion far surpassed that of the previous 2 days. Yet the satisfaction of his spirit reached its zenith. He surveyed his campsite, a shelter to shield against the elements, an eternally burning bonfire, a trap that consistently provided sustenance, and a smokehouse representing the future. The nascent form of a home was gradually taking shape in his hands. In that moment, he felt less like a survivor and more akin to a player engaged in an exceedingly realistic sandbox game named Genesis. However, this game afforded but a single life. Failure meant irrevocable loss. His stomach grumbled once more, the result of intense labor having depleted the energy derived from the large fish earlier that afternoon. He chuckled wryly and shook his head, rising to approach the stream. In the trap, several small shrimp awaited him. He ignited a fire and roasted them, popping them into his mouth, crunching away as he replenished his meager protein intake alongside a profound sense of psychological comfort. Salt. He savored the taste, his mouth filled with the briny essence of fish and shrimp, mingled with an unshakable earthy flavor. For the first time, his craving for salt surged intensely within him. Without salt, food loses its very soul. More critically, prolonged deprivation of salt can lead to electrolyte imbalance, resulting in weakness, dizziness, and even shock. This threat, subtler yet more lethal than food scarcity, loomed ominously. Tomorrow, the issue of salt must be addressed. In his heart, he set a goal for the fourth day. He cast a glance into the depths of the jungle, where the endless darkness no longer seemed so daunting. Armed with fire, tools, and shelter, he possessed the means to confront this obscurity. He crawled into his refuge, placing the stone knife and fishing spear within easy reach, and fell into a deep slumber, lulled by the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind outside. In his dream, he was no longer alone. A poised and intellectually refined woman clad in a white lab coat stood before his smoking chamber. Her brow slightly furrowed as she spoke to him in a professional tone. This open smoking method may lead to elevated levels of phenol and benzopyrene, which pose a carcinogenic risk with prolonged consumption. Incredibly, he found himself nodding in agreement, responding with earnestness. You are correct. Our next technological endeavor must focus on refining the process to achieve low-temperature cold smoking, while also developing an effective filtration system. The emotionless system notification echoed through the liminal space between dream and reality. First female companion summon countdown. 25 days, 18 hours, 9 minutes. This intrusion jolted him from the absurd yet vivid dream back into the realm of reality. Chapter 8. Salt on the morning of the fourth day. Moliang was awakened by an intense longing that emanated from the depths of his soul. It was not hunger, but rather a yearning for flavor. The absurd yet vivid dream of a future companion pierced through his mind like a thorn. The thought of carcinogenic risks brought a bitter smile to his lips as he shook his head. It was too early to dwell on such matters. Yet another concern loomed ominously: salt. Without salt, even the most exquisite fish would taste as bland as wax. More critically, his body would inevitably succumb to the chaos of electrolyte imbalance. This was a fate more terrifying than any beast. Today he must procure salt. He adeptly completed his morning rituals, rekindling the campfire, boiling water, and checking the traps. The small shrimp caught in the traps were consumed with an impassive demeanor. The most direct and reliable method of obtaining salt on this deserted island was through the extraction of sea salt. This necessitated his first true expedition, leaving the safety zone he had painstakingly established over the past 3 days to venture toward the unknown seashore. He needed to be thoroughly prepared. He placed the last fish from yesterday over the fire, quickly roasting it to a medium state, his sustenance for the day. Additionally, he filled several bamboo tubes with freshly boiled fresh water. His weapons, a stone knife and a fish spear, remained close at hand. Most importantly, he needed to carry a spark of civilization with him. He could not guarantee that suitable conditions for fire-making would be present by the sea. Carefully, he extracted a piece of vigorously burning charcoal from the fire and placed it into a makeshift insulated pouch crafted from damp leaves and soil. As long as the majority of oxygen was restricted, this charcoal could smolder slowly, retaining its vitality for several hours. With all preparations complete, he cast a glance back at his humble campsite, the slanted shelter, the smoke rising from the fire, and the grotesque mud box that served as his smokehouse. This place had become his home. Wait for my return, he whispered to himself, as if bidding farewell to an unseen family. Equipped with all his gear, he strode purposefully along the stream, heading downstream, the direction from which he had come from the sea. The vegetation along the banks grew increasingly dense. Towering trees obscured the sun, and the humid air was saturated with the scent of decaying and fermenting plant matter. Beneath his feet lay a thick layer of fallen leaves. Each step sank deeply, concealing unknown mysteries beneath. Moliang tightened his grip on the fish spear, proceeding with utmost caution. His senses were heightened to their limits. Any rustle of the grass would send his muscles tensing in an instant. Suddenly, he halted. Less than 3 meters ahead, a vibrant hue caught his attention amidst the grass. It was a snake, its body no thicker than a forearm, coiled within the foliage, adorned with interspersed rings of red, yellow, and black. Red next to yellow kills a fellow. Red next to black is a friend. A catchy rhyme from a documentary flashed through his mind like lightning. He fixated intently on the snake's vivid patterns, scarlet and yellow stripes pressed tightly together. It was a highly venomous coral snake. In an instant, cold sweat drenched his back. He dared not move. Even his breathing slowed to a near halt. He was aware that such snakes typically do not initiate an attack, but should it feel threatened, the consequences will be dire. Thus, a standoff ensued between man and serpent, time seemingly suspended. Moments later, the coral snake appeared to lose interest in him, the immobile figure, twisting its brilliant body and slowly vanishing into the deeper foliage. Only when that splash of color had completely disappeared did he exhale a long, silent breath of relief. He circled widely, distancing himself from the area before continuing onward. This minor episode deepened his reverence for the jungle. After approximately another hour of trekking, he distinctly sensed a shift in the air's aroma. The scent of decaying vegetation had faded, replaced by a familiar, briny breeze that heralded the ocean's presence. The trees began to thin out, and he could even hear a rhythmic crashing sound from afar. It was the waves. His spirits lifted, and he quickened his pace. As he parted the last thicket, a magnificent vista unfolded before him. The azure expanse of the boundless sea, golden sands, and surf crashing against the rocks, sending up frothy sprays. This was indeed the place where he had awakened 5 days prior. Yet this time, he was no longer the despairing victim. He had returned as a conqueror, seeking resources from the sea. He did not rush to commence his tasks. Instead, he found a clean rock upon which to sit, retrieving roasted fish and fresh water to replenish his strength. Gazing at the ocean that had isolated him from the civilized world, a tumult of emotions surged within him. He carefully opened his insulated pack, releasing a puff of steam. Inside, the charcoal still glowed with a resilient, dark red hue. With this ember, he swiftly rekindled a fire upon the beach. Next came the task of salt production. He filled several of the largest bamboo tubes with seawater and positioned them beside the fire. Directly roasting the bamboo would only reduce it to charcoal, so he maintained a safe distance, managing the heat carefully. Though this method was slow, it was currently the only option available. He merely needed to remain close to the flames and wait patiently. The seawater within the bamboo tubes diminished at a visibly rapid pace, and he continuously added fresh seawater. Time slipped away unnoticed amidst the monotonous labor. As the sun dipped toward the west, he had repeated this action countless times. Finally, within one bamboo tube, as the last trace of moisture evaporated, a layer of white crystalline substance, tinged with a light brown hue, appeared on the interior walls. Salt! It was salt! Elation surged through him, nearly prompting him to leap. He carefully tilted the bamboo tube, using a small stick to scrape the precious crystals down, collecting them on a broad leaf. He gazed at the rough, seemingly dirty grains of salt as if they were the most resplendent diamonds in the world. He pinched a grain of salt between his fingers and placed it in his mouth. A long-forgotten, pure, and intense saltiness exploded on his tongue. This flavor carried with it a hint of bitterness and a mineral essence. Yet, in Moliang's palate, it was 1,000 times more delectable than any delicacy offered by a Michelin-starred restaurant. He couldn't resist pinching a few more grains, savoring them as one would enjoy candy. He had succeeded. Although he knew that this extracted salt might pose issues, his knowledge in this area was insufficient. He only remembered the extraction process but had forgotten the intermediate steps. There was no need to dwell on such matters. He would enjoy it for now. Discussing measurements and toxicity was merely an act of folly. This small pouch posed no significant threat. With this bag of salt, more precious than gold, he embarked on his journey home. Upon returning to the camp, night had fallen. To his delight, he discovered that after a day of sun and wind, the earthen walls of the smokehouse had dried thoroughly, becoming remarkably sturdy. Without a moment's hesitation, he commenced his food preservation endeavor. He removed the fish fillets that had dried overnight and meticulously coated each piece of fish with the precious grains of salt. Then, he rethreaded these fillets with vines and hung them in the dark, earthen box. Not far from the smokehouse, he kindled a small fire and covered it with an abundance of green leaves and damp wood. Soon, a thick smoke, imbued with the fragrance of grass and wood, billowed forth, skillfully directed into the base of the smokehouse. The dense smoke rose, circulated, and enveloped every hanging piece of fish in the confined earthen structure. Thus, the first industrial product of this deserted island, smoked fish, officially commenced production. Moliang stood outside the smokehouse, watching the wisps of blue smoke escaping from the vent at the top. A satisfied smile illuminating his face. With salt in hand and a smokehouse at his disposal, he had finally extricated himself from the predicament of uncertain meals. He had established a food reserve. This meant he had more leeway for mistakes, enabling him to explore farther and pursue greater ambitions. He gazed at the stars above, and then at the camp he had constructed with his own hands. Something known as hope was flourishing on this wild land. First female companion summoning countdown. 24 days, 21 hours, and 15 minutes. Chapter 9. Misstep on the fifth morning. As the first rays of sunlight kissed the hardened earthen walls of the smokehouse, Moliang gingerly retrieved the initial batch of finished products from within. The fish had been thoroughly dehydrated, presenting an alluring hue that danced between deep yellow and crimson. A rich, smoky aroma intertwined with the inherent saltiness of the fish wafted through the air. He tore off a small piece and savored it. The texture was resilient, delightfully chewy. The pure saltiness harmonized exquisitely with the unique fragrance imparted by the smoking process, releasing deeper layers of flavor with each bite. This taste surpassed mere grilled fish, elevating it to an entirely new dimension. More importantly, it signified that he had acquired a form of currency that could be preserved for the long term. The joy of success alleviated the fatigue of the past days. In the days that followed, Moliang's life settled into a stable and efficient routine. No longer did he hustle daily in search of his next meal. He now harbored more ambitious plans. He divided his time into several segments. Each morning, he would inspect his traps by the stream, then venture to the pond with his spear for a morning catch. With his increasingly refined skills, he consistently secured enough fresh fish for both immediate consumption and smoking within an hour. The morning hours were dedicated to industrial production. He processed his catch, replenished the smokehouse with new fish, and maintained the fire and smoke necessary for the curing process. He even experimented with various woods and leaves, exploring the different flavors they might impart to the smoked fish. Afternoons were devoted to his most significant undertaking, construction. The rudimentary shelter, barely sufficient for him to curl up and sleep, could no longer satisfy his growing need for security. He yearned for a true home, a sturdy wooden cabin capable of withstanding storms and wild beasts. His gaze ultimately settled upon the tall, stately trees not far from the camp. Thus, over the next 20 days, a monotonous yet determined clatter echoed through the jungle. Armed with a stone knife, which he had honed multiple times to serve as an axe. Each chop tested both his physical endurance and patience. Sweat drenched his hair and clothing, cascading down his well-defined muscles. His arms vibrated from the impact, and blisters formed on his palms, which eventually thickened into calluses. Yet he never faltered. One by one, the towering trees succumbed to his efforts. He employed the same primitive methods to fell them, trimming branches and processing the timber into usable building materials. Drawing upon his rudimentary knowledge of engineering, he began to experiment with the most basic mortise and tenon joints, carving grooves and projections at each end of the wood with his stone knife and sturdy wooden wedges. This process was painstakingly slow. At times, an entire day would yield the completion of but a single piece of timber. However, with every stack of properly sized construction materials accumulating beside the camp, a sense of achievement akin to that of Pangu, creating the heavens, dispelled all traces of exhaustion. During this period, he also delved deeper into the exploration of the area surrounding the camp. On a damp, shadowy hillside, he stumbled upon a small patch of wild fruits resembling cantaloupes, numbering at least in the dozens. He eagerly harvested all that he could reach. When the first bite of the crisp, sweet flesh graced his palate, he was nearly overcome with emotion. How exquisite! This was pure carbohydrate, capable of providing immense satisfaction. It signified that his diet would no longer consist solely of protein. He could replenish his strength more efficiently and engage in prolonged labor. Henceforth, his daily fare transformed in a salted smoked fish accompanied by cantaloupe, a veritable feast akin to a grand banquet on this deserted island. As for the coconuts that might exist along the shore, he had inexplicably overlooked them during his previous excursion for salt. Perhaps it was a matter of distance or misdirection. With a stable source of sustenance and an ever-growing reserve, His modest smokehouse was perpetually adorned with golden-hued dried fish, while the corners of his shelter brimmed with enough cantaloupe to last an entire week. Life seemed to settle into a comforting rhythm. Countdown to the first companion summon. 3 days, 10 hours, 21 minutes. The occasional chime of the system notification echoed like a distant alarm, reminding him that a thread of surrealism still lingered in this world. He was filled with anticipation, longing to welcome the arrival of his first companion once his new abode was complete. He wished to show her that he had laid a solid foundation here. On the 26th day, a sudden light rain began to fall last night. The framework of the wooden cabin was finally completed, its walls filled with slender logs. Only the final and most challenging task remained, the roof. The fine rain rendered everything in the jungle slick and treacherous. Rather than resting in his shelter to manage his food reserves or refine his tools, he was consumed by a sense of urgency. Gazing at his nearly finished masterpiece and feeling the countdown to the summon drawing nearer, an inexplicable anxiety spurred him onward. He wished to complete everything before the arrival of his companion, for 2 individuals would hardly fit within a small hut. Braving the rain, he ascended to the 3-meter-high rafters of the cabin. He intended to cover the roof with the large leaves and thatch he had gathered. The logs beneath his feet had become dangerously slippery due to the rain. Each step was taken with utmost caution as he secured bundles of prepared thatch to the roof's framework. Just as he leaned down to fasten the last bundle, his foot suddenly slipped. His heart leapt into his throat. Instinctively, he reached for the adjacent beam, but the slickwood eluded his grasp. His body lost its balance, and the world around him tilted and spun. He could only manage a short, muffled grunt before plummeting heavily from the 3-meter-high roof. Thud! His back struck the ground first. The tremendous impact, rendering him momentarily blind, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Almost immediately, a searing pain shot through his left leg. He struggled to lower his head. His left calf struck unerringly against a sharp-edged stone slab, one he had employed for processing timber. A grievous wound, deep enough to expose bone, traversed the outer side of his calf, the blood instantly saturating his pant leg and mingling with the muddy earth beneath him. Agonizing pain surged through him like relentless tides, rendering his mind a blank slate. He struggled to rise, yet the searing agony and profound weakness emanating from his left leg rendered his every effort futile. The rain intensified, the frigid droplets cascading over his body and washing the wound on his leg. He understood he must return to the shelter. Lingering in the rain with his injury exposed to the mire would hasten his demise. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength, leveraging his arms and a single functional leg, inching forward like a dying insect toward the sanctuary a mere dozen meters away. With each movement, the wound throbbed with piercing pain, transforming the short distance into an insurmountable chasm. When he finally crawled into that familiar, dry corner, he had exhausted his last vestige of energy. Collapsing onto the ground, he gasped for air, his body shaking uncontrollably. He gazed at his mangled left leg, truly confronting fear and despair for the first time. He recognized the implications of such a grievous wound in these dire circumstances: infection, fever, septicemia, and ultimately death. No, I cannot perish. The instinct for survival propelled him to sit up with great effort. He tore strips from his relatively clean clothing, trembling as he bound them tightly around the upper part of the wound, striving to staunch the bleeding. He crawled to the fire pit, boiling water in a bamboo tube, and once it cooled slightly, he gently poured it over the wound to perform the most rudimentary cleansing. Each movement elicited agonizing pain, draining his spirit profoundly. After completing this arduous task, he could no longer sustain himself and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Time passed, though he could not discern how long. He was awakened abruptly by an intense chill, feeling as though he had fallen into a frozen abyss, his body shaking uncontrollably. Yet simultaneously, his forehead and body burned with alarming heat. He had succumbed to fever. The infection had inevitably set in. His consciousness began to blur, and everything around him appeared doubled. The rain outside the shelter had ceased, yet the skies remained overcast. He felt an overwhelming hunger and thirst. With the last vestiges of willpower, he crawled to the corner and rummaged through a stockpile, mechanically shoving a melon into his mouth. Grabbing a water jug, he gulped down several mouthfuls. The food and water temporarily subdued his physical collapse, but the heaviness brought on by the high fever intensified. For the duration that followed, he succumbed entirely to a cycle of faintness and fleeting awareness. Occasionally, he would regain consciousness for a moment, losing track of time, only aware of his hunger compelling him to seek food and his thirst driving him to find water. He watched helplessly as his hard-earned food reserves, those fragrant melons and the dozens of golden-hued dried fish hanging in the smokehouse, rapidly diminished with each unconscious bite he took. He yearned to fetch water from the stream, to add kindling to the fire, but he was incapable of such movements. His left leg had swollen to resemble a purplish-black column, emanating an ominous odor. The slightest motion inflicted excruciating pain, threatening to send him into unconsciousness. He could only observe as the bonfire flickered and dwindled, ultimately leaving behind mere cold ashes. When he regained consciousness, he found that his food supplies were nearly exhausted. Some of the initially harvested melons bore unsightly greenish mold. The last piece of dried fish, the final 2 unspoiled melons remained. His water flask was empty, and the fire had extinguished. The shelter was enveloped in an icy chill. Everything he had painstakingly built over the past 20 days with his hands and intellect lay in ruins before this unforeseen calamity. He had reverted to being a destitute soul, teetering on the brink of death. No, it was worse than before. Now, he was gravely injured, suffering from an unrelenting fever, and utterly immobile. Was it time to end it all? Lying on the frigid ground, he felt the vitality draining slowly from his body. A fierce thirst cracked his lips, and his throat felt as though it were on fire. He lifted his hand, longing for another melon, yet lacked the strength to reach it. He could no longer even feel the pain in his leg. A more terrifying numbness had taken its place. His vision grew increasingly blurred. Just before consciousness plunged into darkness, he seemed to hear a voice, urgent and filled with concern. The countdown appeared to have reached its conclusion. First companion summoning countdown, 00, 0100, 0000. Summoning procedure initiated. Random selection in progress. Selection complete. The companion will be transported to the host side in 10 seconds. What is this? Is it an illusion? Moliang no longer possessed the strength to ponder. Just as he felt himself on the verge of being engulfed by endless darkness, a gentle, ethereal white light materialized within his modest shelter. As the radiance faded, a woman dressed in a white coat, tall and exuding an air of cold elegance, appeared before him. She adjusted non-existent glasses on her nose, her long black hair tied back, her calm gaze sweeping over the rudimentary, filthy environment rife with despair. Finally, her eyes settled upon Moliang, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Upon seeing his swollen, bruised leg, a ripple of intense emotion flickered within her otherwise composed eyes. Tetanus, anaerobic bacterial infection, complicated by acute renal failure. She swiftly diagnosed in a professional, emotionless tone. Then, she hastened to his side, crouched down, and placed 2 cool yet remarkably steady fingers against his carotid artery. The pulse was rapid and feeble, accompanied by a high fever, signaling the onset of shock. Moliang summoned the last vestiges of his strength to slightly open his eyes. In his blurred vision, he beheld an angelic visage. "I apologize for allowing you to witness my pitiful state," he murmured before his head tilted and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Su Muqing gazed at the unconscious man, whose body reeked of decay and the specter of death, her brow furrowing deeply. She had no time to ponder how she had found herself in this predicament. As a surgeon, her instinct was singular and unwavering, to save a life. The situation was dire, yet there remained hope. Chapter 10. Salvation. There's hope. These 2 words were not uttered for anyone's ears, but were a resolute command issued by Su Muqing to herself. As a surgeon, she believed that as long as the heartbeat persisted, surrender was not an option. Her mind operated like a hyper-precise computer, rapidly analyzing the current situation and generating an urgent task list prioritized by necessity. The foremost task: sustain vital signs. Combat fever, dehydration, and shock. This required three essential elements: water, salt, and sugar. Sumuching's gaze swiftly traversed the desolate shelter, which could only be described as barren. A few empty bamboo tubes, a pile of cold ashes, and in the corner, some rotting tubers, their original form indiscernible. The situation was graver than she had anticipated. No fire, no water. And regarding food, she spotted a few melons not far from the taper, several of which were already moldy. Damn! This was the first instance since arriving in this wretched place that she cursed inwardly. She wasted no time succumbing to panic. Instead, she dashed out of the shelter, her instincts guiding her to the proximity of a water source. Indeed, just a few meters away, she heard the gentle babbling of a stream. She cupped her hands to collect the clear water, inspecting it meticulously before filling the empty bamboo tubes and racing back to the camp. The next imperative was fire. Without fire, water was perilous. Without fire, she could not fend off the cold and beasts at night. Without fire, she could not perform the crucial surgical procedures. Her eyes frantically searched the camp until, at last, in a corner, she discovered an odd assortment. A bent stick bound with a resilient vine resembling a bow, a sharpened wooden stick, and a board riddled with charred depressions. A bow drill fire-starting device. Sumuching's eye sparkled. Though she had never crafted one herself, her extensive knowledge allowed her to grasp the principles of this tool instantly. Kneeling on the ground, she wrapped the vine around the stick, inserting one end into the depressions of the board, while stabilizing the other end with a stone, and began to vigorously draw back the bow. Squeak! Squeak! The stick spun rapidly in the groove, producing a jarring friction noise. This was entirely a technical endeavor. Initially, she either sent the stick flying or failed to secure the stone above. The stone was somewhat cumbersome for her hands. Sweat trickled down her forehead, and her arms ached to the point of immobility. The sleeves of her lab coat were smeared with dirt and grass. She appeared disheveled, like a madwoman engaged in futile efforts. Yet her gaze was terrifyingly focused. Once, twice, 7 times. At last, amidst a faint scent of charred wood, a wisp of blue smoke arose from the tiny depression. Shortly thereafter, a dark red spark flickered within the powdered wood shavings. Success! She carefully, as if cradling the most precious treasure in the world, poured the ember-laden wood shavings onto a pile of dry moss and plush grass that had long been prepared. Then, gently and persistently, she blew. Hoo-hoo the embers, kissed by her breath, transformed from a dark crimson to a brilliant glow, and then, with a soft pop, a small cluster of golden flames erupted. Illuminated by the firelight, Sumuching's dust-covered face revealed a smile reminiscent of one who had survived the calamity. With this hard-won flame, she rekindled the campfire at the center of the campsite. Warmth returned once more to this frigid sanctuary. She immediately placed a bamboo tube filled with water over the fire. While waiting for the water to boil, she began to execute the second item on her task list, searching for salt and sugar. She rummaged through the scattered remnants of Moliang's legacy. Soon, she discovered a small package wrapped in large leaves. Upon opening it, she found coarse, grayish-white crystals inside. She pinched a grain between her fingertips and placed it in her mouth. It was salt. Although the taste was somewhat bitter, it seemed to be unrefined. Her gaze then fell upon the corner where a pile of moldy cantaloupes sat. She recognized them as cantaloupes. Despite some rot, there were still 2 good ones lying solitary nearby. The water boiled. She poured the scalding water into another bamboo tube, adding the salt in precise proportion from her memory, scraping some cantaloupe into a paste and mixing it in. The most primitive form of oral rehydration solution was complete. She half supported the unconscious Moliang, pried open his cracked lips, and used a thin slice of bamboo as a spoon to gently administer this life-saving liquid into his throat, bit by bit. Having completed this task, Sumuching finally confronted the most daunting issue, the leg that had begun to emit a foul stench. She thrust Moliang's sharpest stone knife into the roaring flames. Sizzle the stone blade glowed red-hot, the bacteria and filth vanishing in the intense heat. She then poured a copious amount of salt into the boiling water, concocting a highly concentrated saline solution for disinfection. Everything was prepared, a procedure that in the civilized world would necessitate a sterile operating room, general anesthesia, and a plethora of life-monitoring instruments was about to unfold in this primitive refuge, executed in the most barbaric manner. Su Muqing took a deep breath. She extracted the burning stone knife with a stick, allowing it to cool slightly while retaining its high temperature. Her gaze fixed on Moliang's swollen, darkened, and pus-oozing leg, devoid of any hesitation. "I'm sorry," she whispered. Then, with a swift motion, the blade fell. The sharp stone edge sliced through the swollen skin. There was no anesthetic. Moliang, in his unconscious state, convulsed violently, letting out a beastly, anguished grunt from his throat. Su Muqing's eyes immediately reddened, yet her hands remained steady, as if welded to the rock. Calmly, she methodically excised all the necrotic, blackened, and lifeless flesh and tissue from the wound with precision. The stench was nauseating. The scene before her was sufficient to shatter the resolve of any ordinary individual. Yet, she was Su Muqing, within the confines of her mind. Only anatomical diagrams and sterile procedural guidelines occupied her thoughts. It was imperative to excise every remnant, leaving not a trace behind. Exposure to the air would sever the anaerobic bacteria's habitat. The incision must be profound enough to reveal the fresh capillaries, where blood oozes forth. Time slipped away, and at last, the final fragment of necrotic tissue was removed. The once horrific wound transformed into a grotesque, yet entirely fresh gash, devoid of any blackened remnants. Beads of perspiration dotted Su Muqing's forehead. She did not relent, lifting the boiling saline solution, filtering it through torn cloth several times. Once the temperature had cooled slightly, she closed her eyes and poured it down with fervor. The intense stimulation roused the deeply unconscious Moliang, who emitted a piercing scream before abruptly straightening up and crashing back down. Tears finally spilled from Su Muqing's eyes, but she swiftly wiped them away and continued to rinse the enormous wound with the saline solution. Having addressed the local injury, she turned her attention to the whole body. The persistent fever hinted that bacteria had entered the bloodstream, and sepsis could claim his life at any moment. She required antibiotics. On this desolate island, where could she procure such a remedy? Her gaze fell once more upon the corner, where a pile of moldy melons lay. On their decaying, tawny skin, she discerned greenish-blue mold. Penicillium. Though she could not be entirely certain, it remained her sole glimmer of hope. This was a gamble. If she lost, the unknown mold could hasten his demise. If she won, he could survive. Without a moment's hesitation, she carefully scraped the greenish-blue mold and placed it upon a clean leaf. She combined a small portion of the mold with some crushed, anti-inflammatory plant leaves serendipitously growing nearby, crafting an ointment which she gently and evenly applied to Moliang's freshly cleaned wound. Then, her gaze returned to the remaining mass of penicillium and the unconscious Moliang. With a resolute bite of her lip, she made an even more audacious decision. She dissolved the remaining mold in warm water, pried open Moliang's mouth, and administered it to him internally. Upon completing this arduous task, Su Muqing felt as though all her strength had been siphoned away, collapsing onto the ground. She looked at the man before her, battered and unrecognizable, and then at her hands, stained with blood and dirt. A profound sense of unreality and dread washed over her. "Hold on. You must hold on," she murmured, her voice tinged with a tremor and a plea she was scarcely aware of. This was the duty of a physician and the fear of enduring solitude in a future devoid of companionship. The ensuing moments were a protracted and agonizing wait. She utilized torn garments, soaking them in the frigid stream, repeatedly applying physical cooling to Moliang. She remained steadfast by the fire, never straying, regularly administering her homemade oral rehydration salts. Upon discovering that the camp was devoid of any sustenance, the surgeon, who could scarcely twist a bottle cap in the city, grasped the heavy harpoon belonging to Moliang and made her way to the stream, attempting to catch fish. However, she soon relinquished the effort. It was beyond her capabilities. Lacking the knowledge of fishing, she was fortunate to find a few small fish and shrimp still trapped in the device Moliang had previously constructed. Utilizing one of these fish, she concocted a small pot of life-saving fish soup. As she gently fed the warm broth into Moliang's mouth, she was pleasantly surprised to notice that his body temperature seemed less feverish than before. Penicillin was taking effect. A glimmer of hope finally pierced through the clouds of despair. Chapter 11. Salt drying 3 days later, when Moliang finally emerged from a prolonged stupor. The first sight that met his eyes was Su mooching, seated by the fire, intently scraping a wooden stick with a shard of stone. The flickering flames cast a warm glow upon her profile, and her serene focus acted as a potent tranquilizer, soothing the deep-seated panic within his soul. The high fever had subsided, and the excruciating pain in his leg had transformed into a bearable, persistent ache. He had survived. On this desolate island that had driven him to the brink of despair, it was this celestial woman before him who had wrested him back from the clutches of death. "You are awake," Su mooching remarked, turning her head upon hearing his movement. Her cool gaze bore little emotion, merely stating the fact, "Do not move. Your wounds have just begun to heal." "How long have I been asleep?" Moliang's voice was raspy and hoarse. 3 days, she replied, setting aside her task and handing him a warm bamboo tube. "Your condition has stabilized. You possess a robust constitution." Moliang accepted the bamboo tube, discovering it filled with warm fish soup, imbued with a faint salty flavor. He gulped it down, feeling the warmth surge into his hollow stomach, a tangible sensation of life slowly returning to him. He gazed at Su mooching, his eyes brimming with complex emotions, gratitude, astonishment, and an unrecognized hint of dependence. "Thank you," he uttered with utmost sincerity. Su mooching merely responded with a soft acknowledgement, returning her attention to the wooden stick as if she had merely performed a trivial task. Yet Moliang understood that it was far from insignificant. In the remnants of his memory, he recalled the agonizing pain of a stone knife slicing through flesh, the screams as scalding salt water was poured onto his wounds, and the sight of that woman, bearing a fishing spear on her frail shoulders, heading toward the stream. She had employed the most barbaric means to enact the most civilized medicine. After a brief period of recovery, Moliang, aided by the wooden staff Su mooching had fashioned for him, was finally able to walk again. Food once more loomed as the most pressing issue before them. Moliang shared his previous method of salt production with Su mooching. She retrieved the leftover salt, pinching a small amount and placing it in her mouth, only to furrow her brow immediately. "It is too bitter," she diagnosed. "This contains a significant amount of magnesium chloride and magnesium sulfate. Long-term consumption could burden the kidneys and even lead to diarrhea, resulting in dehydration. It must be purified." Thus, with his wounds healing, Moliang leaned on his staff and accompanied Su mooching to the beach to execute their salt-drying plan. Drawing upon his experience, he selected an area with the longest exposure to sunlight, far from the shadows of trees. However, Su mooching quickly pointed to a massive, smooth black basalt rock. "Use this," she instructed. "The dark color would absorb heat more efficiently and expedite the evaporation of moisture." Moliang paused momentarily, then comprehended the brilliance of her suggestion. This was science. They proceeded to construct a filtration device. Following Su mooching's guidance, Moliang gathered several large scallop shells to serve as containers. Su mooching tore off several pieces of fabric from her once pristine white lab coat, laying them at the bottom of the shell. She then directed Moliang to sequentially layer the charred remnants from the bonfire, fine sand, and small pebbles upon the fabric. Thus, a highly efficient makeshift filtration apparatus was born. The charcoal, being porous and loose, effectively absorbed impurities and odors, while the sand and stones filtered out larger, suspended particles. As she worked, Su mooching calmly elucidated the process. Their roles were distinctly defined. Moliang took charge of all the laborious tasks, transporting seawater and gathering materials, while Su mooching operated with the precision of a finely tuned instrument, handling all delicate operations. They repeatedly passed the murky seawater through this device. After undergoing multiple stages of filtration, the originally turbid seawater transformed into an unprecedented clarity. Subsequently, the two used small shells to ladle the purified seawater, evenly sprinkling it onto the sun-baked basalt, creating a thin film of water. All that remained was to wait. As dusk fell, when they returned to the rocks, the sight before Moliang rendered him utterly speechless. The massive black basalt surface appeared as though dusted with a layer of diamond powder. In the fading light of the sunset, a thin layer of pure. Delicate crystals sparkled with resplendent brilliance. Moliang cautiously extended a finger, delicately pinching a small amount and placing it in his mouth. It bore no bitterness, only a pure, clean taste that struck at the soul with its briny essence. This flavor surpassed any coarse salt he had previously scraped together with great effort. "We've succeeded," Moliang murmured, an indescribable sense of awe swelling within him. This was not merely salt. It was the embodiment of scientific prowess, the first alchemy bestowed upon this barren land by intellect. Chapter 12. Prelude to the storm. The elation of success did not linger for long. The following morning, as Moliang stepped out of the shelter, a fierce sea breeze assaulted him, carrying an unusual dampness and briny scent. The sky was no longer the clear azure of the previous day. Thick, heavy clouds, resembling leaden blocks, rolled in from the horizon at a visible pace, shrouding the world in a dim light. The roar of the waves had grown deep and tumultuous, crashing against the shore as if a furious beast were growling. Moliang's expression instantly turned grave. As a student of environmental engineering, he had studied basic meteorology. All the signs before him, the sudden increase in wind, the swiftly thickening clouds, and the oppressive drop in atmospheric pressure, pointed toward a dreadful possibility. A typhoon was imminent, or at the very least, a prolonged deluge. He spoke to Su Muqing behind him, his voice tinged with an uncontainable anxiety. Su Muqing emerged from the shelter, feeling the force of the wind that sent her long hair dancing wildly. She gazed at the wooden house, which had merely been framed, and immediately understood Moliang's concern. The makeshift refuge they inhabited could not withstand the wrath of a genuine storm. Should the fire extinguish and their food supplies be destroyed, they would be thrust back into the most primitive and desperate state. "We need food, a substantial reserve," Su Muqing calmly pointed out another critical issue. "During the storm, we may be unable to venture out for several days." Moliang nodded. This was indeed of utmost urgency. Due to his wounds, he was unable to enter the water himself. Without hesitation, Su Muqing seized the heavy harpoon belonging to Moliang and made her way toward the confluence of the creek and the sea. She resolved to attempt fishing once more. However, reality proved far more brutal than her expectations. The gale churned the water surface, creating ripples and waves that obscured anything below a few centimeters. Relying solely on instinct, she thrust the harpoon several times, but aside from splashing a considerable amount of water, she caught nothing. Her arms quickly began to ache, and the frigid seawater soaked her pant legs. Standing against the wind, she regarded the tool in her hand, too heavy for her, and for the first time felt a profound sense of helplessness. Fishing requires not only skill, but also sheer strength, neither of which were her strong suits. "Stop trying. It's too dangerous," Moliang approached, leaning on his wooden staff and pulling her back. The winds and waves were too fierce. Su Muqing did not resist. She relinquished the harpoon, her brow furrowed as she stared at the tumultuous sea. After a moment, her gaze shifted to the receding tide. "Wait," she suddenly spoke. "I remember that after the tide goes out, the beach and rocky areas are left with many treasures." "Gathering from the beach?" Moliang was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, gathering from a beach." Su Muqing's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Compared to wrestling with fish in the storm, seeking sustenance on stable sand and rocks seemed far safer and potentially more fruitful. This was an entirely fresh perspective. An hour later, the tide receded to its lowest point, revealing expansive, moist sands and a rocky area adorned with deep green seaweed. The two, equipped with wicker baskets, ventured into this seemingly newly unearthed treasure trove. "Look here." Su Muqing pointed to a small section of the beach where several inconspicuous, pinhole-sized breathing holes were visible. There rests something beneath. She began to excavate with a sharp stone, and Moliang mimicked her actions. Before long, a clam, palm-sized and adorned with exquisite patterns, emerged from the sandy pit. Moliang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He soon discovered several similar breathing holes nearby and quickly unearthed his own first prize. This was infinitely simpler than fishing. They then made their way to the rocky area. Su Muqing instructed him on how to discern the edible mollusks clinging to the rocks. Using her stone tool, she pried open a rough, unseemly oyster tightly affixed to the rock. Within its shell lay succulent, creamy oyster meat. They also found numerous deep blue mussels and several snails crawling among the crevices of the stones. In a tidal pool, encircled by rocks and not yet drained, they made even greater discoveries. Several small crabs scuttled about, and a few fish, unable to escape, swam within. Moliang even spotted a vividly colored starfish, but was halted by Su Muching's warning. Do not touch. Most starfish are toxic or contain saponins that can make one ill. They are inedible. She imparted this knowledge with a serious tone. Moliang promptly withdrew his hand, committing this crucial information to memory. In less than 2 hours, their 2 wicker baskets were filled to the brim. They returned to camp, undeterred by the increasingly ferocious winds outside, their hearts brimming with the joy of harvest. Su Muching selected the largest crab, preserving its shell intact to serve as a natural pot. She placed various clams, mollusk meat, and small fish into the crab shell, adding clean freshwater and a few precious grains of pristine white salt. Then, she carefully set the crab shell pot over the fire and began to cook. Soon, an indescribable, exquisite aroma wafted from the small crab shell, surpassing the sound of the wind and dispelling the chill, infusing their humble shelter with the first scent of a kitchen. The soup was ready. The 2 used small shells as spoons, delicately ladling the milky broth into their mouths. There were no complex seasonings, only the pure, sweet essence of the ingredients and the perfect hint of saltiness. The flavor washed over them like a warm current, coursing from their tongues to every extremity. Moliang felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, nearly moaning in bliss. He gazed at Su Muching, her cheeks flushed from the steam, while outside the wind howled. A wondrous sensation, one that could only be described as the warmth of home, enveloped him. However, as his gaze traversed the flames and fell upon the distant wooden frame swaying in the wind, that warmth was abruptly supplanted by an overwhelming sense of urgency. They must erect a roof capable of shielding this nascent home from the tempest's fury before they reach the eye of the storm. Chapter 13. The apothecary. The warmth brought by the delectable seafood soup had yet to fully dissipate within their bodies when the increasingly sharp wails of the wind outside yanked them back to the harsh reality. The roar of the waves pierced through the forest, as if an invisible behemoth were battering against this desolate island. Time was of the essence. Moliang fixed his gaze on the swaying wooden frame of the cabin outside, his voice heavy with resignation. We cannot erect a roof before the storm arrives. His plan was to fell trees, fashion planks, and then lay the roof over the next few days. Yet, it was evident that the heavens had not granted him that luxury. This meant they must endure the impending storm, the duration of which remained uncertain. Let us prepare for the worst. Su Muching's voice remained as calm as ever, as if the tempest could not disturb her composure. Rising to her feet, her gaze swept over the fresh scars on Moliang's legs, then glanced at her own hands, which bore several small cuts from the rocks during their coastal forays. The last time you were infected, it was a 1 in 1,000 chance to find a mold akin to penicillin. We cannot afford to gamble again. Her eyes turned sharp, akin to a scalpel poised to excise a malignant growth. Before we find ourselves utterly trapped here, we must venture deep into the jungle. I need to establish a rudimentary herbal reserve. A pharmacy. This was the first and most crucial prescription the wilderness doctor had written for the survival challenges that lay ahead for them both. Moliang hesitated not for a moment. He regarded Su Muching with a profound gaze and nodded firmly. He gathered all the large banana leaves available in their shelter and heaped them by the fire, safeguarding this ember of civilization as best as he could. Then he seized the sharpened stone axe and wooden staff, while Su Muching donned the woven basket upon her back. Together, they plunged into the jungle behind the shelter, braving the increasingly tempestuous winds. This time, their destination was not the coastline, but rather the more humid and secluded hillsides of the interior. Moliang led the way, his body having largely healed, now exhibiting strength even greater than before. He swung the stone axe, severing the vines and shrubs that obstructed their path, clearing a route for Su Muching behind him. Simultaneously, his ears and eyes remained sharply attuned to the wind's whispers, vigilant for any unusual disturbances. Meanwhile, Su Muching became the team's human radar. Her gaze lost its aimless wandering. Instead, It was imbued with a clear purpose as she scanned the flora flanking their path with rapid precision. In her mind, it was as though a vast encyclopedia of herbs was swiftly indexing. Halt! After approximately half an hour, Su Muqing suddenly spoke. She brushed aside a cluster of ferns and pointed to a nondescript patch of grass with oval leaves at their feet. This is Planago. A note of delight graced her tone, the most fundamental and practical broad-spectrum herb. Its sap possesses excellent hemostatic and anti-inflammatory properties, and its seeds can serve as a diuretic. She carefully harvested a generous handful, placing it into the basket. This would be the first ingredient for their pharmacy. The pair pressed onward, ascending the hillside. As the elevation increased, the air became increasingly humid, and the trees grew taller and more majestic. Beneath a shaded stone cliff, Su Muqing's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Her breath quickened, albeit imperceptibly. Her gaze was fixated on a plant sprouting from the crevice of the stone wall. Each leaf stem of this plant bore 3 small, palmate leaves. 3 leaves formed a branch, 7 formed a culmination. Su Muqing murmured almost to herself. She hastened forward, brushing aside the soil at the plant's base. Beneath the earth lay a blocky, yellow-brown rhizome. Found it! This time, her cool voice could no longer contain her immense joy. This was wild sanchi, the genuine hemostatic miracle. She turned to Moliang, her eyes gleaming with astonishment. Moliang, remember its appearance. Once dried and ground into powder, its rhizome serves as the most effective remedy for external bleeding. Be it cuts or bruises, it can save lives. Moliang firmly etched the plant's form into his memory. He could feel Su Muqing's excitement and grasped the profound significance behind it. During the process of harvesting the sanchi, an unexpected incident occurred. In an effort to steady himself, Moliang reached for a nearby tree trunk. However, a broken branch jutted out like a blade. Unaware, he pressed his palm against it. A sharp, penetrating pain shot through him, and he instinctively withdrew his hand, revealing a gaping wound in his palm, blood gushing forth instantaneously. Don't move. Su Muqing's expression changed, momentarily overshadowing her recent joy. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized a handful of freshly gathered plantain and placed it in her mouth, quickly chewing it into a pulp. Under Moliang's astonished gaze, she pressed the saliva-moistened, dark green herbal paste firmly onto his bleeding wound. We lack sterile water for rinsing, so we must use this. My saliva contains lysozyme, which provides basic antiseptic properties. She explained calmly while applying pressure, her movements unwavering. The cool herbal paste met the searing wound, bringing forth a peculiar sting and refreshing sensation. What astonished Moliang even more was the sight of Su Muqing's focused face, so close to him. He watched her, seeing her selflessly tending to his injury. Her cool gaze solely fixated on his wound. Remarkably, his heart, which had been racing from the pain, began to steady. A sensation of unprecedented reassurance, akin to the most potent sedative, coursed through the depths of his soul. Miraculously, the bleeding ceased within minutes. Su Muqing tore a clean strip from her clothing to perform a simple bandaging. Fortunately, her white coat was long enough. After locating the final medicinal ingredient, the honeysuckle vine, known for its heat-clearing and detoxifying properties, effective against fever, the two decided against venturing further. The wind had transformed into a roar. With a basket full of hope, they struggled to return to the camp amidst the looming, stormy twilight. As soon as Su Muqing stepped into the sanctuary, she halted her pace, gazing at the verdant plants nestled within the wicker basket. Her eyes then shifted to the man beside her, who, despite his injuries, still bore a resolute gaze. She exhaled softly, as if shedding a burden of 1,000 pounds. Moliang, she spoke gently, yet her voice resonated clearly in Moliang's ears. With these, our chances of survival have at least increased by 30%. Chapter 14. Pharmacology. Our chances of survival have increased by at least 30%. As Su Muqing's words faded into the air, a deep rumble of thunder rolled in from the horizon where the sea met the sky. The wind transformed from a howling gale into a roar that seemed intent on tearing everything asunder. The trees in the forest swayed violently, groaning under the weight of the tempest. The sky darkened to a midnight hue, heavy clouds pressing down like a suffocating blanket. The two of them rushed into the rickety shelter, where the furious winds outside contrasted starkly with the oppressive silence within. Immediate action was imperative. Su Muqing placed the wicker basket from her back with urgency, her tone brisk and resolute. Once the torrential rain began, the humidity would surge to its peak, ruining the herbs. They would mold, losing not only their efficacy, but potentially becoming toxic. Moliang observed her hair, tousled by the wind, and her mud-streaked cheeks, and nodded gravely. There was no time to rest, no time for reflection. In the face of natural disaster, every second was a luxury. The first pharmacy on the deserted island commenced operations in that dim, cramped shelter, poised in a race against time. The conditions were utterly rudimentary. Moliang wiped clean a large, flat stone that he had previously moved in, using it as their workbench. Su Muqing meticulously washed all the herbs they had collected with precious fresh water. She directed the process with a calmness akin to issuing commands in a sterile operating room. She plucked the flowers from the honeysuckle vine, separating the leaves and tendrils. The plantain was set aside. The roots of the sanchi were the core, and must not come into contact with the juices of other plants. Moliang promptly set to work. His fingers, robust from strength, delicately pinched the pale yellow honeysuckle flowers, fearful of damaging the fragile antibiotic. Soon enough, the workbench was divided into distinct piles. The first step in their concoction was drying. Su Muqing's gaze shifted to the central bonfire, desperately flickering to life, with no sun. They had to resort to the most ancient method, baking. She instructed Moliang to select several smooth, appropriately sized stones from beside the fire. These were placed at the edge of the flames to heat evenly, cautious not to overheat them, lest they destroy the medicinal properties. As she explained, she repeatedly tested the stone's temperature with the back of her hand, seeking a stable, gentle heat to extract moisture from the plants. This was a craft that demanded immense patience and experience. Moliang adhered strictly to her instructions, adjusting the distance between the stones and the fire. When the stones reached a pleasantly warm, non-burning temperature, Su Muqing laid the washed honeysuckle flowers evenly across the warm surface. A faint sizzling sound of moisture evaporating arose, accompanied by a fresh, herbal aroma that wafted through the air. The same method was applied to the plantain. During the drying interval, they turned their attention to the most crucial strategic resource, the wild sanchi. The roots of the medicinal herb, sanchi, must be ground into the finest powder to achieve maximum hemostatic effect in the shortest time. Su Muqing picked up several irregularly shaped, yellowish-brown roots, her expression exceedingly serious. She instructed Moliang to find a hard rock with a natural indentation to serve as a mortar, and selected a smooth pebble of perfect size and texture as the pestle. These constituted their most primitive grinding tools. "Leave it to me," Moliang volunteered, taking on the task. The sanchi roots, having undergone preliminary drying, had become exceptionally hard. He placed a small piece into the stone mortar and, summoning all his strength, struck down repeatedly. Thud, thud, thud. The dull and rhythmic sound of the impact resonated defiantly within the small shelter amidst the howling winds, reminiscent of the war drums of human civilization battling the formidable forces of nature. This was undoubtedly a laborious endeavor. Sweat trickled down Moliang's forehead, dropping to the ground, while his arm muscles tensed with each blow, exerting every ounce of power. The resilient roots shattered under the relentless strikes, transforming into smaller particles, and eventually, through repeated grinding, yielded a fine, pale yellow powder. Meanwhile, Su Muqing carefully gathered the pulverized remnants with a thin stone shard, observing Moliang's focused profile and the sweat-soaked expanse of his back. A subtle ripple of emotion flickering in her cool eyes. In the civilized world, such powder medicine would merely require placement into a machine with the push of a button. Yet here, every gram embodied the pure strength and sweat of a man. After more than an hour, all the sanchi roots had finally been reduced to a small mound of delicate powder. Moliang, breathless and weary, felt his arms ache profoundly. Su Muqing cradled the powder in her palms, savoring its texture. "Very good," she murmured, her tone imbued with a hint of approval. It was sufficiently fine. Simultaneously, the roasted honeysuckle and plantain had completely dehydrated, transforming into a dry, brittle state. The final step was storage. They utilized previously felled hollow bamboo tubes as containers. Moliang sealed one end of each tube with stones and clay, while Su Muqing crafted a simple funnel from broad leaves, meticulously categorizing the precious sanchi powder, dried honeysuckle, and plantain leaves into different bamboo tubes. In the end, she marked each tube with simple symbols using a piece of charcoal, understood only by the two of them. 3 lines for sanchi, a circle for honeysuckle, and a leaf for plantain. As the last bamboo tube was sealed with a plug made of hay and cloth strips, the sky outside had plunged into complete darkness. The fierce wind, accompanied by torrential raindrops, began to lash violently against the ground. The sound of the rain merged into a cacophony, as if intent on submerging the entire world. Yet within the shelter, the two of them gazed at the neatly arranged bamboo tubes before them, a profound sense of reassurance swelling within their hearts. Unlike anything they had ever experienced before, this is the first medicine chest on the deserted island, a testament to their wisdom, sweat, and courage. Dinner consists of seafood leftovers from the day, warmed over the fire. The two sit in silence beside the flames, consuming their meal. The makeshift shelter begins to leak, cold raindrops falling from the crevices, striking the ground and creating tiny splashes. The sounds of wind and rain intertwine, composing a symphony reminiscent of the apocalypse. Su Muqing places down her food and instinctively reaches for Moliang's bandaged hand, untying the cloth. There are no signs of inflammation on the wound, thanks to the plantain. It has begun to heal and scab over. She picks a fresh leaf of plantain from the side, chews it meticulously, and carefully reapplies the poultice. Her movements are gentle and focused, as if she is tending to a treasured work of art. Your constitution is excellent, and your recovery ability is remarkable, she states. After tending to the wound, she lifts her gaze, and for the first time, offers him a genuine, faint smile. That smile, like a glimmer of light piercing through dark clouds, instantly brightens Moliang's heart. He gazes at her clean, slender fingers, slightly stained with herbal juice, then at her delicate face, softly illuminated by the firelight, and involuntarily swallows. "Because I have you, the best doctor," he replies softly. At this moment, the atmosphere shifts subtly. An undercurrent of ambiguity begins to flourish amidst the sounds of wind and rain, quietly blossoming in the flickering firelight. Just then, crash! A tremendous noise erupts. An irresistible gust of wind violently surges into the shelter. The large palm frond that serves as their roof is instantly torn away, swallowed by the endless darkness. The frigid downpour, like a breached dam, cascades violently, drenching both of them in an instant. "Quick, protect the flame." Moliang reacts first, roaring like an enraged beast as he lunges toward the rapidly dwindling fire in the torrential rain, shielding it with his body from the deluge. Su Muqing follows suit with a scream, desperately using her body and everything she can find to shield the last flicker of civilization's light. Yet all efforts prove futile. With a soft hiss, the last glimmer of light within the shelter extinguishes. Absolute darkness and bone-chilling cold engulf the two in an instant. The true storm has arrived. Chapter 15. Guardians of the Rainy Night, Absolute Darkness. An unbearable chill. When the last flicker of firelight, emblematic of civilization and hope, was extinguished by the torrential downpour, the entire world seemed to be dragged into the most profound and suffocating abyss by an unseen hand. "Damn it!" Moliang's low growl was drowned out by the deafening roar of the wind and rain. He could feel the icy rainwater pouring in from above and all around him, washing over his body and stripping away the last vestiges of warmth he had desperately accumulated. "Su Muqing, how are you?" he shouted into the darkness, his voice laced with unprecedented anxiety. "Me fine." Su Muqing's voice came from beside him, trembling distinctly. It was not fear that caused her shiver, but sheer cold. Her physical resilience paled in comparison to Moliang's, and her body temperature was plummeting rapidly. "Hold on to me." Moliang fumbled in the darkness and grasped her icy hand. The sensation caused his heart to sink. "We can no longer remain here. This so-called shelter has transformed into a death trap, gathering the storm. We must leave. For the mountainside." Moliang roared with all his might, striving to pierce through the curtain of wind and rain. At that moment, crack! A sharp, ear-splitting sound erupted from deep within the jungle above them. Unlike the dull rumble of thunder, it was the brittle snap of a colossal object being forcibly broken. Moliang's pupils contracted sharply in the boundless darkness. His brain barely had time to process the danger as primal survival instincts took over his body. He heard it. Accompanying the thunderous crash was a whistling sound, swift and laden with the essence of death, descending directly from above. "Get down!" Moliang unleashed a thunderous roar. Without a moment's hesitation, he used every ounce of strength to push Su Muqing forcefully to the ground, pinning her beneath him. Almost in the same instant, boom! A sound that shook the earth erupted beside them. A massive tree branch, at least as thick as an adult's thigh, was snapped in half by the raging winds, hurtling down with immense force, grazing Moliang's back and crashing heavily onto the spot where they had just stood. The hard ground trembled violently, and countless clods of earth and debris were sent flying, striking Moliang's back with brutal force. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Moliang could distinctly feel the rough bark of that deadly branch scrape against his back, igniting a searing pain. Just a hair's breadth. Had he hesitated for even a tenth of a second, or if his position had deviated by mere centimeters, they would have been reduced to two indistinct piles of flesh and blood beneath the might of this natural calamity. Su Muqing lay pinned to the ground, her mind a blank slate. She was only aware of the deafening roar and felt the violent tremors emanating from the man above her, along with the wild, drum-like heartbeat resonating through his chest. "Are you hurt?" After the initial shock subsided, she tremulously uttered her first words. "I'm fine." Moliang's voice was gravely hoarse as he propped himself up, gasping for breath. The pain in his back was far overshadowed by the relief of having survived. He grasped Su Muqing's hand, his voice urgent as if issuing a command. "We can't stay here. We must leave." Without a moment's thought, they clutched each other's hands and stumbled through the pitch-black darkness toward the direction of the mountain wall, guided only by their memories. Beneath their feet lay muddy ground and slick stones washed by the rain. They fell countless times, only to rise again repeatedly. The icy rain and fierce winds felt like numerous steel needles piercing their bodies and spirits. At last, their backs pressed against a hard, cold rock face. Moliang fumbled around, discovering a slight recess in the stone wall. It was a cramped space, barely accommodating two curled bodies. Yet it served as a protective barrier against most of the torrential downpour. Huddled together in this confined space, drenched and disheveled, the howling winds still roared around them. But at least they were no longer directly assaulted by the rain. However, a new crisis loomed. Hypothermia. Su Muqing's teeth began to chatter uncontrollably, her lips turning pale in the darkness. Her body shook violently, a harbinger of the most perilous signs of hypothermia. As a physician, she understood better than anyone what this entailed. Once core temperature dipped below the critical threshold, death would become irreversible. "Cold," she uttered, unable to control herself. In the darkness, Moliang's heart clenched painfully. He gazed at the woman beside him, curled up and shivering, his mind devoid of distractions, consumed solely by one primal, pure thought: keep her alive. In the next moment, he extended his arms and enveloped the ice-cold Su Muqing tightly, without leaving a single gap. Su Muqing's body stiffened suddenly. A male warmth, imbued with the scent of sweat and earth, enveloped her through her damp clothing, assertively and possessively. Instinctively, she attempted to struggle. Yet, Moliang's arms clamped around her like iron, holding her firmly in place. "Don't move." His voice resonated in her ear, low and hoarse, yet carrying an undeniable command. "Do you want to die? We must conserve body heat. It is the only way." Su Muqing's struggle ceased. Reason dictated that Moliang was right. In such an environment, sharing body heat was the textbook method of self-preservation. Any notions of modesty and boundaries appeared laughable and powerless in the face of death. She surrendered, allowing herself to be held tightly by him. Initially, her body remained rigid, unaccustomed to this unfamiliar and intensely intimate contact. However, soon, the steady and powerful warmth emanating from him began to dissipate the chill within her. She instinctively pressed her cold face against his solid chest. Thump, 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 the vigorous and resonant heartbeat pierced through the tumult of wind and rain, distinctly reaching her ears. This sound seemed to carry a peculiar enchantment, soothing the tense nerves that had tightened due to cold and fear. Amidst the boundless darkness and the apocalyptic roar of the storm, this rhythmic heartbeat became her sole anchor, the only tangible and warm existence in this world. Unbeknownst to her, Moliang was also enduring immense torment at that very moment. The woman in his arms, though frigid, was astonishingly delicate. The scent wafting from her hair, mingled with rainwater and a hint of herbal fragrance, continually invaded his nostrils. He could feel her trembling gradually subside, her breathing becoming more even. The instinct for survival intertwined with a strange, fluttering sentiment within him, clashing and merging. Yet ultimately, all the chaotic thoughts coalesced into a more profound conviction. He tightened his embrace, holding her closer, as if to impart all his warmth to her, without reservation. Time trickled away in the silence of their embrace. They spoke no words. In such extreme conditions, language seemed futile. Their bodies, their heartbeats, their breaths had accomplished the deepest form of communication. It was unclear how long had passed when the storm's deafening roar began to wane. The howling transformed into a growl, the growl into a whisper. Finally, everything fell into an eerie tranquility, a calm that followed the storm. The sky brightened. A pale gray light filtered from the east, piercing through the damp forest and illuminating the ravaged earth. The tempest had passed. Moliang slowly opened his weary eyes and looked down into his arms. Su Muqing had unknowingly fallen asleep, curling up like a sheltered cat in his embrace. Crystal droplets of rain clung to her long eyelashes, and her tranquil expression was devoid of the usual chill and vigilance, replaced only with exhaustion and a hint of serenity. As he gazed upon this defenseless face so close before him, Moliang's heart was struck by an unprecedented feeling of tenderness. He remained still, fearing to awaken her. He simply observed, cherishing the most precious treasure he had fought valiantly to protect amidst the ruins. Just then, Su Muqing's eyelashes fluttered gently. She slowly opened her eyes, and what met her gaze was Moliang's resolute jaw and his eyes, bloodshot yet still clear and bright. Their eyes locked. The events of the previous night surged into her mind like a tide. The threat of death, the heart-stopping moments, the embrace in darkness. The warmth of his chest and his heartbeat, Su Muqing's cheeks flushed with a visible crimson hue. She abruptly wriggled free from his arms, her eyes flustered, unable to meet his gaze again. The atmosphere, at this moment, became exquisitely delicate. They all survived. Yet, they were acutely aware that something had irrevocably changed on that stormy night. Chapter 16. A new beginning amidst the ruins, the faint light of dawn. Imbued with the unique freshness of post-rain and the earthy scent of damp soil, struggled to pierce through the wet forest. The tempest that seemed poised to consume everything had finally passed. In the hollow of the stone wall, a delicate and awkward atmosphere reached its zenith after Su Muqing abruptly broke free. With her back turned to Moliang, she buried her face deep within the crook of her arm, too timid to glance back. The tightly woven embrace from the previous night, devoid of any gaps. The rhythmic thumping of his heart reverberating through his chest like a war drum, and the searing warmth radiating from his body scenes replayed incessantly in her mind, igniting a fervent blush upon her cheeks. As a physician, she understood that it was the instinct for survival, the most efficient means of self-rescue. Yet, as a woman, she could not overlook the sensation of being fully possessed by a man in the most primal and domineering manner. Moliang, too, found himself at a loss. The warmth in his arms had suddenly vanished, leaving only the chill of the air, which stirred an inexplicable sense of loss within him. He gazed at her trembling silhouette, slightly quivering from embarrassment, opened his mouth to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. An apology? That would seem to negate the fact that he had saved her. To act as though nothing had transpired? That would be sheer self-deception. The dawn had arrived. Ultimately, he could only utter the dry words, "We should return." Su Muqing's body stiffened imperceptibly for a moment before she softly responded with an affirmative hum, not turning back. They walked out of the crevice that had sheltered them for the night, one following the other, and upon catching sight of the world before them, both inhaled sharply, overwhelmed by the devastation. Devastation was the only fitting description for the scene. The once lush jungle appeared as if ravaged by an invisible giant hand. Countless trees lay severed, while many more had been uprooted, their massive root systems exposed, bearing clods of moist earth like silent, mournful tombstones. The ground was carpeted with a thick layer of slick leaves and broken branches. The once familiar path now vanished without a trace. As they trudged back to the camp, their hearts plummeted to the depths of despair. The shelter they had painstakingly constructed, a bastion of their initial hopes, had been utterly obliterated. Main support beams lay shattered. Palm and banana leaves were torn into tatters, strewn everywhere. The firewood they had diligently gathered was scattered, waterlogged and disheveled, dark logs piled in the mire. The remnants of the fire had long been washed away, leaving only a shallow pit behind. Everything seemed to have returned to square one. Su Muqing surveyed the ruins, her beautiful brows knit tightly together, her eyes reflecting a flicker of undeniable dismay. "Do not worry," Moliang urged, forcibly suppressing his own sense of loss as he reassured her. "As long as we are alive, everything can begin anew." As he spoke, his gaze traversed the desolate remnants, landing on a nearby clearing. There lay the site of their wooden cabin. His heart involuntarily quickened. If even that framework, he dared not continue the thought, striding forward with a sense of urgency that nearly turned into a run. Su Muqing followed closely behind, as they navigated around a fallen giant tree. The moment they beheld the scene of the construction site, both individuals froze in place, their pupils brimming with incredulous astonishment. It still stood, the wooden frame, painstakingly hewn and polished using crude stone tools, entirely assembled through mortise and tenon joints, remarkably towered like a silent giant amidst the chaotic ruins. Having endured such a terrifying storm, although several connection points showed evident looseness, the main structure remained intact, with not a single beam fractured and no joint dislodged. It stood there quietly, as if mocking the storm's impotence, while also heralding the triumph of human ingenuity. It actually withstood it, Su Muqing murmured, her voice tinged with a dreamlike tremor. In that moment, Moliang's heart swelled with an overwhelming and fervent ecstasy. He had succeeded. The seemingly mundane principles of mechanics learned in university, the seemingly clumsy architectural wisdom passed down from ancient times, were at this instant vindicated in the most awe-inspiring manner by the brutal forces of nature, proving their unparalleled correctness and reliability. This was no longer a mere theory. It was a life-saving truth. This immense exhilaration instantly dissipated all feelings of frustration and fatigue. It struck like the most potent stimulant, piercing deeply into both their hearts. They understood. Only science, only sturdiness, only a true home could enable them to genuinely survive on this island. The construction of the wooden house transformed from a mere option for improving their lives into a mission that must be accomplished. Cough, cough, at that moment. Su Muqing suddenly bent down, coughing violently. Her cheeks flushed abnormally, while her lips grew somewhat pale. The elation in Moliang's heart faded instantly, replaced by profound concern. He hurriedly approached and placed his hand on her forehead. It was burning hot. "You have a fever." His expression turned gravely serious. A night drenched in rain, compounded by extreme cold and fright, would be unbearable even for a strong person, let alone for Su Muqing, whose physical constitution was already average. "I'm fine," Su Muqing attempted to be stubborn, yet the waves of weakness and dizziness coursing through her body forced her to lean against Moliang. "Don't move. You must rest now." Moliang's tone was firm and brooked no argument. He supported the frail Su Muqing back to the one wooden frame that still offered some shelter from the sun, allowing her to lean against a post as she sat down, and draped his relatively drier shirt over her shoulders. Last night, it was she who had saved him with her medical skills and composure. Now it was his turn. The roles at this moment had completely reversed. "Sit still. I will start a fire." Moliang's voice was steady and powerful, as though it could dispel all unease. Restarting a fire in the damp environment after the rain was even more challenging than the initial process of fire by friction. In the midst of the ruins, Moliang rummaged through the debris. Fortunately, The dry fire-starting fluff he had stored in bamboo tubes remained dry due to the secure sealing. He skillfully split the trunks of broken trees with a stone axe, carefully extracting the relatively dry wood core from within. Kneeling on the muddy ground, he mechanically and persistently turned the wooden bough in his hands, sweat dripping from his chin, yet he paid it no heed. In his eyes, there was only the small wooden board and the thickening black smoke. Su Muqing leaned against a pillar, her vision blurred, leaving only the broad and sturdy silhouette of the man before her. He was valiantly attempting to rekindle the flame of civilization amidst the ruins for her sake. This figure had once shielded her from deadly falling debris. This chest had once dispelled the biting cold. And now, these hands were creating warmth for her. An unprecedented sensation of reliance, akin to a warm tide, engulfed her heart. With a sudden burst, a small cluster of bright orange-yellow flames finally surged upward, a testament to Moliang's relentless efforts. He felt a rush of exhilaration but quickly composed himself, carefully transferring the flame to the constructed woodpile. Watching the fire grow stronger, he finally exhaled in relief. Without pausing, he seized the ceramic pot they had previously crafted and fetched water from the nearby stream. From the bamboo tube of the fortunate medicine chest that had not been swept away, he poured out a few dried honeysuckle vine leaves. Soon a pot of herbal tea, steaming and fragrant, simmered over the fire. Moliang cautiously scooped a spoonful with a large shell, blowing gently on it before offering it to Su Muqing's lips. "Drink some warm tea. It will help." As Su Muqing gazed at his dirt-streaked hands and the concern reflected in his focused eyes, something within her softened, as if gently touched by an unseen hand. She did not speak but obediently opened her mouth, slowly swallowing the slightly bitter yet sweet herbal tea, sip by sip. A warm current coursed down her throat, settling in her stomach, gradually spreading warmth throughout her limbs, dispelling the chill and discomfort within. After finishing the herbal tea, Su Muqing felt much better. Leaning against the pillar, she observed the man silently adding fuel to the fire, then looked up at the steadfast wooden framework of the cabin above. Amidst the ruins, the campfire was reignited. A man, a woman, the nascent form of a shelter that could shield them from the wind and rain. Everything brimmed with hope. Suddenly, she spoke, her voice not loud, yet it resonated with clarity and determination amidst the crackling flames. "Moliang," she called his name. He looked up. Her gaze was clear and bright, devoid of the previous panic and embarrassment, replaced instead by a shared resolve to face the future together. "Let's finish building it." Chapter 17. Commitment, let us complete it. Su Muqing's voice, though soft, resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through Moliang's heart. He gazed into her eyes, illuminated by the firelight with an unprecedented brilliance, and nodded earnestly. There were no grandiose declarations, no passionate embraces. Yet within this simple exchange, a fresh, shared objective emerged like a resilient seed breaking through the ruins. A night of silence ensued. Perhaps it was the effect of the honeysuckle tea they had consumed, or perhaps the warmth of the beast's skin coat that Moliang had lent her. But by the following morning, Su Muqing's fever had subsided. Aside from a lingering weakness in her body, she was otherwise well. The sun dispelled the damp chill left by the rain, casting mottled beams of light upon the scarred woodland. The two of them shared a modest meal of dried fish, replenishing their urgently needed energy. Although the storm of the previous night had destroyed their shelter, it had unexpectedly bestowed upon them a bounty. Broken branches and fallen saplings littered the forest floor, saving them considerable effort in gathering firewood. What was of utmost importance now was planning. Moliang led Su Muqing to the exceptionally smooth, sandy ground, washed clean by the rain, in front of the wooden framework. "I have given it some thought," he said, crouching down to pick up a twig. He drew a clear rectangle in the moist sand, declaring that their new home must be more than merely a box for sleeping. His gaze became focused and bright, as though a true architect were sketching his masterpiece. "This will be the door." He indicated one side of the rectangle, drawing an opening. "We must construct a wooden door that can be latched from the inside. It will provide us with the most basic sense of security." Next, he drew a small square on the opposite side. "And here will be the window, facing east." Suddenly, Su Muqing, who had remained silent until now, interjected. She also crouched down, pointing at the drawing in the sand, and calmly and professionally added, "The morning sunlight is rich in ultraviolet rays, serving as the best natural disinfectant. Allowing sunlight to enter the house can effectively eliminate bacteria and maintain dryness, which is crucial for our health. Moreover, it helps avoid the sweltering heat of the afternoon sun." Moliang's eyes brightened. He had only considered ventilation and lighting, overlooking the medical implications. That makes sense. Without hesitation, he adopted her suggestion, erasing the small square and redrawing it on the wall, representing the east. Observing his willingness to adapt, Su Muqing's lips curved subtly as she continued. "And as for the floor, we cannot sleep directly on the ground. The island's humidity is too intense. Over time, it can cause problems with our joints and bodies." Her gaze swept the surroundings. "We must find a way to raise the foundation, at least 30 centimeters. We can build the edges with stones and then fill in the center with clay and gravel to create a sturdy moisture barrier." This was yet another area of knowledge that Moliang had not previously considered. Not only that, but Su Muqing's thoughts were completely unshackled. Her expertise, catalyzed by the concept of home, erupted with astonishing energy. Cooking and resting must be distinctly separated. We cannot place a fire pit within the sleeping quarters, as prolonged smoke exposure inflicts irreversible damage to the lungs and poses a significant fire hazard. She sketched a smaller square adjacent to the rectangle with a branch, connecting them with a line. "I propose the addition of a semi-open kitchen beside the main house, specifically designed for igniting fires, cooking, and even processing herbs. Ideally, it would include a rudimentary chimney for smoke ventilation, a wooden house with a moisture-resistant foundation, illuminated windows, and an independent kitchen was no longer merely a shelter. It was a blueprint for a truly civilized, healthy, and sustainable dwelling." Moliang gazed at the increasingly refined blueprint drawn in the sand by Su Muqing, then turned to observe the woman beside him, whose focused gaze and clear logic inspired a profound admiration and excitement within him. He was no longer fighting alone. Beside him stood a true partner, capable of thinking alongside him and complementing his shortcomings. "Excellent. Let it be so." He emphatically tapped the blueprint with a branch, then lifted his head to meet Su Muqing's gaze, his eyes brimming with unprecedented vigor. The new division of labor swiftly took shape under the guidance of the blueprint. Moliang, as the chief engineer and lead laborer, was responsible for all heavy tasks, reinforcing and perfecting the main structure, cutting and processing the timber needed for the kitchen, and transporting stones for the foundation. Su Muqing, as the project supervisor and materials expert, would oversee all intricate tasks. She would seek and gather abundant flexible bark and reeds for the future roof and walls. She would excavate suitable clay by the river, mixing it with grass fibers to experiment with creating the floor and filling wall seams. With the plan established, the two wasted no time, immediately plunging into a tense yet orderly construction process. As evening fell, the setting sun bathed the entire forest in a warm golden hue. Both were utterly exhausted, sitting silently by the fire, roasting fish. Moliang's shoulders and arms ached from long hours wielding the stone axe, while Su Muqing's hands bore small cuts from collecting materials. Yet, their gazes no longer held confusion or frustration. Instead, they reflected a profound sense of fulfillment in their fatigue. Moliang looked at Su Muqing, who was diligently applying herbs to her wounds. Her delicate profile appeared exceptionally gentle in the firelight, long eyelashes casting a small shadow, and her focused expression captivated him. An unbidden thought surged from the depths of his heart. Suddenly, he spoke, his voice hoarse from exhaustion, yet imbued with earnestness. "Su Muqing." She lifted her head, her clear eyes glimmering with curiosity. Moliang met her gaze and spoke deliberately, word by word. "Once our house is completed, I shall find a way to craft you a true mirror from obsidian and shells." Su Muqing's hand faltered slightly. Moliang did not pause. He continued, as if making a sacred vow. "I will also construct a genuine bed from the sturdiest wood, adorned with the softest furs we can find, allowing you to rest peacefully." There were no grandiloquent phrases, no poetic declarations of love. A mirror, a bed, these were among the simplest of possessions in civilized society. Yet, in this moment, spoken by this man, They resonated more profoundly than any oath sworn upon the seas or mountains. What he offered was not an ethereal sentiment, but a tangible commitment to their future life together, a heartfelt response to all she had given, a pure determination to ensure her well-being in this place. Su Muqing gazed at him, her eyes reflecting the sincerity and resolve that glimmered in the firelight, and, at that moment, her most steadfast defenses quietly crumbled. Her eyes, without warning, glistened with unshed tears. She neither uttered a yes nor expressed her gratitude. Instead, she met his gaze and, amidst the flickering flames, nodded emphatically with all her might. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. Moliang and Su Muqing stood before the proud wooden framework of their future home. In his hand, he gripped a newly sharpened stone axe, while behind her rested a wicker basket, ready for gathering materials. They exchanged a smile, one filled with understanding, trust, and boundless aspirations for the future. The construction of their home officially commenced at that moment. Chapter 18, Mortise and Tenon. The construction of home officially commences. However, the following day, Moliang encountered his first dilemma. Standing before a colossal log destined to serve as a beam, he gripped a stone axe that had become an extension of his arm, his brow furrowed in concentration. How could he securely assemble these heavy, uneven logs without a single nail? The image of an ancient architectural model, demonstrated by a venerable professor during his university days, surfaced in his mind. Mortise and tenon. This was the wisdom of construction embedded within the very DNA of the Chinese people. The protruding part represented the tenon, while the recessed part symbolized the mortise. When these two components interlocked, they forged the most intimate connection between pieces of wood. Though he grasped the theory, the absence of tools beyond a stone axe and a few rugged shards transformed this theory into a formidable challenge. Taking a deep breath, he set to work. Lacking a measuring tool, he used his own arm as a guide. He employed the length of his forearm as a fundamental unit of measurement, marking the spots for the mortises with a sharp stone shard. Without a chalk line, he fashioned a slender vine, soaked in the dark juice of a particular plant, and, after stretching it taut with the help of a companion, snapped it to leave a somewhat blurred yet straight reference line upon the rough bark. Lacking a drill bit, he aimed the sharpest stone chisel at the center of the mortise, using another stone as a hammer to strike, again and again, tirelessly pounding away. Thud, thud, thud. The dull yet rhythmic sound of the strikes became the sole melody in this woodland. Wood shavings flew, and beads of sweat trickled down. This task demanded immense patience and precision. Stone tools were far less controllable than metal ones, and a slight miscalculation in force could lead to cracks in the mortise, rendering the entire log useless. Thus, he was compelled to design the mortises larger, which might appear somewhat unsightly. Yet, in the midst of survival on this desolate island, aesthetic concerns were secondary. Moliang remained wholly focused, his gaze fixated on the mortise, his world reduced to the sound of stone meeting wood. Although the previous wooden framework also employed a mortise and tenon structure, it lacked standardization. At that time, the goal was merely functionality. This time, perhaps due to the presence of someone he cared for, he sought to create something better and more stable, prompting deeper contemplation. Not far away, by a gentle stream, Su Muqing was equally engaged in her tasks. She refrained from disturbing Moliang, fully aware that in the midst of such meticulous work, even the slightest distraction could prove fatal. Following the plan, she scoured the forest for suitable vines. It wasn't long before she discerned the variety of vines available. The rough-skinned ones, exceeding the diameter of her finger, were known as strength vines. She murmured to herself, as if taking notes, noting their exceptional resilience. Though they softened when wet, they would shrink tighter once dry, making them ideal for binding beams and reinforcing structures. Conversely, the smooth, slender, and flexible vines were termed tendon vines. She picked up another variety, slightly less robust, but possessing remarkable flexibility, suitable for weaving akin to hemp rope, to be used for binding secondary structures or crafting nets. Such was the meticulousness of a medical student. In her eyes, these plants transcended mere flora. They were materials endowed with distinct characteristics and applications. She immersed the collected vines in the stream's water, then, using a smooth stone, She meticulously pounded them to break down their internal woody fibers, rendering them softer and more pliable for binding. Days later, when Moliang finally chiseled out the first, albeit rough, mortise and tenon joint on a pillar and a beam, he exclaimed with exhilaration, "Su Muqing." She rushed over, her gaze filled with anticipation as she beheld the two wooden components poised to unite. This was the inaugural joining of their new home. Moliang ascended the secured pillar, mustering all his strength to slowly lift the heavy beam. Below, Su Muqing anxiously monitored the angles, offering reminders from time to time. A bit higher shift, left slightly good. Now, with his muscles taut and veins prominent, Moliang let out a low growl as he meticulously aligned the tenon with the mortise. With a gentle yet melodious sound of friction, the tenon nestled perfectly into the mortise. The vine, Moliang showed that. Su Muqing promptly tossed him a prepared vine, soaked and beaten. He received it and, at the junction, employed a unique knot that tightened with each pull, binding it securely in a dozen loops, ultimately tucking the vines end firmly into the crevice. Success! They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting an uncontainable joy. In the days that followed, their harmonious collaboration continued in this manner. Moliang took charge of chiseling, transporting, and constructing, while Su Muqing assisted, handed tools, and tied knots. Often, exhaustion rendered them speechless, yet a mere glance or gesture sufficed to convey their intentions. When Moliang perspired profusely atop the wooden frame, Su Muqing would silently present a broad leaf, cradling refreshing stream water. Conversely, if a vine grazed her finger, Moliang would immediately pause his work, using his calloused hands to tenderly tend to her wound. This unspoken understanding and trust forged through shared labor proved more enduring than any words could express. As evening descended by the fire, both were weary and sore from their exertions. Su Muqing genti rubit her aching shoulders, her brais furovit. Moliang observed her, hesitating briefly before moving closer to sit behind her. "Let me help you." Before she could respond, his calloused hands, worn from toil, enveloped her slender shoulders. Instantly, she stiffened. An unfamiliar warmth radiating through her thin garment made her uneasy. "No, I can manage," she instinctively protested. "Stay still." Moliang's voice was low and firm. "You need to handle the vines tomorrow. Shoulder pain will hinder your efficiency." He presented an undeniably valid rationale. Su Muqing jasit herstrugle. Moliang's technique was rather clumsy, far from professional. He simply employed the purest strength to press against her sore muscles, one firm push after another. The pressure was somewhat intense, even tinged with a hint of pain. Yet, it was this awkward yet powerful kneading that seemed to gradually extract the weariness she had accumulated throughout the day. Su Muqing's tense body began to relax under his ministrations. She leaned against the wooden pillar behind her, closed her eyes, and savored the strange sense of reassurance that those large hands provided. The flickering flames danced upon them, elongating their shadows, which intertwined in a harmonious embrace. In the air, only the crackling of burning firewood and the steady rhythm of their breathing could be heard. This pure, unadulterated physical contact deepened their bond in an unspoken atmosphere of intimacy. After several days of arduous toil, at last, in the waning light of the setting sun, the walls and structural beams of the wooden cabin were fully erected. A robust wooden frame, soaring 3 meters high and covering nearly 20 square meters, stood proudly beneath the sun, exuding the fragrant aroma of fresh timber and a reassuring sense of strength. Moliang and Su Muqing stood before this masterpiece, a testament to their countless sweat and wisdom, filled with an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. Yet, they both understood that this was merely the beginning. A far more daunting and crucial challenge awaited them: the roofing. Chapter 19. While a robust framework addressed the issue of stability, yet a true home necessitates the resolution of the dilemma of rain leakage. The roofing became the most formidable and pivotal challenge confronting the two. Using thatch and bark, Moliang gazed up at the intricate network of wooden beams overhead and proposed the most straightforward and primal solution. "We shall gather an ample supply of thatch, layer it upon layer, then compress it with large pieces of bark, finally securing it with vines." This was the most pragmatic approach he could conceive. However, The previously silent Su Muqing shook her head. No, she stated, her tone calm and resolute, akin to dismissing an erroneous treatment plan in a hospital. This proposal harbored a fatal flaw. Moliang turned to her. This is not a temperate zone. It is tropical. Su Muqing's gaze was clear and piercing, imbued with scientific rigor. The rain here did not merely drizzle. It poured torrentially. A simple thatch roof could withstand at most 2 or 3 downpours before beginning to rot. She paused, emphasizing each word with precision. Rotting vegetation breeds an abundance of mold and parasites. Sleeping beneath it, we would inhale spores, precipitating severe respiratory diseases. Furthermore, a damp environment serves as a breeding ground for all pathogens. All our prior efforts would be rendered futile by a leaky roof. Mo Liang's heart sank. He had only considered shelter from the rain, neglecting the long-term health implications. Su Muqing's words doused his burgeoning optimism like a bucket of cold water. Yet they also invigorated his awareness. Indeed, they were not constructing a temporary shelter, but a home that would enable them to live safely and healthily for the long term. What shall we do? He inquired humbly. Su Muqing furrowed her brow, pondering without immediate response. This question transcended her medical expertise. Was there truly no perfect solution? We must find a material that is both waterproof and resistant to decay, Mo Liang murmured, following her line of thought. The two fell into silence. The following day, their search for new materials commenced under a weighty atmosphere. They walked downstream along the creek, meticulously observing the landscape, reshaped by the recent storm. As they traversed a newly carved gully formed by a flash flood, Su Muqing suddenly halted. Mo Liang, look here. Following her direction, Mo Liang beheld a substantial patch of dark red soil, starkly contrasting with the surrounding black earth, revealed on the gully's side. Approaching, he scooped a handful. The soil was fine and exhibited a unique stickiness, easily moldable with a gentle squeeze. Is this clay? Mo Liang's eyes lit up, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. As an environmental engineering student, he understood precisely what this entailed. Clay is one of the cornerstones of human civilization. It can be utilized to create pottery, addressing the challenges of water storage and cooking. It can also serve to reinforce walls and seal gaps. Even a remarkably audacious idea surged simultaneously in the minds of him and Su Muqing. The two exchanged a sudden glance, and in each other's eyes, they beheld the same spark of inspiration. Tiles. They almost exclaimed this word in unison. We can mold the clay into the shape of tiles and then fire them. At that moment, Su Muqing's thoughts completely blossomed, her speech rapid with excitement. The fired clay would lose moisture, becoming solid and entirely waterproof. Not only that, Su Muqing added enthusiastically, we can mix chopped straw into the clay. The fibers will carbonize during the firing process, yet within the clay. They will create countless tiny pores and a network structure, akin to the reinforcement in reinforced concrete, significantly enhancing the mud tile's toughness and preventing them from cracking during firing or use. This concept, like a bolt of lightning piercing the darkness, instantaneously illuminated all their predicaments. They had discovered it, the perfect solution. Although the tiles produced by primitive methods would undoubtedly lack the hardness of modern industrial tiles, they would suffice to cover a 20-square-meter roof. The two no longer hesitated and immediately set to work. Employing enormous shells and wooden boards as tools, they tirelessly transported the precious red clay back to the camp. The subsequent tasks were tedious and repetitive. Mixing the clay with chopped straw, they repeatedly pounded and kneaded until the clay became uniform and resilient. Then came the shaping. They pressed the clay onto smooth stone slabs, using wooden boards to trim the edges, crafting square tiles of similar size, approximately 2 centimeters thick. Seizing the moment, they also fashioned several bowl-shaped clay pieces and 2 large jars for water storage. As hundreds of tiles and a few clay pieces dried in the sunlight, gradually transitioning from deep red to a light earthy hue, the final and most crucial step arrived, firing. They selected a wind-sheltered earthen slope and excavated a simple updraft kiln. Below was the fire chamber, with a few sturdy hardwoods constructed into a lattice in the middle, and above was the chamber for stacking the tiles. Once all the tiles and clay pieces were cautiously arranged in the chamber, and the top sealed with earth, leaving only a vent for smoke. Both their hearts raced with trepidation. It felt like a grand gamble, wagering all their intellect, sweat, and hopes for the future. "I will start the fire." Moliang took a deep breath and placed the burning torch into the fire chamber of the kiln. The roaring flames instantly blazed within the confined space, casting a crimson glow across the inner walls of the earthen kiln. They continuously fed dry wood into the fire chamber, ensuring the flames burned fiercely throughout the night. It was a long and agonizing process. They were uncertain if the temperature within the kiln was adequate, unsure if the tiles would shatter under the intense heat, and oblivious to whether they would ultimately be met with success or yet another heap of shattered clay. They stood vigil by the kiln, sleepless throughout the night. At last, by midday the following day, when all the firewood had been consumed and the kiln ceased to exhale warmth, the moment of judgment arrived. They exchanged a glance, both recognizing the tension mirrored in each other's eyes. Moliang cautiously employed a long wooden stick to gradually clear away the earth and stones sealing the kiln's mouth. A wave of heat, tinged with the scent of scorched earth, surged forth. When the scene within the kiln finally unfolded before them, they held their breath in anticipation. Although shards were not strewn about, at least half of the pieces had succumbed to breakage. The neatly stacked clay tiles retained most of their original shapes, yet their hue had transformed from a dusty yellow to a rustic, steadfast reddish-brown. Trembling, Moliang reached out, undeterred by the astonishing residual heat, and retrieved one. It was scorching to the touch, yet its weight and texture felt profoundly tangible. He gently tapped it with his fingers. A crisp, metallic sound resonated through the stillness of the forest. That sound was like a celestial melody. They had succeeded. They had truly triumphed. "We have prevailed, Su Muching. We have succeeded." Moliang could no longer contain the elation bubbling within him. He turned, arms wide open, and fiercely embraced the astonished Su Muching, drawing her tightly into his embrace. The force of his joy momentarily deprived her of breath, yet she did not struggle. She buried her face in his broad chest, drenched in sweat and the aroma of smoke, feeling the wild heartbeat within him, like a war drum. In that instant, all tension, fatigue, and worry transformed into a tremendous, searing joy, and tears flowed uncontrollably. This was not a moment of ambiguous affection. It was the pure, fervent sharing and celebration between comrades who had triumphed in a grueling battle. Afterward, they tirelessly experimented with various timings, forging ahead while the clay was still warm, and by midday had mastered the firing process to produce sufficient tiles. When the final tile was secured to the wooden beam of the roof with resilient, soaked vines, a true home was finally completed, standing side by side beneath the eaves of their new abode. They gazed up at the rugged yet remarkably sturdy red roof they had crafted with their own hands. The sunlight was kept at bay, casting a soothing shade that brought a sense of peace. From that moment onward, they had finally acquired a sanctuary that could genuinely shield them from the winds and rains, offering absolute safety, a home. Chapter 20. Home. As the first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the small window on the eastern wall of the wooden cabin, illuminating the floor below, both Moliang and Su Muching opened their eyes simultaneously. They were not sleeping on the ground, but rather on a makeshift bed, precariously constructed from wooden planks and wrought tan, elevated 30 centimeters above the earth. This marked their joyous relocation. Last night had been their first true night beneath a roof since arriving on this island. Outside lay an expanse of inky darkness, punctuated by the chirping of insects and the distant howls of unknown beasts. Yet all of this was kept at bay by the sturdy wooden walls and the thick, earthen-tiled roof. In its place was an unprecedented sense of absolute security, allowing their bodies to relax completely. Gone were the fears of wind and rain, as well as the worries of snakes and insects. "Good morning," Su Muching said, turning to gaze at the man lying beside her, who had also just awakened. A gentle smile, one she was unaware of, graced her cool features. "Good morning," Moliang replied, his voice laced with the languor of sleep. They had moved all their belongings, bamboo tubes filled with herbs and a few freshly fired ceramic pots, into this modest 20 square meter space. The house was still quite rudimentary. The walls were composed of clay mixed with grass fibers, and the floor was merely compacted earth. However, this was their home. Su Muqing began to exhibit her innate femininity and love for life. She meticulously washed the most successful of the ceramic pots, designating one for storing precious drinking water and placing the other by the fire as a cooking pot. She even crafted their first set of utensils from two large, smoothly polished scallop shells, creating two natural bowls. Additionally, she dried some fragrant herbs and flowers she had foraged, binding them with slender vines into a small bouquet and hanging it in the corner of the room. Instantly, the space, filled with the earthy scents of wood and soil, was infused with a hint of poetic fragrance belonging to life. Meanwhile, Moliang began to fulfill his promise. He sourced several straight, sturdy wooden beams and, using a stone axe and chisel, clumsily yet earnestly began to construct a proper bed for Su Muqing. This would not be the communal sleeping arrangement they had shared before, but rather a bed solely for her, complete with a headboard and footboard, an authentic bed in every sense. They worked in harmony, one refining the interior while the other organized the exterior. There was little conversation, yet the air was thick with a warm, unspoken understanding. Evening arrived. To celebrate the completion of their new home and to reward themselves for their hard work over the past few days, they decided to host a small feast for just the two of them. Moliang ventured to the seaside and, with luck, returned with a hefty 3-pound blue crab. Su Muqing, on the other hand, had discovered a tuber that bore a texture reminiscent of taro. She cleaned and cut it into pieces. When the brand-new ceramic pot was first placed over the fire, as the vibrant blue crabs and tender tubers tumbled together within, and as the rich, white broth, infused with the essence of seafood and fragrant herbs, began to bubble, a feeling known as happiness spontaneously blossomed within their hearts. They were no longer primitive beings, subsisting on raw flesh. They had a home, a pot, a bowl, and were savoring a steaming dinner through the art of cooking. This marked a return to civilization. Su Muqing, with a shell bowl, ladled a generous serving of rich soup for Moliang. Moliang, using a stone knife, pried open the succulent, crimson body of the large crab and placed its finest morsels into Su Muqing's bowl. "Eat more. You've lost weight," he urged. "So have you," she replied, lowering her gaze and gently blowing at the steam rising from her bowl. The two sat on the threshold of their new home, basking in the golden glow of the setting sun, relishing the most sumptuous, civilized, and blissful meal they had ever shared on the island. They lingered over their meal, engaging in conversation and planning for the future. "Tomorrow, I'll prepare your bed," Moliang said, gazing tenderly at the woman illuminated by the twilight. "In a few days, we shall craft a table and 2 chairs." "Indeed," Su Muqing responded, her eyes curving into a delightful crescent. "We will also need more ceramic pots for storing food and sea salt. Furthermore, I came across a method for making soap online. I wish to experiment with plant ash and animal fat to create the most primitive soap." At that moment, life seemed to unfurl before them, revealing a beautiful tapestry filled with boundless hope. They were brimming with visions of the future. However, just as this warm atmosphere reached its zenith, ding-dong, the cold, emotionless, melodious voice belonging to the system resounded unexpectedly in Moliang's mind, echoing like a thunderclap. Monthly companion summoning system activated. Energy fully restored. A new partner is approaching. Summoning countdown, 24 hours. In an instant, the smile on Moliang's face became utterly frozen. The words, "We still need a wardrobe," lodged painfully in his throat, silenced forever. The world around them seemed to be muted. The evening breeze continued to be gentle. The fire remained warm, and Su Muqing's smile was still enchanting. Yet at that moment, Moliang's heart plummeted into a cold abyss. He nearly forgot that the cozy world, built through their shared sweat and ingenuity, was fated to be shattered from the very beginning. Su Muqing's perceptiveness was remarkable. She almost instantly sensed the sudden rigidity in the man beside her and the change in his expression. The genuine smile that had adorned his face vanished, replaced by an expression she had never witnessed before, one of profound complexity, shock, resistance, confusion, and even a hint of fear. "What's wrong?" She paused in her descriptions of the future, her clear eyes filled with concern as she softly inquired. Mowgli opened his mouth, only to find his throat parched and dry. How should he express himself? How could he convey to the woman before him, with whom he had forged a profound bond and built a home, that tomorrow, an entirely unfamiliar third party, whose intentions remained uncertain, would intrude upon their sanctuary? And this time, what manner of individual would the system summon forth? Chapter 21. Confession. What happened? Su Muqing's voice was soft, yet it struck like a stone thrown into the turbulent waters of Moliang's heart. The campfire flickered, casting a warm glow upon her delicate and concerned visage. The steaming bowl of crab meat soup lingered in her hands, emanating an enticing aroma. Everything remained as beautiful as it had been mere moments ago. However, Moliang understood that something had irrevocably shattered. The color drained rapidly from his face. His lips moved but produced no sound. To lie? To concoct a tale about suddenly recalling something dreadful? No, that thought flickered for an instant before he extinguished it himself. He could deceive anyone, yet he could not lie to the woman before him. Their trust had been forged amidst the ruins of a stormy night, in the sweat of building a wooden shelter, and in the thick smoke of firing clay tiles, each drop of life and sweat contributing to this bond. It was a treasure more precious than food or water in this dire predicament. Once fractured, it could never be mended. He had to confess. Taking a deep breath, Moliang set down the shell bowl and rose to his feet. His movements were somewhat stiff, his expression bearing an unprecedented gravity. Su Muqing, come with me. Su Muqing regarded him, refraining from further questions, silently placing her bowl down and standing to follow him. Moliang did not look back, striding straight towards the coastline. They walked in silence, one following the other through the woodland path they had carved with their own hands. The night breeze whispered through the treetops, creating a rustling sound akin to suppressed murmurs. An oppressive atmosphere silently spread between them. They finally halted on the familiar beach, Moliang's place of arrival. The waves tirelessly caressed the shore, rolling in with white foam before receding gently. Moliang turned to face Su Muqing. Under the moonlight, her eyes sparkled like two clear springs, vividly reflecting his pale and tormented face. Do you remember when you first arrived and asked me why I was here? Moliang's voice was hoarse, tinged with bitterness. Su Muqing nodded. I will now reveal the answer. He closed his eyes, as if summoning all his strength, and began to articulate the miraculous secret that lay hidden deep within his heart, word by word. I possess a system that can randomly summon a female companion each month. You are the first person it has summoned. Just moments ago, the system notified me that in 24 hours, it will initiate a second summoning. This means that at this time tomorrow, another person will join us in our home. Having uttered these words, Moliang felt as though all his energy had been drained. He fixed his gaze upon Su Muqing's face, awaiting the impending judgment. He had envisioned all possible reactions she might have: shock, doubt, anger, even fear. Perhaps she would think him utterly insane. However, Su Muqing's reaction completely exceeded his expectations. After an initial shock, characterized by the rapid constriction of her pupils, she neither screamed nor recoiled. She merely stood there in silence, her brow furrowed tightly. Her eyes, those of surgeon, imbued with an extraordinary rationality, flashing with intensity. She was analyzing, employing her scientifically and logically trained mind to frantically process this information, one capable of appending her worldview. An interminable, suffocating silence ensued. Just when Moliang was on the verge of succumbing to this oppressive quiet, Su Muqing finally spoke. Her voice bore a subtle tremor, yet every word she uttered was chillingly composed. Random? Moliang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodding in affirmation. Yes, random. Does it possess any other functions apart from summoning, such as providing resources or issuing tasks? Su Muqing inquired further. No, nothing at all. Moliang shook his head. It solely facilitates the transportation of individuals before vanishing, awaiting the next summoning. Does this process inflict any harm upon you or the summoned individuals? As far as I can tell, no. Su Muqing fell into silence once more. She appeared to be conducting an intricate surgery, wielding an invisible scalpel to meticulously dissect this bewildering phenomenon, layer by layer, in search of its core logic. She did not question the veracity of the situation, for she herself was the most direct and irrefutable evidence of its authenticity. Nor did she reproach Moliang for his concealment, as she could envision how difficult it would be to divulge such a secret to a stranger. What she perceived was the profound anxiety, helplessness, and fear reflected in Moliang's bloodshot eyes. Suddenly, she understood. He was not the master of this enigmatic system. He too was a victim, or rather, a mere pawn manipulated by this system, much like herself. With this realization, the final ripple of betrayal within Su Muqing's heart settled completely. She slowly took a step closer to Moliang. Under his tense gaze, she extended her hand and gently grasped his cold, stiff hand, which had grown rigid from tension. Her touch was soft, imbued with a slight chill, yet it felt like a warm current that instantly dispelled all of Moliang's coldness and unease. I understand now. Su Muqing lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes clear and resolute. No matter what occurs next, we shall face it together. Now we are two. Moliang stared at her, captivated by the unwavering trust and absence of disdain in her eyes, feeling his heart struck by a warm sensation. He had envisioned countless possibilities, yet he had never anticipated that such words would greet him. The invisible wall, constructed of secrets between them, crumbled in that moment with a resounding collapse. What replaced it was an unprecedented and absolute trust, allowing one to completely surrender their back to the other. Thank you. All the words in the world ultimately coalesced into these two characters. The two did not return to the wooden cabin. Instead, they sat side by side on the beach throughout the night. Neither spoke a word. They simply listened to the gentle waves, awaiting the unknown dawn and the impending arrival of a new companion yet to be discovered. Gradually, a hint of pearly white appeared on the horizon. The moment of summons had arrived. Chapter 22. Xiaolan as the first rays of dawn pierced the horizon, casting a golden glow upon the sandy shore. An extraordinary event unfolded. Without any forewarning, a pearlescent beam of light descended silently from the heavens, precisely illuminating the beach within a mere 50 meters of the two individuals. The radiance was not blinding, yet it emanated an undeniable, supernatural force. At that moment, both Moliang and Su Muqing felt their hearts leap to their throats. They rose to their feet, standing side by side, anxiously gazing at the luminous column. The beam persisted for approximately 10 seconds before fading abruptly, as if an invisible hand had extinguished its source, becoming dim, transparent, and ultimately vanishing into the air. In its place stood a figure, a woman. Montag Liang's pupils dilated instantaneously. She was strikingly different from Su Muqing's intellectual and serene beauty. The newcomer sported a sleek, black bob, her facial features sharply defined, exuding an air of confidence. She donned a black athletic tank top and matching tactical pants that accentuated her muscular physique, brimming with explosive power. Particularly captivating were her eyes, keen and composed, reminiscent of a hawk soaring high above, radiating a cold, scrutinizing glimmer. Almost concurrently with the dissipating light, she had crouched low, her body taut like a bowstring, adopting a standard defensive stance for combat. Her reaction time was astonishingly swift, defying the bounds of normalcy. "Where's this place? Who are you?" The chilling voice resonated, devoid of any emotion, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. An overwhelming sense of threat permeated the air. Instinctively, Moliang stepped back half a pace, guiding Su Muqing behind him, while he advanced slightly, raising his hands with palms outward, signaling his lack of hostility. Drawing from past experiences, he maintained a greater composure this time. "Do not be alarmed. We mean you no harm." Montag Liang spoke steadily, endeavoring to instill a sense of trust through his calm demeanor. "This is a deserted island, and like you, we have been forcibly transported here by a mysterious force, or what one might refer to as a system." He gestured towards Su Muqing. "This is Su Muqing. She was the first to arrive. I am Moliang, having come a month prior. You are the second to arrive, just now." There were no convoluted explanations, merely the essential information. The woman before them, Xiaolan, did not respond immediately. Her gaze, akin to the most precise scanner, swiftly assessed both Moliang and Su Muqing, taking in their worn, tattered clothing and Moliang's rough stone axe, before finally resting on the outline of a rudimentary yet structurally sound wooden cabin at the edge of the dense forest. All environmental clues corroborated Moliang's words. After a few seconds, her taut form relaxed slightly, yet the sharp vigilance remained undiminished. She gradually straightened, standing taller than Su Muqing at approximately 175 centimeters, poised like a blade drawn from its sheath. She did not inquire further about the incomprehensible system, nor did she succumb to shock and panic like an ordinary person might. As one accustomed to traversing the precipice of life and death, she placed her faith solely in her own judgment and prioritized the most pragmatic concerns. The reality was that she had arrived in an unfamiliar wilderness. Before her stood two seemingly seasoned individuals who had evidently been residing there for some time. That was sufficient. She understood. With 3 simple words, she accepted this premise. Then, with her keen gaze fixed upon Moliang, she posed a question that weighed most heavily on her mind. Where are the food, water source, and shelter? What immediate threats lurk in the vicinity? Chapter 23. The trap Xiaolan's inquiries were direct and precise, much like her persona, void of any superfluous embellishments. A chill coursed through Mo Liang's heart as he instantly recognized that he was confronted with an individual starkly distinct from Su Muqing. If Su Muqing's reasoning was anchored in science and healing, then the logic of the woman before him was entirely rooted in survival and combat. Come this way, Mo Liang urged, suppressing his inner musings as he gestured to guide them. The shelter and fresh water are within the woods. I shall lead you there. He walked ahead, with Su Muqing and Xiao Lan trailing behind. The narrow path leading to the wooden cabin was one that Mo Liang and Su Muqing had painstakingly forged together. For convenience's sake, they had nearly carved a straight passage through the foliage. However, they had scarcely traversed 20 meters when Xiao Lan's icy voice pierced the air. Stop! Mo Liang and Su Muqing halted, turning back to see Xiao Lan crouched on the ground, her fingers pinching a handful of soil, her gaze measuring the straight path before them like a ruler. This path was created by you? She inquired. Indeed. Is there a problem? Montauk Liang replied, somewhat perplexed. Xiao Lan stood, brushing the dirt from her hands, her expression devoid of mockery, instead exhibiting a cold detachment as she stated, this is not merely a path. It is an invitation, a conspicuous invitation that leads directly from the beach to your lair. Any creature with a modicum of sense, or others, could easily follow it to find you. A cold sweat broke out along Mo Liang's back. He and Su Muqing had considered only the convenience of passage and had never contemplated the implications of tracing and counter-tracing a path. From now on, we must utilize different, winding routes when entering and exiting the camp, and we must learn to erase any traces we leave behind, Xiao Lan concluded tersely before resuming her stride. The atmosphere had grown somewhat grave. Su Muqing cast a glance at Mo Liang, her eyes reflecting a hint of concern, yet more so, a dawning realization. They had only just resolved their immediate survival issues. Perhaps by sheer fortune, they had not encountered any large animals. Yet this did not assure them of safety from such threats. Before long, the wooden cabin, their proud abode, freshly completed, came into view. A brook babbled nearby, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting a serene and peaceful ambience. Just as Mo Liang intended to extol their accomplishment, Xiao Lan halted once more, her gaze now directed at the brook that served as their lifeline. The water source is perilously close to the camp, she frowned. All creatures require water, particularly nocturnal predators. We have essentially built our home adjacent to their dining hall and bathing area. This is exceedingly dangerous. Despite this, Mo Liang attempted to defend their position. I have been here for 2 months and have yet to encounter any large wildlife. Moreover, this brook is extensive. I have walked for quite some time without reaching its end, only noting 3 tributaries converging at my stopping point. Moreover, for us newcomers, there is no surplus left for food and survival. You make a valid point, yet it does not imply the absence of formidable beasts in this land, does it? Subsequently, Xiao Lan's gaze shifted to the wooden cabin itself. It stood as the greatest pride of Moliang and Su Muqing, a robust fortress constructed through meticulous joinery and their laborious sweat. However, in Xiaolan's eyes, it appeared entirely different. The structure was indeed solid, sufficient to withstand the elements. She initially acknowledged this, yet her tone swiftly became piercingly sharp. In terms of defense, it resembled a perfectly designed coffin. There exists no secondary escape route. Should the entrance become obstructed, you would find yourselves trapped like fish in a barrel. The surrounding area is far too open, devoid of even a sharpened stake. Anything could approach your walls without impediment. Each word she uttered was incisive, striking at the very core of their false sense of security. Crafted from the warmth of their home, exposing the gory reality beneath, riddled with vulnerabilities. Mo Yang's complexion paled slightly. His prideful knowledge and design appeared so juvenile and fragile before a true expert. Su Muqing silently stepped forward, offering a warm bowl of crab soup, served in a shell. To the weary Xiaolan, "Please have a drink. Your name is Xiaolan, correct?" Her gesture alleviated the oppressive tension in the air. Xiaolan glanced at her, accepted the shell bowl, and drank it down in one go. The warmth and saltiness of the soup allowed her taut body to relax a fraction. "Thank you," she murmured. The three entered the wooden cabin. Xiaolan's gaze swiftly scanned everything within: clay pots, stone tools, and the dried flowers hanging in the corner. Lastly, she focused on the meager remnants of food by the fire. "Is this all you have for sustenance?" "Primarily fish and crabs caught from a sea, along with some edible roots and tubers," Mo Liang answered candidly. "Insufficient." Xiaolan shook her head, her tone brooking no argument. "The caloric and protein content is woefully inadequate. This diet will only sustain your existence. Should you require high-intensity physical exertion, such as fighting or fleeing, your bodies would fail within 10 minutes. She returned the shell bowl to Su Muqing, fixing her keen gaze upon Mo Liang. "We need meat, real meat from terrestrial mammals. Hand me your stone axe, and gather some sturdy vines." This time, Mo Liang hesitated not at all. He promptly passed over his most reliable stone axe, while Su Muqing quickly procured a bundle of prepared vines. Xiaolan spoke no further, seizing the tools and exiting the wooden cabin. Mo Liang and Su Muqing exchanged a glance and immediately followed suit. They observed as Xiaolan did not venture deep into the jungle, but halted at the transitional zone between their familiar campsite and the forest. She carefully examined the ground, soon discovering a faint animal trail worn by frequent passage. "This is the place." She pointed to a small tree, as thick as a wrist and brimming with elasticity, beside the beast path, and commenced her lesson. The creation of traps hinges on three pivotal elements: camouflage, bait, and instantaneous lethality. Her movements were swift and precise. First, she severed the top of the small tree with a stone axe, then forcefully pulled the entire tree downward to test its resilience. Its elasticity was sufficient. Next, she picked up two sturdy branches and deftly whittled them with her stone axe. In no time, a simple yet exquisitely intricate four-shaped trigger took form in her hands. This was the most rudimentary gravity-triggered device, utilizing leverage and friction for stabilization. As she worked, she explained in the most succinct language. Subsequently, she grasped a vine, skillfully tying a slip knot at the end to create a sufficiently large noose. She securely fastened the other end of the noose to the top of the bent tree. The final step was installation. She anchored the bent trunk with the trigger to the ground, then cautiously positioned the lethal vine noose in the center of the beast path, meticulously camouflaging all traces of human intervention with surrounding fallen leaves and loose soil. From a distance, this place bore no distinction from an ordinary woodland. However, any creature, regardless of size, that passed through here and triggered the mechanism would cause the restrained trunk to spring back violently. The vine noose would tighten with tremendous force, ensnaring the prey's leg in midair. The entire process flowed seamlessly, imbued with a primal yet efficient beauty. Moliang and Su Muqing stood nearby, astounded. They finally comprehended that their previously touted survival skills were mere child's play in the presence of a true expert. "All right," Xiaolan clapped her hands now. "Let us return and await our bounty." Yet, They did not even have to wait until dusk. In the afternoon, a piercing, suppressed scream of an animal echoed from the direction of the trap. The three immediately sprang into action. They beheld the small tree suddenly snap upright, the resilient vine taut and straight. At the end, a large, sleek-furred creature resembling a bamboo rat dangled helplessly in the air, struggling futilely. Xiaolan's gaze remained unperturbed. She stepped forward, her stone axe descending cleanly to end the prey as suffering. That evening, the campfire blazed brighter than ever before. Strips of skinless, neatly cut meat sizzled on wooden skewers, crackling under the flames, releasing an unprecedentedly rich and intoxicating aroma of meat. For the first time on this island, Moliang and Su Muqing savored true roasted meat. The energy, laden with fats and proteins, slid down their throats into their stomachs, swiftly dispelling the weariness and weakness that had long accumulated within their bodies. An unparalleled sense of satisfaction and vigor surged through their limbs and core. Su Muqing gazed at the silent Xiaolan beside her, who was intently gnawing on roasted meat while vigilantly surveying the surrounding darkness. A tumult of emotions surged within her. Suddenly, she realized that the presence of this woman was not a threat, but rather a boon, a precious gift bestowed upon the two survivors by that cursed system. It was a sharp knife, one that could truly enable their survival in this perilous existence. Chapter 24. Crisis. The success of the traps significantly bolstered the confidence of Moliang and Su Muqing. In the following days, Xiaolan led them to set up 3 similar elastic noose traps around the camp in various locations, yielding bountiful results. Although they no longer experienced the same fortune as on the first day, they managed to capture wild rabbits or other small rodents intermittently. These stable sources of protein visibly restored the trio's physical vitality. Mo Liang felt his arms grow stronger as he wielded the stone axe, while Su Muqing's complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. Life in the camp seemed to be progressing towards a brighter future. However, Xiaolan was not content. These small creatures could only be considered snacks. One evening, while processing a freshly caught rabbit, she deftly used her finely sharpened stone knife to cut open the creature's chest and abdomen without looking up, stating, "Their meat is too scant. It is insufficient for us to store fat to cope with unforeseen circumstances, such as injuries or extreme weather." Her gaze swept over Mo Liang and Su Muqing. "We must conduct proactive reconnaissance and hunting to ascertain the food chain of this jungle and discover truly valuable large game." This proposal made Mo Liang's heart race. Proactive hunting meant leaving the safety of the camp and venturing into the unknown jungle, directly confronting the lurking dangers. Yet, Xiaolan's words left him with no rebuttal. They could not rely solely on the meager sustenance provided by traps. "I concur," Mo Liang nodded. "It is indeed time for us to deepen our understanding of our surroundings." "I will remain at the camp," Su Muqing volunteered. She was acutely aware of her limitations. Her stamina could not keep pace, and her presence in the wild would only be a burden. "I will handle food preparation, check our herbal reserves, and safeguard our home." The trio swiftly reached a consensus. The following morning, Mo Liang set out with water and a spare stone axe, while Xiaolan carried only a wooden spear she had crafted and carbonized herself. The two ventured into the dense jungle, one leading and the other following. This time, they did not take any well-trodden animal paths. Xiaolan moved ahead with the grace of a vigilant feline, her footsteps light, while her eyes scanned the surroundings like a radar, absorbing every detail. As they delved deeper, the light in the forest grew dimmer. Towering trees obscured the sky, and the scent of damp, decaying leaves mingled with the earthy odor of soil, permeating the air. After approximately an hour of walking, Xiaolan suddenly halted and raised her hand. Mo Liang immediately stopped, instinctively lowering his body and scanning the area with caution. Xiaolan did not turn back. She merely crouched down and pointed to the ground. Mo Liang leaned in closer, his pupils dilating in shock. Before him lay a patch of severely disturbed earth. Several shrubs, as thick as a bowl, were uprooted and toppled by a tremendous force, revealing fresh soil and severed roots beneath. The earth bore unmistakable, massive hoof prints, larger than Moliang's fist. "This is," Malang's voice faltered slightly. A wild boar, Xiao Lan uttered, her expression more serious than ever. She prodded a pile of black, fibrous droppings with the tip of her wooden spear. And it is quite large indeed. Taking a deep breath, Malang steeled himself. As an environmental engineering student, he was acutely aware of what the presence of large wild boars in the wilderness signified. They are omnivorous creatures, notoriously aggressive and highly territorial. An adult wild boar, in a frenzied state, can charge with the force of a slow-moving motorcycle, and its sharp tusks can easily rend the flesh of any beast, including humans. Was it merely passing through, or does it reside nearby? Malang inquired, his voice lowered. Xiao Lan rose, her gaze penetrating the depths of the jungle. The freshness of the tracks indicated they were left just yesterday. And look, she pointed to the ground beneath several large trees, where dirt and fur remained from its scratching, standing above my waist. This suggests it has claimed this area as its territory. This conclusion weighed heavily on Malang's heart. The threat of a formidable predator loomed close to their encampment. The two decided against venturing further and quietly retraced their steps back. Upon hearing the news from Moliang, Su Muqing's face drained of color. "Do we have to relocate?" she asked, gazing at the wooden cabin they had built with their own hands, filled with reluctance. This place represented countless hours of effort, their sole refuge. "Relocation is not the best solution," Xiao Lan countered decisively, her tone cold. "We have no idea how vast this island is. No one can guarantee that a new location will be free of other wild boars or even more perilous creatures. Evading the problem will not resolve it." Her gaze swept across Moliang and Su Muqing's faces. "The only solution is to eliminate it." The air in the cabin thickened instantly. "No," Su Muqing blurted out instinctively. As a doctor, she had witnessed too many gruesome injuries resulting from accidents. She could not fathom confronting a several hundred-pound beast armed only with their rudimentary stone tools and wooden spears. That is far too dangerous. If any of us were to sustain serious injuries, it would be fatal here. I strongly oppose provoking it. This marked the first stark disagreement within the team. Su Muqing's concerns were entirely reasonable, rooted in the safety of the group. Yet, Xiaolan's logic remained equally straightforward and unyielding. Danger loomed, unwavering in its presence. It would not dissipate simply because we chose not to provoke it. She gazed at Su Muqing, articulating each word with gravity. It posed a threat, yet simultaneously, it embodied an opportunity. A mature wild boar signified at least 200 pounds of meat. When properly cured through smoking, this bounty could sustain the three of us through a month of food scarcity. Moreover, its hide represented a vast, unblemished pelt. Once tanned, it could be fashioned into protective gear, clothing, or even footwear. Its tusks and bones offered materials far sturdier than wooden spears. To slay it would grant us survival. To allow it to roam free would invite an unknown, impending doom. Xiao Lan's words struck Moliang's heart like a heavy hammer. He understood the validity in the perspectives of both women. Su Muqing stood for steadiness, while Xiao Lan embodied ambition. Yet in this wilderness, often one finds themselves devoid of choices. Before Moliang could reach a final decision, the threat arrived unbidden. That very night, as the three lay in slumber, the wooden cabin was illuminated only by the faint, flickering embers of the dying campfire. Suddenly, a rustling, heavy footfall echoed outside, accompanied by ragged breaths reminiscent of a bellows. The trio awoke almost simultaneously, their eyes snapping open. Xiao Lan reacted with alacrity, sitting upright and gripping her ever-present wooden spear tightly. Moliang and Su Muqing also sprang to attention, holding their breath in trepidation. It was it, the wild boar. Lured by the glow of the campfire and the lingering scent of food, the beast wandered near. They could distinctly hear it prowling outside the cabin, its massive snout probing the corners and crevices of the door, releasing huffs of breath. Su Muqing, anxious, clutched Moliang's arm tightly, her fingertips cold as ice. Moliang felt his heart pounding wildly, each beat a frantic drum. The sturdy wooden cabin, which they had once taken great pride in, now felt like a fragile box, vulnerable to a mere poke. The boar, seemingly losing patience, grew agitated, beginning to nudge and ram its body against the cabin walls. Thud! A dull, thunderous sound filled the air as the creature forcefully struck the corner of the building. The entire structure shuddered slightly. The walls, constructed with robust mortise and tenon joints, remained intact, yet the terrifying force was unmistakably felt within. In the darkness, the wild boar's heavy breathing, its grunts, and the intermittent sounds of impact thudded against each person's nerves like a relentless drumbeat. There was no retreat, no escape. The threat had effectively cornered them at their doorstep. Perhaps the house was indeed sturdy enough. After a series of frustrated assaults, the boar eventually departed. Moliang glanced towards his companions. Xiaolan knelt on the ground, his body leaning forward, eyes like lightning, fixated on the darkness outside through the crack of the door, resembling a poised cheetah ready to spring. Although Su Muqing trembled with anxiety, one hand clutched tightly onto a pouch filled with hemostatic herbs, her gaze unwavering. An unprecedented resolve surged within Moliang's heart. He took a deep breath, suppressing all fear and hesitation. His voice, though not loud, resonated distinctly in the silence of the wooden cabin. Tomorrow, we shall hunt it down. Chapter 25. The utilization of obsidian. Moliang's decision fell like a stone cast into still waters, stirring silent ripples within the quiet wooden cabin. Su Muqing's tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed. Xiaolan's taut body, akin to a drawn bow, also began to ease. Once a decision is made, fear recedes, supplanted by a frigid resolve, sharp and precise as a surgical blade, guiding their plans and actions. That night, no one would find sleep. The trio huddled around the flickering embers of a meager fire, illuminated by its dancing glow as they commenced the formulation of their inaugural and perilous hunting plan since their arrival in this world. Their adversary possessed weight, impact, and a pair of lethal tusks. Their advantage lay in intellect. Moliang sketched a rough diagram in the dirt with a charred stick, his voice resonating low and clear. Engaging in a head-on confrontation would surely lead to their demise. Thus, they must leverage the terrain and devise a trap, one capable of rendering their foe completely immobilized. A pit. Xiaolan Sukin Din Asut. Indeed, a pit that is sufficiently large and deep, Moliang articulated with remarkable clarity. They had located the beast trail during the day, in a slightly sunken area conducive to excavation. I shall oversee the design and digging of the pit, Moliang declared, turning towards the others. This is my area of expertise. I will manage logistics. Su Muqing interjected, preparing all necessary herbs, clean cloth strips, and drinking water. If anyone is injured, I will attend to them promptly. With roles delineated, only one critical element remained: weaponry. As for the weapons, Moliang glanced at Xiaolan. We will utilize the finest wood, crafting carbonized spears as we did before. That will not suffice. Xiaolan firmly rejected the suggestion, her gaze sharp beneath the firelight. The hardness of pure wooden spears is inadequate. They may suffice for hares, but wild boars possess tough hides, thick flesh, and a substantial layer of protective fat. The wooden spear is likely to splinter upon the initial strike, failing to inflict any significant penetrating damage. Her gaze shifted to Moliang. Retrieve that black, glass-like stone you discovered near the volcanic rock area. Moliang paused, momentarily taken aback, before comprehending her intent. You mean obsidian? Indeed, he had encountered several pieces of that pitch-black stone with edges as sharp as glass during a distant exploration a month prior. As an engineering student, he recognized it as natural glass formed by the rapid cooling of lava post-volcanic eruption, obsidian. He had previously attempted to chip the stone in hopes of crafting tools. However, despite its high hardness, it was exceedingly brittle, shattering into a multitude of irregular, sharp fragments upon impact, rendering it unworkable. Precisely, Xiaolan affirmed with unwavering conviction. That is the optimal cutting tool from the Stone Age. It is time for a technological upgrade. Without further inquiry, Moliang promptly retrieved the discarded pieces of obsidian from the corner of the cabin. The obsidian ranged in size from that of a human head to a fist, reflecting a dark and profound sheen under the fire's glow. Xiaolan stepped forward, picked up a piece, and gently traced its naturally sharp edges with her fingers, her eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. And Moliang, seek out an oval river stone larger than a fist, one of sturdy material, and also gather several deer antlers or the hardest wooden sticks, sharpening one end. Su Mooching, venture into the forest to find some resinous pines, and collect as much viscous resin as you can. Furthermore, immerse our most resilient vines in water. With these new instructions given, although puzzled, Moliang and Su Mooching immediately sprang into action. Soon, all the materials were prepared. Xiaolan sat cross-legged beside the fire, placing a moderately sized piece of obsidian on her lap, cushioned by a piece of animal hide. Steadying the obsidian with her left hand, she grasped the hefty river stone retrieved by Moliang with her right hand. This river stone would serve as her hammer. Watch closely, Xiaolan instructed Moliang, whose eyes were wide with anticipation. Creating stone tools is not merely a matter of brute force, but rather relies on precise strikes, utilizing vibrations to peel away material, as you envision. This technique is known as the striking method. Before her words had fully dissipated, she flicked her wrist sharply. The hammer, accompanied by a brief rush of air, struck the edge of the obsidian with precision. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as a palm-sized shard, with extremely sharp edges, detached from the main body of the obsidian. This shard, now separated, would serve as the core for weapon crafting. Moliang's eyes sparkled with realization. Previously, he had struck haphazardly, but Xiaolan's strikes were imbued with skill, considering angle, force, and position meticulously. Yet, this was merely the first step. Xiaolan set down the hammer and picked up the freshly detached core, along with a pointed hardwood stick. Next came the more intricate pressing method. She positioned the edge of the core against a flat piece of wood and firmly pressed the tip of the hardwood against the edge of the core. Her arm muscles taut, she exerted a sustained and steady force, pressing down forcefully. A nearly inaudible sound emerged SQQ, a sliver, no larger than a fingernail and as thin as a cicada's wing, was precisely pressed down. Once, twice, thrice. Xiaolan's movements were not hurried, yet they flowed with a rhythmic grace. Her expression was intensely focused, as if she were not crafting a weapon for killing, but rather sculpting a work of art. Countless fine shards of stone cascaded beneath her skilled hands. The once irregular core was being refined at a visible pace into elegant curves and a lethal point. A perfect, willow leaf-shaped spearhead gradually took form in her hands, its edges revealing a subtle, serrated sharpness that glimmered ominously in the firelight. Moliang and Su Mooching watched in breathless silence, unable to fathom how this modern woman could possess such ancient and exquisite craftsmanship. This transcended mere survival skills. It embodied the most primal legacy etched into the very genes of human civilization. An hour later, 3 similarly sized obsidian spearheads and 2 stone knives that could serve as daggers lay quietly on the animal hide. At last, the final step, assembly. Xiaolan picked up a straight wooden shaft, previously prepared and treated through carbonization, and carefully carved a groove at one end with the stone knife, ensuring it perfectly matched the base of the spearhead. She then securely embedded the obsidian spearhead into the groove. At the opportune moment, Su Mooching presented a shell filled with viscous pine resin. Xiaolan evenly applied the resin to the joint, then gently roasted it with a torch, allowing the resin to melt and seep into every crevice, firmly bonding the spearhead to the wooden shaft. Finally, she took a soft yet resilient vine and, employing a complex method of intricate binding, meticulously wrapped it around the joint, tightening it and securing it with a knot. Upon completing this task, a truly composite weapon was born. It was no longer a rudimentary wooden spear, but rather a hunting spear measuring 1.5 meters in length, boasting a carbonized shaft and an indomitable obsidian spearhead. This spear, in terms of sturdiness, penetrating power, and cutting ability, was incomparably superior to the previous wooden spear. This marked a decisive technological leap as they transitioned from the Paleolithic to the Mesolithic era. That night, 3 hunting spears, glimmering with a cold black sheen, stood neatly against the wall of the wooden cabin. Moliang caressed the cold obsidian of the spear shaft, feeling the edge keen enough to slice through skin. and the last remnant of fear within him dissipated. In their hands, they now held the means to confront the colossal creature in a battle for survival. Tomorrow would be the day they wagered everything on the hunt. Chapter 26. The collaborative hunt as the sun ascended to its zenith. All preparations were finally complete. A colossal pit, 2.5 meters deep, lay silently across the beast's trail. At the bottom of the pit, several sharpened stakes had been inserted by Moliang, serving as an additional precaution. The pit's opening was meticulously camouflaged with fine branches and a generous layer of loose soil, rendering it indistinguishable from the surrounding ground. 3 obsidian spears, glistening with a cold, dark sheen, leaned against a tree trunk, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The operation commenced. Xiaolon conducted a thorough inspection of the arrangements and nodded in approval. The plan was straightforward. Moliang and Su Muqing would create a cacophony approximately 100 meters behind the trap to serve as bait, luring the wild boar towards them. Meanwhile, Xiaolon, armed with the longest obsidian spear, concealed himself like a specter beside a large tree adjacent to the pit, poised to deliver a fatal blow once the boar fell into the trap. The forest was enveloped in an eerie silence. Moliang and Su Muqing exchanged glances, both reflecting the tension in each other's eyes. Moliang picked up 2 stones and began to strike them together forcefully, producing a series of piercing sounds. Su Muqing mimicked his actions, using a wooden stick to strike the tree trunk. The noise reverberated through the tranquil jungle, traveling far and wide. After approximately 5 minutes of waiting, a commotion arose from the depths of the forest. It began with a deep, irritable grunt, followed closely by a thunderous sound akin to a heavy truck rumbling through the woods. It was coming. The massive wild boar burst forth, crashing through countless shrubs with a fierce, aggressive momentum appearing in their line of sight. It was even larger than they had anticipated, its black bristles standing erect like steel needles, and its small, blood-red eyes burned with frenzied rage. The formidable tusks protruding from its mouth glimmered with a chilling white light amidst the dappled shadows of the forest. Roaring, the wild boar had discovered the source of the noise, letting out a growl as it charged forward, hooves pounding the ground like a black cannonball towards Moliang and Su Muqing. Closer, ever closer. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters. Moliang's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest, as he could distinctly smell the pungent odor emanating from the beast. Just a few more meters, and it would step into the trap's range. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The frenzied wild boar suddenly came to a screeching halt, mere meters from the trap. A glimmer of cunning flashed in its small red eyes, utterly incongruous with its massive frame. It seemed to sense a whiff of danger, abandoning its direct charge. Its colossal body twisted, circumventing the edge of the pit, and barreled straight towards the closer Moliang. The trap had failed. The plan had unraveled at its most critical juncture. Moliang's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. The shadow of death loomed before him. In that critical moment, a sharp, cold shout rang out from the side. A shadow, dark as night, descended like a cheetah from above. It was Xiaolon. She did not strike with the spear's tip. Instead, she grasped the shaft tightly, transforming the heavy obsidian spear into a formidable club. With every ounce of strength she possessed, she swung it forcefully, landing a resounding blow against the wild boar's flank. A thunderous crash echoed. The immense head of the boar was violently deflected by the impact, momentarily halting its charge. Hatred was instantaneously redirected. Now was the moment. A fierce glint flickered in Moliang's eyes. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, earned through Xiaolan's perilous endeavor, he gripped the spear with unwavering determination, letting out a primal roar. He channeled all his weight and energy into the spear's tip. The leaf-shaped obsidian aimed directly at the boar's vulnerable, unprotected underbelly, piercing deeply. With a sickening thrust, the obsidian spearhead's sharpness surpassed all expectations. The resilient boar skin, previously impervious even to stone axes, was effortlessly torn asunder like mere parchment. The spear surged forward with relentless momentum, embedding itself deeply within the boar's body. Warm blood erupted forth, splattering across half of Moliang's form. A howl of agony ensued, plunging the boar into a frenzied state. It violently tossed its head, unleashing terrifying force that sent the much lighter Xiao Lan hurtling through the air like a rag doll, colliding with a great tree, producing a muffled grunt. Following this, it thrashed its massive body, toppling Moliang along with the spear still lodged within it to the ground. Moliang felt an irresistible force bear down upon him, a weighty pressure upon his chest, causing him to relinquish his grip on the spear. The boar roared, pivoting to fix its blood-red gaze upon the fallen Moliang, intent on tearing the minuscule human who had dared to injure it into shreds. No, nearby, Sumuki ni miti da piercing scream. Her eyes brimmed with fear and despair. Yet within this profound terror, an unexpected surge of courage emerged, one she had never anticipated. She glanced at the charging boar and then at Moliang on the ground, her mind a blank canvas. Grasping a stone the size of a human head, she summoned all her strength, screaming as she charged forward with reckless fervor. She raised the hefty stone above her head and swung it down with great force towards the boar's enormous skull. Perhaps it was instinct for survival or merely sheer luck. The stone did not strike the hard skull, but instead landed squarely in the boar's left eye. A sickening thud resonated. The eyeball burst, and a gory mixture of dark blood and murky fluid gushed forth. The boar released a wail tenfold more anguished than before, its colossal form thrashing wildly, crashing against a nearby tree. It had completely lost its sense of direction, engulfed in chaos from the blinding pain. Opportunity. Xiao Lan. Moliang sprang to his feet, letting out a thunderous shout. Struck and disoriented, Xiao Lan struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. She retrieved a spare spear, her gaze as cold and sharp as a blade. The two locked eyes, and from their respective positions, launched their final assault simultaneously. Moliang aimed his spear at the gaping, bleeding wound in the wild boar's abdomen, while Xiao Lan targeted the exposed, relatively vulnerable neck. With a fierce determination, the two lethal spears, glistening with dark, chilling light, plunged deep into the beast's flesh at the same moment. The obsidian spearheads once again demonstrated their unparalleled cutting prowess, effortlessly breaching the defenses and ushering death into the massive form. This time, the formidable lord of the jungle could no longer resist. It staggered a few steps, its colossal body swaying, and finally, with a reluctant, mournful cry, it crashed to the ground. The earth itself seemed to tremble in response. The jungle fell silent once more, enveloped in a deathly stillness. Moliang and Xiao Lan stood rooted in place, gasping for breath, their bodies drenched in blood. Akin to demons risen from the depths of hell. Su Muqing, however, felt her legs give way and collapsed onto the ground, the stones slipping from her grasp. Her face streaked with tears and mud. All three bore wounds, particularly Xiao Lan, who had endured a vicious headbutt from the boar, rendering her left arm nearly immobile. Yet, within their eyes flickered a brilliant light of survival against all odds. They had triumphed. For the first time, the trio had fought together, achieving a hard-won victory in a manner both tragic and heroic. Gazing upon their mountainous quarry, Moliang's attention finally settled on the vast, intact wild boar hide, covered in tough bristles. A fresh idea quietly took root in his mind. In the aftermath of the war, the jungle once again succumbed to an eerie silence. The immense wild boar lay motionless in a pool of crimson, resembling a collapsed black hill. Two obsidian spears remained deeply embedded in its body, signifying the ultimate victor of this brutal confrontation. As the adrenaline ebbed away like receding tides, an overwhelming fatigue and excruciating pain began to assail the nerves of the three individuals. Moliang leaned on his spear, feeling as though the world was spinning around him. The area on his chest where the boar had struck burned fiercely, each breath sending sharp pangs through his ribs. He gazed at his bloodied and muddy hands, realizing that this was the first time he had personally ended such a colossal life. A suppressed groan broke Moliang's reverie. He turned abruptly to see Xiao Lan leaning against a tree, her left arm hanging limply, blood dripping from her fingertips. She attempted to straighten herself, but as soon as she exerted effort, she swayed, her complexion turning ashen. "Do not move." A clear and authoritative voice rang out. It was Su Muqing. She had struggled to rise from her state of shock, her face still marked by tears, yet her eyes reflected a calmness and focus devoid of fear and fragility, embodying the composure of a physician. She hurried to Xiaolan's side, swiftly assessing her injuries. Moliang, come help. Support her back to the cabin. Immediately, Moliang dared not delay, suppressing the sharp pain in his chest, and together with Su Muqing, they carefully assisted Xiaolan, moving step by step back to the camp. Inside the cabin, Su Muqing took complete command. Boil water. Stoke the fire. Bring all our sanchi powder and the cleanest cloths. She issued her orders with clarity. Moliang felt as though he had become her personal nurse. Never before had Su Muqing exuded such a reassuring and authoritative presence. Xiaolan was laid upon a soft bed of hay, gritting her teeth as she watched Su Muqing use a small, sharp obsidian blade to cautiously cut away the tattered fabric from her arm. The wound was laid bare, a harrowing sight, a massive gash inflicted by the boar's tusks. Extended from her elbow to her wrist, the flesh grotesquely rolled back, exposing bone. This will hurt. Bear with it. Su Muqing spoke softly, yet her movements displayed no hesitation. She poured the sanchi powder that Moliang had handed her directly onto the wound. Moliang winced at the sight of the injury. Su Muqing swiftly and accurately cleansed the wound of debris with a clean cloth, then generously applied all the sanchi powder they had on hand. Having completed this task, she gently pressed against Xiaolan's ribcage. Does this hurt? It's bearable, Xiaolan replied, her voice somewhat hoarse. There might be a fracture. No vigorous activity for the time being. As she spoke, Su Muqing procured 2 flat wooden boards, using soft vines and cloth strips to fashion a makeshift splint for Xiaolan's left arm and chest, securing it in place with steady precision. The entire process flowed seamlessly, marked by professionalism and composure. Once everything was attended to, Su Muqing exhaled deeply, her forehead glistening with perspiration. For the first time, a glimmer of something beyond mere scrutiny appeared in Xiaolan's gaze. It was a heartfelt recognition and admiration for a kindred spirit, an equally formidable professional in her respective domain. Once the injured were tended to, a new dilemma presented itself. The massive carcass of a wild boar loomed before them. We must address it immediately. Moliang gazed at the slowly cooling body, his brow furrowed in concern. In this weather within a day, such a substantial piece of meat would be entirely spoiled and foul. Moreover, the scent of blood could attract unforeseen troubles. Several hundred pounds of meat represented their most vital source of protein for the coming months. Waste was not an option. Curing it, Xiaolan, leaning against the bed, proposed. Salt it, then smoke it for an extended period. This is the most common method employed by the military for preserving meat in the field. The smoking chamber was destroyed by the typhoon, Moliang replied. Then we shall construct another, Xiaolan asserted, her tone leaving no room for debate. With resolve, they set to work. Moliang, disregarding his fatigue, began to act immediately. Utilizing a stone axe and vines, he swiftly erected a rudimentary square framework at the windward side of the cabin. While directing Su Muqing to use the remnants of clay and wet mud from their previous endeavors to seal the structure, leaving only an opening for smoke at the top. Together, they rapidly fashioned a makeshift smoking chamber. Next came the task of butchering. Armed with the obsidian dagger they had forged themselves, Moliang sliced through the wild boar's tough hide. The unparalleled sharpness provided him with the exhilarating sensation that comes from a leap in skill. What had once required arduous chopping with a stone axe was now effortlessly cleaved open with a mere stroke of the dagger. Together, they worked diligently, carving large chunks of pork into strips suitable for hanging. This monumental undertaking stretched until dusk, by which time they had barely managed to process half of the meat. Carefully, they coated the strips with precious sea salt to initiate dehydration and curing. That evening, the bonfire blazed brighter than ever. Exhausted yet fulfilled, the trio gathered around the fire, grilling the freshest tenderloin. The fat sizzled over the flames, dripping into the fire and igniting bursts of flames, while a rich aroma of meat enveloped the entire campsite. Moliang severed a piece of perfectly charred, succulent meat and handed it to Su Muqing, then cut the largest portion for Xiaolan. No words were exchanged as they savored their meal, each bite a testament to their hard-earned victory, forged through courage and sacrifice. The pure protein and fat bestowed upon them an unparalleled sense of satisfaction and energy, mending their weary bodies. After feasting, the three reclined against the cabin's wall, gazing at the stars above, relishing this hard-won tranquility. Moliang's gaze fell upon the substantial, partially skinned wild boar hide not far away. It was still stained with blood and fat, appearing somewhat repulsive. Yet, in the eyes of Moliang, it was an invaluable treasure. He glanced at his two companions beside him and spoke slowly. The issue of meat has been temporarily resolved. However, he gestured towards the beast's skin. If we manage this properly, it could liberate us from the days of wearing tattered rags and mismatched animal hides. Chapter 28. Tanning. Moliang's words drew the gazes of Su Muqing and Xiao Lan away from the flickering campfire, redirecting their attention to the large, blood-stained wild boar hide piled in the corner. Are you suggesting we make clothing from it? Su Muqing inurit, unjartainti lajing hertone. The garments she donned were remnants salvaged from the wreckage of an aircraft, now tattered and barely sufficient for modesty after enduring 2 months of wear. Not just clothing, responded Xiao Lan, leaning against the bed. Despite her grave injuries, her eyes remained sharp. A quality hide, if processed correctly, can be transformed into leather. This material is supple, resilient, and water-resistant. It can be fashioned into not only garments, but also boots, protective gear, and even armor. She turned her gaze toward Moliang and continued, however, if mishandled, this hide will dry to a rigidity akin to wood, becoming brittle and prone to breakage. In a matter of days, it will rot and emit a foul odor, attracting swarms of flies and maggots. The transition from hide to leather hinges on a crucial process known as tanning. Moliang had encountered this term in elective courses during his university days and in various documentaries. It is one of the oldest and most remarkable chemical processes in the annals of human civilization. I have a rudimentary understanding of some methods Moliang used, organizing the fragmented knowledge within his mind. There are 2 primary techniques. He extended his fingers, ready to enlighten the 2 women. The first method is known as oil tanning. This involves repeatedly applying animal fat to the hide and then kneading and pounding it to allow the oils to permeate, softening the fibers. While this method is straightforward, it is exceedingly time-consuming and yields mediocre results. The leather produced tends to harden and is not entirely waterproof. The second method is called brain tanning. Moliang continued, glancing at Su Muqing with a peculiar expression. This utilizes the animal's brain, rich in a substance known as lecithin, which acts as a natural emulsifier. It perfectly combines oils and moisture, allowing them to penetrate every crevice of the hide. Leather tanned in this manner is soft, delicate, and of exceptional quality. However, the process is rather revolting. Xiao Lan interjected, her face betraying little emotion. Indeed, Moliang nodded. In addition to these 2, there exists a more advanced method, the foundation of modern industrial tanning, known as vegetable tanning. Vegetable tanning? Su Muqing's interest was piqued. Yes, certain tree barks, such as those from oak, birch, and chestnut, are rich in a compound known as tannins, chemically referred to as tannic acid. Soaking the hide in water extracted from these barks causes the tannic acid to react with the proteins in the hide, forming a stable and irreversible bond that renders the leather remarkably tough, durable, and resistant to decay. Many of the leather products we use today are made from vegetable tanned leather. The 3 methods lay before them, and oil tanning was the first to be dismissed due to its inefficiency. What remains is the efficient yet repugnant brain tanning method and the vegetable tanning technique capable of producing the finest hard leather. I choose the brain tanning method. Su Muqing was the first to express her opinion, her perspective aligning perfectly with her medical profession. From a chemical standpoint, the brain tanning method exhibits the highest efficiency. Lecithin, serving as an emulsifier, maximizes the penetration of oil molecules into the fibers, disrupting the coagulation of collagen to achieve a softening effect. This is scientifically viable. As for the repulsion, for a surgeon who can handle various wounds and internal organs without flinching, there is no fundamental distinction between brain tissue and other organs. I require vegetable tanned leather. Xiao Lan then articulated her needs. The leather derived from brain tanning is excessively soft, more suitable for garments. What I need are protective gear capable of withstanding claws and teeth. Only the hard leather produced through vegetable tanning can meet this requirement. One seeks efficiency and softness, while the other demands toughness and protection. The two options seem to lead to an impasse. Ultimately, all eyes turn to Moliang, the brain of the team and the final decision-maker. Moliang looked at them and suddenly smiled. Only children make choices. As adults, we shall have it all. He stood up and sketched a flowchart in the dirt with charcoal. We can seamlessly combine these methods to devise the most effective composite plan. The first step is hair removal. Before tanning, all hair, subcutaneous fat, and fascia must be meticulously scraped from the skin. Otherwise, the tanning agents will not penetrate adequately. For this step, we can utilize the ancient lime method, which involves creating an alkaline solution from plant ashes to destroy hair follicles. The second step is preliminary softening. After the hair removal and thorough cleaning, we will employ the brain tanning method supported by mooching for initial softening, transforming the rigid raw hide into supple tan leather. The third step is ultimate fortification. Once the leather becomes pliable, we will immerse it in a tannin solution using the vegetable tanning method desired by Shaolin. This will allow the leather to maintain a certain degree of softness while acquiring unparalleled toughness and strength. Thus, a tanning plan incorporating three ancient wisdoms, both scientific and rigorous, is born. This plan guarantees the leather's suppleness while imbuing it with sufficient resilience, rendering it nothing short of perfect. Upon hearing Mo Liang's plan, both Su Muqing and Shaolan's eyes sparkled. Their respective needs were perfectly accommodated. "All right, let us proceed," Shaolan succinctly stated. With the plan established, a flicker of excitement emerged on the faces of the three. What they were about to undertake was not merely a simple craft, but a form of wilderness alchemy transcending millennia, belonging to humanity. However, after the initial excitement, Moliang quickly identified the first, and indeed the dirtiest and most laborious challenge. Thus, the action begins. He gazed at the towering pile of ashes from the bonfire that had burned for a day and a night. The first step involves creating a substantial quantity of plant ashlar to process this enormous wild boar hide. Chapter 29. Tanning 2. Once the plan was established, the execution commenced without delay. On the deserted island, time is the most precious resource. Any hesitation or procrastination is a waste of life. The first step in tanning leather involves the preparation of a lye solution, a task entrusted to Mo Liang and Su Muqing. The pile of ashes from the campfire, accumulated over 2 months, serve as their most valuable chemical raw material. The primary component of plant ash is potassium carbonate, which, when dissolved in water, forms an alkaline solution. Mo Liang, using large leaves as a makeshift scoop, gathered the fine, white ashes into a substantial ceramic vessel while explaining the process to Su Muqing. Although this primitive lye was inferior to industrial caustic soda, it was sufficient to disrupt the protein structure of hair, causing it to fall away from the hide. Su Muqing assisted with deft movements. As a physician, her understanding of chemical principles was even more profound than that of Moliang. Upon hydrolysis, potassium carbonate produces hydroxide ions, rendering the solution alkaline. The principal component of hair, keratin, undergoes hydrolysis of its peptide bonds in a strongly alkaline environment, leading to structural degradation and loss of resilience, thus facilitating its removal. She articulated this ancient method with a calm, factual tone, elucidating it with clarity. Together, they filled several large ceramic containers with the collected ashes, then fetched clear water from the stream to fill each vessel, stirring thoroughly with wooden sticks until a murky gray slurry was formed. The next step was to wait for the ashes to settle, after which they would carefully decant the upper layer of clear alkaline solution. While the pair busied themselves with the crafting of this chemical agent, another task demanding both physical strength and patience was concurrently underway. The enormous wild boar hide had been dragged by Mo Liang to a large boulder by the stream. It reeked of blood and foulness, with a thick layer of yellowish fat and connective tissue still clinging to its inner surface. These substances were formidable adversaries in the tanning process and had to be completely removed. This dirtiest and most laborious task fell to Shaolin. although her left arm was immobilized with a splint. Hanging in front of her, her right hand firmly grasped a palm-sized, meticulously crafted obsidian scraper. This tool, specially made by Moliang, had a blade that was not as sharp as a spearhead but curved slightly, making it more suitable for scraping than cutting. Kneeling on one knee on the stone, Xiaolan braced a corner of the hide with her knee. She leaned forward, her right hand gripping the scraper, applying a steady and forceful motion as she scraped from top to bottom, inch by inch, across the greasy hide. With each stroke, a nauseating sound accompanied the meticulous removal of large patches of fat and connective tissue, which accumulated beside her. This task was exceedingly monotonous and physically demanding, and soon beads of sweat soaked the short strands of hair at her forehead, trickling down her resolute cheeks. Yet, she seemed oblivious to her fatigue. Her focus sharpened to an extreme degree, as if she were not dealing with a filthy hide, but rather honing a weapon crucial to life and death. Her intact right arm, with its pronounced muscular contours, exuded an astonishing sense of strength. Moliang and Su Muqing observed from a distance, refraining from interruption. They understood that the willpower housed within this woman was more resilient than steel. The preparation of the alkaline solution and the cleaning of the animal hide demanded time. Moliang remained industrious, guiding Su Muqing into their third task, seeking the most crucial ingredient for vegetable tanning, bark-rich in tannic acid. Tannic acid, also known as tannin, is a defensive substance synthesized by plants to ward off pests and herbivores, imparting a distinctly astringent taste. As Moliang traversed the forest, he enlightened Su Muqing on the subject. Generally, the thicker and darker the bark of a tree, the higher the tannin content. For instance, oak, chestnut, and birch are excellent sources of tanning materials. Although unable to accurately identify the botanical families of the plants in this world, Moliang quickly pinpointed several trees that matched the characteristics based on his background in environmental engineering. They encountered a species of tree they had never seen before, stout trunks with deep brown bark, marked by profound vertical fissures. Moliang used a stone knife to pry off a small piece of bark and chewed it, experiencing an indescribable, intense astringency that exploded in his mouth, leaving his tongue and palate tingling and constricted. This was it. Excitedly, Moliang spat out the bark remnants, the fierce astringent sensation confirming the presence of high concentrations of tannic acid. Su Muqing, emulating his actions, sampled a small piece and immediately furrowed her delicate brows. This substance could indeed engage in an irreversible bonding reaction with proteins. She validated Moliang's assessment with her expertise. Without further hesitation, they began to strip the bark from the towering trees using stone axes and knives. They exercised caution, only peeling from one side of the trunk, avoiding any ring cuts to ensure the survival of these invaluable tanning factories. After more than an hour, they returned with a large basket filled to the brim with deep brown bark. By the time they reached the camp, dusk was approaching. The alkaline solution had clarified, and Xiaolan had scraped off a mountain of fat. Only one of the three essential materials for the tanning process remained, the most special and core ingredient, the brain of a wild boar. This task, Su Muqing resolutely claimed. She lifted the massive boar's skull and approached the stream, exhibiting no hesitation or discomfort. Moliang initially intended to assist, but upon seeing Su Muqing's focused and composed expression, he quietly stepped aside, prepared to hand her tools when needed. Su Muqing secured the pig's head between two stones and grasped a heavy stone axe. She meticulously examined the structure of the skull, pinpointing the weakest point at the sutures. With a resounding thud, her axe fell with precision and power, splitting the hard skull open. Rather than resorting to further violence, she switched to a delicate obsidian knife, carefully prying along the fissure like a true surgeon, meticulously opening the entire cranium. The complete and supple brain tissue, tinged with blood, lay exposed to the air. Moliang felt a churn in his stomach at the sight, while Su Muqing remained unfazed, as if confronting nothing more repugnant than a commonplace anatomical specimen. With a wooden spoon, she meticulously scooped out every fragment of the brain matter, placing it into a pristine ceramic jar. Subsequently, she picked up a wooden stick and began to gently pound the contents within the jar, transforming it into a uniform. pinkish paste. At last, the natural emulsifier was ready. She raised her gaze to Moliang, her expression devoid of any disturbance, as though she had merely prepared a bowl of mashed potatoes. As he observed her, what once stirred within him was no longer disgust, but a profound admiration. This woman truly embodied the title of the flower of reason. As night fell, after a full day of arduous labor, all preparations for tanning were finally complete. The enormous wild boar hide had been immersed in a murky alkaline solution, and the once rigid black bristles began to soften and loosen under the influence of the chemicals. Nearby, a basket filled with tannin-rich tree bark and a jar emanating an unusual odor of brain matter lay in wait. With all materials at the ready, the true alchemy was about to commence. Chapter 30. The Art of Tanning after 2 days and nights of soaking in the acrid solution of plant ash and lye. The coarse black bristles of the wild boar hide finally loosened. Moliang and Su Mooching exerted their combined strength to haul the heavy, slippery pelt from the earthenware jar and spread it upon the large stone slab by the stream. The noxious amalgamation of lye, blood, and decay produced a scent so pungent that even Su Mooching could not suppress a grimace. The task of hair removal proved simpler, yet more repulsive than anticipated. Moliang employed a smooth wooden board, forcefully scraping along the direction of the hair, and large clumps of black boar bristles, intertwined with a layer of viscous epidermal tissue, were easily stripped away, revealing the pale, bluish hide beneath. The trio took turns laboring diligently, and after an entire morning's toil, the enormous pelt was rendered immaculate. Following repeated rinsing with clear water, it resembled a vast, lifeless sheet of white adhesive. The true challenge was only just commencing. The next step is brain tanning and softening, announced Moliang, indicating the forthcoming process. Su Mooching brought forth the earthenware jar containing the pinkish paste. Despite her mental preparation, the unique, sweetly pungent odor wafting from the jar caused a tumult within Moliang's stomach. "Let us begin," interjected Xiaolan, her voice shattering the brief silence. She wrapped her right hand in broad leaves, improvising a makeshift glove, and was the first to plunge her hand into the sticky brain matter, directly applying it to the pale hide. Her movements were imbued with unyielding resolve, as if she were merely handling ordinary mud rather than something repugnant. The power of her example was boundless. Moliang and Su Mooching exchanged glances, then emulated her actions, diligently spreading the natural emulsifier across every inch of the hide. The three of them encircled the stone slab, working in quietude. They used their palms, fingertips, and applied vigorous rubbing, beating, and squeezing, endeavoring to ensure that the lecithin and fats in the brain substance permeated every fiber of the hide. The process was indeed distasteful, yet no one uttered a complaint. Once the final corner was evenly coated, the hide resembled a colossal, failed strawberry cake base. But the task was not yet complete. Moliang straightened his aching back and pointed at the hide. The crux of brain tanning lies in the necessity of ceaseless stretching and kneading during its drying process. Should they pause, the gelatinous substances between the fibers would readhere, reverting it instantly to a rigid board. This moment constituted the most arduous test of human endurance and patience throughout the entire tanning procedure. An unrelenting cycle of kneading ensued. They erected a rudimentary stretching frame using 4 wooden stakes at their campsite, fastening the brain-coated hide upon it. Thus commenced an arduous routine of monotonous labor lasting several hours. By day, they toiled under the blazing sun, repeatedly kneading the hide with their palms, incessantly beating every inch of fiber with the blunt ends of wooden sticks. Sweat streamed down their foreheads and necks, soaking their garments, only to be rapidly desiccated by the sun, leaving behind a crust of white salt. Under the cloak of night, they ignited a bonfire, positioning the animal hides near the flames to hasten their drying with the warmth, while taking turns to vigilantly pull at the 4 corners of the hides without respite. The campsite was enveloped in the crackling sounds of the fire and the creaking of the leather as it was stretched. On the second night, it was the turn of Moliang and Xiaolan to keep watch. Su Mooching had succumbed to exhaustion and was sound asleep, her breathing steady. Moliang sat beside the fire, mechanically tugging at one corner of the hide, his arm muscles having long succumbed to fatigue and numbness. Xiaolon tended to the opposite corner, working silently, her short hair softly illuminated by the firelight. "You know quite a lot," she suddenly spoke, her voice resonating with clarity in the stillness of the night. Moliang paused, momentarily taken aback, before realizing she was addressing him. "I merely read a few things," he replied. "In my unit, we refer to individuals like you as technical officers." Xiaolon gazed into the flames, her expression distant. "They may not be the strongest fighters, but they are undoubtedly the most crucial. A good technical officer can enhance the survival rate of an entire squad by 30%. This was her first voluntary mention of her past, albeit in vague terms. She hesitated, glancing towards the wooden cabin. "And her," she added, referring to Su Muqing. "The day she treated my wounds, I noticed her hands were steady, her heart calm. She's a good doctor." With that, she fell silent once more, as if she had exhausted her words. Yet, Moliang comprehended the full weight of her remarks. It was a profound acknowledgement of her companion's capabilities. In that moment, their makeshift team, composed of students, a doctor, and warriors, truly acquired soul. They were no longer mere collaborators, but comrades who could entrust their backs to one another. "We will all survive," Moliang stated earnestly, looking at her. Xiaolon did not respond, merely nodding gently in the flickering firelight. After 2 days and nights of relentless kneading and stretching, the vast animal hide underwent a transformative change. It became remarkably supple, akin to a thick blanket, easily unfurling even when balled up, devoid of any stiffness. The tanning process had triumphed. Yet, their work was not yet complete. Moliang poured a sack of tannin-rich bark into a large ceramic pot and added water to brew. Soon, a deep brown concoction, exuding a robust astringent aroma, was ready. This was the essence of vegetable tanning. The three of them cooperatively immersed the preliminarily softened leather into the bubbling tannin solution with utmost care. A gentle sound arose as the leather met the water. It would repose quietly in the solution for the following days, absorbing the tannins and completing the final metamorphosis from raw hide to leather. Days passed, and a week later, when the trio reconvened at the ceramic pot, their eyes shimmered with anticipation. Moliang extended his hand, and alongside Xiaolon, they collaboratively retrieved the animal hide that had been soaking for several days from the deep brown solution. In that moment, everyone held their breath. It was no longer the pale, supple leather of before. Instead, it now boasted a uniform and substantial deep brown hue, its surface gleaming with a lustrous sheen, reminiscent of an ancient artifact steeped in the passage of time. Moliang pinched it gently, distinctly perceiving an unprecedented resilience emanating from its texture. They hung it beneath the eaves of the wooden cabin, allowing it to dry in the cool, ventilated air. The three stood below, gazing at this masterpiece, a culmination of their countless efforts and dedication, an overwhelming and ineffable sense of achievement swelling within each of their hearts. They had succeeded. Chapter 31. Tanning after several days of drying, the deep brown leather, which bore the countless sweat of 3 individuals, finally achieved the perfect balance of moisture. No longer saturated like when it was first retrieved, it now exhibited a subtle sheen, rich and restrained. The entire piece of leather was both supple and astonishingly strong, nearly impervious to tearing by hand. Moliang spread the vast expanse of leather across the clearing in front of the wooden cabin, as if unveiling a precious map. The air was imbued with a unique scent, a blend of plant tannins and oils. We had succeeded. Su Muqing caressed the surface of the leather, feeling its resilient yet delicate texture, her eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. Xiaolon crouched down, pressing her knuckles firmly into the leather, then attempted to fold it. The leather bent gracefully in her hands and, upon release, swiftly returned to its original form without a trace of creasing. "A fine piece indeed," she succinctly remarked. This was the highest form of praise. "How shall we utilize this leather?" Moliang inquired, casting a glance at his companions. The fruits of their victory needed to be distributed with the consensus of the team. Su Muqing turned to Xiaolon and, without hesitation, declared, "Priority should be given to Xiaolon for protective gear. Her thoughts aligned seamlessly with Moliang's. Xiaolon was both their spear and their shield. Moliang nodded, making the final decision. At all times, ensuring her safety was tantamount to safeguarding them all. Therefore, the first item crafted must be her protective gear. Xiaolon raised her head, looking at Moliang and then at Su Muqing. Her lips moved silently, betraying a flicker of complex emotion in her hawk-like gaze. One she herself had not fully recognized. With the plan established, the task of tailoring began immediately, led by Su Muqing. She instructed Xiaolon to stand tall, then, using a supple vine, meticulously measured her shoulder width, chest circumference, and waist. Her fingers, as steady as a surgeon's, ensured that every measurement was precise. Subsequently, she used a piece of charcoal to outline the vest on the expansive leather. It was a sleeveless, elegantly simple-fitted vest, expertly tailored to protect the vital core of the chest and abdomen while maximizing the freedom of movement in the limbs. The cutting task fell to Moliang, who retrieved the sharpest obsidian blade. Ordinary stone knives would not suffice for such resilient leather. Holding his breath, Moliang channeled all his strength into his arm, drawing the blade firmly along the charcoal line drawn by Su Muqing. With a sharp sound that sent chills through the spine, the obsidian sliced through the fibers of the leather, leaving a neat incision. After the cutting was complete, it was time for perforation. Moliang utilized a sharpened animal bone as an awl, methodically drilling evenly spaced holes along the leather's edge. The thread for stitching was already prepared, derived from the tendons of wild boar legs, which, after repeated pounding and drying, had become extraordinarily resilient. Xiaolon stood in quiet contemplation, observing the two individuals toiling on her behalf. One measured and cut with a calm precision, while the other focused intently on perforating and stitching. The flickering flames of the campfire cast elongated shadows of the trio, intertwining in a dance of light. In that moment, her heart, forged to be as steadfast as granite, felt a gentle stir, as if touched by an unseen force. Hours later, the first true piece of armor was born. It appeared unadorned, yet radiated a primal sense of strength. Moliang solemnly presented the vest, still imbued with his warmth, to Xiaolon. As she accepted it, she felt its substantial weight. She removed her tattered shirt, revealing her sculpted shoulders and back, then donned the leather vest. It fit flawlessly, clinging to her form like a second skin. She moved her shoulders, executing a few punches and side kicks. The vest did not hinder her movements in the slightest. The resilient leather enveloped her chest and back, imparting an unprecedented sense of security, one that felt more substantial than any high-tech bulletproof vest she had previously worn. Within it lay the trust and sweat of her companions. "Thank you," she uttered softly, yet with crystal clarity, as she gazed at Moliang and Su Muqing. There remained ample leather, and the trio did not waste it. With the leftover scraps, they crafted each individual a pair of simple yet remarkably durable boots. The soles were fashioned from the thickest leather, while the uppers were softer, stitched together with sinew. When she slipped on the boots, her feet enveloped in resilient leather, a profound sense of grounded happiness washed over her, free from the worry of sharp stones and thorny plants. Lastly, Moliang used the remaining large pieces of leather to fashion a simple knee-length skirt for Su Muqing, while crafting leather shorts for himself and Xiaolon. Though the designs were rudimentary, they were sturdy and practical, allowing the trio to bid farewell to their tattered garments, the fibers of which had long since deteriorated. As dusk descended, the sunset painted the sky in warm shades of orange and red. The three of them donned their new attire, standing before the wooden cabin. Xiaolon, in her fitted leather vest and shorts, exuded a spirited elegance. Su Muqing's skirt accentuated her height, while Moliang, in his leather shorts and bare torso, showcased his increasingly defined musculature. They no longer resembled modern individuals lost in this land, but rather true denizens of it. Moliang silently counted the days. The third summoning was drawing near. He looked at the composed doctor and the formidable warrior by his side, feeling an unshakable sense of reassurance. They had both martial defense and medical logistics secured. Food was plentiful, with an abundance of smoked meats. Yet, Moliang clicked his tongue, as the singular smoky aroma of roasted meat lingered in his memory. This sustenance addressed survival, yet failed to nourish the soul. He gazed toward the distant horizon, speaking softly to himself. It is time to enrich our lives with a touch of flavor. Chapter 32 Prelude. The morning sun filtered through the gaps in the treetops, casting dappled spots of light upon the forest floor. Nature awakened, and the chorus of birdsong filled the air, infusing the tranquil woods with a vibrant vitality. In front of the wooden cabin, Xiaolan was engaged in her warm-up exercises. She was adorned in a custom-tailored deep brown leather vest, complemented by matching shorts, and her feet were encased in ankle-high leather boots. This new ensemble harmonized her presence with the primal surroundings, resembling a poised and powerful female leopard lying in wait. As she stretched her limbs, she savored the embrace of the leather against her skin, which provided both constraint and support. The fit was impeccable, allowing her movements to remain unimpeded. The resilient leather shielded her vital areas, bestowing an unprecedented sense of security. After completing a set of high knees and a few punching motions, she approached the weapon rack and retrieved a finely sharpened hunting spear. As Moliang and Su Muqing emerged from the cabin, they beheld this scene. "Are you going to scout?" Montauk Liang inquired. Xiaolan noted, her gaze sweeping over the dense forest ahead, succinctly responding, testing out the new gear, and preparing breakfast. With that, she said no more and ventured into the woods. Her footsteps were light. The leather soles of her boots muffled the sound against the dry twigs and fallen leaves, rendering her movements less likely to disturb her quarry. Her figure swiftly vanished into the layers of verdant foliage. "Shall we begin?" Mo Liang turned to Su Muqing. She nodded in agreement, and both donned their own boots. Enveloped in the sturdy leather, they felt a profound sense of grounding and reassurance. Their previous footwear had long been lost to the tempestuous winds of the night. Their task for the day was to extend the safety perimeter around the camp. Clearing away obstructive brush and inspecting the rudimentary traps Mo Liang had previously set in the distance. In the past, such work had been fraught with difficulty, as the complex terrain, sharp stones, thorny vines, and unknown venomous creatures posed threats to their bare feet. However, today was different. Mo Liang stepped on a thorny vine obstructing their path, glancing down at his boots, which bore only a faint white mark. A smile crept across his face. This gear was more effective than he had anticipated. Su Muqing echoed his sentiments, carefully traversing a rocky area where the sensation beneath her feet was no longer painful, but rather a secure and well-protected touch. This allowed them to focus more intently on their surroundings rather than the ground beneath them, significantly enhancing their efficiency. They worked in tandem, Moliang wielding a stone axe to fell the underbrush while Su Muqing followed behind, gathering the cut branches to haul back to the camp as firewood. Unbeknownst to them, their operational range had expanded to more than double that of previous efforts. Over an hour later, as they returned to the camp dragging a substantial bundle of firewood, Xiaolan reappeared. She bore a spear upon her shoulder, its tip adorned with two plump, bird-like creatures reminiscent of wildfowl. In her other hand, she carried a lifeless rabbit, its fur a dull shade of grayish yellow. Both Mo Liang and Su Muqing stood in stunned silence. So soon? Montauk Liang pondered, surprised. In the past, whenever Xiaolan ventured out to hunt, she would indeed return with spoils, yet it was rare for her to capture such a bounty in such a brief span of time. "They did not notice me," was Xiaolan's straightforward reply. She tossed her prey onto the ground and settled beside it, beginning to inspect her leather boots. The boots were caked with mud and grass. It showed no signs of wear. Mo Liang immediately grasped the implication of her words. The new gear had granted her enhanced stealth and mobility. She could traverse the most intricate woodlands without hesitation, silently approaching even the most vigilant of prey. This leather armor and those boots were akin to wings for her. As for the shoes she had been summoned to wear, she had been at the gym at the time, and maneuvering on the uneven terrain of the island could easily lead to injury. The Team's food supply was now poised to become more stable and abundant. Su Muqing gazed at the game on the ground, her eyes sparkling with joy. She adeptly moved forward to process the fresh spoils, preparing breakfast for the three of them. Mo Liang observed the scene before him. A formidable warrior hunting outside, a composed healer managing logistics within, while he himself was tasked with planning and construction. This small team was rapidly becoming stronger and more cohesive, evolving into a true home. The leap in their lives was comprehensive. With the enhancement of their new gear, the trio's range of activity had significantly expanded. In the afternoon, Moliang even led Su mooching westward, reaching a cliffside they had never previously explored. There, they discovered a finer quality of white clay, far superior to the red clay they had used for pottery. Moliang immediately surmised that this clay would prove invaluable in the future. As evening descended, the dying rays of the sun bathed the entire camp in a warm orange hue. The trio gathered around the crackling campfire. Over the flames, cleaned wildfowl sizzled, the fat dripping into the fire, producing a delightful aroma that filled the air. Xiaolan was meticulously polishing her hunting spear with a piece of beast hide, her gaze intent. Su mooching sat nearby, sorting the various herbs they had gathered during the day by the firelight, categorizing them and placing them in a cool spot to dry. Moliang remained silent, quietly observing it all. He watched the focused Xiaolan, her leather vest accentuating the powerful contours of her back, instilling a profound sense of reassurance. He then turned his gaze to Su mooching, the firelight illuminating her profile, her long lashes casting soft shadows, her usually calm eyes appearing particularly gentle in the serene atmosphere. As if sensing his gaze, Su mooching turned her head, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she looked back at him. The two exchanged a knowing smile, with everything communicated in silence. From their initial unfamiliarity and wariness to the present bond of trust and understanding, they had traversed myriad experiences together. They had jointly constructed a wooden cabin, weathered storms, explored pottery, and tanned leather. This friendship, forged through adversity, had long transcended the ordinary companionship. A profound sense of home enveloped them. "It's ready," Su mooching softly announced, shattering the tranquility. Moliang snapped back to reality, retrieving the golden-browned wild chicken from the fire, and expertly carving it into 3 portions with an obsidian blade. He handed the largest piece to Xiaolan, the second to Su mooching, and kept the smallest for himself. The meal was devoid of elaborate seasoning, offering only the most primitive salty flavor and the essence of roasted meat, yet all 3 savored it with immense satisfaction. This dinner served as the finest reward for their day's toil. Amidst this serene and content atmosphere, the familiar, melodious mechanical voice unexpectedly echoed within Moliang's mind. Monthly companion summoning system activated. Energy supply complete. A new companion is on the way. Summoning countdown. 24 hours. Montag Liang's movements momentarily haltet. That voice again. He lifted his gaze to Su mooching and Xiaolan, who had clearly noticed his unusual demeanor. "What is wrong?" "Su mooching guayuth. The countdown has begun," Moliang replied calmly. "In 24 hours, our new companion will arrive." Unlike the tension and apprehension of previous instances, this time, his words did not alter the atmosphere in the slightest. Xiaolan merely raised an eyebrow, continuing to gnaw on her chicken leg, mumbling, "More hands, more help." Su mooching regarded Moliang with a hint of inquiry, yet her eyes radiated trust. This time, "We are well prepared." Her assertion held truth. They possessed a sturdy cabin, ample food supplies, and weapons and armor to safeguard themselves. They were no longer the trembling survivors from the beach 2 months prior, nor the newly formed, still adjusting temporary team of a month ago. They had evolved into a mature group, fully equipped to welcome new members at any moment. Observing the composed reactions of the two, Montag Liang smiled. He tossed the bone into the fire and dusted off his hands. "Indeed, let us give her a surprise this time." He turned his gaze toward the distant, dark sea, where the salty breeze carried a hint of moisture. With the assurance of strength, coupled with medical logistics, their survival was no longer in jeopardy. Yet, Moliang smacked his lips, the lingering taste of roasted chicken, imbued with a smoky aroma, still in his mouth. After over 2 months of consuming grilled and smoked meats, his palate had begun to protest. It was time to add some flavor to their lives. Excitement bubbled within him. What kind of new companion would the system bring this time? Would this desire for variety be fulfilled? Chapter 33. the arrival the following day. Only a few hours remained until the countdown to the summoning would reach its conclusion. Unlike the tension and uncertainty of the previous occasions, a serene atmosphere enveloped the entire camp. Everything proceeded with meticulous organization. Xiaolan meticulously reinforced several traps around the campsite and set up new warning signs at a greater distance. Having completed these tasks, she ascended the tallest tree near the wooden cabin, concealing herself amidst the lush canopy like a vigilant sentinel, surveying the sole path leading to the beach. Su Muqing filled several freshly crafted ceramic jars with clean stream water and selected a variety of non-toxic, palatable wild fruits, carefully placing them into a woven basket. She even prepared a clean, soft animal hide, repeatedly washed with plant ash, to serve as a makeshift towel. All of this was in anticipation of the new companion soon to arrive. Moliang stood before the wooden cabin, observing the efficient and harmonious preparations of the two women, feeling an immense sense of reassurance. No longer were they helpless survivors. They had transformed into a cohesive team, well-prepared and clearly delineated in their roles, ready to tackle unforeseen challenges. As the time approached, Moliang glanced at the sky and called out to Xiaolan in the tree and Su Muqing within the cabin. Xiaolan deftly descended from the treetops, landing soundlessly on the ground. Su Muqing emerged, carrying the basket. The three exchanged knowing glances and nodded, setting off toward the beach together. This time, they were not passively waiting, they were actively welcoming the change. The sea breeze remained salty and damp, and the rhythmic waves crashed upon the shore. When the trio arrived at the familiar expanse of sand designated for the summoning, the countdown in their minds reached its final minute. Xiaolan did not pause, crossing the beach directly to scale a massive rock on the side, taking the high ground, her sharp gaze scanning every corner of the surroundings. Su Muqing stood at a distance, neither too far nor too close to the summoning point, placing her basket at her feet and waiting quietly. Moliang took a deep breath and moved to the center of the clearing. In his mind, he rehearsed the standardized, welcoming protocol once more, hoping that the forthcoming individual would be reasonable. 10, 9, 8. The countdown pulsated coldly in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Summoning commences. As the final words echoed, a familiar, radiant, milky white column of light descended from the heavens, precisely enveloping the sand before Moliang. The brilliance was so blinding that it was impossible to gaze directly at it. The grains of sand floated slightly in the energy's disturbance, and the air was thick with a peculiar, ozone-like scent. Moliang narrowed his eyes, patiently awaiting what was to come. The light persisted for approximately 10 seconds before. As if turned off by an unseen hand, it suddenly retracted and vanished without a trace. On the beach, a new figure emerged. It was a woman. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, her figure not the current trend of emaciation, but rather a perfect embodiment of voluptuousness. Her curves full and exuding the charm of a mature woman. Her gentle, oval face was adorned with delicate features, which at that moment were tightly knitted in profound confusion. Most striking was her immaculate, snow-white, double-breasted chef's uniform, complemented by a tall chef's hat perched atop her head. This attire seemed utterly incongruous amidst the surrounding primitive coconut groves, the azure sea, and the golden sands beneath her feet. She was Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran stood there in bewilderment, casting her gaze down at her pristine chef's shoes and then at the soft sand beneath her. She recalled vividly that just a second ago, she had been in the immaculate, stainless steel kitchen of her restaurant, preparing for the evening service. How? She lifted her head, catching sight of the distant primeval forest, inhaling the rich, briny scent of the sea breeze, while the monotonous, rhythmic sound of the waves filled her ears. An alien environment, unfamiliar scents, everything was strange. In her eyes, confusion was swiftly supplanted by fear. Was this a television show or a prank? She murmured softly, turning her body in search of hidden cameras or crew members. Then she spotted Mo Liang, a wild man, bare-chested, clad only in rough leather shorts, wielding a stone axe. Lu Yanran's pupils dilated in an instant, instinctively retreating a step, assuming a defensive posture. "Hello, Lu Yanran. Welcome to this place," Mo Liang spoke, endeavoring to keep his voice calm and non-threatening. "How do you know my name?" Lu Yanran's voice trembled. "The explanation is somewhat complex," Moliang replied patiently. "In simple terms, you and I have been transported to this secluded island by a mysterious system, much like each other. From today onwards, we are companions." After he spoke, he quietly observed her, awaiting her response. Lu Yanran stood frozen. System? Transported? Deserted island? These words, when woven together, struck her mind like a heavy hammer. Her thoughts became a void, utterly incapable of comprehending such absurdity. She gazed at Mo Liang's earnest face, then at the vast expanse of ocean behind him, devoid of any visible ships. A wave of despair, cold as the tide, suddenly engulfed her. Her lips began to quiver, her eyes reddened rapidly, and the tears she had been holding back could no longer be contained. In the next moment, Lu Yanran crouched down, wrapping her arms around her knees, collapsing into tears like a lost child. Her sobs were sharp and helpless, filled with an inability to accept reality and an endless fear of the future. She was merely a chef, an ordinary woman who cherished culinary delights and lived in a bustling metropolis. Her life was meant to be about pots and pans, the warmth of human connection, not this cursed struggle for survival on a deserted island. Moliang stood rooted in place, somewhat at a loss for what to do. He had anticipated various reactions: wariness, anger, skepticism, but he was utterly unprepared for this most direct and genuine collapse. The calm demeanor of Su Muqing and the vigilance of Xiao Lan instilled in him a false sense of security, leading him to believe that each summoned individual possessed formidable mental fortitude. Yet, the sound of Lu Yanran's sobs yanked him back to reality. This, indeed, was the most natural response of an ordinary person confronted with such supernatural occurrences. Just when Mo Liang found himself at a loss, Su Muqing approached from short distance. She said little, simply kneeling beside Lu Yanran and gently reaching out to embrace her trembling shoulders. "Do not fear." Her voice was soft yet imbued with a reassuring strength. "We have all endured this moment. It will get better." As Lu Yanran felt the warmth and gentle kindness emanating from her, her cries gradually subsided. She lifted her tear-streaked face and beheld Su Muqing, a woman clad in a similarly coarse leather skirt, yet exuding an air of coolness and sincerity in her gaze. At that moment, Xiao Lan leaped down from the rocks. She approached the two, observing the weeping Lu Yanran, hesitated for a moment, then unfastened a small pouch from her waist and clumsily offered a piece of golden brown jerky. She said nothing, but the intent in her eyes was unmistakable. "Do not cry. Eat something." This simple, heartfelt compassion from another woman finally shattered the last barrier within Lu Yanran's heart, providing her chaotic thoughts with a semblance of support. With Su Muqing's assistance, Lu Yanran sobbed as she rose to her feet, flanked by the two women, and followed Mo Liang toward the camp. Along the way, she beheld a sturdy wooden cabin, constructed entirely of timber. She noticed rows of cured meats hanging from the eaves, and in a corner, neatly stacked, various forms of pottery. She saw a stone hearth with a crackling bonfire and unfamiliar herbs drying nearby. All of this silently conveyed to her that Mo Liang's words were indeed true. This was a world where survival must begin anew. Yet simultaneously, it revealed that the inhabitants were not entirely helpless. They had already begun to establish the rudiments of a home. As dusk fell, the four gathered around the bonfire. Lu Yanran's emotions had largely stabilized. She hugged her knees and silently watched the flames, accepting the harsh reality. Mo Liang handed her a skewer of wild chicken, roasted to a crisp, sizzling with juices. "First, have something to eat." Lu Yanran expressed her gratitude as she accepted it. Having gone an entire day without food, she was indeed famished. She blew on the hot meat and cautiously took a bite. The coarse grains of salt dissolved on her tongue, bringing forth a stark and invigorating salinity. The meat, due to direct roasting, had turned somewhat dry and bore the strong essence of smoke. This was their daily sustenance. In that fleeting moment, a more intense emotion than fear and despair seized Lu Yanran's heart. It was the instinct and dignity ingrained in her very essence as a Michelin-starred chef. She gazed at the piece of exquisite natural ingredient in her hand, now marred and ruined, which should have been tender beyond compare, and then glanced at the other three individuals who bore expressions of casual familiarity, even a hint of satisfaction. In that instant, all her sorrow and confusion were supplanted by an ineffable rage. She slowly lifted her head, and within her gentle, tear-streaked eyes, a fierce flame ignited. Lu Yinran furrowed her brow. Chapter 34. The chef the stick, threaded with roasted chicken, quivered slightly in Lu Yinran's hand. The confusion and fear etched on her face swiftly faded, replaced by a more complex array of emotions. It was a blend of shock, disbelief, and a profound sense of indignation. Is this the food you typically consume? Lu Yinran's voice was soft yet laced with an imperceptible tremor. Moliang paused for a moment before nodding. Yes, roasted meat or smoked meat, along with some boiled wild vegetables and a variety of seafood, he replied candidly. What's wrong? Is it unpalatable? Unpalatable? Lu Yinran echoed the words, as if she had heard the most absurd joke. She abruptly stood up and strode to the campfire, picking up a small piece of blood-stained wild chicken from the pile of uncooked meat, bringing it to her nose and closing her eyes as she inhaled deeply. The meat was firm, with an exceptionally low fat content, its fibers tender, imbued with the unique aroma of the forest. It was as if she were conducting the most meticulous analysis, muttering to herself that this was poultry raised in a pristine environment, nourished by a diverse diet and vigorous exercise. Its flavor was unparalleled, a perfect ingredient that no top-tier poultry supplier could ever rival. Opening her eyes, she fixed her piercing gaze upon Moliang, then glanced at Su Muqing and Xiaolan, almost heartbroken as she exclaimed, You merely roast it over fire and sprinkle on some salt? She raised the roasted chicken as if presenting a piece of damning evidence. The high temperature had compromised the meat's fibers, causing excessive moisture loss and rendering it dry and fibrous. The smoky flavor entirely masked the ingredient's exquisite taste. And this salt? She extended the piece of meat toward Moliang, pointing at the coarse gray crystals clinging to it. Where's your salt? Let me see. Montauk the Young, somewhat bewildered, nonetheless retrieved some of the coarse salt they had painstakingly harvested from a nearby ceramic jar using a shell spoon. Lu Yinran accepted the shell, glancing at it only to furrow her brow even tighter. She dipped her finger into the salt and tasted it, immediately spitting it out with a grimace. Bitter and astringent. This contains not only sodium chloride, but also significant amounts of magnesium chloride and magnesium sulfate. She stated with an undeniable professional tone. These impurities not only severely affect the flavor, but also impart an unpleasant bitterness to the salt itself. You have been using this to season your food? This is tantamount to murder. The last four words she pronounced with unyielding conviction. Moliang, Su Muqing, and Xiaolan exchanged glances, sensing a shared bewilderment in each other's eyes. While they were aware that the salt's purity was inadequate, they questioned whether it was truly that severe. They looked at Su Muqing, who remarked, to discuss toxicity without proper measurements is sheer folly. Moreover, we have done our utmost. Our knowledge has only allowed us to purify it to this extent. To them, having meat and seasoning with salt was akin to living a life of luxury. Yet, in the eyes of their new companion, all of this was an utter disaster. Observing the innocent expressions of the three individuals, which seemed to convey a sense of casual indifference, Lu Yinran felt as though she were on the brink of suffocation. As a Michelin-starred chef who regarded cooking as her lifelong vocation, her reverence for ingredients was ingrained in her very soul. The scene before her was more unbearable than a confrontation with wild beasts in the jungle. She took a deep breath, compelling herself to regain her composure. In that moment, all fear and anxiety were supplanted by a more formidable force, the dignity of a chef. Tonight's dinner is entrusted to me, Lu Yinran declared, her voice soft yet imbued with undeniable resolve. She surveyed the modest yet orderly campsite. Moliang, if I may, she turned towards him. Gather for me all the non-toxic plants with distinctive aromas that you know of, leaves and fruits, swiftly, if you please. Although still somewhat dazed by the barrage of technical terminology, Moliang instinctively nodded in agreement. And you, she directed her attention to Xiaolan, please assist me in finding a sufficiently large and flat stone slab, one that can withstand the heat. Xiaolon glanced at Moliang, saw no dissent, and promptly acknowledged her request before disappearing into the shadowy woods. Finally, Lu Yanran turned to Su Muqing, her tone softening. Could you help me slice the wild chicken as thinly as possible? Use your sharpest knife. Thus began an unexpected kitchen revolution, led by her new companions. Soon, Xiaolon returned with a grayish stone slab, nearly half a meter square. Lu Yanran inspected it and, satisfied, instructed Mao Liang to position the slab atop the freshly cleared fire pit to preheat it. Meanwhile, Su Muqing, with the precision of surgeon, wielded an obsidian blade to expertly slice the chicken breast into paper-thin pieces, arranging them neatly on clean banana leaves. Mao Liang also returned with several plants he recognized, one with long, narrow leaves that, when crushed, emitted a ginger-like spiciness, another bearing small red berries, a delightful blend of tart and sweet, and a plant resembling wild scallions. Lu Yanran's eyes sparkled with excitement. Like a general in dire straits, she finally glimpsed her reinforcements. She seized the plants, scarcely pausing to wash them, and commenced her culinary creation. She placed the red berries upon a stone, using another stone to mash them into a pulp, then extracted the precious sweet tart juice with her hands, evenly drizzling it over the chicken slices and gently massaging it in. This was the most primal form of marination, utilizing fruit acids to tenderize the meat and enhance its flavor. Next, she crushed the wild ginger and scallion leaves, mixing them with the coarse, bitter salt, and added a touch of clean water to create a somewhat rustic green dipping sauce. At this juncture, the stone slab had become searingly hot. Lu Yanran, using a twig, dipped it into some wild boar fat and swiftly spread it across the slab. With a sizzling sound, the fat erupted into a fragrant cloud at high temperature. She delicately lifted a slice of marinated chicken and laid it upon the scorching stone slab. The sizzling sound filled the air as the edges of the meat curled rapidly, transforming from pink to white. A complex aroma, distinct from the pure, charred fragrance of grilled meat, intermingled with fruity and meaty scents, boldly invaded the nostrils of everyone present. Moliang, Su Muqing, and Xiaolon could not help but swallow hard. Lu Yanran's movements were fluid as she adeptly wielded two sharpened wooden sticks as chopsticks, swiftly flipping the slice of meat. Mere seconds later, she lifted it and placed it upon a pristine leaf. Try this, she offered the first piece of perfectly grilled meat to Moliang. Hesitant, he accepted it, observing the slice with slightly charred edges and a tender center, carefully bringing it to his mouth. In an instant, his eyes widened in surprise. Contrary to his expectations of a dry texture, he encountered an exquisite tenderness. His teeth effortlessly severed the meat fibers, and an explosion of previously unexperienced, layered flavors erupted on his palate. The inherent succulence of the meat served as a foundation, while the slight acidity of the fruit juice harmoniously balanced the greasiness, imparting a hint of refreshing sweetness. Dip this, Lu Yanran offered a bowl of green sauce, and Mo Liang complied, rolling the second slice of meat in the sauce. This time, the sensory experience transcended once more. The coarse salt's brininess no longer felt jarring, as it melded perfectly with the pungency of wild ginger and the fragrant essence of wild scallions, creating a primal and untamed amalgamation of flavors. This taste elevated the meat's deliciousness to an entirely new realm. He was momentarily stunned. After indulging in grilled meat for over 2 months, he thought he had grown accustomed to its singular flavor. Only now did he realize that what he had consumed before could merely be categorized as protein for sustenance. While this was truly deserving of the title gourmet, Su Muqing and Xiaolon were also presented with their portions. Su Muqing savored each bite, and even in her usually composed demeanor, a hint of astonishment flickered in her eyes. Xiaolon's reaction was more straightforward. After finishing a slice, she said nothing, silently gazing at Lu Yanran with eyes filled with anticipation, like a hawk awaiting nourishment. Observing the expressions of shock, satisfaction, and even a touch of emotion on the faces of the three, Lu Yanran finally smiled. It was the first genuine smile she had offered since arriving in this world. All her tears and fears seemed to evaporate in that moment, consumed by the rising warmth of the culinary delight. She rediscovered her worth in this realm. Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, she looked at Moliang, who was still marveling at the piece of grilled meat, and spoke. Give me a good pot, and I can make you live in paradise every day. Chapter 35. The Pottery Revolution, the words of Lu Yanran. If you give me a fine pot, I can make you live in paradise every day, stirred ripples in the hearts of the three others, akin to a stone cast into the tranquil surface of a lake. They were unaware of what paradise truly entailed, yet the succulent, flavorful stone slab grilled meat they had just savored offered them a tantalizing glimpse of its essence. That night, Moliang felt for the first time that the barbecued meat he had consumed for over 2 months was nothing short of swine's fare. Even Xiaolon, who typically harbored no particular desires regarding food, silently discarded her untouched grilled chicken leg, heavily salted, into the flames after tasting Lu Yanran's masterpiece. At the break of dawn, while Moliang still reveled in the exquisite flavors of the previous evening, Lu Yanran had already embarked on her task. She meticulously transported all the pottery crafted by Moliang and Su Mooching into the open space, examining each piece with great scrutiny. Gently tapping the walls of the pots with her fingers, her brow furrowed deeper with each strike. It simply would not do. She shook her head, her disappointment unmistakable in her tone. What is the matter? Moliang inquired as he approached. These items can only be termed containers. They hardly qualify as utensils. Lu Yanran lifted a ceramic bowl, directing Moliang's gaze. Observe, the walls are overly thick, causing uneven heating. When used for cooking, the bottom burns while the water above may remain lukewarm. She then picked up a pot intended for boiling water. Moreover, the material is far too porous, with a high rate of air pockets, lacking sufficient strength. Forget about stir-frying. Even for stewing, one must carefully monitor the heat, or else sudden temperature shifts could easily shatter it. Lu Yanran sighed, her eyes reflecting the helplessness of a true professional. Stone slab cooking was merely a stopgap. Its culinary applications were severely limited. True gastronomy could not thrive without the techniques of stewing, boiling, braising, and simmering, all of which necessitate a stable heat source and effective sealing. She gazed intently at Moliang, her expression grave. I require a genuine pot, one with thin walls, capable of withstanding high temperatures, providing even heat distribution, and possessing excellent sealing properties. Additionally, I need bowls for dining, basins for soup, and jars for storing spices. Her demands were clear and precise. This was no longer a matter of functionality, but rather one of quality. In that moment, Moliang profoundly recognized that Lu Yanran's arrival was catalyzing a transformative shift within their team, transitioning them from mere survival to a more enriched existence. Instead of feeling disheartened by the heap of pottery deemed inadequate by professional standards, he was instead engulfed by a wave of exhilaration. Very well, he declared decisively, his voice steady and resonant from this day forth. Our team's foremost priority shall be to initiate the second pottery revolution and craft an entire set of utensils tailored to our chef's requirements. Thus, a technological innovation sparked by the allure of gastronomy commenced. The new endeavor ushered in a fresh division of labor. I recall discovering a finer white clay beneath the western cliffs. Moliang quickly assumed the role of project manager. That soil should be more suitable for creating thin-walled pottery. I shall retrieve it. She turned her gaze towards Su Mooching. Lu Yanran understood that possessing superior clay alone was insufficient. I recall reading that incorporating a specific ratio of sand or crushed shell powder into the clay serves as a composite material, effectively diminishing the shrinkage rate of the ceramic body during the drying and firing processes, thereby preventing cracks. The experiment concerning this material ratio shall be entrusted to you. Su Mooching's eyes sparkled with excitement. This meticulous scientific endeavor, which necessitated repeated experimentation and meticulous documentation, resonated perfectly with her inclinations. No problem, she replied succinctly. I shall design and shape all the utensils for Lu Yanran. I know precisely what type of pot and bowl I require. Her deft hands, capable of crafting exquisite cuisine, exhibited an astonishing talent in molding clay as well. And what of me? Inquired the previously silent Xiaolon, taking the initiative to speak. Lu Yanran smiled, patting her shoulder. You shall undoubtedly be our chief laborer. tasked with digging, mixing clay, and transporting stones. Every heavy-duty task will require your strength. Xiao Lan nodded in agreement, succinctly affirming, "All right." After their exchange, the quartet emerged with a clear objective and defined roles, igniting an unprecedented fervor for work. Moliang and Xiao Lan, armed with wicker baskets and stone shovels, proceeded toward the western cliff. As they unearthed the superficial red soil, revealing the lustrous, fine, milk-white clay beneath, Moliang realized they had indeed found the right location. The two, brimming with enthusiasm, swiftly transported a substantial amount of high-quality clay back. Meanwhile, Su Muqing had established her materials laboratory. She meticulously sifted sand through a fine wicker sieve and crushed the shells collected from the seaside into powder, then blended them into the clay in varying proportions to create a dozen test samples, each marked distinctly, which she placed by the fire to observe and document their transformations closely. In the meantime, Lu Yanran was wholly absorbed in her artistic creation. Kneeling upon a hide, she had a lump of well-kneaded clay before her. Her fingers danced over the clay body, pressing and lifting with finesse. Soon, a gracefully shaped deep belly pot began to emerge. The fluid lines were not merely for aesthetics. They were designed to facilitate even heat distribution within the pot. Next came a shallow frying pan, ideal for frying, a bowl with the perfect curvature for easy handling, and a collection of spice jars of varying sizes, each adorned with a lid. Each piece was birthed from her hands, imbued with a profound pursuit of culinary excellence. However, merely possessing fine clay was not enough. Firing was the crux of the matter. Our previous earthen kiln was merely a pit dug into the ground, lacking concentrated heat and unable to reach sufficient temperatures. Lu Yanran remarked, gesturing towards the ruins of the old kiln. This time, we shall construct a more scientifically designed updraft kiln. While sketching a blueprint upon the ground, she explained to the group, "We will dig a hole at the base of the cliff. The kiln will consist of 2 tiers. The lower section will serve as the fire chamber for burning wood, while the upper section will be the chamber for placing the ceramic bodies. Between them, perforated stone slabs or clay boards were employed to allow flames and heat to rise from below, uniformly enveloping the ceramic pieces. This method resulted in pottery of higher temperatures and greater durability. The theory was clear. What remained was execution. The 4 of them collaborated once more, digging holes, mixing clay, shaping the kiln body, constructing partitions, and reserving vents and flues. 2 days later, a brand new earthen kiln, appearing far more professional than its predecessor, arose majestically against the mountainside. Meanwhile, Su Muqing's experiment bore results. She discovered the optimal formula, incorporating approximately 20 fine sand and 5 shell powder. Lu Yanran's design of over 20 innovative ceramic pieces had also completely dried. They stood silently, their elegant lines and thin walls brimming with promise. Everything was prepared, awaiting the final element. On that bright afternoon, the 4 held a modest kiln loading ceremony. They carefully placed each ceramic piece, embodying the team's hopes, into the new kiln's chamber. Arranged with meticulous care, Lu Yanran personally sealed the kiln door, leaving only an observation hole. It was time to begin. Moliang took a deep breath and tossed a burning torch into the furnace's entrance. The dry wood instantly ignited, flames roaring to life. The first phase involved a gentle heat, gradually evaporating the last remnants of moisture from the ceramic pieces. Everyone held their breath, gathered around the kiln, quietly awaiting the outcome. The flames danced within, casting an orange glow through the observation hole, illuminating each face. Would this technological upgrade prove successful? Could this vessel, capable of transporting all to paradise, be reborn from the crucible of fierce flames? Chapter 36. Snow. Salt. The flames within the kiln had burned throughout the day, gradually extinguishing under the watchful gaze of all present, settling into silence for the entire night. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the camp, the structure of the new kiln had completely cooled, leaving only a hint of residual warmth. For individuals gathered before the kiln, the atmosphere tense and solemn, as if awaiting a momentous verdict. It should be ready. Moliang's voice was somewhat hoarse. He stepped forward, carefully using a stone axe to break the mud that sealed the kiln door yesterday. The clay crumbled away, revealing a dark opening within. A wave of warm air, infused with the aroma of smoke and earth, rushed forth. Moliang leaned in for a glimpse, then held his breath. He slowly extended his hand, extracting a piece from the outermost layer. It was a bowl. No longer the coarse reddish-brown of before, it now exhibited a delicate hue, tinged with a hint of gray-white. The walls were thin, the lines fluid, and under the morning light, its surface shimmered with a soft, warm luster. Moliang handed the bowl to Lu Yanran. As the initiator and chief designer of this revolution, she was the most qualified to act as the judge. Lu Yanran received the bowl with solemnity, her fingers gliding over the walls, savoring the unprecedented delicate texture. Then, using her knuckles, she gently tapped the rim. Clink! A clear, melodious sound resonated, akin to the striking of jade. This sound was worlds apart from the dull thuds produced by previous pottery. It succeeded. Lu Yanran's eyes sparkled with the joy of an artist witnessing the birth of a perfect creation. It succeeded. Su Muqing could not help but exclaim, her face alight with delight. Xiao Lan remained silent, yet the corners of her taut lips curled upwards ever so slightly. The moment of harvest had arrived. Moliang and Xiao Lan carefully extracted each piece of pottery from a kiln. Deep-bellied stew pots, wide-mouthed frying pans, storage jars of various sizes, uniformly crafted rice bowls, and soup basins. Over 20 new-style ceramics, none cracked, all successfully fired. They lay quietly on the ground, like soldiers awaiting inspection, heralding a significant technical triumph for the team. Lu Yanran caressed the deep-bellied stew pot custom-made for her, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Yet soon, her gaze sharpened once more. She picked up a newly fired storage jar, approached the ceramic container holding coarse salt, and scooped out a spoonful of the grayish salt. With the finest pots, we can no longer tolerate the poorest seasoning. Lu Yanran regarded the group, her tone grave. The bitterness and astringency in this salt would ruin all exquisite soups. Our next task today is to transform it into snow. Transform it into snow? Moliang was somewhat puzzled. Indeed, as white as snow, as pure as snow. A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Lu Yanran's eyes. This process is known in chemistry as recrystallization. By exploiting the differing solubility of various substances within the same solvent, we can separate them. These words instantly resonated with Moliang, a student of engineering. I understand now. Our coarse salt is a mixture. The solubility of table salt, sodium chloride, differs from that of the bitter impurities, such as magnesium chloride, in water. By manipulating the temperature and evaporation rate, we can prioritize the crystallization of sodium chloride. Previously, due to insufficient manpower and the belief that it was safe to leave it, we had neglected this process. Now, a change is indeed necessary. Lu Yanran cast an approving glance at him, then let the experiment commence. Thus began a chemical experiment on the primitive island. Under Lu Yanran's direction, Xiao Lan placed the largest, newly acquired pot over the fire and filled it with a substantial amount of clean water. Moliang poured all their reserves of coarse salt into the pot, continuously stirring with a wooden stick until the brine reached saturation. Let it sit and allow the sediment to settle, Lu Yanran instructed. Half an hour later, a layer of fine sediment had settled at the bottom of the pot. Su Muqing carefully used a shell spoon to transfer the relatively clear brine from the top into another ceramic basin. The next step was filtration. Lacking filter paper, Su Muqing devised a solution. She procured the softest remnants from the leather tanning process and punctured it with countless tiny holes using a bone needle. Beneath this, she placed a layer of crushed charcoal, creating a rudimentary filtration device. The brine was ladled through this contraption, dripping into a clean ceramic basin below, gradually becoming clearer. Finally, the most crucial step, evaporation and crystallization. The filtered, highly concentrated brine was poured into a brand new, wide-mouthed, shallow ceramic pot and placed over a gentle fire for slow heating. The four of them gathered around the pot, their eyes fixed intently on the changes occurring within. As the moisture evaporated, the brine thickened. Pay close attention, Lu Yanran cautioned. Before their eyes, tiny white crystals began to materialize on the surface of the liquid, rapidly enlarging, resembling delicate snowflakes blossoming on the water's surface. Now, quickly, at her command, Moliang, who had been poised nearby, deftly used a large clamshell to carefully scoop out the freshly crystallized white solids from the brine and place them on a large banana leaf. Why not wait until all the moisture has evaporated before collecting it? Sumukining way passive. Because the bitter magnesium chloride has a very high solubility. It will remain in the final mother liquor, Liu Yanran explained while guiding Mo Liang's actions. What we are retrieving now is the pure sodium chloride. If we wait until all the water has evaporated, those impurities will crystallize as well, rendering our efforts futile. After several meticulous scooping operations, the once murky brine ultimately left behind a small pile of genuinely white, delicate crystals on the banana leaf, reminiscent of freshly fallen snow. This was the refined salt they had long yearned for. The experiment was a success. However, Liu Yanran did not allow much time for celebration. She promptly instructed Xiaolon to break several of the largest leg bones left from the previous wild boar hunt with a stone axe. Placing them into the brand new, deep belly stew pot, filled to the brim with clear water, and set it over the fire. Without adding any seasonings, she simply covered it with a newly crafted, perfectly fitting ceramic lid, allowing the flames to gently caress the pot's bottom. After several hours, an indescribable rich and pure aroma of bone broth forcefully emerged from the crevice of the lid, enveloping the entire campsite. As evening descended, the four gathered around the campfire. Liu Yanran lifted the lid, revealing a pot of milky white, bubbling thick soup before them. She ladled a spoonful of the broth, delicately sprinkling a pinch of pristine white salt into it. "Do taste it," she urged, serving each person a bowl, presented in the new ceramic dishes still warm from the kiln. Mo Liang raised his bowl, first inhaling the aroma. It was an exquisitely pure fragrance, devoid of any impurities. He blew gently on it and cautiously took a sip. The broth was warm and rich, the essence of marrow and gelatin fully infused, offering a thick and smooth texture. Immediately, the perfectly balanced saltiness ignited all the flavors. There was not a trace of bitterness, only the purest, most primal, and soul-stirring sweetness of meat broth. In that moment, Mo Liang felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. He glanced at the other three. Su Muqing had her eyes closed, savoring every sip, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Xiaolon remained silent, refilling her bowl again and again, expressing her admiration through her actions. Meanwhile, Liu Yanran, observing the happiness on their faces, wore a gentle smile herself. This was the essence of her existence. As Mo Liang finished the last drop of broth in his bowl, he was filled with an unprecedented sense of abundance. From foraging and blood drinking to creating fire from wood, from crude stone tools to exquisite pottery, from bitter coarse salt to pure white salt, Liu Yanran's arrival was like a key, unlocking the door to a civilized life for them. This deserted island was visibly transforming, evolving from a struggling, makeshift camp into a true home. Chapter 37. A new beginning. This chapter marks the conclusion of basic survival issues and the commencement of daily life. The campfire flickers quietly, casting a warm glow upon each face present. A pot of rich bone broth has been drained, leaving only a few bones, thoroughly cleaned. Everyone leans against the walls of the wooden cabin, their expressions reflecting an unprecedented sense of contentment. This is a pure happiness, born from both sustenance and delectable fare. Moliang holds a warm ceramic bowl, observing his three companions beside him. Su Muqing, with her head bowed, delicately picks her teeth with a sharpened wooden stick. Her movements both refined and elegant. Xiaolon hugs her knees, her gaze vacant as she stares into the dancing flames, lost in thought. Though her previously tense body has now relaxed completely, Liu Yanran wears a gentle smile, akin to a mother watching her children satiate their hunger. Her eyes flitting between the three. This deserted island is visibly transforming, evolving from a desperate makeshift camp into a true home. Moliang is filled with an unprecedented sense of abundance, yet alongside it comes a deeper sense of responsibility. They cannot remain perpetually on edge. Transitioning from survival to living requires not only material wealth, but also a spiritual relaxation. He sets down his ceramic bowl and clears his throat, breaking the serene atmosphere. Everyone, he begins, drawing the attention of all, I have a proposal. As our supplies become increasingly ample, with food and safety now assured, I believe we no longer need to fill each day to the brim, remaining in a constant state of tension. He gazes at them earnestly as he articulates his thoughts. I suggest we establish a fixed schedule. For instance, we could work for 5 days and rest for 2. On work days, we will continue hunting, gathering, and building. On rest days, everyone can freely arrange their time, engaging in activities they enjoy, allowing for complete relaxation. This suggestion momentarily stuns the women. Su Muqing is the first to respond, nodding in agreement. That is an excellent idea, she softly affirms. Sustained high-intensity labor and mental strain can indeed accumulate fatigue, impairing our judgment. Balancing work and rest is essential. Xiaolan succinctly adds her assent. Agreed. For her, a regular routine is a deeply ingrained habit. However, just as Moliang believes the matter is settled, Lu Yanran, who had remained silent, suddenly bursts into laughter. It is a laugh tinged with mischief and jest. She gently nudges Su Muqing with her elbow, then, with her expressive eyes, turns to Moliang and leisurely inquires, "What about the time for dates?" Her words, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly create ripples. The air seems to freeze. The crackling of the campfire becomes exceptionally clear at that moment. Moliang is rendered completely still, his mind a blank slate. D-Day time? He instinctively glanced at Su Muqing. In the flickering firelight, her head tilted slightly downward, her long eyelashes casting faint shadows upon her porcelain skin. Though she remained silent, her fair cheeks rapidly flushed with an unnatural hue, creeping up to the very roots of her ears. She feigned an interest in tending to the fire, yet her slightly frantic movements betrayed her inner turmoil. Moliang's heart skipped a beat, and he sensed a warmth rising to his own face. His gaze uncontrollably shifted toward Xiaolan, who maintained her usual silence, her expression impassive as she stared into the flames, as if Lu Yanran's words were of no concern to her. However, Moliang keenly perceived that her hawk-like eyes, always sharp and still upon their target, seemed to flicker momentarily in the firelight. Almost as if to conceal something, she averted her gaze to the distant, darkening woods, regaining her semblance of calm. "Oh dear, look, our esteemed island master is blushing." Lu Yanran's voice brimmed with triumphant amusement, reminiscent of a scholar who had stumbled upon an enormous secret. Muqing has turned shy as well, such is the essence of youth. Yanran. Su Muqing could no longer contain herself, her voice a blend of embarrassment and annoyance, sounding more like a playful pout. Moliang cleared his throat twice, attempting to regain control of the conversation. What I meant by day of rest is that everyone is free to engage in whatever activities they wish. His explanation appeared feeble and lacking substance. With Lu Yanran's jest, the new order he proposed had been imbued with an undeniable, sweet yet troubling air of ambiguity. Freedom to engage in activities, did that not also imply the possibility of inviting someone to partake in such freedom together? Once this thought took root in his mind, it lingered stubbornly. As Moliang surveyed the 3 distinctly unique yet equally remarkable women before him, he realized for the first time that the challenges on this deserted island had only just begun. Chapter 38. The Brewing of a Date. Encouraging interaction among all, a night of silence passed. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight penetrated the crevices of the wooden cabin, a subtle tension enveloped the camp. This unease stemmed from the breakfast served that day. Lu Yanran hummed a discordant tune while distributing the freshly grilled fish and vibrant wild fruits into each person's earthenware plate. Everything appeared to unfold as usual. However, it did not take long for Moliang to detect an anomaly. The fish on his plate was conspicuously larger than that of Su Muqing and Xiaolan, its skin charred to a golden crisp, still sizzling with its luscious oils. In Su Muqing's breakfast, a plump wild fruit was charmingly adorned with a dew-kissed purple flower, seemingly plucked from the wild. Lu Yanran, taking her seat with her own portion, feigned surprise, exclaiming in a playful tone, "It seems I was a bit clumsy today." The island lord's serving appears particularly generous. "Muqing, look, this flower compliments you splendidly. What a delightful coincidence." Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the tranquil morning. Moliang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, yet the sight of the succulent fish stirred a reluctant pleasure within. His gaze, almost involuntarily, flickered towards Su Muqing. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she lowered her head, delicately prodding at her food with a wooden fork, her heart racing with a mix of shyness and an ineffable thrill. Meanwhile, Xiaolan consumed her breakfast with an impassive expression, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding dynamics. Yet, Moliang noted that her pace of chewing was slightly quicker than usual. Her sharp gaze darted rapidly between him and Su Muqing before returning to the calm demeanor, intently focused on her grilled fish. The meal concluded amidst an atmosphere tinged with sweetness and awkwardness. After breakfast, Moliang felt compelled to quell the burgeoning ambiguity. He resolved to take the initiative. Spotting Su Muqing in the corner of the cabin, meticulously organizing the herbs she had gathered the previous day, he inhaled deeply and mentally rehearsed his words. It would be too abrupt to directly propose. Shall we go on a date? He needed a legitimate reason. Exploring new territories, yes, that would serve as the perfect pretext, both a team mission and an opportunity for solitude. With determination, he approached her. Muqing. Upon hearing his voice, Su Muqing paused her task, lifting her gaze to meet his. Moliang endeavored to keep his tone natural and steady. Tomorrow marks our first day of rest. I wish to explore the western woods that we have yet to venture into. There may be new medicinal plants or water sources to discover. He hesitated, locking eyes with Su Muqing as he unveiled his true intention. As a doctor, you possess the most knowledge about plants. Would you accompany me? Instantly, Su Muqing comprehended the deeper implications of his words. A surge of mixed emotions, joy intertwined with anxiety, overwhelmed her, leaving her mind momentarily blank. She fell silent for a few seconds, both to calm the sudden flutter of her heartbeat and out of a woman's modesty. Then, she tucked a strand of hair that had fallen to her cheek behind her ear and replied softly, yet with unwavering determination. All right, she added, we should indeed go take a look. Just as a great weight was lifted from Moliang's heart, a cheerful voice chimed in from nearby. Exploring new territories is of utmost importance. Lu Yanran had approached at some point, her face beaming with a smile, as if she were the commander of this venture. However, Xiaolan and I have already agreed to head to the beach tomorrow to dig for some new varieties of clams, to add a touch of sea flavor to our recipes. I leave the safety of the camp and the rear to both of you. With that, she winked at Moliang, conveying an encouraging glance. Standing behind Lu Yanran, Xiaolan remained silent, merely nodding at Moliang and Su Muqing, succinctly stating, be safe. These 4 words served as both a reminder and a tacit expression of trust. With that, she turned to inspect her meticulously sharpened stone spear, leaving them with a capable silhouette. Thus, with an unspoken alliance, their first date was officially set. That evening, both Moliang and Su Muqing appeared somewhat preoccupied. One was repeatedly checking the tools and weapons for the next day, while the other was carefully assembling a small first aid kit filled with various herbs for treating wounds. Both were filled with anticipation for tomorrow's exploration, along with a lingering, sweet tension. Chapter 39. A stroll through the woods on a serene morning during the holiday. The sun radiated a gentle warmth. Moliang and Su Muqing were well prepared, each carrying a simple rattan backpack, while Moliang held a black obsidian spear in his hand. Lu Yanran emerged from the wooden cabin, extending a similarly woven food box towards them, her face adorned with a teasing yet sincere smile. We shall eat on the way. Our future island mistress cannot go hungry. Her playful jibe was considerably softer than the previous evening, resembling a heartfelt blessing. Su Muqing's cheeks flushed slightly. She refrained from retorting and simply accepted the offering, murmuring a soft thank you. Moliang chuckled awkwardly, feeling akin to a schoolboy about to embark on a spring outing, receiving a myriad of reminders from his parents. Beside them, Xiaolan remained silent, but as they turned to depart, she spoke in her characteristic calm tone, return early. Those simple 4 words enveloped Moliang and Su Muqing's hearts with warmth. The two walked side by side into the unfamiliar western forest. Initially, the atmosphere felt somewhat restrained. The woods were far denser than those near the campsite, Towering canopies obscured much of the sunlight, allowing only dappled light to filter through the gaps. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. They walked in silence, their footsteps crunching on the thick layer of fallen leaves. To break the silence, they resorted to mundane conversations focused solely on their work. The vegetation here differs significantly from that near the campsite, Moliang initiated, attempting to ease the tension. Yes, there are more ferns, and the humidity is quite high, Su Muqing replied, closely examining the surrounding flora while being mindful of potential snakes or insects beneath her feet. The conversation lapsed once more, and Moliang sensed a tension in his back. He was acutely aware of Su Muqing's presence behind him, her breath, the rhythm of her steps, all forming a silent melody that stirred his thoughts. This was his first experience walking alone in the woods with a girl. The sensation was peculiar. He pondered what to say, but his mind was a blank canvas. Discuss the weather? Today's meals? Or perhaps the next steps in campsite construction? None seemed suitable. Such topics would render this exploration akin to a mere work assignment. Just as he wrestled with his thoughts, a faint sound of water reached their ears. Do you hear that? Su Muqing inquired, having caught the sound as well. Their eyes met, and in one another's gaze, they detected a glimmer of curiosity. Following the sound of water, they parted a curtain of hanging vines. The sight before them caused them to halt in their tracks. It was a small waterfall. A crystal-clear stream cascaded from several meters above, plunging into a verdant pool below, sending up countless sparkling droplets. Surrounding the pool was a carpet of moss, encircled by ancient trees of peculiar shapes, with thick vines cascading from their branches, resembling a natural curtain of pearls. The sunlight streamed through a gap in the tree canopy, casting a delicate rainbow within the swirling mist. The gentle sound of flowing water accompanied the crisp chirping of birds. This tranquil and exquisite scene felt like a tender hand, instantly smoothing away the subtle tension and restraint that lingered in the hearts of the two individuals. How beautiful! Su Muqing exclaimed from the depths of her heart. Moliang nodded, taking in the scenery, as if the clear stream had washed away the clutter of thoughts in his mind. He gazed at Su Muqing, who was basking in the sunlight, her profile appearing exceptionally soft in the interplay of light and shadow, with the delicate rainbow hues seemingly adorning her long eyelashes. A thought crystallized in his mind with striking clarity. Now is the moment. He turned, leaning against a moss-covered rock, and attempted to initiate a casual conversation. Muqing, before coming here, you must have had a tough time at the hospital, right? This question served as a key, gently unlocking the floodgates of Su Muqing's expression. She paused, seemingly surprised that Moliang would inquire about this. Approaching the edge of the water, she crouched down, dipping her fingers into the cool stream, her gaze revealing a hint of nostalgia. Yes, it was quite arduous. For the first time, she spoke in detail about her life as a surgeon. During shifts, her mind remained alert for 24 hours, as one never knows when an ambulance might bring in an emergency patient. Sometimes, a surgery could last for over 10 hours. By the time she emerged from the operating room, the sun had risen, leaving her with no strength even to stand. She lifted her gaze to Moliang, her eyes reflecting a mixture of fatigue and brilliance that he had never witnessed before. The sense of accomplishment in saving a patient surpassed all else. Yet, there are moments when one must helplessly watch a life slip away despite exhausting all efforts. That sense of defeat can lead one to question their own abilities. She seldom spoke so openly, especially regarding her inner thoughts. In the camp, she was calm, reliable, the ever-capable Dr. Su, able to handle all injuries and ailments. But in this moment, she was simply Su Muqing, a regular girl who experiences fatigue, sorrow, and self-doubt. Moliang listened quietly, offering no interruptions. He could envision her, clad in green surgical scrubs, competing against death under the operating lights. That pressure was surely something beyond the endurance of ordinary people. Once she finished speaking, he softly began to share his past. During my university days, my life was considerably easier compared to yours. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, recounting his days filled with monotonous theoretical classes, environmental engineering, a term that sounded grand but essentially involved learning to manage wastewater and combat air pollution. Most of his time was spent gaming with his eccentric roommates in their dormitory. He spoke fondly of his whimsical companions, the sleepless nights cramming for exams, and his aspirations for the future, hoping one day to apply his knowledge to restore a polluted river. Su Muqing listened quietly, a subtle smile unconsciously gracing her lips. In their exchange, they were astonished to discover numerous commonalities. Do you also enjoy the obscure band called Lost Coast? Indeed, their melodies possess profound meaning. And you? I too cherish their music. I thought no one else listened to them. These subtle yet trivial resonances, akin to invisible threads, swiftly drew their hearts closer together. The conversation shifted from the past to their inner worlds as they shared tales of their families, friends, and the fears and dreams they had long kept hidden. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away. When the rumbling of their stomachs finally broke the silence, they exchanged knowing smiles, realizing it was time for lunch. They settled upon a stone by the waterfall and opened the food box prepared by Lu Yanran. Inside were roasted jerky, several cakes made of taro puree, and a variety of vibrant wild fruits. Naturally, Moliang picked out the sour-sweet wild fruits he was not particularly fond of, but knew Su Muqing adored, placing them into her ceramic bowl. Su Muqing noticed his gesture, but said nothing. Instead, she silently offered her water pouch. Mine is still quite full. Please drink. This unspoken care and understanding enveloped the air between them, rendering it exceptionally sweet. As the sun descended, the light filtering through the trees grew gentle. They began their journey homeward. On the way back, both fell into a comfortable silence, the atmosphere having transformed from initial awkwardness to a serene mutual understanding. As they traversed a narrow, steep path, a stone suddenly shifted beneath Su Muqing's foot, prompting her to gasp as her body instinctively tilted sideways. In an instant, Liang, who had been half a step ahead, turned with reflexive swiftness, catching her arm with remarkable agility. The moment their skin met, a warm and tender sensation coursed through them, as if a faint current had jolted their bodies, causing a slight tremor. Moliang did not release his grip immediately. His palm firmly clasped her slender arm, feeling its astonishing resilience and smoothness. His heart raced violently within his chest. Unbidden, his hand slid down her arm, gently yet resolutely, holding her hand. Su Muing's vingertips trembled. Akin to a startled fawn, she instinctively attempted to pull away, yet Moliang's palm was warm and strong, emanating a reassuring strength. Her struggles ceased. Moments latte. Her cool fingertips softly reciprocated the grip, entwining with his fingers. At that instant, Moliang's heart succumbed entirely. Hand in hand, they strolled in the twilight glow. Golden light filtering through the layered leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. In the distance, wisps of smoke rose from the campsite, the outline of home coming into view. The delicate membrane between them, as fragile as a cicada's wing, though not yet truly breached, had begun to quietly dissolve in the warmth of their clasped hands. Chapter 40, Danger. Honey. The waning rays of the setting sun bathed the entire forest in a warm golden hue. The journey back became less protracted, enlivened by the warmth of their intertwined hands. Moliang and Su Muqing walked hand in silence, enveloped in a tacit understanding that required no words, as if the air itself was imbued with a sweet aroma. Moliang had never felt so at ease. He even found himself leisurely observing the unfamiliar flora around him, contemplating their potential uses. At that moment, his keen sense of hearing detected an unusual buzzing sound. It was dense, akin to countless tiny wings vibrating in unison, converging into a low rumble. He paused, searching for the source of the sound. Not far off, a colossal ancient tree, so wide that it would require several people to encircle it, abruptly came into view. On its thick trunk, approximately 7 or 8 meters above the ground, hung a massive, irregularly oval dark brown object, an enormous beehive. What took his breath away was the sight of golden, viscous liquid slowly dripping from the base of the hive, forming elongated strands in the air. It was honey. In that instant, all previous romantic musings were cast aside. The primal instinct for survival and a resource-hungry engineer's yearning surged to the forefront of his mind. Muchi looked overwhelmed with excitement. He momentarily forgot that they were still holding hands, pulling Su Muching closer as he pointed towards the ancient tree. It's honey, a natural source of sugar and energy. This is a strategic resource. His voice brimmed with uncontainable exhilaration. Sugar. On this minimalist island, the very word epitomized luxury, vitality, and boundless culinary possibilities. Su Muching followed his gaze, equally astonished by the massive beehive. She understood the value of honey, yet her first thoughts revolved around the inherent dangers that accompanied it. Don't go near it. It's too dangerous. Instinctively, she grasped Moliang, who was eager to advance. I know, he replied, though his eyes were magnetically fixed on the hive, his mind racing with thoughts. He needed to observe the structure of the hive, the bees' activity patterns, and the surrounding terrain. These were essential first-hand details for devising a honey-gathering plan. Releasing Su Muching's hand, he remained focused on his target, cautiously advancing a few steps to seek a better vantage point. It was these few steps that would cost him dearly. Absorbed in his upward gaze, he failed to notice the ground beneath him. Crack! A sharp sound pierced the serene forest, echoing ominously as he stepped upon a brittle twig. The abrupt sound pierced the tranquil atmosphere, akin to a bomb dropped amidst a serene hive of bees. The previously rhythmic hum transformed into a frenzied cacophony in an instant. Several large wild bees, circling the periphery of the hive, reacted as if they had received an alarm, swiftly altering their course and darting towards the unexpected intruder like streaks of black lightning. Alarmed, Moliang instinctively waved his hand to fend them off, a gesture that only served to enrage them further. One of the wild bees expertly evaded his arm, boldly crashing into his left forearm with reckless abandon. A sharp, searing pain, akin to a heated needle piercing flesh, struck him suddenly. Moliang let out a muffled groan, feeling the spot where he was stung radiate intense heat. As a burning pain rapidly spread outward, he glanced down to see a red spot swelling visibly on his arm, the surrounding skin taking on an unnatural hue. The wild bee had fulfilled its mission, falling to the ground, yet its stinger remained embedded in Moliang's flesh. Montak Liang. Su Muching's alarmed voice rang out. The moment she witnessed Moliang being stung, the bashful expression she had worn just seconds before, having held his hand, vanished without a trace. And instead emerged an icy calmness, a resolute demeanor befitting a doctor. She hurried to his side, her gaze locking onto his rapidly swelling arm, her tone brooking no argument, as if issuing a command. Stay still. Sit down and let me take a look. Her authoritative presence compelled Moliang to obey instinctively, and he leaned against a tree, settling down. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Muching cast aside her woven backpack and swiftly retrieved the makeshift first aid kit she had prepared. She knelt beside him, carefully cradling his arm, her eyes sharp and focused. First, she utilized a sharpened fishbone to gently part the flesh along the edge of the stinger, before employing a rudimentary pair of tweezers fashioned from shell to precisely grasp the tip of the venomous barb still lodged in his flesh. With steady hands and deft strength, she extracted it completely. Throughout the entire procedure, not a tremor betrayed her composure. Once finished, her calm eyes scanned the ground around them. Soon, her gaze settled on a cluster of unassuming green plants sprawled on the earth. Purslane, a common herb known for its heat-clearing, detoxifying, and anti-inflammatory properties. She quickly gathered a generous handful, not pausing to wash it, and popped it directly in her mouth, chewing rapidly. Then, she meticulously applied the chewed saliva-mixed green paste thickly over Moliang's inflamed wound. A soothing coolness enveloped him, instantly alleviating the searing agony. Just as Moliang opened his mouth to express his gratitude, he noticed Su Muching's body tremble slightly. He raised his gaze to find her face still taut with tension. In her gaze, the previously pristine calmness had morphed into a complex amalgamation of fear, concern, and fury, emotions he had never witnessed before. Once she confirmed that her wound had received initial treatment, all the pent-up feelings erupted forth in that very moment. You were far too careless. Her voice trembled slightly, a blend of anger and profound concern. Do you have any idea how potent the venom of a wild bee can be? Each individual's constitution varies. If you're allergic to bee venom, it could lead to anaphylactic shock. Without any antihistamines or adrenaline, the consequences are unimaginable. Her agitation grew, and her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. If you act so impulsively again, She struggled to articulate her thoughts, her usually tranquil eyes now veiled by a thin mist of emotion. She was not merely a doctor educating on the risks of anaphylactic shock. She was a girl, overwhelmed with dread and panic for the recklessness of the one she cherished. Moliang stared at her, witnessing her worry and concern for him, his heart swelling with an immense sense of guilt and boundless tenderness. He reached out his uninjured right hand and gently grasped her slightly trembling hand. Her hand was cold and still quivering. "I'm so sorry." Moliang's voice was hoarse, yet imbued with sincerity. "I didn't mean to worry you." This apology acted as a floodgate, shattering Su Muqing's bravado in an instant. She did not withdraw her hand, but lowered her head, her shoulders subtly shaking as the tide of her fear washed over her. After a considerable pause, she finally lifted her head again, though her eyes remained red. Her expression had regained its composure. She glanced at the medicinal paste on Moliang's arm, contemplated for a moment, and then made an unexpected move. She extended her hand and grasped the hem of her garment, woven from a blend of animal hide and vine. With a sharp tearing sound, she forcefully tore off a strip of soft lining from her clothing. Then, with this fabric imbued with her warmth, she meticulously wrapped it around his herb-dressed wound, tying it off with a delicate bow. Having completed this act, she released a breath of relief, yet did not immediately let go of his arm. She raised her gaze, locking eyes with Moliang, her expression a tapestry of reproach, fear, tenderness, and an unmistakable depth of affection. Everything was conveyed without words. This perilous incident served as a potent catalyst, obliterating the last remnants of ambiguity and uncertainty between them, resulting in a sweetness that was now undeniably certain. Chapter 41. New Ideas. Almost 100,000 words. Keep it up. The fading glow of the setting sun elongated the silhouettes of the two figures. The forest was tranquil, with only the sound of their footsteps and the steady rhythm of their heartbeats filling the air. Su Muqing's reproach, laced with fear and anger, along with the warm, torn fabric ripped from her clothing, acted as an invisible anchor, holding Moliang's restless heart, stirred by the discovery of resources, firmly in place. He gazed down at the somewhat clumsy yet remarkably secure bow tied around his arm, then glanced at Su Muqing, who walked beside him. Though they no longer held hands, the distance between them felt closer than before. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him: guilt, gratitude, and an unprecedented urge to embrace the girl before him tightly. Ultimately, he restrained himself. Now was not the time. Your clothing," Moliang said, noticing the apparent damage at the hem of her garment. Feeling a pang of regret. "It's just a piece of clothing," Su Muqing replied, her tone having fully returned to calm. Yet the lingering blush on her cheeks betrayed her inner turmoil. "Compared to you, it is of no significance." She paused, lifted her head, and looked at him with clear, earnest eyes, adding with utmost seriousness, "This cannot happen again. Regardless of what we discover, your safety is paramount. I promise." Moliang nodded solemnly. He understood that this promise must be upheld through his actions. By the time they returned to the campsite, dusk had already settled in. Wisps of smoke curled up from a makeshift stove beside the wooden cabin, where Lu Yinran hummed a cheerful tune, simmering a pot of fish soup that exuded a rich aroma in a newly crafted ceramic pot. Xiaolan sat on a wooden stool nearby, meticulously sharpening several new spears, while beside her lay a few clean fish prepared for dinner. Everything appeared so serene and ordinary, until they spotted the returning pair. "You're back. Perfect timing. Today's fish soup." Lu Yinran looked up, her face adorned with a warm smile, but her words faltered midway. Her gaze, as if drawn by a magnet, fixed instantly on Moliang's arm, wrapped in white fabric. "What happened to your hand?" she exclaimed, nearly dropping the wooden spoon into the pot as she rushed over, her expression of eager curiosity swiftly replaced by deep concern. Xiaolan, who had been silent until now, also sprang to her feet, swiftly crossing the distance to stand before Moliang. Her reaction was starkly different from Lu Yanran's. Instead of immediately asking questions, her keen, hawk-like eyes scanned the evident wound on Moliang's arm, momentarily lingering on the torn fabric that was unmistakably from a woman's clothing, before finally raising her gaze to meet Moliang's face, her voice low and firm. What happened? Under the concerned gazes of her companions, Su Muqing took the initiative to explain succinctly the incident involving the discovery of the beehive and Moliang getting stung. Naturally, she omitted the intimate moments shared by the waterfall and the details of their hand-holding on the way back. After listening to the account, the reactions of Lu Yanran and Xiaolan once again displayed a striking contrast. Oh my heavens, wild bees! Did you get stung? Lu Yanran anxiously circled around Moliang, meticulously examining his complexion. How are you feeling now? Dizzy? Nauseous? Muqing, he won't be harmed, will he? Meanwhile, Xiaolan, upon hearing the story, furrowed her brows in deep concern. She approached Moliang, extending her finger to gently touch the swollen area, gauging its temperature, and then glanced at the herbal poultice applied by Su Muqing before asking gravely, how large was the bee? 2 or 3 times larger than the honeybees we usually encounter. Darker in color and looking quite fierce, Moliang recalled the terrifying moment. And the hive? Xiaolan continued her inquiry. It was enormous, hanging from a tall tree about 7 or 8 meters off the ground. Moreover, Moliang paused, excitement reigniting in his eyes. I saw honey dripping down, lots of it. Honey. The very mention of this word was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly creating ripples of exhilaration in the heart of Lu Yanran, a top chef. The worry etched on her face moments ago was swiftly replaced by overwhelming joy and desire. Is it true? Is it honey? The golden kind? Absolutely, Moliang affirmed with certainty. Lu Yanran's eyes sparkled with astonishment. She could almost envision a multitude of culinary delights beckoning to her. Oh my goodness! Honey! We could make honey-glazed roasted meat, sweet soups. Oh, and I could marinate fruits into candied delicacies. And she excitedly paced in place, her mind already constructing an extensive, sumptuous recipe list. With honey, it equated to possessing a natural seasoning, an energy booster, and a preservative. This would be an epic leap in enhancing the quality of life for the team. Observing Lu Yanran on the verge of ecstatic jubilation, both Moliang and Su Muqing couldn't help but chuckle. The tense atmosphere was instantly alleviated by the hopeful visions of the future. However, it is quite dangerous. Xiaolan's calm voice fell like a bucket of cold water on Lu Yanran's fervent enthusiasm. She glanced at the injury on Moliang's arm and then towards the westward forest, her expression solemn. The fact that Moliang was stung so severely indicates that the wild bees there possess potent venom and high aggression. Given the hive size, the number of wild bees inside must be beyond imagination. If we go now, we are merely courting death. Xiaolan's words sobered everyone. Indeed, honey is a precious commodity, but one must have life to pursue it. Moliang's injury served as a bloody reminder. Xiaolan is right. Su Muqing concurred, her tone reverting to the meticulousness of a doctor. We must devise a foolproof plan. Otherwise, I do not support anyone taking further risks. The attack of a swarm is devastating. Once surrounded, dozens or even hundreds of bees could sting simultaneously, and even the healthiest individual could succumb to multiple organ failure in a short time. Her words sent a shiver down Lu Yanran's spine, diminishing her excitement considerably. So, what should we do? Just watch, she said, a hint of reluctance in her voice. But it's honey. It's sweet. No, Moliang spoke, his gaze resolute and profound, radiating the rational and confident light characteristic of an engineer. We cannot give up. Now that we have discovered it, we must seize it. However, we cannot charge in recklessly. We must rely on our wits. As dusk descended, the four gathered around the campfire. The fish soup in the pot bubbled, emitting a delectable aroma. Yet it was evident that their thoughts were far from the evening meal. They were convening an impromptu tactical meeting on how to acquire the honey. I have consulted some materials, Moliang said, sipping his fish soup while sketching on the ground with a twig. Most bees are frightened by smoke and fire. We can exploit this. He illustrated a rudimentary beehive in a large tree in the dirt. My preliminary idea is to create a multitude of torches, not for illumination, but to generate thick smoke. With the right wind direction, we can drive away or incapacitate the majority of wild bees in the hive. Only then can we approach. Relying solely on smoke may not suffice, Xiaolan immediately pointed out. Smoke can only drive them away. It cannot guarantee the complete elimination of the threat. Some bees will undoubtedly remain, fighting to the death. We must have protective measures, Moliang interjected. Protective clothing. He continued, I saw those tan wild boar hides today. Although they're a bit stiff, they are sufficiently thick. We can cut and stitch them into makeshift hoods, jackets, and gloves. As long as we cover all exposed skin, we can minimize the risk of stings. Leave this to me and Su Muqing, Lu Yanran promptly added, and the two exchanged a knowing nod. Though their hands lacked the strength of Xiaolan's, they were deft enough for the task. We must also prepare the tools for honey gathering. Moliang continued refining the plan. We need a sufficiently long ladder or a way to climb that tree. Then, using a sharp stone knife, we can swiftly cut down the entire hive and place it directly into our largest ceramic pot, sealing it immediately for transport. The entire process must be quick and precise. I will handle the climbing and cutting, Xiaolan declared without hesitation, accepting the most perilous task. My skills surpass yours, and I have more experience. No, that's too dangerous. We must go up together, Su Muqing immediately countered. If something goes wrong while you're up there, there won't be anyone to assist. Moliang's arm is injured and cannot go. So I will assist you, Su Muqing insisted. You? Xiaolan glanced at her, slightly shaking her head. You are not capable. Your strength and reaction speed are insufficient. You would only be a burden. Though her words were blunt, they held a kernel of truth. What should we do then? We can't allow you to take such a risk alone. Su Muqing persisted. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense. Moliang looked at her, a warm surge filling his heart. He smiled and shook his head. There is no need to argue. Rising to his feet, under the perplexed gazes of the others, he walked over to his pile of tools and picked up a sturdy vine, thicker than his arm and over 3 meters long. I will go up. He drew a simple lever and noose structure upon the ground. Let us craft a tool, fashioning a grand noose for vines. At the crucial moment, one person will ascend to sever the beehive and place it into a jar, while another below, akin to a pulley system, will gently lower the jar, thus enabling us to safely catch it from the air. He lifted his gaze, observing the expressions of realization on his companions' faces, and smiled with confidence. We are civilized beings, not compelled to exert ourselves as primitive men once did. We shall employ our intellect instead. The flickering campfire cast a warm glow upon 4 youthful, spirited faces. At this moment, a grand and intricate plan to harvest honey, sweet and precious, officially commenced. Chapter 42, Leather Armor. The Special Attack on Bees. Please don't sting me. The following day, at dawn, sunlight gently pierced through the mist enveloping the forest, revealing a scene of bustling activity within the camp, marked by both tension and order. The previous night's strategic meeting centered around the acquisition of honey had invigorated the entire team, instilling a robust sense of purpose. Each member was acutely aware of their responsibilities, and every detail was distinctly outlined. Thus commenced the extensive preparations for the grand honey heist. At the heart of the operation lay the crafting of protective gear. The remnants from the leather armor previously fashioned for Xiaolan were still ample, providing sufficient material for the current design. This aspect of the plan was crucial, serving as the foundation for ensuring the safety of those involved, where negligence was utterly intolerable. Moliang naturally assumed the role of chief designer. Armed with a charred stick of charcoal, he sketched a life-sized human outline on a flat expanse in front of the cabin, meticulously annotating the dimensions and connections of each component. Our objective was zero exposure. Pointing to the diagram on the ground, Moliang addressed Xiaolan, who was responsible for the primary construction, and Lu Yanran, tasked with the intricate sewing details. The complete ensemble consisted of 5 segments: a hood, a jacket, trousers, gloves, and boot coverings. Every junction was to employ a double-layered overlapping design, ensuring no opportunity was left for the wild bees to infiltrate. His design philosophy was remarkably clear: multi-layered composite defense. The outer layer comprised a remarkably resilient leather from wild boars, tanned to perfection, thick enough to withstand direct stings from bee barbs. The inner layer was crafted from comparatively softer deer hide to minimize friction during wear. Between these two layers, Moliang insisted on the inclusion of copious amounts of dried moss and soft feathers. This was not merely a cushioning layer. He elucidated that the light and airy nature of the dry moss and feathers would create an insulating barrier, greatly complicating penetration even if the outer layer were breached, while also mitigating some of the bees' attack pheromones. Xiaolan nodded in understanding, fully grasping the practical significance of this design. Without further ado, she seized a sharp obsidian shard and approached the immense piece of wild boar hide, beginning to cut along the contours outlined by Moliang. Her movements were precise and forceful, transforming the robust leather into something akin to ordinary fabric. Each stroke of the stone produced a dull, grating sound, every incision perfectly executed. Meanwhile, Lu Yanran, alongside Su Muqing, attended to the delicate filling and lining materials. They spread the collected feathers and moss under the sun to ensure thorough drying, subsequently stitching them tightly onto segments of deer hide using bone needles and sinew to create independent padding liners. Throughout the morning, the camp resonated with the sounds of stone cutting through leather, the muffled thuds of bone needles piercing the hides, and the occasional murmurs of team members discussing measurements. The most complex and critical component of the protective gear was undoubtedly the hood. The head, being the primary target for attacks, was also the most vulnerable area. Moliang's expression was one of profound seriousness. He first utilized several exceptionally flexible vines, which he shaped by roasting them over fire, to weave a cage-like framework reminiscent of an American football helmet. This framework would serve as the supportive structure for the entire headpiece, ensuring that the leather would not cling too closely to the face. The most significant technical challenge lay in the facial observation window, which needed to provide ample visibility while also offering sufficient protection. "Use this," Su Muqing said, handing over a meticulously cleaned, translucent sack. It was the bladder of a wild boar. Ancient medical records within hospitals had mentioned that animal bladders, when processed, could serve as temporary sterile membranes. She explained that it possessed remarkable resilience and was semi-transparent. Under Su Muqing's expert guidance, they soaked the bladder repeatedly in a solution of plant ash and water, scrubbing it to remove all fats and impurities. Then, they fully expanded it using 4 small wooden sticks, stretching it taut like a drum head, and secured it under the sun to dry. As moisture evaporated, the once pliable sack wall transformed into a tough, sandpaper-textured membrane, tinted a pale yellow. Although visibility was somewhat obscured, it was sufficient to discern nearby objects. Carefully, Moliang stitched this visor onto the designated window of the vine framework, then draped a double layer of leather, filled with padding, over the entire structure, leaving only the observation window and 2 ventilation holes, which were inserted with fine bamboo tubes, the ends covered with delicate spider webs. Thus, a peculiar yet somewhat fearsome helmet, imbued with a raw industrial aesthetic, was finally completed. Simultaneously, Xiaolan was making pivotal advancements in weapon development. She understood that when dealing with swarms, smoke proved to be a more effective means of suppression than flames. She selected a copious amount of damp broadleaf foliage and decayed wood, materials that would burn inadequately to produce the densest smoke. Yet, this alone would not suffice. Su Muqing approached with a bundle of dried mugwort. The smoke produced by burning mugwort was highly effective at repelling insects and harmless to humans. Mixed together, their efficacy would be enhanced. Xiaolan embraced her suggestion. To accurately project the smoke towards the elevated beehive, she also crafted a rudimentary directional blower. She folded a complete sheepskin in half, meticulously sewing the edges with sinew, leaving only a smaller inlet and an outlet for the nozzle. The nozzle was fashioned from a hollow bamboo tube. During use, ignited smoking materials will be placed in a large ceramic pot, with a bamboo nozzle of the blower aimed at the pot's opening. By rhythmically pressing the sheepskin pouch, air would be forced into the bottom of the pot, compelling thick smoke to erupt violently from the pot's mouth, forming a directed column of smoke. This tool was whimsically dubbed the Peacemaker by Liu Yanran. Meanwhile, Liu Yanran herself was making meticulous preparations for the impending fruits of victory. She transported all the large ceramic pots from the camp to the stream, scrubbing them inside and out with fine sand and clear water until they were spotless. Honey, with its high sugar content, serves as a natural preservative. However, if contaminated with raw water or bacteria, it could easily ferment and spoil. As she scrubbed diligently, she resembled a meticulous chemist, imparting knowledge to those around her. The cleansed ceramic jars were inverted upon a wooden rack, slowly roasted by the residual warmth of the bonfire until no trace of moisture lingered within. Finally, she retrieved a small piece of beeswax she had previously collected, intending to meld it to seal the jars when preserving the honey, thus achieving true isolation from the outside world. The day slipped away swiftly amidst this efficient and intense collaboration. When the evening glow once again bathed the camp, all the necessary equipment for the honey-gathering operation was meticulously prepared. A set of robust and archaic full-body protective gear, comprising a hood, shirt, pants, gloves, and boot covers. A somewhat comical peacekeeper's blower made of leather and ceramic jars. A 5-meter-long cutting tool with a sharpened obsidian blade affixed to its tip. A massive noose crafted from the strongest vines, ample enough to ensnare an adult. And a row of pristine ceramic jars, glimmering in the sunset, awaiting to be filled with sweetness. These tools lay quietly in the center of the camp, resembling a small parade, brimming with strength and hope. "Let me give it a try," said Moliang, gazing at the protective suit that embodied everyone's wisdom and toil, volunteering to be the first tester. With the assistance of 3 girls, he exerted tremendous effort to completely encase himself in the heavy armor. Once donned, he appeared significantly bulkier, his movements becoming somewhat clumsy, akin to a plump penguin. When he finally placed the fearsome hood atop his head and peered through the yellowed pig bladder goggles at the others, laughter erupted from the group. "How do you feel, Mooching?" Liu Yanran nudged Su Mooching with her elbow, teasingly arching her eyebrows. "Does our island master's battle armor instill a sense of security beyond measure?" A smile lingered on Su Mooching's lips, yet her gaze revealed an undeniable concern and a hint of pride. She stepped forward, carefully inspecting every seam of Moliang's suit to ensure absolute safety. "How does it feel?" she called out through the hood. "It's a bit stuffy. The visibility isn't great, but it feels very sturdy," Moliang replied in a muffled tone from within the hood, stamping his foot with a thud. The test was highly successful. As Moliang removed the gear, he was drenched in sweat, yet his expression radiated unprecedented excitement and confidence. Xiaolan stepped forward, grasping the long-handled cutting tool, swinging it through the air to gauge its weight and balance, then inspecting the integrity of the blower's leather pouch and the noose. Finally, she turned to meet the gaze of everyone present and, with her characteristic succinct and steady tone, declared the final conclusion. "Tomorrow, we may proceed." Chapter 43. This blade. Restrain pride and impulsiveness. Fan Yuan, what have you done? At dawn, the first light of day gently illuminated the horizon. The forest remained shrouded in a veil of mist, the air crisp and imbued with the earthy scent of damp soil. The honey-snatching squad, fully armed, returned to the base of the colossal ancient tree. Unlike the hurried encounter of the previous evening, this time they were well prepared. The enormous beehive dangled from the trunk, resembling a slumbering beast suspended 8 meters above the ground. The deep, continuous hum generated by countless vibrating wings resonated more clearly and oppressively than the day before, as if the entire tree quivered in response to this sonic wave. "Check your gear," came the guttural voice of Moliang, distorted by the fearsome protective helmet he wore. He moved his limbs, becoming acutely aware of the constricting nature of the heavy armor. The thick layers of leather and padding made him appear cumbersome and slowed his movements significantly. Yet, this substantiality also imparted an unprecedented sense of security. Su Mooching meticulously inspected the junctions of his jacket and trousers, tightening every strap to eliminate any potential gaps. Her fingers were icy, betraying her inner anxiety. Meanwhile, Lu Yanran arranged several makeshift buckets, crafted from vines and animal hides, along with a lengthy rope, in an orderly fashion beneath the tree. Clad in the cumbersome leather armor, Moliang cradled a bundle of materials designed to generate smoke. He ignited the prepared tinder and swiftly hurled the rope upwards toward the hive. Xiaolon stood at the upwind position, wielding an oddly shaped peacekeeper-esque bellows. Her expression remained as composed as ever, her keen gaze calculating the wind direction and distance. "It's time to begin," Xiaolon whispered. She knelt, placing a clay pot filled with burning mugwort and damp leaves before her, directing the outlet of a sheepskin pouch toward the pot's opening. As she rhythmically pressed, dense, pungent white smoke surged forth, forming a column that shot directly toward the hive's entrance. The hum, buzz, was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake. The hive's buzzing immediately escalated into a frenzy, the pitch rising sharply. Countless black figures erupted from the hive's exit, swirling chaotically like a burst of dark clouds around the hive. Yet, they soon became disoriented within the thick, unrelenting smoke. Xiaolon maintained her calm control over the bellows, steadily and methodically supplying smoke to the hive. She understood that the smoke would disrupt the bees' pheromones, rendering them incapable of mounting an effective defense, while also instilling a false sense of a forest fire, compelling them to gorge on honey and prepare to abandon their nest in a panic. Gradually, the frenzied buzzing began to soften, becoming subdued and chaotic, losing its sense of direction. "Cover me. I'm going up." Moliang inhaled deeply, gripping the rough bark of the tree as he commenced his arduous ascent. His protective suit is unbearably heavy. He felt as though he were scaling the tree with an additional person on his back. Every inch ascended demanded an immense exertion of strength. Soon, he found himself encircled by a swarm of bees. Crack, crack, crack. Countless wild bees, seemingly frenzied, collided recklessly against his protective suit, generating a cacophony akin to raindrops incessantly battering against a car window. The translucent membrane of his helmet, crafted from pig bladder, rendered his vision increasingly obscure, leaving only a multitude of black dots frantically darting before him. He could distinctly hear the rapid fluttering of their wings and the futile hissing of their stingers scraping against the resilient pigskin. An indescribable terror, intertwined with the exhilaration brought on by the surge of adrenaline, coursed through his veins. "Do not look down. Focus on your hands and feet." The calm yet powerful shout from Xiaolon resonated from the ground, acting as a sedative that swiftly steadied Moliang's tumultuous heart. He disregarded the frenzied attackers and concentrated all his attention on the bark beneath his hands and the knots at his feet. Step by step, sweat had thoroughly soaked through his inner garments, and within the airtight confines of his protective suit, he felt as though he were ensconced in a mobile sauna. Stifling and suffocating, each breath became increasingly laborious. At last, his hand brushed against a moist, sticky object. At long last, he steadied himself and secured himself to the tree trunk with a safety rope, then received the long-handled cutting knife that Lu Yanran had hoisted up with rope. The nearby beehive exuded an intoxicatingly sweet fragrance. Through the foggy observation window, he could discern countless golden honeycomb cells, brimming with crystalline nectar, refracting a dreamlike shimmer in the smoke. He swallowed hard and raised the cutting knife. The first cut, he bellowed, summoning all his strength, and forcefully plunged the sharp obsidian blade into the juncture of the hive and the trunk. Snap! Accompanied by a jarring, teeth-gritting tearing sound, a substantial piece of honeycomb, roughly the size of a basin, was successfully severed. He carefully placed this heavy treasure into the nearby, suspended bucket before signaling downwards. The bucket was gradually lowered. On the ground, Lu Yanran and Su Muqing erupted in muffled cheers, hastily donning makeshift deerskin gloves, scrambling to transfer the enormous honeycomb into the pre-prepared ceramic jar. "Well done. Keep going," Lu Yanran called out excitedly, her head tilted back. The victorious beginning greatly invigorated Moliang. He adjusted his breathing, preparing to cut the second piece. However, misfortune struck at that very moment. The second piece of honeycomb he attempted to sever was significantly larger than the first, containing even more honey. As he severed the last connection, The weight of that honeycomb exceeded his expectations. The enormous honeycomb, with its astonishing heft, suddenly plummeted towards him. "Be careful!" The three women on the ground simultaneously shrieked in terror. Moliang felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, causing him to lean back. The safety rope securing him tautly with a groan of strain. He clung desperately to the tree trunk, narrowly avoiding being hurled to the ground by the impending impact. However, the massive honeycomb slipped past him, plummeting towards the earth. It was over. Lu Yanran closed her eyes in despair. At that critical moment, a dark figure shot out like a bolt of lightning. It was Xiaolon. She relinquished control of the blower, dashing to the spot where the honeycomb would land, crossing her arms above her head to shield herself, using her formidable body to withstand the heavy blow. Thud! With a muffled thump, Xiaolon stumbled, half kneeling on the ground. Her form splattered with golden honey and shattered honeycomb, appearing utterly disheveled. Yet, she valiantly protected most of the honeycomb, preventing it from shattering entirely upon impact. "Xiaolan!" Su Muqing and Lu Yanran exclaimed as they rushed over. "I'm fine." Xiaolon shook her head, quickly rising to her feet, wiping the honey from her face before retreating to her position to resume creating thick smoke. "Hurry! Pack this up!" Moliang, pick up the pace. Up in the tree, Moliang's heart raced. He had just witnessed the harrowing scene, a wave of relief and gratitude washing over him. There was no time for reflection. He knew Xiaolon had bought him precious moments. Abandoning the pursuit of perfection, he hastened his efforts, swiftly cutting pieces of honeycomb and placing them into the hanging buckets. 1 bucket, 2 buckets, 3 buckets on the ground. Lu Yanran and Su Muqing also exhibited astonishing efficiency, rapidly packing the spoils into one clay jar after another. When the last jar was filled, Mo Liang signaled for retreat. He practically tumbled down from the tree, his legs nearly giving way upon landing. "Run!" Xiaolon expelled one last burst of thick smoke, discarding the blower, as the 4 of them, burdened with heavy jars, sprinted towards the creek without looking back. Only when the buzzing sound faded completely did they stop at a clearing by the stream, each collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. The relief of survival mingled with the joy of their bounty. "We succeeded," Lu Yanran panted, a foolish grin plastered across her face. Mo Liang struggled to remove the suffocating headpiece, fresh air flooding his lungs as he greedily inhaled. He felt as though he had been pulled from water, completely drenched. Su Muqing promptly approached, meticulously examining his body, and only when she confirmed he had not been stung did her racing heart finally settle. Xiaolon, meanwhile, quietly walked to the stream, washing away the sticky honey from her skin. "Hurry, let me taste it!" Lu Yanran exclaimed impatiently. She opened the lid of the fullest clay jar, and an exquisite, rich aroma, infused with the fragrance of myriad flowers, instantly filled the air. Carefully, she broke off a small piece of honeycomb, the golden, viscous honey flowing like melted amber, shimmering under the sunlight with an enchanting glow. She refrained from indulging herself first, instead lifting the honeycomb before the esteemed champion, Moliang. A genuine smile adorned her face, accentuated by delicate dimples. "My lord of the island, please savor your spoils." Moliang regarded her, then glanced at the eager faces of Su Muqing and Xiaolon, before breaking into a smile himself. He bowed his head and took a gentle bite. In that instant, an exquisite and pure sweetness erupted on his palate like the most ferocious storm. It was a flavor beyond the realm of description, fragrant, sweet, imbued with the essence of countless unknown blossoms, silky and rich, as if every ounce of fatigue and toil could be utterly dissolved in that one sweet morsel. "What do you think?" Su Muqing inquired nervously. "Delicious, utterly delightful," Moliang replied, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction as he spoke in a muffled tone. Observing his blissful expression, the 3 girls shared knowing smiles. Lu Yanran broke off another piece, offering it to Xiaolon, and then shared the remaining morsel with Su Muqing. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled light upon their honey-smeared faces, radiant with joy. Lu Yanran licked the honey residue from her fingers, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unprecedented spark of creativity, akin to that of a master chef. She raised the ceramic jar in her hand. as though presenting a rare treasure. Everyone, with this, a brand new culinary area is about to commence. Her gaze swept over the crowd, finally resting on Moliang, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Shall we begin our first dessert with toasted bread? Chapter 44. Your home is gone. Bees as the four men returned to the camp, laboriously carrying the heavy jars of gold. The last remnants of the evening glow faded quietly from the horizon. With a thud, Moliang set the final clay jar firmly in the corner of the wooden cabin, his body collapsing against the wall as if all his bones had been extracted, utterly exhausted. The cumbersome protective suit, drenched in sweat and now clinging to him with honey and grass debris, felt suffocating and irritating, an unbearable discomfort. Stay still. Su Muqing's voice carried an undeniable authority as she swiftly approached, carefully unwrapping the cloth binding on his arm to inspect the bee sting wound. Upon seeing that the swelling had subsided significantly, leaving only a small red, her anxious heart finally settled back into her chest. Fortunately, there are no signs of infection or deterioration, she murmured, gently applying fresh herbs to the wound while casting him a reproachful yet tender glance. Her initial admonishment transformed into pure concern. Lu Yanran and Xiao Lan stood like the most loyal sentinels, guarding the precious jars of honey. Lu Yanran extended her finger, delicately scraping a bit of the overflowing honey from the rim of a jar and tasting it, her beautiful eyes narrowing into crescent moons of delight. This is the flavor, pure, untainted, infused with the essence of 100 flowers. This quality could fetch a fortune in my previous restaurant. A single jar would sell for an exorbitant price. Xiao Lan remained silent, merely tightening the lid of one jar, as if afraid that the intoxicating sweetness might evaporate into thin air. After a brief respite, the team's enthusiasm reignited. We cannot let this sit idle. Lu Yanran, the top chef, could hardly contain her eagerness to begin processing what she deemed a treasure trove of gold. Under her expert direction, a meticulous honey processing operation commenced methodically by the campfire. The first step, separation. Lu Yanran laid the largest honeycomb flat on a pristine, clean banana leaf and began her precise cutting with a sharp flint knife. The entire hive is a treasure. Look, these are beeswax and this is honey, and these plump white ones. She used the knife's tip to lift a few wriggling white larvae, her face lighting up with the excitement of a gourmet discovering new ingredients. These are bee pupae, a high-protein delicacy. Fry them up later for a crunchy delight, even more fragrant than peanuts. Watching the wriggling insects, Su Muqing's complexion paled slightly as she instinctively took a half-step back. Moliang, however, accepted the sight well, for in certain culinary traditions, these indeed constituted a renowned dish. Lu Yanran's movements were remarkably deft. She first neatly sliced the honey-laden sections of the hive into a large clay basin, then carefully scraped the beeswax, which formed the structural foundation of the honeycomb. Collecting it separately, the beeswax was indeed a strategic resource. As she scraped, she enlightened those around her, explaining that beeswax can be utilized for candle illumination, serve as an ingredient in ointments, and most importantly, it is the finest natural waterproof and sealing material. Soon, all the honeycombs were processed. The next crucial step was filtration. Fresh honey is often mingled with tiny fragments of beeswax and even remnants of bees themselves. Lu Yanran's expression turned gravely serious. It was imperative to filter them out, as they could adversely affect the flavor and lead to spoilage. She directed everyone to bend a supple vine into a circular shape, then covered it with the softest remnants of deer hide left over from previous tanning, securing it tightly with fine vine strips. On top of this, several layers of non-toxic, densely fibrous plant leaves identified by Su Muqing were added, creating a rudimentary multi-layer filter. Moliang and Xiao Lan were tasked with gently crushing the honeycomb mixed with honey in a clay basin. The golden, viscous nectar slowly seeped from the crushed honeycomb. Lu Yanran and Su Muqing carefully ladled this mixture onto the filter, allowing the crystalline honey to pass through the layers of filtration, resembling a golden thread as it dripped gracefully into the clean clay jar below. The air was filled with an increasingly pure, rich sweetness that invigorated the spirit with every breath. The entire process was solemn and meticulous, no one spoke, save for the crackling of the campfire and the barely audible sound of honey dripping. It felt as though they were not merely processing food, but rather engaging in a sacred ritual. When the last drop of honey fell into the jar, Lu Yanran promptly retrieved the collected beeswax, placing it in a small clay bowl by the fire to melt into a golden liquid. The final step was sealing it with wax. She dipped a wooden stick into the scalding liquid beeswax and meticulously applied it to the seams between the jar's lid and body. The beeswax solidified quickly upon contact with the cool air, forming a flawless, airtight seal. All done. Lu Yanran clapped her hands, her face adorned with a satisfied smile of accomplishment. The high sugar content of honey acts as a natural preservative, so long as it is shielded from air and moisture. It could last not just a year, but several years without spoiling. Ultimately, the 5 jars of perfectly wax-sealed pure honey were carefully stored in the coolest, driest corner of the wooden cabin. They stood silently, akin to a small treasure trove of gold, bestowing upon everyone an unprecedented sense of abundance and security. Suddenly, an untimely sound shattered the solemn atmosphere. It was Lu Yanran's stomach growling. Embarrassed, she patted her belly, glancing at the weary faces around her. And then a playful smile crept across her face. Thank you all for your hard work. To celebrate our great victory today, I have decided to immediately fulfill my sweet promise. She turned and retrieved a substantial piece of the finest wild boar ham from the smoking rack, slicing it thickly with a stone knife, and from a nearby basin. She scraped out the unfiltered, thickest first-pressed honey, ready to commence her performance. The tantalizing aroma of grilled meat swiftly enveloped the campsite as the slices of meat sizzled, releasing glistening droplets of oil and achieving an alluring golden hue. Lu Yanran gracefully scooped a spoonful of crystalline honey with a wooden spoon and evenly drizzled it over the steaming meat. A delightful sizzle resonated as the honey met the scorching morsels, instantly boiling and caramelizing to form a shimmering glaze. A rich, complex fragrance, a harmonious blend of savory meat, luscious fat, and floral sweetness erupted, captivating everyone's senses. My heavens! And Moliang couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling his taste buds protest in unison. Lu Yanran carefully placed the first piece of honey-glazed grilled meat onto a broad leaf and solemnly offered it to Moliang. My lord of the island, do indulge. This is your well-deserved reward. And Moliang, no longer polite, eagerly grasped the still-warm meat with his hands and took a substantial bite. At that moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. His teeth first broke through the delicate, slightly crisp honey shell, releasing an initial burst of pure sweetness. Following that was the robust, savory flavor of the wild boar meat, complemented by the fragrant richness of the roasted fat. The salty, fresh, sweet, and aromatic flavors melded together in perfect harmony within his mouth, clashing and elevating into an unprecedented, multi-layered, exquisite taste. That overwhelming sense of happiness traveled down his throat, seemingly banishing all the fatigue and aches of the day. Delicious, he mumbled, incoherently giving the highest praise. It's simply divine. Observing his rapturous expression, Lu Yanran smiled with satisfaction and distributed another piece to Su Muqing and Xiaolon. Su Muqing savored her bite, the familiar sweetness, once only found in cakes and milk tea, now returning in such a primal and shocking manner. She recalled afternoons spent in cafes with friends, reminiscing about the city's vibrancy and convenience, her eyes unwittingly moistening. Xiaolan's reaction was far simpler. She paused for a mere half-second upon her first bite before swiftly finishing the piece at a pace 1/3 faster than usual. A rare expression of pure, childlike satisfaction appeared on her typically tense and austere face. By the bonfire, the four sat together, relishing this hard-earned feast of sweetness. After the meal, Lu Yanran thoughtfully prepared warm honey water for each person, a soothing elixir that warmed them from their stomachs to their hearts. She licked the honey residue from her fingers, observing the contented expressions on their faces, her beautiful eyes sparkling with the creative brilliance unique to a master chef. With a mysterious smile, she teased, "Don't be in a hurry. This honey-glazed meat is merely the most elementary application of honey." Her gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately resting upon Moliang, as she mischievously winked and unveiled her next grand vision. With this, a brand new gastronomic era is poised to commence, and our inaugural groundbreaking dessert shall begin with toasted bread. Chapter 45. I devour, devour, devour. The joy brought by honey is as rich and enduring as the substance itself. On the following morning, as the first rays of sunlight penetrated through the crevices of the wooden cabin, casting a warm golden hue within, every individual in the camp awoke with a smile. The air seemed to still carry the overpowering aroma of honey-glazed barbecue from the previous night, intertwining with the crisp, refreshing scent of the morning woods, creating a marvelous and reassuring fragrance. It was a taste of abundance. Moliang stretched languidly, feeling the aches of his body dissipate significantly, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. He stepped outside the cabin and beheld Xiaolan, as usual, engaging in her daily strength training in the clearing. However, today her movements appeared more buoyant than usual, and the previously taut lines of her profile softened considerably. Su Muqing was by the stream, meticulously washing the herbs she had gathered, her long hair illuminated by the morning light, forming a gentle halo around her. A subtle smile graced her lips, barely perceptible yet enchanting. Meanwhile, Lu Yinran, the harbinger of the sweet era, was humming an off-key tune, bustling about the makeshift stove. "Good morning, everyone," she exclaimed, enthusiastically waving the wooden spoon in her hand. "Come and taste. Today's breakfast is a special treat." The morning repast consisted once again of grilled fish and some unnamed wild fruits. Yet unlike before, each portion was adorned with a delicate, translucent layer of honey. Such a simple alteration elevated the previously mundane meal to an entirely new realm. The savory essence of the grilled fish was perfectly balanced by the sweetness of the honey, even revealing a hint of deeper flavor. The wild fruits, inherently tart, transformed under the honey's embrace into a delectable blend of sweet and sour, bursting with flavor. "Absolutely splendid," Moliang exclaimed with genuine admiration, feeling as if he had returned to civilization to relish a meticulously crafted dessert. And this was merely the beginning. Lu Yinran proudly lifted her chin, her dimples sparkling with the ambition of a master chef, a unique glimmer of culinary aspiration in her eyes. As she observed everyone savoring their breakfast with satisfaction, she suddenly set down the wooden spoon, cleared her throat, and adopted an unprecedentedly serious demeanor. "Dear friends, honey is the soul of desserts, while bread is the cornerstone of a civilized table." Her voice, though soft, instantly captivated everyone's attention. Imagine this. Lu Yinran's gaze turned dreamy, as if she had already envisioned the scene she was describing. On a future morning, we will no longer gather around the campfire, gnawing on dry grilled fish and meat. Instead, within our cozy wooden cabin, a table will be laden with freshly baked bread. That bread will possess a golden brown, slightly crisp crust, and when you tear it apart, it will emit a delightful crunch. Accompanying this will be a warm aroma, a harmonious blend of grains and fermentation. Inside, it will be as white and fluffy as clouds. One can even perceive the delicate and exquisite air pockets formed through fermentation. Placing it in one's mouth, it dissolves effortlessly, leaving only a lingering sweetness and softness. If accompanied by a warm cup of honey water or spread with a layer of our homemade wild fruit jam. She paused, her words trailing off. Yet, the vivid imagery, painted through her deeply evocative description, had already imprinted itself indelibly in the minds of all present. Silence enveloped the camp, with only the crackling of the bonfire breaking the stillness. Moliang found himself lost in reverie, reminiscing about his university days, where in the bustling cafeteria, he was often seen, half awake, clutching a warm cream bun while dashing towards class. Su Muqing's gaze also turned distant, recalling those leisurely afternoons free from duty. Sitting with her close friend in a pristine CAF, sharing a delicate honey toast while indulging in innocuous gossip. Even Xiaolan, who typically held little regard for food, instinctively swallowed hard, a rare glimmer of nostalgia flickering in her eyes. This was not merely a yearning for a particular dish. It was a longing for a lifestyle, a cherished daily existence that civilization had all but forgotten. However, Moliang was the first to break free from that tantalizing fantasy, shaking his head with a wry smile as he posed the most crucial and pragmatic question. Yinran, your description is truly enchanting. Yet we lack wheat. From where shall we procure flour? This query, akin to a bucket of cold water, jolted everyone back to the harsh reality. Indeed, without flour, all was mere speculation. Who said bread must be made from wheat flour? In response to this pressing dilemma, Lu Yinran smiled confidently, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wisdom. Nature is generous. It offers us alternative possibilities. She strode over to the corner where food was stored and picked up a fist-sized taro, a staple in their diet. This island is abundant in starchy tubers, such as taro and several other root vegetables. These, she declared, were our wheat. Holding the taro aloft like an instructor ready to impart knowledge, she began to elucidate her solution. The process of crafting taro flour may be intricate, yet the principle remains straightforward. The first step involves thoroughly cooking the taro, peeling it, and slicing it as thinly as possible. The second step, the most time-consuming, is drying. We must lay these taro slices on wooden racks, utilizing sunlight to completely dehydrate them. This process may span several days, necessitating vigilance to prevent theft by insects and birds. Once the taro slices become as hard and dry as stone, we advance to the third step, grinding. We must procure suitable stone tools, such as a mortar and pestle, to repeatedly pound and crush the dried taro slices into a fine powder. The final step is sifting, woven from slender vines into a sieve, or perhaps utilizing the tattered remnants of our worn garments. We filter the coarse powder to yield the most fundamental starch required for our bread-making endeavor. As Lu Yinran articulated her explanation with clarity, everyone was momentarily stunned. This transcended mere culinary practice. It constituted a complete process of food production, from raw materials to finished product. I recall Su Muqing's eyes brightening as she added, certain fern roots, when properly handled, are also rich in starch. However, their processing is more intricate, as many contain toxins that necessitate prolonged soaking in fresh water and repeated rinsing to ensure safe consumption. We can attempt this concurrently, but we must proceed with utmost caution. Wonderful, Lu Yinran exclaimed, clapping her hands. With flour in our possession, the yeast dilemma becomes manageable. We can harness those wild fruits that naturally ferment when ripe, blending them with precious honey, and in a warm environment, cultivate our own natural yeast. Flour and yeast, the two formidable challenges of bread-making, seem to have viable solutions. A renewed glimmer of hope ignited in everyone's eyes. Yet, Lu Yinran's smile gradually faded, her expression turning serious. Having resolved the issues of flour and yeast, we now confront the final boss of this challenge. She surveyed the group, her gaze ultimately resting on the contemplative Moliang, who had been lost in thought since earlier. We can knead the dough and allow it to ferment, but the final and most critical step is baking. We cannot simply place it over an open flame, for that would yield a charred exterior while the interior remains a sticky, raw mass. We require a closed space that can provide even, stable, and indirect heat. Her voice paused, each word articulated with precision, as she uttered a term that seemed almost fantastical to their primitive team. We need an oven. The word oven struck Moliang like a bolt of lightning. It was no longer merely a tool, nor a shelter easily constructed. It was an intricate system, a microengineering project entwining thermodynamics, materials science, fluid mechanics, and structural mechanics. In that instant, he felt a long-dormant switch within him click to life. His engineer's spirit ignited with fervor. His mind began to race with unprecedented speed. Convection, radiation, conduction. How to envelop the food in heat evenly without direct contact. A dual-layer structure. Combustion below, baking above. How to channel the heat. We must design interstitial pathways to allow heat to flow from the sides and top. Insulation. A mixture of clay and straw could serve as the primary material, but the base must consist of heat-retaining stone slabs. Ventilation. An independent flue is essential. Otherwise, the smoke would blacken the bread entirely. How is the airtightness of the furnace door ensured? The stone slab is meticulously polished, with the edges temporarily sealed using damp clay. Countless thoughts, data, and structural diagrams collide. intertwine, and optimize within his mind. He becomes oblivious to everything around him, completely immersed in his own world. Moliang? Su Muqing softly calls out, her voice laced with concern, as she observes his entranced demeanor. Moliang snaps back to reality, lifting his gaze, his clear eyes now sparkling with an almost fervent brilliance. He does not respond verbally. Instead, he crouches down, picking up a half-burnt piece of charcoal, and on the patch of ground beneath them, using the earth as his canvas, he draws the first line. It is a straight line, imbued with a sense of strength and certainty. This line symbolizes a foundation, a promise, the inception of a dream. Lu Yinran gazes at his focused profile and the rudimentary, yet rationally beautiful blueprint taking shape on the ground. She understands that the aroma of bread is not far off. Su Muqing and Xiao Lan also watch him, observing this man who continually transforms their seemingly impractical dreams into reality with his wisdom and knowledge at critical moments. In their eyes, there is trust, reassurance, and a hint of admiration that they themselves have yet to recognize. The sunlight is just right, and the breeze is gentle. A small industrial revolution, ignited by sweetness, has officially commenced on this nameless deserted island. Chapter 46. Bread. Bread. Lu Yinran's remark about needing an oven stirred ripples in the hearts of everyone present, much like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. At the center of these ripples was Moliang. After breakfast, the camp did not immediately plunge into the usual routine of gathering or hunting. Instead, everyone silently gathered around the smoldering embers of the campfire, the atmosphere still yet charged with unspoken tension. All eyes were fixed upon the man crouched on the ground, sketching on the smooth earth with a piece of charred-wood. The word oven felt distant and enchanting for this group still entrenched in the Stone Age on a deserted island. It symbolized not merely bread, but a monumental leap from primal existence to civilization. The burden of transforming this dream into reality now rested squarely on the shoulders of the team as strategist. The sole engineer, Moliang. Moliang remained silent, absorbed in his drawing, his brow furrowed slightly, his gaze filled with calculations and ideas. The rough piece of charcoal in his hand seemed to morph into a precise engineering tool. A line represented the foundation, a rectangle, the main structure. The three women held their breath, quietly observing, hesitant to interrupt him. They understood that a grand design was taking shape within this man's mind. At last, Moliang paused. Lifting his head, he indicated the rudimentary yet promising blueprint on the ground and commenced his inaugural project presentation as the chief designer. My initial concept is to construct a dual-layer thermal circulation earthen oven. His voice was steady and clear, imbued with rational strength. The essence of the oven lies not in the flame, but in the heat. We must not allow the fire to come into direct contact with the bread, for that would yield a charred exterior and an undercooked interior. What we require is a sealed space that provides even, stable, and indirect heat. He pointed to two stacked rectangles on the ground. Thus, I have designed a two-tier structure. The lower tier serves as the combustion chamber for burning firewood, while the upper tier is the baking chamber for our bread. The two are completely separated by thick clay and stone. How will the heat ascend? Lu Yinran immediately posed the most crucial question, her future role as chief baker making her particularly invested in this matter. Excellent question, Moliang acknowledged with a glance of approval, continuing to add details to his sketch with the charcoal. He illustrated two upward passages on either side of the baking chamber. The key lies here, which I refer to as the thermal gas layer. The high-temperature gases generated in the combustion chamber will not directly surge upwards. Rather, they will be channeled into these reserved side passages. The heated air will ascend along the passages, enveloping the walls of the baking chamber, ultimately converging at the top and then exiting through. He sketched an independent vent at the upper rear of the baking chamber. This flew. Thus, the entire baking chamber resembled a hot water bag enveloping itself. Its walls and ceiling would be uniformly heated. Ultimately, it is through this intangible thermal radiation that the bread within is evenly baked from the outside in. In this manner, we not only harness heat, but also flawlessly avoid the acrid smoke and flames. The resulting bread possesses a pure aroma of grains. This explanation, grounded in thermodynamic principles, left the three women in a state of partial understanding. Yet they all grasped one crucial point. Moliang's plan is scientific and feasible. This realization completely settled their previously lingering apprehensions. As for the materials, Moliang continued, his thoughts remarkably clear. The primary structure must be constructed from familiar clay. However, pure clay tends to crack significantly during drying and firing due to uneven shrinkage, leading to structural collapse. He paused, surveying the group. We need to incorporate reinforcements into the clay. Much like the steel reinforcements in modern construction, we can finally chop large quantities of straw and even some animal hair, mixing them evenly into the clay. These plant fibers will greatly enhance the resilience of the clay blocks, effectively preventing cracking. For the base of the baking chamber, which directly bears the weight of the bread, I propose using a single thick, flat stone slab. Stone heats slowly but has excellent heat retention properties, providing a stable and continuous base heat, thereby preventing the bottom from being undercooked. Lastly, the oven door should also be crafted from a stone slab polished as smoothly as possible. When closed, we can apply a ring of wet clay around the edges to achieve a temporary seal. A complete blueprint of an oven, imbued with primal industrial wisdom, thus materialized before everyone. It was no longer a nebulous fantasy, but rather a viable project with detailed structures, scientific principles, and a clear list of materials. Xiaolan listened intently to the entire exposition, gazing silently at the drawings on the ground for a considerable time. She then rose, her gaze directed toward the hillside on the western side of the camp. Site selection, she stated, her voice as succinct as ever, yet resonant with authority. It must be distanced from the wooden cabins and firewood piles to prevent fire hazards, situated on the leeward side to avoid the influx of thick smoke. That hillside to the west meets all criteria. She turned to Moliang and added, there lies a vast expanse of high-quality clay mine we discovered last time, with the surface exposed for easy extraction. Moreover, the geological formations there feature many naturally peeling, suitably thick slates. Clay and stone can be sourced from the same location. This suggestion instantaneously resolved the project's most significant raw material transportation issue. Moliang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he nodded vigorously, excellent. Xiaolan, you have addressed the most critical aspect. Wait. Lu Yanran suddenly raised her hand, akin to an eager student in a classroom. As the project's principal stakeholder, she was poised to present her requirements. May I propose a few minor requests? She approached the blueprint with a bright smile, pointing at the rectangle that represented the baking room. Could it be a tad larger? I envision. At least enough space to bake 4 large loaves at once. Oh, and could we add a shelf inside? Perhaps a thinner stone slab, so we can bake bread on top while simultaneously preparing some delightful snacks below, like roasted sweet potatoes? This esteemed chef was already envisioning her future multifunctional baking center. Of course, Moliang replied, inspired by her enthusiasm, as he promptly adjusted the dimensions on the blueprint. Additionally, Su Muqing's gentle voice chimed in. She refrained from discussing technical matters, instead offering a reminder from her medical expertise. Excavating clay, mining, and transporting materials are all physically demanding tasks. Particularly for you, Xiaolan and Moliang. Your workload will be substantial. Please remember to rest and stay hydrated. Her gaze was filled with genuine concern. Rest assured, Dr. Su, Moliang assured her with a reassuring smile. With that, every detail of the project was finalized. Moliang stood up, brushed the charcoal dust from his hands, and surveyed his team. Though small in number, each member possessed unique strengths and worked in harmonious synergy, filling him with a surge of ambition. All right, the bakery project is now officially underway, he declared. I will serve as the chief designer and technical director, overseeing the on-site construction guidance. Xiaolan will be the commanding officer of the engineering unit, responsible for the most arduous tasks of stone extraction and earth excavation. Lu Yanran will be the head of logistics and materials processing, leading. He glanced at Su Muqing. Leading Gamrad Su Muqing, Liu Yanran interjected playfully. Winking at Su Muqing, we too will be in charge of mixing clay, crafting earth blocks, and ensuring the frontline troops are well fed. All approved, Moliang declared decisively. The meeting concluded without fanfare or slogans, and everyone immediately sprang into action. Xiaolan picked up a finely sharpened stone axe and selected the sturdiest piece of hardwood as a lever, silently making her way toward the western hillside. Her determined silhouette radiated strength and resolve with each step. Su Muqing and Lu Yanran began collecting abundant dry grass around the campsite, preparing to chop it into pieces to serve as reinforcement for the clay. Instantly, the campsite transformed from a leisurely home into a vibrant construction site. Moliang did not rush to join the others. Instead, he crouched down once more, holding charcoal, and started making more precise calculations and annotations on the blueprint laid out before him. He aimed to ensure that every dimension and angle was as accurate as possible. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air. Lu Yanran approached with a ceramic bowl, offering it to him, filled with sweet honey water. "Chief Designer, you've worked hard," she said, squatting down to look at him with a bright smile, her dimples sparkling in her eyes. "The future of our bakery rests entirely on your brilliant mind." Moliang accepted the bowl and drank it in one go. The sweetness flowed down his throat into his stomach, instantly dispelling the fatigue brought on by intense mental exertion. He lifted his gaze, observing the distant figure of Xiaolan diligently clearing the site, while nearby, Su Muqing and Lu Yanran busied themselves with their tasks. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment and responsibility surged within his chest. They placed their unwavering trust in him, and he vowed never to betray that trust. Moliang set down the ceramic bowl and grasped the black charcoal once more, solemnly marking the final critical measurements on his blueprint. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, illuminating the land adorned with intricate lines, as well as the youthful eyes ablaze with fervor. At this moment, a grand project concerning bread, dreams, and civilization officially broke ground. Chapter 47. Commencement on the morning of the groundbreaking. The air was imbued with the refreshing scent of grass and the earthy aroma of soil. Following breakfast, the rudimentary blueprints drawn upon the ground seemed to radiate warmth, igniting the enthusiasm of all present. The four individuals equipped themselves with their respective tools: sharpened stone axes, newly crafted stone shovels, resilient wicker baskets, and a sturdy pry bar, and set forth in a spirited procession towards the hillside to the west, as designated by Xiaolan. This location, with its expansive terrain and positioned downwind from the camp, was adjacent to exposed clay layers and rocky outcrops, presenting an impeccable site for their endeavor. However, as they stood before the barren expanse, the exhilaration derived from the blueprints swiftly dissipated, supplanted by the daunting reality of the monumental task that lay ahead. "Let's commence." Without unnecessary fanfare, Moliang cleared a patch of ground with his foot, then picked up a piece of charcoal, crouched down, and meticulously outlined the foundation of the oven on the soil. The dimensions and angles aligned precisely with the final plan he had pondered the previous evening. This marked the project's inaugural step, the excavation of the foundation. He grasped a stone shovel, inhaled deeply, and forcefully drove the tip into the firm earth. The weight of the first scoop of soil was substantial. The project had officially begun. The division of labor promptly ensued. As the chief designer, Moliang took charge of the foundation excavation, ensuring that the base of this colossal structure would be absolutely secure. While he dug, he explained to the others the critical importance of leveling and compacting the foundation, each step executed with a precision akin to a scientific experiment. Meanwhile, the head of the engineering team, Xiaolan, demonstrated her remarkable strength and efficiency. Rather than excavating soil, she focused on the adjacent exposed rock formation. Selecting the most resilient hardwood as a lever, she forcefully wedged it into a natural crevice in the stone. With a low grunt, she applied her full weight. The rock emitted a groan under the strain, and the fissure yielded a narrow gap. Immediately, she seized her stone axe and, using the back of the axe to target the leverage point, struck decisively. With a sharp crack, a moderately thick slab of slate broke free, its edges relatively smooth. Her movements were clean and efficient, embodying the essence of force and action. These slabs would serve as the base and core insulation for the future oven. On the other side, the duo of Lu Yanran and Su Muqing, responsible for logistics and materials, faced their own considerable challenges. Carrying wicker baskets, One focused on gathering a substantial quantity of dry grass, while the other began to excavate clay. Soon, they encountered their first technical dilemma. "This won't do, Moliang." Lu Yinran approached, frowning as she cradled a handful of the excavated soil. "This topsoil is riddled with too many grass roots and sand. It's far too loose to be usable. If we attempt to make bricks from this inferior clay, the oven may very well collapse during the firing process, resulting in catastrophic consequences." Moliang paused in his task, his brow furrowing in concern. This indeed posed a significant problem. At that moment, Su Muqing, who had been quietly observing, approached them. She crouched down, delicately pinching a bit of clay, savoring its moisture and texture between her fingertips. Raising her gaze, she observed the distribution of plants on the hillside. "Yinran, let us dig a little deeper over there," she suggested suddenly, pointing towards an inconspicuous, small depression at the foot of the slope. "Look, the ferns there flourish more abundantly than in other areas, and their color is richer. This type of plant thrives in clay layers that possess superior moisture retention and purity." "Is that true?" Lu Yinran replied, half in disbelief. "We shall find out," came the response. The two approached the spot indicated by Su Muqing, clearing away the surface humus and digging less than half a meter down. With a single scoop, the color of the excavated soil transformed dramatically. It revealed a fine-textured, nearly impurity-free deep red clay, which, when held, exhibited remarkable stickiness and resilience. "My goodness, Muqing, you even understand this?" Lu Yinran exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment, gazing at Su Muqing with newfound respect. "So Muqing merely smiled gently." I noted it down while perusing some geographical literature in the past. This small interlude altered Lu Yinran's perception of the composed doctor, fostering a deeper camaraderie in their collaboration. The days swiftly passed amidst the laborious yet fulfilling toil. As dusk fell, everyone was utterly exhausted, their bodies coated in dirt and sweat, barely recognizable in their original hues. On the construction site, a square foundation pit measuring 1 meter had begun to take shape, accompanied by a neatly stacked pile of thick stone slabs and a substantial mound of high-quality red clay. The initial exhilaration had long been supplanted by the deep-seated soreness in their muscles and a sobering awareness of the project's magnitude. During dinner, the atmosphere turned unexpectedly somber. Each person silently stuffed food into their mouths, striving to replenish their depleted energy. Sigh. Lu Yinran suddenly exhaled, summoning her spirits as she glanced at her mud-stained hands, jesting. "I feel as though I've encountered more mud today than in my entire life. Had I known that, before opening a Michelin restaurant, I needed to learn how to build houses, I might have chosen to become a contractor instead of chef." Her self-deprecating quip elicited laughter from everyone, momentarily dispelling the oppressive atmosphere. The campfire flickered, casting light on 4 weary yet resolute faces. Unanimously, they turned their gaze towards the small earthen pit nearby, which, in the night's tranquility, appeared particularly serene. It represented the entirety of their labor's fruition today, yet it was merely an inconsequential beginning. The tantalizing aroma of toasted bread seemed distant, as far away as an unattainable dream. Nevertheless, the path beneath their feet had already forged a solid first step, paved with sweat and earth. Chapter 48, Commencement, Part 2, the following day. The focus of labor at the construction site shifted from excavation to the most tedious yet crucial task of material preparation. Lu Yinran and Su Muqing's primary responsibility was to meticulously combine copious amounts of high-quality red clay, finely chopped hay, and an appropriate amount of stream water, adhering to the specific proportions provided by Moliang in order to create the raw materials for the oven's core clay bricks. They rolled up their pant legs and, barefoot, leapt into a shallow pit that had been dug in advance. The sticky, frigid earth instantly enveloped their calves, evoking a delightful sensation. "Ah!" Lu Yinran exclaimed with an endearing gasp, followed by a fit of giggles, feeling as though they were indulging in a luxurious volcanic mud spa. Su Muqing, amused by her antics, revealed a softer side of her typically cool demeanor under the sunlight. The two friends fell into a comfortable silence, instinctively extending their feet to begin vigorously stomping in the mud pit. This process was essential for ensuring that the hay fibers and clay melded thoroughly and uniformly, forming a remarkably resilient composite. Though this labor was physically demanding and monotonous, the two girls discovered their own source of joy. They hummed off-key melodies, reminiscing about their lives before arriving on this desolate island, discussing favorite films, loathed vegetables, and the amusing yet tedious courses from their university days. Mud splattered onto their bodies, and sweat dampened their hair, yet their laughter rang like silver bells, reverberating throughout the site, infusing the tense and bustling atmosphere with a touch of levity and vibrancy. Simultaneously, progress on Shaolan's side reached a pivotal moment. With a resounding crash, a massive, smooth, and perfectly thick stone slab was finally pried from the rock wall through Shaolan's relentless efforts. This slab represented the core stone in Moliang's design, intended to separate the upper combustion chamber from the baking chamber. Its emergence invigorated everyone present. However, the exhilaration lasted scarcely a minute. As the four of them endeavored to lift the slab together, a disheartening reality presented itself. The colossal stone weighed no less than several hundred pounds, far exceeding the limits of their combined strength. Despite their utmost efforts, the slab remained stubbornly anchored to the ground, as if it were a giant beast blocking their path. For the first time, the project faced a complete standstill. The joyful sounds of the construction site faded, replaced by a stifling silence. Each person gazed at the flawless, yet formidable stone slab, rendered utterly helpless. Shaolan, typically composed, displayed an unusual flicker of frustration in her eyes as she stared at the stone. In a moment of defiance, she kicked the edge of the slab, only to be met with a numbing pain in return. Just as the atmosphere descended into a stalemate, Moliang stepped forward. He remained silent, merely circling the massive stone and the construction site, meticulously examining the terrain's gradient, as well as the distribution of stones and tree roots upon the ground. Then, akin to the previous day, he crouched down once more, lifted a piece of charcoal, and swiftly sketched a new diagram upon the earth. This time, he was not depicting architecture, but rather the principles of mechanics. We cannot move it, but we can deceive it into moving by itself. Standing upright, he spoke softly, yet instantly captivated everyone's attention. Pointing at the mechanical analysis diagram on the ground, he began to elucidate his plan. The first step, the lever. He glanced at Shaolan. We require a sufficiently long and resilient hardwood. Then, indicating a protruding rock beside the giant boulder, he identified a stable fulcrum. By employing the principle of leverage, we could lift an object weighing several times our own weight with just one person's strength. The second step, rolling logs. He turned his gaze towards Lu Yanran and Su Muqing, stating, "We need several logs, smooth to be as round and evenly thick as possible." The moment Shaolan pries one end of the boulder off the ground using the lever, we will insert the rolling logs beneath it. The third and most crucial step, collaboration. His eyes swept over each individual. Once the boulder was balanced on the rolling logs, its friction against the ground would be minimized. Subsequently, Shaolan would be responsible for continuously applying force with a lever from the rear, while I would clear obstacles and guide the direction at the front. Yanran and Muqing, your task is paramount, swiftly transferring the rolled logs from behind to the front, thereby establishing a track for the boulder to move along cyclically. This plan was ingenious, meticulous, and brimming with the wisdom of physics. It shone like a beacon, illuminating the gloom of despair that had enveloped everyone's hearts. Excellent. Let us proceed. Lu Yanran was the first to respond, brimming with enthusiasm. The team was invigorated once more. Shaolan quickly located a hardwood exceeding 3 meters in length, collected after the prior typhoon, now perfectly suited for their needs. Meanwhile, Moliang, alongside the two girls, stripped the bark and branches from several logs, smoothing them to a relatively polished finish. With all preparations complete, Moliang stood at the front side of the boulder, directing with focused intensity. "Shaolan, get ready." Taking a deep breath, she pressed the end of the lever firmly against her shoulder, while the other end snugly fit into the crevice at the boulder's base. With her legs slightly bent and her body leaning back, she concentrated all her strength at that singular point. 1-2 push. In sync with Moliang's call, Shaolan exerted herself forcefully, letting out a low grunt. The resilient hardwood bent at a remarkable angle, creaking ominously as though it might snap at any moment. Yet that immensely heavy boulder was indeed being pried up, inch by inch, just a few centimeters off the ground. Quick! Moliang growled. Lu Yen ran, and Su Muqing, quick-witted and agile, immediately thrust two prepared rolling logs from the side into place. Release! Xiaolan exerted her strength, and with a resounding crash, the massive stone descended heavily upon the rolling logs, producing a thunderous sound. Yet this time, it did not sink into the earth. Success! Onward! Moliang granted no one a moment's respite. The ensuing process unfolded like a primal and awe-inspiring symphony of labor. 1-2 push. From behind, Xiaolan leveraged the immense stone repeatedly, urging it to roll forward slowly atop the logs. Moliang, positioned at the front, deftly adjusted the angle of the logs, akin to a seasoned helmsman steering the course of this terrestrial vessel. Lu Yanran and Su Muqing flitted about like two butterflies. As the rear of the stone rolled over a log, they would immediately dash forward, joining forces to lift it and swiftly place it ahead on the forthcoming path. Sweat dripped from the foreheads, noses, and chins of each participant, falling onto the parched earth, vanishing in an instant. The four of them exchanged not a single superfluous word. Only Mo Liang's succinct and commanding orders and the heavy sounds of their labored breaths filled the air. Their rhythms, breaths, and strength reached an extraordinary harmony in that moment. The heavy stone, thus, progressed inch by inch across the logs, embodying a blend of primal wisdom and collective strength, resolutely advancing toward the construction site several meters away. As dusk fell, with the last rays of sunlight about to vanish behind the mountains, the Heartstone, which bore the hopes of all, was finally placed in its designated position beside the foundation. With a thunderous sound, when the last log was withdrawn, the moment the stone made contact with the earth, all four collapsed as if drained of energy. Silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the labored, bellows-like sounds of their breathing. Yet, on each face, there resided an immense and ineffable sense of accomplishment. After a considerable time, Xiaolan struggled to sit up, disregarding her own fatigue. She approached Mo Liang, who was similarly seated on the ground. She gazed at his sweat-soaked back and the dirt-streaked, scratched visage, remaining silent for a moment before quietly unfastening the bamboo tube at her waist and extending it toward him. Mo Liang paused in surprise before accepting it. As he opened the lid, Xiaolan's cool yet slightly hoarse voice resonated softly. "You are strong." This heartfelt acknowledgement, simple and direct, carried more weight than any ornate praise. Mo Liang lifted his gaze to meet her remarkably bright eyes in the twilight and broke into a wide grin, revealing a set of white teeth. The massive stone lay quietly beside the foundation, akin to a robust and steady heart. With its presence, the oven named Hope had finally begun to possess its own sinews and bones. The essence of home felt one step closer. Chapter 49, Commencement, Part 3. With the resolution of the most burdensome core stone, the progress of the oven project appeared to be propelled by an unseen accelerator. On the third day, the atmosphere at the construction site reached unprecedented heights. The sense of accomplishment from the previous night transformed into boundless motivation for the day ahead. With materials at hand and all preparations complete, only the most crucial masonry work remained. Moliang solemnly placed the first square clay brick, still moist and mixed with hay, upon the compacted foundation. This action marked the official commencement of the principal construction of the oven. Every joint had to be filled with a thin mud mixture, leaving not a single gap. As Moliang worked, he emphasized to everyone that they were not merely building a structure, but also constructing a high-pressure vessel. Any point of leakage could lead to the loss of heat, rendering their efforts futile. With a clear objective and ample materials, the team displayed astonishing collaborative efficiency. Lu Yanran and Su Muqing were responsible for transporting the compacted clay to the site. Meanwhile, Xiaolan, with her remarkable strength and steadiness, became the main wall builder. Moliang, acting as a seasoned chief engineer, continuously used a sharpened stick as a ruler to ensure the verticality and horizontality of the walls. The walls of the combustion chamber rose at a visibly rapid pace. When the height of the walls reached half a meter, the most critical step arrived: installing the core stone. The four of them worked in unison, employing the principle of leverage to carefully position the massive stone slab, weighing several hundred pounds, securely atop the walls of the combustion chamber, fitting it seamlessly. At the moment the stone settled, the upper and lower sections of the oven were completely separated. The project then advanced into a more complex and intricate second phase, the construction of the baking chamber. From this point onward, they would construct double walls. Moliang drew 2 concentric circles on the core stone with charcoal and stated gravely, "A gap of approximately a fist's width must be left between the inner and outer walls. This is our designed thermal air layer, the very soul of the oven." This process was far more challenging than building single walls. They not only had to ensure the stability of both layers, but also had to constantly monitor the uniformity of the width of the circular passage in between. Moliang devoted nearly all of his energy to this task. He alternated between crouching and standing, continuously observing and measuring from various angles, making millimeter-level adjustments to the position of each clay brick. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, while his cheeks and arms bore the dried remnants of mud, exuding a unique charm born of intense concentration. Under the blazing sun, the rigorous labor left everyone parched. "Our chief designer, well done." A fragrant breeze wafted through as Lu Yinran approached with a ceramic cup, her face alight with a smile. Inside the cup was a refreshing drink she had concocted from freshly picked wild fruits and exquisite honey, adorned with a few unknown edible flower petals, creating a visually pleasing presentation. "A little energy boost is essential to keep that brilliant mind of yours functioning optimally," she said, offering the ceramic cup to Moliang with a natural and affectionate gesture. Moliang was intently focused on a detail in the corner, unconsciously taking a large sip from her hand. The sweet and sour liquid slid down his throat, instantly dispelling much of the heat and fatigue. "Thank you," he said, lifting his head to wipe his mouth. "No need to thank me," Lu Yinran replied, her smile illuminating her eyes. She gazed at the complex structure of the oven taking shape before her, generously offering her praise. "Goodness, Moliang, how did you even conceive of such a design? You must have been a genius in college. Being around you feels less like survival on a deserted island and more like the construction of a world wonder." Her candid and fervent admiration made Moliang somewhat bashful, prompting him to clear his throat and return his work. Lu Yinran, undeterred, continued to smile at his back before turning to bring water to the other two. Not far away, Su Muqing observed everything quietly. She said nothing, silently continuing her task, handing over one heavy earth block after another to Xiaolon. Yet, within her originally calm gaze, there flickered an indistinct ripple of emotions. As evening arrived and a break was taken, everyone collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Moliang shook his sore arms and looked down at his hands. His palms were red and battered from the prolonged handling and pressing of rough earth blocks, with several areas broken and oozing blood, throbbing painfully. Just as he prepared to wash them by the stream, a figure quietly squatted beside him. It was Su Muqing. She said nothing, merely retrieving a small item wrapped in leaves from her pouch. Unwrapping the leaves revealed a dark green herbal ointment she had prepared earlier, exuding a refreshing aroma. Before Moliang could react, Su Muqing gently grasped his dirty and wounded hand, her fingers slender and cool, her touch as delicate as a feather's caress. She dipped her fingertip into the ointment and meticulously applied it, bit by bit, to every wound and inflamed area on his palm. The cool ointment met his burning skin, spreading a soothing sensation that greatly alleviated the pain. Moliang froze, acutely aware that each of her gentle touches conveyed a tender concern. Unlike Lu Yinran, she offered no words of praise or exuberance. Her focus remained solely on his small wounds, her long eyelashes casting a quiet shadow in the waning sunlight. This silent, nurturing tenderness resonated deeper than any words could, striking Moliang's heart with a fierce, warm tremor. Once the ointment was applied, Su Muqing took out several clean strips of soft tree bark and began to carefully bandage his wounds, her movements akin to treating a precious work of art. All done. She tied the final knot, then lifted her head to bestow upon him a gentle smile. Thus, tomorrow would not be so painful. "Thank you." Moliang gazed at his neatly bandaged hands, his throat slightly dry, and 1,000 words coalesced into these two. The day's labor had come to an end. Through the united efforts of the four, the lower section of the oven had been entirely completed, its unique double-wall structure clearly visible. No longer merely a disarray of soil and stones, it had transformed into a true architectural prototype, quietly standing amidst the twilight, exuding a primal and profound sense of strength. On everyone's faces, an unmistakable sense of accomplishment radiated. Lu Yanran leaned against a stone, observing the imposing oven, then glanced over at Moliang, who was attentively receiving instructions from Su Muqing regarding the care of his wounds. In his bright eyes, a fleeting glimmer of complex emotions passed through. Yet, this glimmer vanished almost instantly, soon replaced by her signature, radiant smile, tinged with a hint of mischief. A gentle war, devoid of smoke and indifferent to victory or defeat, had quietly commenced. Chapter 50, Commencement, Part 4. A single night of rest had not entirely dispelled the exhaustion that lingered in the bones of the workers. Yet, as the morning sun cascaded over the construction site, illuminating the nascent oven, a newfound and more urgent vigor supplanted the aches in their muscles. Only one final step remained, the crowning. However, this last endeavor proved to be the most technically challenging. The walls had been completed, but how could they have fixed the roof? Lu Yanran circled the oven, which stood at half her height, articulating the unvoiced concerns of the group. It was impossible to procure such large, curved stones. If they were to use flat earthen bricks, the structure would undoubtedly collapse. Her words struck a chord. A flat roof, under the dual influence of its own weight and the contraction of clay during firing, was destined to fail, rendering all previous efforts futile. The once vibrant atmosphere on the site abruptly cooled. All eyes instinctively turned towards the man squatting beside the oven, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Moliang did not respond immediately. He extended his hands, wrapped in cloth, and gently caressed the still damp earthen walls. The rough texture was a testament to the fruits of labor, sweat, and ingenuity shared among him and his companions over the past days. Rising to his feet, he circled the oven slowly, his mind racing with thoughts. The arches of ancient Rome, the Zhaozhou Bridge of the East, these magnificent structures all hinged on the concept of an arch, a perfect design that adeptly redistributes downward pressure into lateral thrust. What he needed was a transverse arch, a dome. Yet, the question remained, how to construct a flawless dome from nothing without internal support. He paused, his gaze settling on the dark, cavernous interior of the baking chamber. A brilliant, almost mad idea surged forth from the depths of his mind. I need sand. Moliang lifted his head, his voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. The more, the better. Sand? Lu Yanran was taken aback. What was the purpose of the sand? Would they use it to cap the structure? No. Moliang smiled widely, his eyes sparkling with intellect. We shall not use it to cover, but rather to deceive a roof into existence. He picked up the charcoal once more, sketching out the final and most crucial construction diagram upon the ground. This method is known as the sand mold technique. He pointed at the drawing, beginning to elucidate his ultimate plan. The first step, mound formation. We will transport a substantial quantity of sand into the baking chamber, wet it with water, and then compact it forcefully to create a perfect hemispherical mound. This mound of sand will serve as our temporary mold for the dome. The second step, layering clay. We will use this solid mound as internal support, gradually covering its surface with layers of our prepared clay mixture until a uniformly thick clay dome is formed. He paused, observing the transition of expressions from confusion to astonishment among the crowd, before revealing the most critical aspect. The third step, excavation. As the clay dome gradually dries in the shade, becoming sufficiently sturdy, we merely need to excavate the sand from the combustion chamber below, bit by bit. At that moment, a dome that requires no internal support and relies solely on its curvature to bear weight will be completed. This scheme is ingeniously close to magic. It resolves the most complex core technical challenges using the simplest materials and the most rudimentary methods. Oh my, it can be done this way, Lu Yanran exclaimed, covering her mouth, her gaze towards Moliang having transformed from admiration to a reverential awe. The eyes of Xiaolan and Su Muqing also shimmered with shock. Action. With no further explanations required, the team once again exhibited astonishing execution. This time, their target was not the heavy stones, but rather the inexhaustible sand by the seaside. The four of them scurried back and forth, transporting baskets of moist sand to the construction site. Moliang personally jumped into the baking chamber, directing the filling and shaping of the sand. It was a process brimming with creativity and aesthetic appeal. The cold sand, under his guidance and the collective effort of the team, was continuously patted and compacted, gradually forming a smooth, rounded, and mechanically elegant perfect hemisphere. When the last curve was refined, a massive sand mold snugly filled the entire baking chamber. Next came the application of clay. The four carefully relied on the sand mold, meticulously covering it with chunks of clay, filling all the gaps with fine mud. With solid internal support, the process of constructing the dome became extraordinarily smooth. When the final clay piece was placed at the dome's center, the entire outline of the oven was finally revealed before everyone. But this is not yet complete. We still need one more thing. Moliang pointed to the upper rear of the dome, the chimney. Without it, heat and smoke would become trapped inside, preventing effective circulation. With Xiaolan's assistance, Moliang climbed atop the nearly 2-meter-high oven, personally constructing the chimney to ensure adequate height and a smooth internal structure. When the chimney was completed, the entire team erupted in an uncontrollable cheer. Yet, it was not over. There remained one final step. Moliang leaped down from the oven, smiling as he said, "Surface finishing. Let it become sturdier and more beautiful." They used the finest mud, mixed with a small amount of sand, and like bathing a newborn, they delicately applied a smooth outer layer to the entire oven, smoothing out all the tiny cracks and unevenness. After this final procedure, the immense earthen oven shed its rough exterior. It stood silently under the setting sun, its form archaic yet solid, resembling a silent giant imbued with primal and profound strength. No longer a mere rudimentary tool, it had transformed into a unique work of art, a testament to the collective effort and intellect of the four. We truly accomplished it. Lu Yanran leaned against the earthen wall of the oven, feeling the lingering warmth, her voice imbued with a dreamy tremor. "Let us bestow a name," she suddenly proposed, her eyes sparkling. "Such a magnificent creation deserves a resounding title. We must leave our mark." This proposal, steeped in a sense of ritual, was immediately met with unanimous agreement. Moliang pondered for a moment before accepting the sharpened twig that Lu Yanran offered. He approached the front of the oven and, on the freshly smoothed and most conspicuous clay surface, he solemnly inscribed 4 prominent characters. Hope number 1. The handwriting may not have been exquisite, yet it brimmed with strength. Once the inscription was complete, Moliang turned to the 3 girls and extended his hand. The 4 exchanged smiles, approaching the oven to stand side by side. Then, together, they pressed their palms deeply into the moist clay of Hope number 1. 4 handprints, varying in size yet equally distinct, were forever imprinted upon this monument that belonged to them, as if sealing a silent, eternal vow. The final rays of dusk bestowed a warm golden hue upon Hope number 1. The 4 stood in silence, shoulder to shoulder, quietly admiring their masterpiece, their faces radiating immense, ineffable satisfaction. After a considerable time, Moliang finally spoke, breaking the tranquility. His voice carried an unprecedented seriousness. "Now, what we must do most is wait." He gazed at the others, explaining, "This thickness of clay must be allowed to dry slowly and thoroughly in a cool, ventilated area. This process will take at least a week, perhaps even longer. If we rush to ignite a fire now, the drastic temperature difference inside and out will cause it to shatter instantly, rendering all our efforts futile." "What? We have to wait that long?" Lu Yanran let out a small wail, yet she understood the reasoning. She leaned back against the wall of Hope number 1 once more, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath, as if already savoring the alluring aroma mingled with the scent of wheat and honey. She opened her eyes and glanced at the man beside her, whose shadow was elongated by the setting sun, her gaze flickering, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. "His Majesty the King has constructed a miraculous palace for us. Now, it is up to me, the magician, to awaken its soul." A grand undertaking concerning bread and dreams had finally drawn to a close. Yet a new chapter, one about taste and patience, was just beginning. Chapter 51. The birth of taro flour on the morning following the completion of Hope 1. A subtle transformation enveloped the camp. The colossal, ancient earthen oven stood silently at the heart of the construction site, resembling a mute guardian. It had transcended from a mere blueprint to a tangible and weighty reality. The fervent phase of construction had drawn to a close, giving way to an entirely new challenge known as waiting. Moliang was the first to awaken. Unlike his usual routine of immediately organizing tools, he took a moment to walk around the oven. He extended his bandaged hand to gently caress the surface of the clay structure, which had begun to whiten. The surface felt cold, yet solid, with 4 distinct handprints embedded within, as if marking a sacred covenant. "How does it feel?" Su Muqing's voice chimed from behind him. She too had risen early, cradling a bowl of steaming fish soup. "Quite sturdy," Moliang replied, retracting his hand, his voice tinged with a sense of satisfied fatigue. "We must be patient and wait." This sentiment set the tone for the core tasks that lay ahead for the team over the following days. With the oven non-operational, they resolved to prepare meticulously for everything they could. After breakfast, as everyone gathered before the oven to admire this masterpiece forged from their collective toil, Lu Yanran clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. With a beaming smile, she cleared her throat and announced in an almost theatrical manner, "Ladies and gentlemen, the main structure of the Hope 1 Palace has been successfully completed. Now, I, Chief Sorceress Lu Yanran, shall officially initiate the palace's soul awakening plan, the Birth of Bread Project." The first and most intricate step of this endeavor was. She elongated her voice dramatically, pointing to a mountain of materials in the corner of the camp, transforming these earthy tubers into the most enchanting white powder in the world, flour. With her command, the team's focus swiftly shifted from the robust construction industry to the delicate intricacies of the food processing sector. Their objective was the taro, which had been amassed in abundance as a staple food reserve following the typhoon. Although the taro was rich in starch, it was toxic when consumed raw and had a coarse texture. Thus, transforming it into usable flour required a meticulous process. Lu Yanran donned a makeshift apron, assuming the role of a chef commanding the kitchen, and began to methodically assign tasks. The first step involved washing and steaming. The heaps of taro were transported to the stream, where the flowing water washed away the dirt from their surfaces. Next, the largest ceramic pots in the camp were placed over the fire, filled with clear water, and set ablaze. As the water in the pots began to boil, releasing swirling white steam, the clean taro was neatly arranged inside. This process aimed to thoroughly steam the taro at high temperatures, breaking down any astringent compounds and softening the internal starch structure, thus laying a foundation for subsequent processing. Soon, the air was filled with the humble, sweet aroma characteristic of taro. The second step involves slicing and drying, undoubtedly the most patience-testing segment of the entire process. The steamed taro, once retrieved and allowed to cool slightly, is meticulously peeled by the team. The hot taro transmits warmth through their fingertips, leaving everyone flushed. Shortly thereafter, they commence slicing. Lacking metallic utensils, they resort to long, slender, meticulously honed stone blades. Lu Yanran's standard for the slices are almost exacting. The thickness must be uniform, with a preference for the thinnest possible. Only in this manner can the moisture be swiftly extracted by the sun and wind. Otherwise, even the slightest dampness may lead to mold. Consequently, an unusual scene unfolds at the campsite. For individuals gathered closely, wielding primitive stone knives, carefully slice the soft, sticky taro into translucent sheets, as delicate as gossamer. This process demands immense concentration. A moment's inattention may cause the stone blade to veer off or shatter the taro slices. Initially, laughter and chatter fill the air, but after half an hour, only the faint rustle of stone against taro remains. Meanwhile, Moliang and Shaolon are tasked with crafting drying tools, intertwining vines and sticks to weave several large, grid-like drying racks. As the first batch of taro slices is gently laid out on the racks by Su Muqing and Lu Yanran, a bittersweet smile graces every face. Gazing at the vast pile of taro that seems endless, they profoundly realize that, at times, this meticulous and repetitive labor can be far more exhausting than hauling massive stones. However, with ample time on their hands during the wait for the drying process, they are unhurried, as the taro slices bask quietly in the sunlight. Another crucial preparatory task emerges. Without tools, they cannot possibly gnaw on these taro chips with their teeth, as Liu Yanran aptly points out, prompting Moliang to recognize the dilemma at hand. They require a sufficiently robust grinding tool, a mortar and pestle. They had previously constructed a rudimentary one while foraging for herbs, but now it must be larger. This task naturally falls to Moliang, the most skilled craftsman in the group, and Xiaolan, the strongest. The two scour the nearby rocky terrain for an extended period, ultimately discovering two stones of suitable hardness and size, one relatively flat and broad, ideal for the mortar, and the other a long, cylindrical piece, perfect for the pestle. Thus, the monotonous rustling of slicing is accompanied by the rhythmic clanging of their efforts. Montauk Liang, wielding a smaller, sharper piece of hard rock, diligently chisels a groove into the larger stone, while Xiaolan focuses on smoothing the pestle to a more rounded finish. This task demands more patience than constructing the oven itself, with progress exceedingly slow. Just as Moliang, drenched in sweat and wholly engrossed in his work, here's a fragrant breeze wafting by. Our chief designer, you've worked hard. Have a sip of water to soothe your throat. Liu Yanran approached with a glass of refreshing beverage crafted from wild fruits, her face illuminated by a beaming smile. Instead of directly handing the cup to Moliang, she naturally brought it to his lips. With his hands covered in stone dust, he took a hearty sip without a second thought. Thank you. No need for formality. Liu Yanran gracefully squatted beside him, her eyes filled with interest as she observed the semi-finished product in his hands, akin to a product manager conducting an inspection. Wouldn't it be better if this groove were a bit deeper? She extended her slender fingers, gesturing on the rough stone wall. It's too shallow. I'm afraid that if I apply too much force, the powder will scatter everywhere, which would be quite wasteful. That makes sense. Moliang nodded, agreeing with her insight. In this, her gaze shifted toward Xiaolan, the stone pestle that's beginning to take shape. Sister Xiaolan, may I test its feel? Xiaolan glanced at her, nodded, and handed over the heavy pestle. Liu Yanran grasped it with both hands, weighing it with some effort, then turned to Moliang, presenting the handle to him. Moliang, see, this area feels a bit too thick for me. Suddenly, she reached out, holding his hand, the one that had been grinding the mortar, and guided it to the pestle's handle. Feel this size. It's certainly comfortable for you, but it's quite strenuous for me. Could it be refined a bit more? However, the head must retain its weight. Otherwise, it loses its effectiveness. Her hands were soft and warm, naturally enveloping the back of Moliang's calloused hand from hours of labor. In that moment, he froze, an unfamiliar sensation coursing through him. He could distinctly perceive the invigorating aroma of wild fruits mingled with a hint of sweat emanating from her, a vibrant essence of femininity. He instinctively wanted to withdraw his hand, but Liu Yanran held on tightly, her expression earnest and focused on the task, making him feel that any retreat would be an overreaction. All right, I understand. Moliang averted his gaze, his throat slightly dry. Then I'll entrust this to you. Moliang, Liu Yanran, having achieved her aim, finally released his hand, playfully winking at him before turning away, humming a little tune as she resumed her attention to her taro slices. This scene was fully witnessed by Su Muqing, who was diligently slicing nearby. Her hand paused momentarily with the stone shard. She observed Liu Yanran's bright, yet slightly mischievous silhouette, then glanced at the evidently uncomfortable Moliang. And for the first time, a distinct emotion named pressure arose within her. Liu Yanran's advances were overt. Her every approach was cloaked in the guise of team spirit and work ethic, open, passionate, and utterly beyond reproach. She resembled a warm and radiant flame, unabashedly showcasing her admiration and closeness to Moliang, actively creating every opportunity for interaction. In contrast, does her silent concern and guardianship not appear overly passive and reserved? For the first time, a ripple stirred within Su Muqing's heart. Yet, she exhibited no signs of deviation. She simply inhaled deeply, suppressing all her thoughts deep within, and then dedicated herself even more intently to the task at hand. The stone fragments in her hands moved with greater speed and steadiness. Each slice of taro maintained an almost perfect and consistent thickness. It was as though she sought to prove something to everyone, and to herself, through this utmost diligence and achievement. As dusk descended, the camp was adorned with several massive drying racks, already laden with white taro slices that shimmered with a gentle luster under the fading sunlight. Not far off, a crude stone mortar had begun to take shape, quietly awaiting refinement. The day's labor came to an end, and the immense sense of accomplishment derived from completing a grand project was gradually supplanted by the weariness brought about by this daily, meticulous toil. In the air, besides the fragrant aroma of taro, there lingered an elusive, indefinable scent of restlessness. It was faint, yet it subtly transformed the most primitive force field within this small community. Chapter 52. Bread. Finally, it is almost time to savor it. The desire for bread is indeed a challenge. During the days of waiting, the repetitive labor became the predominant theme of the camp. A few days later, the first batch of taro slices, as thin as cicada wings, was thoroughly dehydrated under the combined influence of the scorching sun and the sea breeze, transforming into a hard, curled state that emitted a crisp, crackling sound with the slightest pinch. The flour production line was now at its final stage. With a command from Lu Yanran, the team's collective gaze focused on the primal stone tools crafted by Moliang and Xiaolon, exuding an aura of raw strength. The stone mortar and pestle. Xiaolon bravely volunteered for the most labor-intensive task of crushing. She tossed a handful of crisp taro slices into the mortar, gripped the heavy pestle, which had been deliberately smoothed to a slender finish at the handle, took a deep breath, and struck down forcefully. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the pestle collided with the mortar, instantly shattering the hard taro slices into fragments. Bang! 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 Xiaolan's rhythmic movements were steady and powerful. With each rise and fall, the fragments in the mortar became finer and more delicate. The monotonous, yet heavy sound of pounding resonated like the strong heartbeat of this nascent camp. Soon, Moliang joined in. The two took turns, their backs drenched in sweat. Yet the contents of the mortar transformed visibly from fragments to granules, ultimately becoming a coarse, subtly fragrant, grayish-white powder. When Lu Yanran pinched the first handful of taro flour, genuine joy illuminated the faces of everyone present. Although it lacked the fine, snow-white quality of modern flour within this desolate island, this grainy powder represented the hope of civilization and culinary delight. However, Lu Yanran's smile quickly morphed into one imbued with a sense of challenge. Everyone, flour is merely the body of the bread. She scattered the powder from her hands, clapped, and built suspense. Next, we must seek the soul of the bread. Soul? Montak liang in kvilat kolyusli. Indeed. Lu Yanran snapped her fingers, natural yeast. She began to enlighten everyone on this seemingly esoteric concept. In the air we breathe, countless invisible yet marvelous lives, wild yeast, inhabit the skins of many fruits. I thought they were just wild bacteria, Moliang confessed. Yeast is indeed a blind spot in my knowledge. I only know that it can be purchased at the supermarket for making bread, cakes, and steam buns. They thrive on sugar. As long as they are provided with the right temperature and nourishment, they will multiply rapidly, producing a significant amount of gas in the process. And it is this gas that is crucial for making our dough rise and become soft and delectable. Under her guidance, the group swiftly ventured into the woods, discovering some ripe wild fruits that exuded a sweet, enticing aroma. After meticulously cleansing the wild fruits, Lu Yanran placed them into a ceramic jar and mashed them into a puree. She then cautiously added a small amount of warm water, and with a determined bite of her lip, indulgently scooped a generous spoonful of honey into the mixture. This was the first grand feast for her yeast baby. With a touch of tenderness, she remarked, before covering the jar's opening with a clean linen cloth. Done, she declared, patting her hands together. Now, we must find it a warm, stable, and comfortable nursery for it to ferment properly. This process may take a day or two. As she spoke, her gaze shifted, landing on a man by the campfire, who was busy organizing tools. I think it would be best placed near Moliang, she suggested, since he will be on night watch, closest to the fire, allowing him to monitor the temperature and adjust its position as needed. Our yeast baby is quite delicate. It cannot be too cold or too hot. This proposition was both reasonable and practical, ensuring the yeast's safety while providing her with countless opportunities to check on the yeast and the night watchman with a warm soup or late-night snack as an excuse. Mo Liang instinctively nodded in agreement, finding no fault in her plan. However, just as Lu Yanran was about to carry her yeast baby over, a cool, calm voice interjected without haste. I oppose. It was Su Muqing. All gazes turned sharply towards her as she slowly stood and approached Lu Yanran, assessing the ceramic jar with a composed demeanor. Your idea is commendable, but it lacks scientific basis, she began, extending 2 fingers to initiate her analysis. The temperature near the campfire is exceedingly unstable. When the fire burns, the nearby temperature may exceed 60 degrees, which would directly annihilate all yeast cells. Conversely, as the night progresses and the flames diminish, the temperature will plummet, equally detrimental to the stable reproduction of the yeast culture. Such drastic temperature fluctuations are a cardinal sin in yeast cultivation, easily leading to fermentation failure or the growth of harmful bacteria. Her words, articulated with clarity and substantiated reasoning, rendered Lu Yanran, who had originally worn a playful smile, momentarily speechless. What do you suggest, then? Lu Yanran instinctively retorted. Constant temperature, Su Muing replied succinctly. She turned to Mo Liang and continued. The most stable heat source on this island is not the fire, but our bodies. Particularly, male body temperature is generally higher and more consistent. Without pausing, she presented her final proposal. We should wrap this ceramic jar tightly in dry animal hides to create an insulating layer. Then, during the night, the person with the highest body temperature should keep it close, providing the yeast with a perfect, steady, and gentle temperature for an entire night's incubation. This plan, in terms of both scientific validity and practicality, far surpassed Lu Yanran's campfire method. Lu Yanran opened her mouth, finding herself at a loss for a rebuttal, for she realized that Su Muqing was entirely correct. I concur with Muqing's plan. Moliang was the first to express his agreement. His gaze towards Su Muqing infused with a hint of approval. I concur, Xiaolan stated succinctly. Ultimately, Lu Yanran could only pout in mild frustration. Yet she had to concede that her counterpart's proposal was indeed superior. She handed the earthen pot to Su Muqing, half jokingly and half seriously remarking, "Well then, my yeast baby is entrusted to you, the more adept nurturer." Thus, a silent yet intense contest for the custody of the yeast baby culminated in Su Muqing's resounding victory. As night descended, the camp lay enveloped in slumber, the only sounds emanating from the crackling campfire. Moliang's breathing was steady and deep. Su Muqing, with her eyes wide open, quietly observed him in the dark for a moment before cautiously, with delicate movements, placing the tightly wrapped earthen pot made of animal hide between herself and Moliang. On one side lay the warmth of her beloved, steady and reassuring. On the other, the pot that harbored the hopes of the future, radiating its own gentle warmth. She gently rested her hand upon the pot, savoring the dual warmth, a faint smile of triumph curling her lips in the darkness. Not far away on the grass mat, Lu Yanran turned over, not entirely asleep, observing Su Muqing nestled beside Moliang. Along with the pot, they both vigilantly guarded. She for the first time tucked away her usual nonchalant demeanor. A thoughtful brow arched as she realized that the woman, seemingly as cool as moonlight, was not devoid of the capacity to retaliate. Her weapon was not a fervent flame, but rather the precise, calm knowledge that struck at the heart of the matter. This game appeared to be growing increasingly intriguing. Meanwhile, within that warm, yet shadowy world encased in animal hide, a minuscule bubble, nearly imperceptible, began to rise slowly from the depths of the fruit puree, struggling to break free. Pop! A soft sound marked the emergence of the first cry, the soul of the bread awakening. Soon after, the second, third, countless tiny lives were quietly stirring to life. Chapter 53. Bread, bread, I devour. A span of 7 full days and nights has elapsed. During this period, following the completion of Hope 1, life within the camp appeared to have been set to a slow-motion replay. Repetitive labor and protracted waiting became the predominant themes of everyone's existence. The massive earthen oven, caressed by the sea breeze and bathed in sunlight, had completely shed its damp, dark hue, transforming into a hardened, pale, and dry state. The 4 handprints upon its surface were etched permanently, clearly visible for all to see. The slices of taro laid out on the drying racks had been ground into coarse powder, filling an entire large ceramic jar. Meanwhile, the precious yeast, diligently nurtured by Su Muqing, had exceeded all expectations. Upon lifting the lid, a vibrant aroma mingled with fruity notes and a subtle alcoholic essence wafted forth. Its surface adorned with delicate, dense white foam that continuously formed and burst. Everything was in readiness. Today marked the ultimate moment of truth for all our efforts. After breakfast, Moliang summoned everyone, standing before Hope 1 with an unprecedented seriousness etched upon his face. All preparations had been completed, yet we faced the final and most perilous step, opening the kiln. He pointed to the entrance of the oven-esque combustion chamber, elucidating the inherent risks. Although the exterior of the earthen bricks appeared thoroughly dried, the thickness of the structure surely harbored unseen moisture within. Should we ignite a roaring fire at this moment? The drastic temperature differential could cause this moisture to instantaneously vaporize and expand, resulting in the bricks exploding like firecrackers. At that juncture, all our efforts would vanish in an instant. His words caused the previously exhilarated crowd to tense up abruptly. Thus, Moliang's tone grew even graver. We must employ a gentle heat. We would begin with a small flame, allowing the kiln to slowly and evenly preheat throughout the night, coaxing out the last remnants of moisture with care. This necessitated our unwavering vigilance. Not a moment of laxity could be afforded. Silence enveloped the group, as everyone comprehended the significance of this task. Under the anxious yet expectant gaze of all, Moliang retrieved the fire-starting tools. He knelt, hands skillfully and powerfully rubbing the wooden rod. As the first wisps of blue smoke rose, the initial spark ignited amidst the tinder, and the first flicker of flame was solemnly delivered into the combustion chamber of Hope 1. This moment was imbued with a sacred sense of ceremony. It was not merely the lighting of a fire. It was the ignition of hope, breathing life into the miraculous civilization we had crafted as a team. The small flame danced within the darkness of the combustion chamber. The oven began to warm. The team organized into pairs, taking shifts to guard the fire, ensuring that the flames neither blazed too fiercely nor extinguished. As time progressed, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The surface of the oven began to exude tiny beads of water, as if it were perspiring. Subsequently, the droplets of water, under the steadily rising temperature, were gradually evaporated, transforming into wisps of white vapor. The air was imbued with a distinct, dry warmth reminiscent of earth and hay being baked. Everyone held their breath, attentively listening. Occasionally, the interior of the earthen oven would emit a soft crackle from thermal expansion and contraction, each sound tightening the hearts of the night watchmen. In the first half of the night, it was Moliang and Xiaolan. The two exchanged hardly a word. Xiaolan tended to the fire, possessing an almost primal instinct for flames, always selecting the most suitable kindling to maintain the fire in a perfect, stable state. Moliang, akin to a diligent engineer, circled the oven, using the back of his hand to gauge temperatures at various spots while meticulously inspecting for any dangerous cracks in the walls. In the silence, there existed an unspoken camaraderie and trust, a bond forged between comrades. As midnight approached, it was the turn of Su Muqing and Lu Yanran, two women who could be regarded as rivals in affection. Now, finding themselves alone in the deep of night for the first time, the flickering light of the bonfire danced upon their faces, casting an array of shifting shadows. The atmosphere was subtly charged with quietude. After a considerable pause, Lu Yanran broke the silence, idly stirring the fire as she casually inquired, "Muqing, do you find me particularly bothersome?" Su Muqing, who had been observing the oven, momentarily stiffened. She turned to face Lu Yinran's profile, which appeared especially earnest in the firelight. Without evasion, she responded honestly, I merely feel a sense of unease. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinran smiled, her expression devoid of the cunning seen during the day, replaced instead by a hint of relief. That seems fair, she replied, meeting Su Muqing's gaze, her eyes sparkling with clarity. A man as remarkable as him deserves our combined efforts, does he not? In that moment, an extraordinary feminine understanding seemed to blossom between them, not an overt reconciliation, but rather a mutual salute amidst the battlefield of emotions. As the night deepened, enveloping the world in its darkest and most tranquil hour before dawn, it was once again Moliang and Su Muqing's watch. After a night of slow roasting, the oven had reached a stable state, no longer producing alarming crackles. Su Muqing leaned against Moliang's shoulder, absorbing the steady warmth radiating from him, her gaze fixed upon the oven that loomed in the darkness, exuding remarkable heat with its defined silhouette. She softly uttered, "Thank you, Moliang." Her voice was gentle, laced with a dreamy sentiment. "Thank you for providing us with a shelter against the elements, and now for the hope of tasting bread." Moliang remained silent, merely extending his hand to firmly grasp her cool fingers. After a while, he quietly replied, "It is us. We accomplished this together." Their bond through the shared vigil deepened and transcended once more. As the first light of dawn broke over the eastern horizon, with the morning sun piercing through the mist to illuminate the camp, everyone was roused from slumber. They gathered before Hope One, their faces a canvas of tension and anticipation. After a night of tempering, it emerged triumphant. The oven had withstood the trial. No trace of moisture lingered, and its hue transformed from a pallid gray to a robust, warm brick red, resembling a colossal piece of pottery, freshly unearthed from the kiln, emanating a comforting warmth. Moliang grasped a long wooden stick prearranged for this moment, and inserted it into the opening of the combustion chamber to gauge the internal temperature of the baking room. He withdrew the stick, observing the scorch marks etched upon it, and a smile of profound relief finally graced his face. Turning to meet the eager gazes of the onlookers, he solemnly nodded. The temperature was satisfactory. His voice paused momentarily before he joyfully proclaimed, in an uplifting tone, "We can prepare to knead the dough." Oh, a long-suppressed cheer, erupting from the depths of their souls, resonated throughout the entire camp. Chapter 54, Kneading the Dough. Kneading. The last two words uttered by Moliang acted as a decree, igniting a long-simmering joy within the camp. Following the exuberant cheers, all eyes turned towards Lu Yinran. If Moliang was the chief architect behind the grand edifice known as Hope One, then the stage was now formally handed over to this chief sorceress, the one who would awaken the very soul of the palace. Lu Yinran reveled in the attention, first performing a dramatic curtsy towards the oven, before rolling up her sleeves, her face aglow with confidence and radiant joy. "Everyone, step back. Please allow the sorceress ample space to cast her spell." Commanding like a queen, she meticulously wiped the large stone slab, which served as her workspace, until it gleamed, before solemnly presenting two items. One was a large ceramic jar brimming with a pale gray powder, the fruits of their laborious days, taro flour. The other was a jar exuding vitality, filled with bubbling natural yeast. The moment of witnessing a miracle was upon them. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yinran poured a generous amount of taro flour onto the center of the stone slab, forming a small mound, and then created a small well at its peak. Her movements were imbued with ritual significance, reminiscent of an ancient rite. The first step, awakening. She carefully scooped half a jar of yeast liquid and gently poured it into the flour well. Next came warm water and a spoonful of precious honey. "The yeast has slumbered for too long. We must awaken them with sweet nectar and warm water. Only when they are well fed and hydrated will they be willing to work for us." As she explained, she gently mixed the liquid with the surrounding powder, using her hands. Soon, the dry powder, under the liquid's embrace, transformed from a pile of loose grains into a moist, fluffy mass. The second step, bestowing strength. Lu Yinran's gaze sharpened as she embarked on the most crucial and labor-intensive part of the entire process, kneading the dough. Her hands seemed to possess a life of their own, pressing, folding, pushing, and rolling the amorphous mass. Although taro flour lacks the elasticity of wheat flour, with sufficient effort, through repeated kneading and slapping, she could coax the starch molecules to interlock tightly, forming a resilient network capable of trapping the gases produced by the yeast. Beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, yet her movements remained fluid and powerful. The once coarse and sticky dough gradually transformed under her diligent kneading, becoming smooth and firm, starting to take on the shape of a cohesive dough. All right, the sorceress has completed her incantation. Now it is your turn to infuse this dough with your hopes. She smiled and took a step back, relinquishing control. And Moliang was the first to step forward. Mimicking Lu Yinran's earlier actions, he placed his palm upon the dough. The sensation was enchanting, soft, warm, and imbued with a lifelike elasticity. He pushed forward with considerable force. Yet the dough remained obstinate, with a portion clinging stubbornly to the stone slab. Fool! You must apply pressure with the base of your palm, push it out, then roll it back. Lu Yinran chided playfully from the side, guiding his movements by holding his hand. And Moliang quickly grasped the technique. Though his actions were somewhat clumsy, they were infused with strength. He felt the dough transform beneath his hands, shifting from coarse to delicate, from loose to firm with each subtle change. This sensation mirrored their life on the island, from having nothing to building a home with their own hands. Each need felt like laying another cornerstone for their future. I'll give it a try, Xiaolan exclaimed, eager to join in. After observing for a moment, she dove in. Her approach differed entirely from Moliang's, devoid of finesse. It relied solely on raw power and efficiency. She regarded the kneading of the dough as a form of exercise, each push accompanied by a rushing sound, imbued with a rhythmic cadence reminiscent of military drills. Oh dear, be gentle. You might ruin it, Lu Yinran exclaimed, watching in alarm. Xiaolan Baoset, glancing at the somewhat deformed dough beneath her hands, an unusual hint of embarrassment flickering in her eyes. She moderated her strength, her movements becoming cautious, the awkward tenderness contrasting sharply with her usual bold demeanor. Finally, it was Su Muqing's turn. Her motions were gentle and meticulous, as if she were caressing a precious piece of art rather than kneading dough. She infused the mixture with her affection, longing for home, and hopes for the future. With her head bowed, a strand of hair fell delicately against her cheek, her lips curved into a soft smile. This serene and beautiful tableau captivated Moliang, leaving him somewhat entranced. The camp was filled with laughter and joy, marking the most relaxed and vibrant moment since their arrival on the deserted island. With the combined efforts of the three, the dough eventually transformed into a magnificent, smooth, elastic sphere as delicate as a baby's skin. A gentle press of a finger would cause a slow, resolute rebound in the indented area. Perfect, Lu Yinran exclaimed with satisfaction. She carefully placed the dough into a clean wooden bowl, covering it with a damp white cloth, a portion ripped from chef's hat, before solemnly positioning it beside the still warm Hope No. 1 oven. Now, we must give it its final breath of life. A look of near reverence graced Lu Yinran's face. Under the oven's residual warmth, the yeast would enjoy its final celebration. The dough would grow here, slowly, steadily, until it transformed into what they envisioned. The fermentation period would take approximately 1 hour, yet no one moved away. The three of them sat in a circle around the oven, silence enveloping them as they gazed at the wooden bowl covered with a white cloth, as if guarding a newborn about to emerge. Time passed, second by second. The previously flat white cloth began to rise slowly and visibly, an unstoppable ascent. A perfect arc, symbolizing life and hope, is quietly taking shape beneath that small piece of white cloth. Chapter 55. Baking time seemed to stretch interminably in the silence of anticipation. An hour later, when Lu Yinran cautiously lifted the damp cloth, a suppressed gasp escaped her lips. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to her. In the wooden basin, the once smooth dough had expanded to twice its original size, plump and white, filling the basin to the brim. It resembled a colossal, burgeoning white mushroom, pulsating with the vigor of life. It has grown. Lu Yinran's voice quivered with joyous excitement. The fermentation had been remarkably successful. Su Muqing's eyes sparkled with delight. She could distinctly sense the unique, slightly sour aroma of fermentation produced by the yeast and starch. What now? Xiaolan inquired succinctly, gazing at the massive dough. Now, Lu Yinran inhaled deeply, her face regaining the confidence of a chief sorceress. It is time for our Hope One to showcase its true power. Her gaze shifted to Moliang. Moliang nodded, rising to approach the oven. After a night of preheating, the kiln was completely dry. Now, we must truly elevate the temperature. Her expression turned serious as she directed Xiaolan to begin adding a substantial amount of thoroughly dried hardwood into the combustion chamber. With a whoosh, as the wood was added, the previously gentle flames erupted into a ferocious blaze. The roaring fire surged within the combustion chamber, emitting a deep rumble. Waves of heat flooded into the baking chamber above, causing the entire earthen oven to resemble an ancient beast awakened, radiating astonishing warmth. Even from several meters away, one could feel the searing heat wave. While the oven heated frantically, Lu Yinran was not idle. She transferred the fermented dough from the wooden basin to a stone slab dusted with flour. With a soft plop, as her palm gently pressed down, the trapped gas within the dough was released. She began the second kneading, shaping the dough. This time, her movements were much gentler, merely rolling the dough into a large, plump oval shape. Then, she picked up a sharp stone and solemnly scored several intersecting crescent-shaped cuts on the smooth surface of the dough. This was to provide an outlet for the internal pressure during baking, allowing for better expansion and more even cooking, she explained. Half an hour later, Moliang used a long wooden stick to probe into the baking chamber through the observation port, withdrawing it mere seconds later. The tip of the stick had become charred, emitting wisps of smoke. The temperature is sufficient, Moliang announced solemnly. Using a long fire tong, he removed all the burning charcoal from the combustion chamber, leaving behind the glowing red kiln walls and a clean baking space filled with searing air. Now is the moment, Lu Yinran commanded. Moliang and Xiaolan collaborated, cautiously lifting the searing stone slab, prepared to serve as a baking tray, with two sharpened wooden sticks. Lu Yinran and Su Muqing worked in unison to smoothly slide the enormous dough onto the stone surface. 1, 2, 3, lift. The four of them, in perfect harmony, placed the steaming slab carrying the dough firmly in the center of the baking chamber. Finally, Moliang retrieved a hefty stone slab, sealing the opening of the baking chamber with precision, trapping all the heat within that enclosed space. Having completed this task, the four exhaled in relief, instinctively stepping back several paces from the oven, radiating an intimidating heat. All that remained was to wait. In the initial 10 minutes, the air showed no signs of change, merely the dry, earthy warmth emanating from the oven itself. Everyone held their breath, their hearts racing with anticipation. Silence enveloped the campsite, broken only by the distant sound of crashing waves and the rhythmic beating of their hearts. Suddenly, Lu Yinran's nose twitched. "Do you smell that?" A faint, indescribable aroma began to waft from the oven's crevice, delicate tendrils of fragrance swirling in the air. It was neither the sweet scent of steamed taro nor the cloying sweetness of honey, but rather a warmth and solidity of grain, unfamiliar, yet seemingly embedded in their very genes. As time progressed, the aroma intensified, becoming increasingly commanding. It caressed each person's nostrils like an invisible hand, infiltrating their lungs and awakening the most primal memories of civilized society. It was the scent of bread, the simple yet profound allure born from the Maillard reaction of carbohydrates under high heat, harmonizing with the essence of yeast. So fragrant, the previously silent Xiaolan could no longer contain her words, her eyes brimming with astonishment and longing. Su Muqing closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. This aroma transported her back to her childhood, to the warm scent of the bakery she passed on her way home from school, a fragrance that had once rendered her legs immovable. Lu Yinran, brimming with excitement, paced anxiously, alternating between leaning close to the oven to inhale the scent and stepping back nervously, akin to a gambler awaiting the outcome of a bet. Meanwhile, Moliang leaned against a tree, arms crossed, quietly observing the oven he had meticulously designed and constructed. His face betrayed little emotion, yet his bright eyes sparkled with an indescribable pride and satisfaction. This fragrance was the highest accolade for all his efforts. After approximately 20 more minutes, the aroma reached its zenith, enveloping the entire campsite in its embrace. Moliang straightened his posture, calculating the time and inspecting the oven's condition before speaking in a measured tone. "It's time." The three women's gazes snapped to him, their focus unwavering. "We can open the kiln now." Moliang grasped his tools, joining Xiaolan as they approached the searing stone slab sealing the opening. He took a deep breath, using the tip of the crowbar to press against the edge of the stone slab. "Open." With a low command, the slab gradually pried open a narrow gap. Suddenly, a wave of scorching heat, infused with an exquisite fragrance that nearly distorted the very air itself, erupted from the opening. The four instinctively stepped back, shielding their faces with their hands. As the heat began to dissipate, Moliang was the first to approach, peering into the abyssal depths of the oven, which still emanated a dim red glow. In the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 56 finally emerged in that moment. Moliang's pupils constricted sharply, not out of fear or failure, but from the sheer magnitude of astonishment. Deep within the dimly lit oven, a miracle lay quietly, no longer just a damp dough, but a true loaf of bread. It had expanded to an astonishing size, nearly half a person's stature. Its surface exhibited a mouth-watering golden-brown hue, a color born from the perfect marriage of high temperatures and sugar. The exterior, rendered uneven by the baking process, was imbued with a rugged texture. The slashes made by Lu Yanran with the stone shard had completely burst open, forming beautiful, irregularly crisp edges that revealed glimpses of the soft interior within. A rich aroma, a harmonious blend of toasted grains, honeyed sweetness, and the fragrance of yeast surged forth with the heat, seizing the senses of everyone present. Quickly take it out." Lu Yanran's voice, laced with excitement, transformed into an almost fervent shout. Without needing further encouragement, Moliang and Xiaolan grasped two long wooden sticks once more, braving the searing heat as they delicately probed the depths of the oven, working in unison to extract the scalding stone slab, along with its exquisite creation. With a heavy thud, the stone slab was placed on the ground. Silence enveloped the room. Su Muqing, Lu Yanran, and Xiaolan, three women, stood with wide eyes, fixated on the bread emanating waves of heat and an endless fragrance. Their gazes reflected shock, ecstasy, disbelief, and even a hint of tears. This was not merely a loaf of bread. It was a monument of civilization, born from their sweat, intellect, and unity, forged from the barren land. I will cut it." Lu Yanran volunteered, finding the sharpest stone shard, her hands trembling slightly. Taking a deep breath, she aimed the obsidian knife at the center of the bread. With a crisp, melodious sound, reminiscent of dried leaves being crushed, the hard, flaky crust yielded under the pressure of the stone. As the incision deepened, a more intense, sweeter white steam erupted from within the bread, infused with the vibrant, scorching essence of new life. Lu Yanran handed the first slice to Ma Liang, the chief designer of this endeavor, who deserved to be the first to savor the fruits of their labor. Ma Liang accepted it. The bread was still hot to the touch, yet its substantial weight and the rough texture of the crust felt profoundly real. He tore off a small piece and placed it in his mouth. The crust was astonishingly crisp, crackling delightfully with each chew. In stark contrast, the interior was soft and moist, filled with delicate pockets of air, though the texture, due to the taro flour, was not as refined as that of true wheat bread. As the chewing commenced, the sweet essence of honey, the starchy fragrance of taro, and the subtle acidity imparted by wild yeast harmoniously melded within the mouth, culminating in an explosion of flavor. It was an unparalleled sensation, a simple yet profound bliss. "Delicious," Moliang murmured indistinctly, eagerly tearing off a generous piece and stuffing it into his mouth. His reaction served as the most compelling invitation. The three women quickly gathered around, disregarding the heat, each tearing off their portion. Xiaolan ate with remarkable speed, Her expression remained stoic, yet the pace of her chewing betrayed her inner excitement. Su Muqing savored her piece delicately, the warm and tender texture causing her previously cool demeanor to soften. An involuntary gentle curve gracing her lips. Lu Yanran closed her eyes, her face reflecting the rapture of experiencing an exquisite delicacy. We did it. We truly succeeded, she whispered to herself. In that moment, the camp was filled solely with the sounds of satisfied chewing and uncontainable admiration. They had never anticipated that a humble loaf of bread could evoke such immense joy. After a hearty meal, the group gathered around the campfire, relishing the lingering sweetness of the moment. The atmosphere was just right. Lu Yanran observed Moliang, who was sketching something in the charcoal, and with a playful glint in her eye, a mischievous smile returned to her face. She leaned closer, addressing him in a tone laced with affection. Island Master. Today's creation is merely prototype number 1. Tomorrow, may I use our precious honey to craft a sweetheart bread with double the honey? Just for you? The warmth of the campfire's ambience abruptly stiffened at her words. Su Muqing's smile faltered, her grip on the water pouch tightening unconsciously. Xiaolan seized her polishing of the stone knife, lifting her gaze, her sharp eyes, illuminated by the flickering firelight, revealed no discernible emotion as they silently traversed between Moliang and Lu Yanran. Moliang's mind raced. He understood that this inquiry was a perilous one. He swiftly raised his head, offering Lu Yanran a radiant and sincere smile. Yanran, your idea is simply brilliant. However, it seems a bit of a waste of your talent. Amidst Lu Yanran's puzzled stare, he pivoted his tone, his voice brimming with fervor. Your special edition has inspired me immensely. We must not confine ourselves to a single flavor. We can absolutely develop a Hope series of breads. His excitement escalated as he rose to deliver his address. Look, Su Muqing is proficient in herbs. We could experiment by incorporating some calming plants to create a good night bread. Xiaolan favors savory flavors. We could dice some smoked meat and knead it into the dough to craft a unique sea salt smoked meat bread. Finally, he turned to Lu Yanran, his gaze filled with admiration as he proclaimed, "And your sweetheart bread shall serve as the inaugural product of our magnificent series, celebrating the triumphant success of our baking project. Tomorrow, we shall all partake in the exquisite delights of your culinary artistry." A series of well-coordinated maneuvers has effortlessly transformed Lu Yanran's personal sweet advances into a ceremonial collective endeavor for the entire team. Lu Yanran opened her mouth, only to find herself utterly incapable of countering his assertion, despite a twinge of disappointment. Witnessing her spontaneous idea being expanded into such an ambitious vision by Moliang filled her with an overwhelming sense of pride and excitement, eclipsing her momentary feminine whims. Very well, she responded with a smile, urging them to anticipate the wonders crafted by this magician. A looming crisis was deftly diffused by Moliang, vanishing without a trace. Su Muing's shoulders grégoirely relaxed. She gazed at the man who spoke with such confidence, her eyes reflecting a sense of reassurance and a subtle, imperceptible pride. After the dinner concluded, everyone busied themselves with their respective tasks. Su Muqing did not utter many words, yet her actions became more proactive than ever. When Moliang struggled to wash the large wooden basin smeared with dough, she naturally approached him, picking up a bundle of straw, and once he finished rinsing, she meticulously wiped the basin inside and out, even taking his hand to dry his damp fingers. As night fell, Su Muqing quietly smoothed the animal hides by the campfire and offered him a bowl of warm honey water, gently advising, "The wind is strong tonight. Drink something warm to keep yourself cozy." After completing these gestures, she softly wished him good night and returned to her own resting place. Each of her movements appeared so natural and self-evident, yet they subtly proclaimed an unwavering status to everyone around. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Moliang sat by the campfire, savoring the last remnants of warmth emanating from the oven. He relished the sweet aroma of the bread, as well as the bold and passionate gaze of Lu Yanran, alongside Su Muqing's gentle yet resolute actions. For the first time, he genuinely felt that when survival was no longer the sole pressure, the emotions between individuals could become so intricate and, indeed, captivating. This was a delightful dilemma. It had also instilled within him an unprecedented, weighty sense of responsibility. He must safeguard all of this, protect this home, and cherish every significant person within it. Chapter 57. The Outbreak of War. The Arena of Carnage. The morning air was imbued with a delightful sweetness, accompanied by the distinctive aroma of freshly baked goods. The breakfast spread had undergone a remarkable transformation. It was no longer a monotonous affair of grilled meat. Instead, each person was served a warm, thick slice of bread lavishly spread with golden honey, complemented by a bowl of rich, milky broth made from beast bones. This simple yet extraordinarily sumptuous combination left everyone feeling utterly satisfied, their faces radiating with joy. In this moment, Liu Yanran's status was subtly elevated to that of the happiness director of the camp. This calls for a celebration, Liu Yanran declared exuberantly after finishing her last sip of broth, wiping her mouth with a napkin. In honor of our magnificent hope one and to formally bid farewell to our primal existence, stepping into the baking era, I propose we host a grand banquet tonight. This suggestion was met with unanimous approval. The pent-up creative passion and yearning for a beautiful life were ignited in an instant. The teams swiftly divided tasks and plunged into preparations for the evening's feast. Xiaolan said little, merely polishing her stone knife while casting her gaze deeper into the forest. She undertook the most formidable task, providing show-stopping main dish for the banquet. "I will fetch some larger game," she stated succinctly before vanishing into the woods. Su Muqin, carrying a wicker basket, set off to forage for the naturally aromatic plants she had previously marked. She also intended to gather some non-toxic, vividly colored petals to add a touch of romance to the evening's dishes. Moliang was equally industrious, deciding to enhance the dining area. He found several flat stones and constructed for uniformly tall stools from wood, creating a simple yet impressive dining table beside the bonfire. Meanwhile, Liu Yanran, as the chief planner and head chef of the banquet, hummed a tune as she began preparing her sweet bread and an array of island-inspired dishes she had long envisioned. As dusk approached, Xiaolan returned to the camp, dragging a robust adult spotted deer, and the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Where did Moliang find this? Such creatures still exist on the island? Xiaolan smiled proudly, recounting how she had ventured upstream that morning and spotted the deer drinking at the water's edge. "Luck was on my side. I managed to catch it." The bonfire blazed more fiercely than ever before. The succulent deer meat sizzled over the flames, fat dripping into the fire and releasing an irresistible aroma. Liu Yanran showcased her culinary prowess, crafting several uniquely flavored side dishes using various spices and wild fruits. The four of them gathered around Moliang's newly constructed table, their ceramic bowls filled with slightly tart fermented fruit juice, their homemade, most primitive wine. With the delightful food and juice catalyzing the atmosphere, it became fervently spirited. Liu Yanran's cheeks flushed with a lovely hue as she stood, raising her ceramic bowl and fixing her keen gaze on Moliang. "First and foremost, I would like to toast to the pillar of our home, the chief designer of our camp, our esteemed island lord, Moliang." Her voice was crisp and resonant, imbued with a hint of enchanting laughter. "Without the wisdom of our esteemed island lord, we would lack the warmth of our wooden abode, and this miraculous hope one would never have come to fruition. I propose a toast to our island lord. Cheers!" Xiaolan and Su Muqing also raised their bowls with smiles. And Moliang, feeling a touch bashful, scratched his head. Referring to the island lord in such a manner made him feel somewhat awkward, yet he joined everyone in sipping the sweet and tangy fruit juice. However, Liu Yanran did not take her seat. Her gaze flitted between Su Muqing and Xiaolan, her smile tinged with mischief and provocation. Yet, she deliberately elongated her tone, tantalizing everyone as curiosity before half-seriously proclaiming, "There is but one king, yet the beauties on our island are countless. From this day forth, I officially declare such an exceptional man as our island lord. Ladies, let us compete on equal footing, relying solely on our merits." This declaration fell like a stone into the serene surface of a lake. The once vibrant atmosphere seemed to lose its warmth in that instant, becoming delicate and quiet. And Moliang's hand, holding the ceramic bowl, froze mid-air. Here we go again. A battleground of emotions, he mused inwardly. Su Muqing was the first to react. Without glancing at Liu Yanran or uttering a word, she silently shifted her position closer to Moliang under the watchful eyes of all. Then, she gently but resolutely rested her head upon his shoulder. No words were spoken, yet this action itself was the most forceful proclamation of her claim. Her cool profile appeared particularly soft in the firelight, yet held an undeniable stance. Conversely, Xiaolan's reaction surprised everyone. She remained silent, yet her keen eyes, for the first time, did not scan the surroundings but were firmly fixed on Mo Liang. When he instinctively looked her way out of embarrassment, Xiaolan raised her ceramic bowl, silently gesturing a toast to him. Her gaze was complex, embodying pure admiration for a formidable ally and unwavering trust in a comrade. Yet beneath it all, the long-frozen iceberg seemed to have developed a fissure. Beneath the ice, flames appeared to flicker. Caught in the middle, Mo Liang felt the softness and trust emanating from his shoulder while facing the two other intense gazes, leaving him with a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. Well, we are a team. He awkwardly attempted to smooth things over. However, his words seemed pale and powerless amidst the three women's distinct, story-laden glances. This grand celebration not only commemorated the tremendous advancements in material civilization, but also signaled the official onset of an emotional battleground. Each person was acutely aware that some things had irrevocably changed. Sumwinge's Gental guardianship, Liu Analis Urban Parsut, and Xiaolan's melting iceberg collectively painted a portrait that was both sweet and exasperating for Mo Liang. The days ahead were destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 58. An awkward morning after the immense joy brought by the bread. The first morning in the new home felt particularly tranquil and harmonious. Sunlight streamed through the reserved window openings, casting warm patches of light onto the smooth, earthen ground. The spacious environment uplifted everyone's spirits upon waking, eliminating the previous sense of crowding. However, this serenity was soon shattered by a muffled, abrupt scream. The sound emanated from the small grove on the eastern side of the camp. At that moment, Liu Yanran was humming a discordant tune, clutching several carefully selected, sufficiently soft large leaves as she cheerfully made her way to her usual secluded spot for personal matters. After days of intense construction, her mood was as radiant as the morning sun. Yet, just as she rounded a familiar thicket, her steps came to an abrupt halt. Not far from her designated spot, another figure was crouched there, abruptly turning at the sound. Their eyes met. The air seemed to solidify in that instant. The expression on that face mirrored her own, filled with shock and embarrassment. It was none other than Mo Liang. I was just passing by. Liu Yanran's mind momentarily froze, only to be overtaken by a powerful instinct for self-preservation. Her cheeks flushed crimson, reaching her ears and forgetting the leaves in her hand. She turned and dashed back to the camp like a startled rabbit. Left behind was the equally petrified Mo Liang, caught in a dilemma of whether to crouch or stand, feeling as though he had never experienced such social demise. This small yet historically significant awkward episode acted as a catalyst, igniting a long-ignored, pressing issue. With the increase in team members, the absence of a fixed, private, and civilized sanitation facility had escalated from mere inconvenience to a significant hazard. That evening, the bonfire blazed once more, yet the atmosphere was tinged with subtle tension, unlike the pure celebration of previous days. Liu Yanran spent the entire day deliberately avoiding Mo Liang's gaze, the flush on her face never fully subsiding. After dinner, Su Muqing cleared her throat and took the initiative to break the silence. As the team's doctor, she felt it was her duty to formally address the matter. I believe everyone is aware of this morning's incident. Her words made Liu Yanran bury her head even lower. This was not merely a matter of awkwardness and privacy. Su Muqing's serious and professional demeanor indicated a grave health concern. Our current method of waste disposal is indiscriminate, which can contaminate the soil and shallow water sources surrounding our camp. Over time, this can easily foster mosquitoes, spreading bacteria and diseases. For everyone's health, we must construct a fixed, scientific restroom. Liu Yanran immediately raised a hand, as if grasping a lifeline, I wholeheartedly agree. 100%. It must be built. However, she swiftly pivoted her argument, seizing the opportunity to voice her pin-up thoughts from the day. But, while the restroom needs to be constructed, isn't our sleeping arrangement an even more pressing issue? For individuals were crammed together on a large sleeping platform. Although it was sufficient for the time being, certain individuals sought warmth from the island master during the night, causing me considerable discomfort in my sleep. What will we do when a number of people increases? She cast a pointed glance at Sue mooching beside her, who merely returned a fleeting, indifferent gaze without engaging further. Xiaolon succinctly stated, "Let us build." In an instant, all eyes converged on Moliang. One toilet, one new house. Both were essential, yet the thought of constructing a new dwelling, which could entail a repetition of the arduous labor reminiscent of a lumberjack's hell, dampened everyone's enthusiasm. The scale of that endeavor far exceeded that of a mere wooden cabin. Observing the troubled expressions on their faces, a spark of inspiration ignited in Mo Liang's mind. He recalled the kiln, glowing red and as hard as stone. A brilliant, groundbreaking idea surged forth. We need not rely solely on wood. Mo Liang's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement as he rose, seizing a firewood stick and swiftly sketching in the sandy ground amidst the puzzled gazes of his companions. We possess experience in pottery, which signifies our profound understanding of clay's properties. Although our conditions are limited and we cannot produce red bricks, as in the industrial era, we can create another form. Adobe bricks. Adobe bricks? The three women chorused, this term sounding utterly foreign to them. Yes. Mo Liang's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he transformed into an enthusiastic educator, patiently elucidating his idea. Simply put, it involves mixing clay, sand, and chopped straw in a specific ratio, adding an appropriate amount of water, stirring thoroughly, and then pressing it into molds before drying it in the sun. Once thoroughly dried, these adobe bricks possess sufficient strength for wall construction. His excitement grew as he sketched a cross-section of a house in the sand. We merely need to fell a limited number of sturdy hardwoods to create the load-bearing framework, namely, the columns and beams. Subsequently, the walls will be entirely filled with the adobe bricks we produce ourselves. This method is considerably swifter and less labor-intensive than felling dozens, if not hundreds, of large trees in the forest. The concept of this brickwood hybrid structure resonated like thunder in the minds of the group. It is feasible. This is immensely feasible. It perfectly circumvents the most time-consuming and laborious logging phase, fully leveraging the team's technical advantage, our pottery experience. Genius. Island Master, you are simply a genius. Lu Yanran was the first to leap up, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at Mo Liang. Su Muqing and Xiaolon also displayed expressions of sudden realization. The superiority of this plan was glaringly evident. Let us proceed, Mo Liang decisively declared. We shall pursue dual paths. We will initiate the construction of the toilet as a pilot project to test the performance of the adobe bricks. Simultaneously, we will commence large-scale production of bricks to stockpile materials for our housing project. The new, grander construction plan instantly ignited everyone's enthusiasm. The team promptly divided the subsequent tasks. Moliang and the formidable Xiaolan took charge of crafting several standard-sized wooden brick molds and scouting the optimal soil extraction sites. Meanwhile, the meticulous Su Muqing and Lu Yanran were tasked with gathering copious amounts of dried grass, which they would chop finely to enhance the brick's toughness. As they deliberated on the specific layout of their new dwelling, a small skirmish erupted once more. Lu Yanran, brimming with excitement, seized a branch and sketched an expansive kitchen of her dreams upon the sandy ground, seamlessly integrating it alongside Moliang's proposed tool storage area, separated only by an imaginary wall. What do you think? In the future, while you craft your tools, I'll prepare meals, and whenever hunger or thirst strikes, I can simply turn around and serve you. She exclaimed, her smile reminiscent of a mischievous little fox that had just pilfered a treat. However, Su Muqing furrowed her brow slightly and knelt down, erasing half of Lu Yanran's sketch with her finger. This will not do, she stated calmly. The kitchen generates a significant amount of smoke, and the tool area will inevitably accumulate with shavings and dust. Having them in close proximity is neither sanitary nor safe, posing a fire hazard. According to the wind direction, the kitchen should be situated downwind from the camp, maintaining a reasonable distance from the primary living and working areas. With that, she redrew the layout. Her design was undoubtedly more scientific and rational, yet it cleverly established a distinct and insurmountable distance between Liu Yinran's whimsical notion of instant service and practicality. Liu Yinran gazed at Su Muqing's flawless plan, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal, and could only pout, inwardly deeming it rather dull. As night deepened, the team's enthusiasm remained undiminished. That evening, the first batch of perfectly squared wooden brick molds was completed through the collaborative efforts of Moliang and Xiaolan. The four stood upon a vast expanse of cleared land beside the camp, with abundant high-quality clay readily available before them and piles of dried grass not far off. As they beheld these primal materials, anticipation sparkled in their eyes. A new era of construction, uniquely theirs, was poised to unfold under the dawn's embrace come morning. Chapter 59, Building the Lavatory, continued prodding. The following day, an industrious brick factory commenced operations in the clearing beside the campsite. A massive square pit, encircled by raw timber, had been excavated and filled with water, transforming it into a makeshift mud pool. The four of them, barefoot and with trousers rolled high, stood upon the sodden earth, embarking on the island's inaugural industrial production. The clay provided stickiness, the sand prevented cracking, and the hay served as the backbone, significantly enhancing the strength of the bricks. The approximate ratio was 2 to 1 to half. As Moliang poured baskets of clay and sand into the pit, he vocally elucidated the key points. The theory was simple, yet the practical execution demanded considerable physical exertion. The most exhausting yet joyous aspect was the stomping of the mud, to thoroughly and uniformly blend the materials. They had to hold hands and repeatedly stomp in the knee-deep sludge. 1-2-1, 1-2-1. Liu Yinran was the most spirited among them, treating it as a novel dance, chanting the rhythm aloud. The mud was thick and icy, the sensation of it squeezing between her toes both peculiar and relieving. In a playful moment, Liu Yinran suddenly lifted her foot and deliberately splashed a large clump of mud onto Moliang's back. With a splat, an irregular patch of camouflage adorned his back. Liu Yinran, Moliang exclaimed, a mixture of laughter and exasperation as he turned around. You splashed me first. Liu Yinran stuck out her tongue and giggled as she hid behind Su Muqing. A minor mud-splashing chase ensued within the confines of the pit, laughter mingling with the sound of splattering mud, echoing throughout the campsite. What initially seemed like laborious toil transformed into an unprecedented celebration. After a morning of vigorous effort, the fruits of their labor were evident. As the first batch of evenly mixed mud was extracted from the pit, all were thoroughly exhausted, their bodies and faces smeared with grime, resembling four wildlings freshly emerged from a mud pit. They collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. After a brief respite, Liu Yinran regained her vigor. She scampered over to the ceramic jars, filled a clean bamboo tube with sweetened water, and hurried back to Moliang's side. Dear Island Master, you've worked hard. Now open your mouth, she said, half squatting in front of him, tilting her face, which bore a few smudges of mud yet radiated brightness, directly towards him. The bamboo tube poised at his lips, her eyes sparkling. I personally serve you water. This treatment is quite exceptional, isn't it? Her approach was direct and fervent, imbued with an irresistible charm. Just as Moliang intended to decline, the sweet honey water was already at his lips, compelling him to obediently take a generous sip. At that moment, Su Muqing, who had quietly rested, stood up. She did not partake in the sweet interaction, but rather turned to fetch a basin of clean water. Holding a piece of clean linen, she walked to Moliang's other side. Without uttering a word, she squatted down and firmly grasped his muddy hand. Do not move, she instructed softly, yet her tone carried the authority of a physician. Warm, clear water gently cascaded over her fingers as Su Muqing meticulously wiped away the dirt and sand embedded beneath his nails with a piece of cloth. She even noticed a small red mark on his palm, a result of exertion. From her small leather pouch, she retrieved a tiny ceramic container and delicately applied a bit of verdant green ointment to the mark. This was a newly crafted skincare balm infused with anti-inflammatory herbs. Her tone remained calm, yet her actions conveyed an unmistakable tenderness. If Lu Yanran's care resembled the passionate sweetness of honey, then Su Muqing's concern embodied the gentle flow of a clear spring, addressing the most practical needs. Meanwhile, the previously silent Xiao Lan expressed her care in her own manner. Noticing Moliang's gaze, her attention instinctively drifted to the heaviest basket of freshly filled wet clay not far away, the next batch of raw materials to be transported. Before Moliang could react, Xiao Lan was already on her feet, approaching the basket. Taking a deep breath, she let out a low shout and, with her powerful physique, hoisted the cumbersome load, steadily transporting it to the shaping area. Through her direct actions, she alleviated the heaviest burden from Moliang. Surrounded by three distinct forms of care, Moliang felt a tumult of emotions. He understood that this was not a battleground, but rather a home where each individual was safeguarding one another in their own most skilled and sincere ways. Days later, under the scorching sun, the first batch of earthen bricks transformed from a grayish-green to a hard gray-white. The pilot project officially commenced, set in a slightly level area downwind of the camp. Moliang and Xiao Lan took charge of the core construction work, digging the pits and erecting a simple wooden roof framework. They then began to build the walls using the bricks that embodied the team's collective efforts. Su Muqing and Lu Yanran became the masons, responsible for mixing clay into a thicker slurry to serve as the adhesive between the bricks. 1 brick, 2 bricks, 3 bricks. The walls rose at a visible pace. When the final brick was laid, a compact, sturdy brick and wood structure for a toilet, complete with thick walls and even ventilation openings, miraculously emerged. Though humble in appearance, it marked an epic advancement in the team's construction techniques. "I'm here to cut the ribbon." As the instigator of the project, Lu Yanran eagerly dashed inside first. Minutes later, she emerged with a refreshed demeanor, her face adorned with an exaggerated expression of relief and joy. She gave a thumbs up to the eagerly awaiting crowd and, in an extravagantly theatrical tone, proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, I declare that the first 5-star luxury restroom on this island offers a perfect experience. I no longer need to worry about encountering love around the corner with the island master in the woods." Ha ha ha! Laughter erupted from the crowd. As the sun set, the four stood side by side, gazing at the unassuming yet profoundly significant little house before them, each face radiant with a sense of accomplishment. The outline of home has, at this moment, become remarkably clear. A future that is more comfortable, more civilized, and more expansive is beckoning to them. Chapter 60. The framework of the house, the success of the restroom, significantly uplifted the morale of the team and thoroughly validated the correctness of the brick and wood construction approach. From this moment, the production model of the camp entered a highly efficient dual-line parallel phase. The brick factory's production line had finally found its rhythm. Under the meticulous management of Lu Yanran and Su Muqing, the brickmaking process underwent continuous optimization. They even devised a simple transport cart crafted from wooden boards and vines, capable of moving a dozen wet bricks at once, greatly enhancing efficiency. Each morning, they would flip the bricks stacked the previous day to ensure even heating and drying, before embarking on another day of mixing mud and molding bricks. In the open space beside the camp, rows of gray-green earthen bricks stood neatly arranged like soldiers awaiting inspection, undergoing their final metamorphosis under the scorching sun. The air was filled with the unique fragrance of a blend of soil and hay. Observing the ever-increasing stockpile of bricks, everyone understood that the foundation for their new homes was becoming exceedingly solid. During this invaluable time of drying the earthen bricks in bulk, Moliang and Xiao Lan shifted the team's focus to the next crucial phase of their housing project, constructing a sturdy framework for their new abode. This time, they would not need to engage in the hellish, indiscriminate logging that marked the construction of their first wooden house. What they sought was quality, not quantity. Moliang outlined a massive rectangular foundation with branches at the chosen site for their new home. According to my design, only 12 primary load-bearing pillars for main beams and several secondary timbers for the roof would be necessary. Thus, each piece of wood had to be a meticulously selected elite. This task might seem insurmountable to others, but for Xiaolan, it was the perfect stage to showcase her talents. Upon entering the forest, her keen eyes operated like the most precise scanner. That tree is too bent. That one shows signs of insect damage. That one is too soft and can only serve as a secondary beam. She could instantly evaluate the quality of a tree at a glance. After a rigorous half-day of surveying, she finally pinpointed a region abundant with superior hardwood. The logging task transformed from a grueling battle into a flawless performance of skill and strength. This tree, with an open space to the northwest and a crown inclined toward the southeast, had a stable center of gravity. If I strike from the southeast, it will fall precisely to the northwest. Xiaolan would first circle the selected tree, akin to a master sculptor assessing her raw stone. After making her judgment, she would carve a precise V-shaped notch on the opposite side of the intended fall with her stone axe. Subsequently, Moliang would assist her by cutting from the other side with an obsidian saw. Creak, creak, as the obsidian blade continually grazed the wood fibers. The great tree emitted a mournful groan. Once the cutting reached a critical depth, Xiaolan would give a low shout. Retreat. The two swiftly withdrew. Accompanied by a resounding crash, a colossal tree, towering several dozen meters high, fell with the force of thunder, unerringly collapsing toward the position predicted by Xiaolan, crushing a thicket and raising a cloud of dust. This precision in logging not only demonstrated remarkable efficiency, but also minimized safety risks to the utmost. In the ensuing days, sturdy logs, each exceeding 30 centimeters in diameter, were felled using this highly effective method, stripped of branches, cut down, and then collectively dragged back to the camp. Once all the primary materials were prepared, the civil engineering works of the housing project officially commenced. The foundation for the new home was chosen on the eastern side of the existing wooden cabin, on higher and flatter terrain. The four of them worked in unison, excavating a trench approximately half a meter deep, according to the lines drawn by Moliang. Although the foundation was not deep, it was crucial to ensure moisture protection. Moliang pointed to the trench and explained that they would first lay a thick layer of crushed stone at the bottom as a moisture barrier, effectively preventing subterranean dampness from eroding the wooden load-bearing columns. Layering the crushed stone and compacting the ground, every step was executed with meticulous order. The most critical and exhilarating phase finally arrived: the construction of the wooden framework. This was no longer a mere stacking of materials, but rather the practical application of the ancient wisdom embedded in the mortise and tenon structure. Prior to this, Moliang had dedicated 2 entire nights crafting models with small sticks, repeatedly simulating the structure of each connection point between the beams and the columns. No nails or ropes would be employed. Instead, the interlocking of the wood's natural mortises and tenons would secure the connections. This not only rendered the structure immensely robust, but also effectively transmitted and distributed the overall forces acting on the house. Let's begin. Our home shall rise today. Moliang inhaled deeply, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement and anticipation. This was a grand endeavor requiring the precise coordination of all involved. Erecting the first load-bearing column demanded considerable effort. This massive wooden pillar, extending over 3 meters in length and weighing several hundred pounds, was to be aligned with the mortise holes left in the foundation. Xiaolan, you are responsible for the main lift. Lu Yanran and Su Muqing, you will pull on the other end with the vines to maintain balance. Mo Liang stood to the side, holding a plumb line weighted with a stone, acting as the chief commander and calibrator. Lift, Xiaolan shouted, and from her seemingly slender frame erupted an astonishing strength as her arm muscles strained, hoisting one end of the pillar off the ground. Pull, Montak Liang Belot. Lu Yanran and Su Muqing gritted their teeth, exerting all their might to pull the vines backward. The heavy wooden pillar was gradually and laboriously raised upright by their combined efforts. Steady, Mo Liang quickly calibrated with the plumb line. It's leaning to the left. Su Muqing, pull tighter on your side. After a flurry of adjustments, when the pillar was finally parallel to the plumb line, Mo Liang swiftly secured it temporarily with a wooden wedge. The first column was a success. With the experience gained from the initial effort, the subsequent erection of columns proceeded with increasing smoothness. 12 immense load-bearing columns, standing like 12 silent giants, rise in succession upon the foundation of the new home, delineating a vast and expansive space. Next comes the most challenging phase of the entire framework construction, one that tests the team's synergy to its limits, the lifting of the beam. This principal beam stretches 7 meters in length and weighs several hundred pounds, necessitating precise placement atop 2 distant columns. "This is too heavy. We must employ levers and pulleys," Moliang remarked, gesturing towards a makeshift hoisting frame he had assembled using vines and logs. The plan was straightforward. Xiaolan and Moliang would exert force simultaneously at either end, leveraging the principle of the lever to lift one end of the beam. Meanwhile, Lu Yanran and Su Muqing would work in concert, pulling the vine wrapped around the top of the other column to gradually hoist the beam. To simplify the task, several layers of freshly baked bricks were laid on the ground where the installation was to occur, elevating the height, thereby conserving energy and enhancing safety. "Everyone heed my command. Prepare," Moliang called from one end of the beam, while Xiaolan stood at the opposite end. Their gazes locked, both recognized the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. This collaboration demanded absolute synchronization. Any imbalance in force could cause the heavy beam to slip and fall, with dire consequences. 3, 2, 1, lift. With Moliang's command, he and Xiaolan channeled their entire strength into the crowbar. The heavy beam emitted a groan of strain as one end was gradually raised from the ground. "Pull!" Below, Su Muqing and Lu Yanran exerted every ounce of strength, gripping the vine tightly as they retreated step by step. The beam ascended slowly and perilously into the air. "Steady! Maintain balance!" Moliang bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead, his arms trembling from exertion. Opposite him, Xiaolan gritted her teeth, finding her task even more arduous, as she not only needed to exert upward force, but also constantly adjust her angle to align with the overall elevation of the beam. In that moment, an invisible force field seemed to form between them. No words were necessary. A shared breath, a fleeting glance, a subtle shift in weight. Each action was intuitively understood, resulting in a flawless collaboration. "Lift, keep lifting." The beam drew ever closer to the mortise atop the column. Below, Su Muqing gazed upwards at this heart-stopping spectacle, her heart instinctively tightening. What she witnessed was not merely a confluence of strength and skill. She beheld the innate synergy between Moliang and Xiaolan, transcending verbal communication. It was an absolute trust, a surrender of one's back to the other, forged through countless struggles at the precipice of life and death, an indelible camaraderie etched deep within their souls. As they hoisted such a heavy and perilous object, their communication remained minimal. Every movement flowed seamlessly, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. An inexplicable emotion, one that Su Muqing herself could not articulate, quietly stirred within her heart. It is neither jealousy nor suspicion, but rather a subtle sense of distance. She realizes that although she is the closest companion of Moliang and the mistress of this household, within the realm of battle and conquest, an arena demanding the utmost dedication of life, there exists a world between Moliang and Xiaolan that she cannot penetrate nor fully comprehend. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the beam finally reached its designated height. A crisp yet resounding thud echoed through the air. The tenons at both ends of the beam seamlessly and perfectly fitted into the mortises atop the columns. Success! Everyone collapsed onto the ground in a collective sigh of relief. Gasping for air, Lu Yanran rubbed her reddened palms, which had been chafed by the ropes, yet wore a radiant smile. "My goodness, this feels more exhausting than running a marathon, but it's so incredibly cool." As dusk fell and the last secondary beam was positioned, the wooden framework of their new home stood proudly bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. The imposing structure cast elongated shadows upon the ground, vividly outlining the grand contours of their future abode. The four stood beneath the vast framework, their bodies coated in sweat, dirt, and with shavings, utterly fatigued. Yet each face was alight with unmistakable joy and pride. They gazed upward at the interwoven beams and the sturdy columns beside them. In that moment, an unprecedented sense of stability and belonging blossomed within them. This was no longer a mere sketch on sand, nor a figment of their imagination. This was their future home, a true dwelling crafted by their own hands, designed, sourced, and constructed by them. Chapter 61. Accomplished. The house is complete. What have you become? Fan Jean smiles. The skeleton of the home stands tall beneath the setting sun, resembling the prologue of a grand poem. The subsequent task is to fill this poem with the most robust verses, one brick and one tile at a time. After several days of exposure to the sun, the previously gray-green brick factory beside the camp has transformed into a magnificent expanse of gray-white. Thousands of earthen bricks are neatly stacked, each one as hard as stone, producing a dull yet melodious sound when struck. The flesh and blood belonging to this home are now ready. The wall construction officially commences. This is no longer the perilous endeavor it once was. Instead, it resembles a colossal, creatively fulfilling game of Lego. The four individuals form an efficient assembly line. Come on, Master Islander, steady now. Lu Yanran, cradling a hefty earthen brick in both hands, steps lightly, handing it over to Moliang, who stands by the wall. Beads of sweat dot her forehead, yet her face radiates a brilliant smile, as if she is not passing a brick, but rather a token of sweetness. Moliang receives the brick and places it in the designated spot. Beside him, Su Muqing promptly scoops up a wooden board laden with well-mixed, perfectly viscous mud, evenly applying it to the joints of the bricks. Her movements are precise and graceful, akin to completing a work of art. Next one. Meanwhile, Xiaolan is responsible for transporting baskets of bricks from the drying area to the construction site. Her formidable strength is on full display, as she effortlessly lifts baskets that would require two individuals to move, her steps steady. 1-2 heave, in the intervals of passing bricks. Lu Yanran even creates a labor song, her cheerful tune echoing across the construction site. Sister Yanran, your song invigorates me. I feel like I can carry 10 more baskets. Su Muqing jokes, eliciting a chorus of laughter. The walls rise at a visible pace amidst this joyful and efficient atmosphere. It is a marvelous sensation. They're no longer struggling for survival. They are creating a life. Each brick crafted by their own hands, each seamless exchange, renders the concept of home more tangible and warm in their hearts. Days later, when the final earthen brick is laid into the wall, the four walls of the new home are finally complete. The sturdy walls completely isolate this vast space from the outside world, imparting an unprecedented sense of security. Only the roof remains. Mo Yang gazes at the magnificent shell of the house, his heart brimming with excitement. The roofing is the final step in the entire housing project and also the most technically demanding. They will lay the tiles, which were previously tested and stockpiled while firing pottery. These tiles mimic the ancient tubular style. Although rough, they possess the essential functions of directing rainwater and providing insulation. Far sturdier than the tiles of the previous wooden house. The team once again showcases remarkable cooperation. Mao Yang and Xiaolan were tasked with scaling the wooden rafters of the roof, undertaking the most perilous installation work. Meanwhile, Lu Yanran and Su Muqing remain below, utilizing the rudimentary pulley system they had previously constructed to hoist bundles of tiles upward. Be cautious, Su Muqing called out, craning her neck to watch as Mao Yang moved along the beam over 3 meters high. Her heart would involuntarily tighten with each of his movements. Have no fear. It's quite stable, Mao Yang replied, giving her a thumbs up before returning to his labor. Under the sun, the tiles were meticulously laid upon the wooden rafters, interlocking perfectly. The gray-white of the earth harmonized with the natural hue of the wood, creating a majestic symphony of soil and timber. When the final tile was securely placed atop the ridge, the essence of the entire structure transformed instantaneously. It was no longer a hollow frame, but a true, complete home that could shelter from a storm. Oh yeah, we're officially topped off. Lu Yanran was the first to cheer from below, tossing aside the rope in her hands and spinning joyfully on the spot. From a makeshift kitchen, she brought out 4 bowls of chilled sweet and sour juice, along with a large platter of succulent roasted beast leg, sizzling with juices. Come, come. According to our hometown customs, completing the roof is a momentous occasion. We must celebrate, she insisted, distributing a bowl of juice to each person. Though we may lack wine, our intentions are commendable. I propose a toast to our new home and to ourselves. The four stood before their new abode, gazing at the structure that embodied their countless sweats and wisdom, a surge of indescribable pride and accomplishment swelling within them. Cheers! The four ceramic bowls clinked together, producing a bright sound. With the main structure complete, the next phase involved the interior decoration. Although termed soft decoration, for those who possessed nothing, the primary focus was on delineating the internal space. Their new home was an expansive rectangular area, exceeding 100 square meters. If they continued to sleep in a communal style, it would not only squander space, but also obliterate any semblance of privacy. After dinner, the four gathered on the bare floor of their new home, around a campfire, to hold their inaugural home decoration design discussion. I believe Lu Yinran interjected, seizing the opportunity to speak first. As she gestured with a firewood stick on the ground, we need not construct rigid walls that would disrupt this openness. We could chop some bamboo or vines, weaving them into beautiful screens to serve as soft partitions. This way, we can delineate areas while maintaining elegance, right? As she spoke, she absent-mindedly sketched a sparse, seemingly unstable screen between the resting areas designated for Moliang and herself. Moreover, if someone needs to rise during the night, they can be aware of any disturbances and look out for one another. She winked, her subtle intention for nighttime convenience unmistakably evident. However, Su Muqing gently shook her head. She did not hasten to retort. Instead, she retrieved an astonishing item from her possession, several sheets of paper meticulously crafted from thin wooden slices. Upon these sheets, charcoal rendered a detailed internal layout plan with remarkable clarity. I dissent, Su Muqing stated as she unfurled the drawings onto the ground, her voice soft yet strikingly articulate. What we are constructing is not merely a temporary shelter, but a home for long-term habitation. One of the fundamental needs of a civilized dwelling is privacy. Pointing to the blueprint, she analyzed calmly. My proposal is to utilize the remaining adobe bricks to erect low walls, approximately 1 meter in height, thereby partitioning the space into 4 distinct bedroom areas, a communal living zone, a kitchen, and a storage area. We can repurpose the previous wooden cabin for the storage room. The low walls we painstakingly establish will ensure the independence and privacy of each area without completely obstructing light and ventilation. Most importantly, the separate bedrooms signify that each individual possesses their own private space, which is crucial for our future harmonious cohabitation. Her plan was logically sound, thoroughly considered, and nearly flawless. The blueprint depicted 4 bedroom sections ingeniously distributed at the corners of the house, separated by a spacious communal area, effectively eliminating any likelihood of casual visits between spaces. Lu Yinran gazed at the professionally designed layout and then at her own meager screens, momentarily at a loss for any counterarguments. With an exaggerated sigh, she tossed aside the fire stick, half in surrender and half in jest, declaring to Moliang, "Well then, esteemed island master, it appears my nocturnal raid plan has declared bankruptcy before it even commenced. Dr. Su's prowess in fire prevention, theft deterrence, and safeguarding friends is truly unparalleled." Moliang could only chuckle awkwardly, yet he felt genuine admiration for Su Muqing's thoughtful deliberation. Ultimately, Su Muqing's proposal received unanimous approval. That evening, they did not return to the cramped, old wooden cabin. After simply partitioning the space with adobe low walls, they moved all their belongings, several tanned hides, a few pottery jars, and all their tools and weapons, into this spacious, sturdy new dwelling that exuded the earthy aroma of soil and wood. There were no beds, no furniture, and even the windows were merely dark apertures. Yet, as the 4 of them lay side by side upon the thickly layered animal hides on the earthen floor, an unprecedented sense of tranquility enveloped them all. The space was vast, so expansive that they could even hear the echoes of each other's breath. Moliang Leyawake. Gazing through the skylight above, where a small patch of the star-studded night sky was visible, he could distinctly sense the steady, rhythmic breathing of the 3 girls beside him. To his left lay Su Muqing, deeply asleep as if she had shed all burdens. To his right was Lu Yinran, whose lips seemed to curl in a faint smile even in slumber. A little farther away was Xiaolan, her breath long and strong, embodying her usual vigilance and serenity. Here, the atmosphere is no longer crowded or oppressive. The air is infused with a sense of sunlight, earth, and fresh timber. Moliang gently closes his eyes, aware that from this day forth, they are no longer mere wanderers of survival. They have truly found a sanctuary to call home, a place where they can anchor their souls and bodies. This home is a miracle, crafted by all of them through their sweat, wisdom, and unwavering trust, built brick by brick with their own hands. Chapter 62. Morning Light, Gratitude to Brother Magic for the Gift. 2 additional chapters. On the first night in their new abode, they slept soundly. Freed from the confinement of the previous wooden cabin, the spacious environment allowed everyone to stretch their limbs freely. The thick earthen walls muffled most of the nocturnal clamor from the forest, leaving only the distant whispers of the wind. However, as the first rays of dawn pierced the darkness, illuminating the island, this serene beauty was cruelly shattered by the harshness of reality. Birar. It's so cold. Lu Yanran was jolted awake by an unexpected chill. She abruptly sat up from the fur blanket, instinctively wrapping her arms around herself. Her sleep-laden eyes turning toward the source of the wind, the dark, unshuttered window opening on the wall. Just as dawn began to break, the morning sea breeze, laden with moisture, swept through the opening unabated, like an invisible hand ruthlessly caressing everyone within the room. Goodness, this new home is spacious, but it is also excessively permeable. Rubbing her eyes, Lu Yanran couldn't help but voice her complaint. This wind rushes in as if it costs nothing. I feel as though I am sleeping in an open square. My back is freezing. Her voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the vast room, successfully rousing the others. Su Muqing also sat up, adjusting her non-existent glasses. Her brow furrowed as she gazed at the window opening, her thoughts evidently delving deeper. It's not merely the wind. Her voice, hoarse from sleep, was nonetheless as logically coherent as ever. It is still the dry season. The breeze merely brings a chill. Once the rainy season arrives, the rain will be driven directly inside by the wind, wreaking havoc upon our floor and all our belongings. Moreover, without any barriers, when we light a bonfire at night, this place will transform into a vast insect trap, attracting all manner of light-seeking bugs. Her words abruptly awakened the others from their momentary delight at moving into a grand residence. A house without windows ultimately equates to a more upscale cave. During breakfast, this pressing issue was formally addressed. The 4 of them gathered around the makeshift bonfire, clutching warm bowls of meat soup. Yet their gazes inevitably drifted toward the silent black holes in the wall. It must be resolved, Moliang concluded after finishing the last sip of soup. He used a piece of charred wood to outline a window's shape on the ground. Our housing project is still missing its final touch. The piece de resistance. I shall call it the illumination plan. The illumination plan? Lu Yanran was captivated by this seemingly grandiose title. Indeed, a spark of wisdom glinted in Moliang's eyes as he began to elaborate on his concept. While we cannot manufacture glass, we can utilize the materials available on the island to create a form of translucent ecological window. As he spoke, he added details to his sketch. The first step involves crafting precise wooden frames to ensure the structural integrity and sealing of the window. The second step, which is also the most critical, entails weaving a dense double-layered mesh from flexible vines within the window frame. In the third step, one must seek out broad, resilient, and rot-resistant leaves, such as palm or banana leaves. These should be meticulously sandwiched between layers of vine mesh, secured thoroughly at the edges with fine vines to ensure compactness. The resulting window, as illustrated by Moliang with charcoal on a sketch, effectively blocks wind, rain, and insects while allowing sunlight to filter through in a soft, diffuse manner, ensuring ample daylight. Is this not the essence of illumination? Upon presenting this proposal, all were struck with admiration. It was tailored precisely for them. Ingenious, practical, and it maximized the team's existing carpentry and craftsmanship skills to their fullest potential. I wholeheartedly concur. This scheme is simply splendid. Lu Yanran was the first to raise her hand in approval, immediately recognizing it as far more stylish than bare wooden board windows. The team swiftly divided responsibilities for the illumination project. The seasoned carpenters, Moliang and Xiaolon, naturally undertook the most technically demanding task, crafting perfectly fitting wooden frames according to the dimensions of each window opening. Meanwhile, the delicate and patient Lu Yinran and Su Muqing led a collection squad, comprising just the two of them, into the depths of the forest to gather a plethora of flexible vines and suitable large leaves. In the forest, dappled light danced upon the ground. Lu Yinran and Su Muqing, laden with vine baskets, traversed the familiar woodland paths. Muqing, what do you think of this vine? Lu Yinran suddenly exclaimed, her gaze brightening as she parted a thicket, pointing at a vine clinging to a tree trunk. It bore clusters of delicate purple flowers, appearing particularly graceful and romantic against the backdrop of green leaves. How beautiful it would be to use this for our windows. Lu Yinran began to envision, her excitement bubbling forth. Imagine waking up every day, pulling back the window, and inhaling the faint scent of flowers. Just thinking about it feels incredibly romantic. She reached out to pluck some. Wait! A hand stopped her. It was Su Muqing, approaching the flowering vine. Su Muqing gently tugged at it, and, despite its robust appearance, the vine snapped easily. She brought the broken into her nose for a sniff, observing the white sap oozing from the break before calmly shaking her head. While this vine is aesthetically pleasing, its fiber structure is loose and lacks the necessary resilience to withstand the tension required for weaving. Furthermore, she handed the broken vine to Lu Yinran for inspection. Its sap possesses slight irritative properties. Prolonged indoor use could emit odors that might cause discomfort to the skin or respiratory system. We cannot sacrifice safety and durability for fleeting beauty. With this, she turned and walked a short distance away, pulling another, rather unremarkable, bluish-gray vine from the base of a large tree. She exerted all her strength to tug at it, and while it stretched taut with a creaking sound, it showed no signs of breaking. What we need is this green vine. Su Muqing vividly exemplified the essence of strength, though her appearance may be unappealing. Her fibers are remarkably resilient, and after sun treatment, their properties become exceptionally stable. In stark contrast, Lu Yinran's romantic proposals were thoroughly dismantled by Su Muqing's ironclad pragmatism. Observing the fragile flower vine in her hand that broke at the slightest tug, she glanced at the unsightly yet robust vine in Su Muqing's grasp, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction as she pouted slightly. As twilight descended, the two returned to the campsite with two large baskets brimming with vines and carefully selected broadleaves. By then, Moliang and Xiaolon had completed the wooden frames for all the windows. The evening meal's bonfire crackled to life in the spacious common area of their new home. While helping to process the vines by trimming the splinters, Lu Yinran could not help but voice her grievances to Moliang. Island Master, you should have seen how ruthless Muqing was today. She mimicked Su Muqing's tone, half pouting and half complaining. No, it's not safe. It's not durable. There's no sense of romance at all. We're living our lives here, not constructing a fortress. Why so serious? Su Muqing silently continued her work on the vines, offering no rebuttal. Moliang chuckled gently, picking up a well-prepared vine and presenting it to Lu Yinran. Yinran, aesthetics are indeed important, but Muqing is right. Safety and durability take precedence. Windows are the eyes of a home. We cannot afford constant issues, can we? He advised warmly. Rest assured, once the windows are complete, I will accompany you to gather more beautiful flowers. We can nurture them in ceramic pots and place them around the house. It will be just as fragrant, won't it? In due time, the entire home will become your floral sanctuary. His words not only affirmed Su Muqing's meticulousness, but also offered Lu Yinran a more romantic promise, successfully diffusing the minor dispute. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinran's frown transformed into a smile, her face lighting up once more. That sounds much better. We have a deal, my flower sanctuary. As night deepened, the bright bonfire cast the four figures against the sturdy earthen wall, radiating warmth and stability. The wooden window frames lay neatly arranged on the ground, accompanied by towering piles of vines and broad leaves. All materials were ready, a plan that would truly illuminate and warm their home was poised to spring forth from their eager fingertips. Chapter 63. The Window, sponsored by Magic Monkey. On the following morning, the spacious communal area of the new home transformed into a temporary weaving workshop. Wooden window frames stood neatly against the wall, surrounded by a pile of freshly gathered vines and broadleaves. The air was infused with the refreshing scent of plants. This delicate endeavor required both patience and skill. Moliang sat before a window frame, holding a sharpened stick. He first demonstrated to his companions how to drill holes in the frame, then used thin vines to vertically secure straight green vines as the warp, affixing them tightly along the top and bottom edges of the window frame. The warp needed to be taut with consistent spacing. As he worked, he explained the essentials. This formed the foundational skeleton of a window, and its stability directly influenced the strength and aesthetics of the entire structure. His companions gathered around, watching intently. Once the warp was secured, it was their turn to contribute. Using another segment of green vine as the weft, they would weave horizontally. Much like basket weaving, they interlaced the vines in an up and down manner. Moliang demonstrated a few times before entrusting the remaining task to them. The contest of dexterity commenced at that moment. Lu Yanran was the first to take action. Her nimble hands, accustomed to cooking, now revealed her talent for weaving. She worked swiftly, the vines dancing between her fingers, and soon crafted a neat grid. "Behold my Michelin limited edition," she exclaimed, suddenly selecting a few darker vines with a hint of red from beside her, skillfully incorporating them into the grid. In no time, a diamond pattern emerged on the newly woven window frame. As she wove, she proudly showcased her creation to Mo Liang, saying, "What do you think? Isn't it far more beautiful than the bare green vines? Opening this window every day will feel like gazing at a painting. So romantic." Mo Liang observed her work and nodded. Indeed, quite creative and truly beautiful. However, on the other side, Su Muqing, while also engrossed in weaving, moved at a noticeably slower pace. She approached each vine with the meticulousness of a surgeon. Every interweaving and tightening of the warp and weft aimed for perfect balance. Her grid was uniformly spaced, as if measured by a ruler, and the tension consistent, as though crafted by a machine. When she noticed Lu Yanran adding patterns to her grid, she merely cast a brief glance before returning to her diligent task. Yet when Lu Yanran boasted about her Michelin limited edition to Mo Liang, Su Muqing spoke up. "While the patterns are indeed attractive," she remarked, her voice calm and unwavering, "to create such designs, one must adjust the direction and tension of certain vines. This could lead to uneven stress in specific areas. If the window endures prolonged exposure to wind and sun, these stress points are more susceptible to fatigue and fracture, compromising the window's overall durability." As she spoke, she gently nudged the vines at the patterned section of Lu Yanran's grid with her fingertip, and indeed, the elasticity there seemed slightly weaker than elsewhere. Lu Yanran's smile faltered. "Oh dear, Dr. Su, you are such a nitpicker. You have no sense of romance at all." She winked at Moliang, seeking support. "Master Island Lord, what do you think is more important, aesthetics or durability?" Moliang smiled as he stepped between the two, picking up the window frame woven by Lu Yanran and comparing it with the one crafted by Su Muqing, already weighing his thoughts. "Both are essential." He offered a judicious response. "Beauty enhances life, bringing joy to the heart. Durability is the foundation of existence, ensuring the stability of one's home." He glanced at Su Muqing. "For windows that must bear weight and withstand the elements for an extended period, such as the kitchen and our bedroom windows, we shall adhere to Muqing's meticulous method. As for public areas or windows that are seldom opened, Yanran, feel free to unleash your artistic talents." His words deftly balanced the debate between aesthetics and practicality, leaving both women speechless while providing Lu Yanran's artistic flair a platform to flourish. All right, we shall heed the Master Island Lord," Lu Yanran pouted, but soon her spirits soared. "Then I shall weave the most exquisite limited edition for the public areas." Xiaolan had been quietly weaving all along. Lacking Lu Yanran's creativity and Su Muqing's precision, her strength and patience allowed her to craft equally sturdy grids, each vine taut and straight, akin to a bowstring brimming with power. Her style was pure, silently dependable. The crafting of the windows persisted from morning until afternoon. as the sun began its descent. The first window was finally completed. It was a unique creation, comprising a wooden frame, double layers of wrought tan, and broad leaves sandwiched in between. The edges were reinforced with fine vines, leaving no gaps. This window was designated for the kitchen. Amidst the anticipation of the group, Moliang and Xiao Lan jointly lifted it, carefully embedding it into the prepared window opening in the kitchen. Click! At the moment the window sealed completely, the glaring sunlight that had poured through the opening vanished. In its place was a gentle, diffused light imbued with a subtle botanical fragrance, evenly illuminating every corner of the kitchen. Instantly, the room's ambience transformed into one of warmth and tranquility. The howling sea breeze outside was firmly kept at bay, leaving only a faint whimpering sound, as if lamenting its futile plight. "Wow!" Lu Yanran exclaimed in satisfaction, rushing over to touch the broad leaves softened by the light, feeling as though the essence of home had suddenly enveloped her. "How marvelous!" Su Muqing also approached the window, gently testing its seal with her hand, scrutinizing the changes in light. A barely perceptible smile of satisfaction appeared on her face. The team's morale soared. With the first successful endeavor under their belts, the motivation for crafting the remaining windows surged. Seizing the momentum, the four continued their diligent work. By nightfall, all the window openings in the new home were adorned with these unique and ingenious leaf windows. From the outside, the warm glow of the bonfire radiated through the window frames, no longer mere hollow black voids, but vibrant, warm eyes full of life. The wind inside ceased its rampage, held firmly at bay. The room exudes a serene tranquility, with only the crackling of the campfire breaking the silence. In this moment, the contours of home become increasingly vivid and whole. Yet, as everyone reclines on the animal hides, basking in the warmth and peace that the window offers, a new concern subtly arises in their minds. Although the chill has dissipated, the unforgiving hardness of the ground still imparts a sense of discomfort to the body. Chapter 64. Home, finally a house to live in, still cohabiting, grateful for OVO's gift, though the windows successfully shielded against the onslaught of the sea breeze. Bathing the new abode in gentle light and a long-awaited tranquility, as the night deepened and the four lay on the fur-covered ground, new concerns quietly surfaced. The unforgiving floor still elicited waves of discomfort in their bodies. Especially at midnight, tossing and turning proved futile in the quest for a comfortable position, with every muscle silently protesting. More vexing was the fact that while the windows blocked much of the wind, they could not entirely deter the unwelcome nocturnal visitors, mosquitoes. The island's nights, particularly near water sources, were rife with their relentless activity. Despite the fine mesh of the window screens, some tenacious aerial assailants always found a way to slip through the gaps, buzzing incessantly and causing agitation. "Your Majesty, I beseech you to procure a dragon bed and phoenix couch for the esteemed ladies and yourself." At dawn, Lu Yanran, rubbing her sore waist, exaggeratedly performed a grand gesture of respect towards Moliang, half complaining and half coquettishly voicing her new demands. She pointed to the swollen welts on her skin from mosquito bites and sighed dramatically. "What is this place? It feels more like an advanced survival camp than a home. True, we have windows now, but if we continue sleeping like this, my old back will surely fall apart. And the mosquitoes. My lord, have you not been harassed by them? They seem to be having a party last night." Su Muqing nodded in agreement, a few conspicuous mosquito bites visible on her neck. As a physician, she understood all too well the potential health risks posed by these pests. A proper bed was indeed a pressing necessity. Mo Liang had already contemplated this issue. He recognized that a true home should not only provide shelter from the elements, but also evoke comfort and security. Thus, the plan to construct a bed was officially set into motion. Mo Liang had a rough blueprint in mind. He intended to employ his most trusted mortise and tenon structure to create a wooden bed frame, elevating the sleeping surface to effectively combat ground moisture and dampness. The bed slats were to be woven from resilient wrought tan, ensuring both elasticity and ventilation. The previous wooden bed in the cabin had merely used planks, and the mortise and tenon joints were not easily disassembled. Moreover, the cabinet's door was too small to accommodate the move. Roles were clearly defined. Moliang retrieved the leftover charcoal from the previous day and sketched a rudimentary bed layout on the ground. Xiaolon and I will handle the carpentry. There's still plenty of timber from the trees we fell that we can use. We will cut, sand, and construct the mortise and tenon joints. Liu Yanran and Su Muqing, you shall weave the rattan bed slats. With your experience in crafting the window screens, this should pose no challenge for you. We assure you that the task will be completed. Liu Yanran responded enthusiastically, her voice ringing with anticipation for the forthcoming comfort. The felling and processing of timber had become second nature to Moliang and Xiaolon. They worked in perfect harmony, swiftly transforming sturdy logs into bed legs, crossbeams, and a bed frame. The communal area in front of their new home once again morphed into a workshop, with the sounds of sawing and hammering resounding in the air. In a secluded corner, Liu Yanran and Su Muqing embarked on their grand weaving endeavor. Drawing from their prior experience with crafting window frames, their movements had indeed become considerably more adept. The supple yet resilient vines twisted and intertwined beneath their skilled hands, gradually forming tightly woven and elastic vine bed slats. Next came the mattress. Once the first bed frame and vine slats were assembled, Mo Liang posed the next query. "This is simple," Liu Yanran exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with inspiration. "Let us gather some sun-dried soft hay to lay atop it. It will surely be soft and comfortable. We can add animal hides on top for perfection." Her suggestion was instantly endorsed by Xiaolon, who, being pragmatic, recognized the convenience of using hay as the evident optimal choice. However, Su Muqing gently shook her head. While hay is indeed soft, it possesses several critical flaws. She stated calmly, her reasoning unassailable. Firstly, hay tends to harbor dirt and grime, and over time, it can foster dust mites and various microorganisms detrimental to our skin and respiratory health. Secondly, hay is highly flammable should a spark land upon it. The consequences could be dire. She paused, gesturing towards the mosquito bite on Liu Yanran's arm. Moreover, hay offers no repellent properties against insects. In fact, its inherent moisture may serve as a breeding ground for pests. Liu Yanran's expression fell. "Oh dear, Dr. Su, are you about to commence your educational lecture again? What would you suggest instead?" Su Muqing approached a well-prepared animal hide, her fingers gently caressing its surface. "I propose we collect a specific herb, along with some bird feathers we gathered during our previous hunt." She looked towards Mo Liang, her eyes seeking approval. "I recall this herb grows deep within the forest. Its broad leaves, when dried, emit a unique, pleasant fragrance. This scent is harmless to both humans and animals, yet effectively repels mosquitoes. Combining it with the soft feathers as mattress filling will not only ensure exceptional comfort, but also provide a natural insect-repelling effect. As for the surface, we can cover it with tanned animal hides, which will provide warmth and isolate the filling." Mo Liang's eyes sparkled with admiration upon hearing her proposal. Su Muqing's plan perfectly balanced comfort, hygiene, safety, and practicality, exactly what he sought. "Let us proceed with Dr. Su's suggestion," Mo Liang decisively declared. Thus, a new collection task was assigned. Su Muqing led Liu Yanran and Xiaolon deeper into the forest to seek the special herb known for its insect-repelling properties. The plants were not tall, their leaves a deep green with finely serrated edges. When Su Muqing broke a leaf and gently rubbed it, a refreshing yet slightly spicy aroma wafted forth, invigorating their spirits. "This is the one," Su Muqing affirmed. Liu Yanran inhaled the scent, pleasantly surprised to find it not only non-pungent but also quite refreshing. The trio spent the better part of the day gathering ample herbs and the previously collected bird feathers. Upon returning to the campsite, they spread the herbs to dry, ensuring they would achieve optimal insect-repelling efficacy. That afternoon, through the collective efforts of everyone involved, four beds were fully assembled. Each bed was a wooden frame elevated approximately 40 centimeters off the ground, topped with a dense and resilient rattan weave. Above this lay a thick mattress, composed of a mixture of dried herbs and soft bird feathers. And finally, a complete and supple tanned hide graced the surface. Liu Yanran was the first to succumb to the allure of her new bed. Like a nimble doe, she leapt onto her designated mattress, rolling dramatically and emitting an ecstatic sigh. "Ah, This is life. It is so soft that I never want to get up. It feels like paradise. With her eyes closed, she inhaled deeply, a blissful expression illuminating her face. There's even a faint scent of herbs. It's so comforting that the mosquitoes will surely stay away. Diego, you are a genius. Her praise was heartfelt, as she had completely come to admire Su Muqing's practicality. The 4 comfortable beds were placed in their respective private cubicles, each separated by low walls that, though only a person's height, provided a sense of basic privacy and belonging. In the intervals of bed construction, the group utilized leftover scraps to enhance their home with more details. Moliang fashioned a simple yet sturdy dining table from a few flat wooden boards and logs in the communal area, finally liberating them from the need to eat on the ground. Xiaolan, employing her exceptional carpentry skills, crafted small wooden shelves for each bed's headboard, perfect for holding cups, weapons, or small personal items, both practical and thoughtful. Meanwhile, Lu Yanran and Su Muqing wove simple hanging ornaments from leftover rattan and various shells they had collected, adorning the walls and injecting vibrant color into the bare space. As night fell and the last star twinkled in the sky, the 4 lay on their handmade, warm, and soft beds. Through the low walls, they could hear each other's steady and even breaths. Outside the window, the sea breeze was kept at bay, leaving only a gentle whisper. The aroma of herbs within the room dispelled any insects, rendering the night particularly serene. "Good night," Mo Liang murmured softly in the darkness. "Good night," came the responses from Su Muqing, Lu Yanran, and Xiaolan. Their voices tinged with a hint of weariness, yet filled with an unprecedented sense of security and warmth. Those simple words carried profound emotion. In this home, they had painstakingly built, each brick and thread woven together, they all welcomed their first true, comfortable, and stable sleep. The puzzle of home had finally come together at that moment. They knew that from this day forward, they were no longer drifting survivors. They had truly acquired a place to rest their bodies and souls, a place they could rightfully call home. Chapter 65. Proposal for a journey. The first dawn spent in the new abode awakened him from an unprecedented comfort. Sunlight streamed through the artistic window, adorned with a diamond pattern meticulously crafted by Lu Yanran, filtering through the broad leaves and vines into a soft, dappled glow that fell gently upon the earthen floor, warm yet not blinding. Mo Liang opened his eyes and stretched languidly, his joints emitting a series of crisp cracks. Reclining on the plush bed, he felt the perfectly balanced support of the herbal feather mattress beneath him, momentarily reluctant to rise. It was a luxurious happiness. No longer was he confined in the crowded wooden cabin, where every turn risked an awkward encounter with others. The spacious, independent partition, albeit with walls only half a person's height, bestowed upon him the civilized gift of personal space. He could hear faint sounds from next door. Lu Yanran seemed already awake, humming a tuneless melody as she busied herself in her coveted, designated kitchen area. The gentle clinking of clay pots against the stove filled the air with a reassuring essence of domesticity. Meanwhile, Su Muqing had also risen quietly. She knelt by her bedside, utilizing the morning light to meticulously reorganize her jars of herbs, arranging them neatly on the shelf crafted by Xiaolan, her movements focused and tranquil, resembling a classical painting of a noblewoman. Outside the door, the sound of the wind whispered through the air. It was Xiaolan, who had commenced her daily, unwavering morning exercises. Her figure flickered in the interplay of light and shadow, her punches and kicks slicing through the air with a blend of strength and grace. Everything was in harmonious order, flourishing vibrantly. This home had come alive. "Breakfast is ready." Lu Yanran's cheerful call shattered the serene morning. The 4 gathered around the newly set dining table, indulging in their morning meal. Today's breakfast was particularly sumptuous, featuring a thick meat porridge enriched with wild vegetables and smoked meat, accompanied by several golden honey loaves toasted over the remnants of the fire. However, Mo Liang keenly observed that despite the joy radiating from everyone's faces upon moving into their new home, a subtle yet persistent weariness lingered in their expressions. Su Muqing bore faint shadows beneath her eyes, a testament to prolonged mental exertion. Xiaolan, though still swift in her movements, occasionally paused to unconsciously massage her shoulders. And even Lu Yinran's vibrant voice held a barely perceptible rasp. Weeks of intense labor, from logging to brickmaking, from wall building to decoration, had nearly drained everyone's vitality. They resembled a rubber band stretched to its limit. Though unbroken, they had lost their original elasticity. "I'm a master," Lu Yinran said, finishing the last spoonful of porridge and wiping her mouth with a clean linen napkin. She suddenly adopted a tone that was half jesting, half serious. "On behalf of our first engineering team of the deserted island, I wish to present a solemn proposal to you." "Oh," Moliang replied, intrigued. "But doing leading me. Our esteemed team has persevered for weeks on end, disregarding both day and night, and without concern for remuneration, successfully accomplishing the monumental housing project. Now that the project has reached completion, might it be time for you, our esteemed leader, to grant us a respite?" Clearing her throat, she earnestly proclaimed, "I propose that we collectively embark on a paid vacation to the seaside for 3 days, to do nothing but indulge in food, drink, and play." Upon the utterance of this proposal, the atmosphere seemed to lighten. Su Muqing was the first to express her agreement. Analyzing from a medical perspective, "I concur. Appropriate relaxation and ample sunlight facilitate the alleviation of muscle fatigue, promoting the synthesis of vitamin D, which is beneficial for our physical and mental well-being." Xiaolan succinctly added, casting her gaze toward the distant coastline, agreed. "Additionally, we shall scout the coastline." Even during vacation, one does not forget their duties. Moliang observed the rekindled glimmer of anticipation in everyone's eyes and cheerfully struck the table. "Excellent. Since we are all in accord, I hereby approve this holiday. It passes unanimously." "Hooray!" Lu Yinran exclaimed, waving her small fist in excitement. "Long live our island master." Moliang continued, "Thus, today shall be devoted to preparations. We must gather food, tools, and camping supplies for the evening. Tomorrow morning, our inaugural beach holiday shall officially commence." The anticipation of the holiday served as the finest stimulant. Throughout the afternoon, the team was enveloped in an atmosphere of exuberance akin to the eve of spring outing. The picnic preparations naturally fell to Lu Yinran, who compiled an extensive food list, ranging from barbecued meats and smoked fish to honeyed wild fruit salad, and even planned to bring some taro flour to experiment with making seafood pancakes by the shore. "Moliang, come lend a hand," she commanded effortlessly. "Help me crack these nuts. My hands lack the necessary strength." Moliang approached with a smile, accepting the bag of hard fruits and the stone hammer. Lu Yinran stood beside him, preparing other ingredients while occasionally leaning in to observe how he was faring, her hair gently brushing against his arm, releasing a subtle fragrance. Meanwhile, Su Muqing quietly attended to her professional equipment. Rather than joining the commotion, she retrieved a small woven medicine box and began filling it with various items. In addition to the usual hemostatic and anti-inflammatory herbs, she prepared a special ointment made from aloe vera and a certain plant oil to prevent sunburn. Subsequently, she selected a few pieces from a pile of tan-soft leather scraps, meticulously cutting and sewing them into a simple finger guard. She approached Moliang, who was still cracking nuts, and, without hesitation, took his hand, sliding the finger guard over the fingers gripping the hammer. "Cracking nuts can easily injure your hands," she murmured softly, her actions imbued with an undeniable tenderness. "Wear this, just in case." Her concern was always expressed in subtle ways, manifesting in every detail that might otherwise be overlooked. Lu Yinran gazed at the scene before her, blinked, and then cheerfully picked up a freshly roasted piece of jerky, directly placing it into Moliang's mouth. "Thank you for your hard work, esteemed island lord. Here, as a little reward." Dr. Su, ever meticulous, was unlike her, who only knew how to offer sustenance. Moliang's mouth was filled to the brim, overwhelmed by the tender care from Su Muqing and the enthusiastic feeding from Lu Yinran. For a moment, he found himself at a loss as to whom to respond first, his heart warmed yet bemused. As evening descended, all preparations had been completed. The food was abundantly packed in clay pots and wicker baskets. Several thick animal skin blankets were neatly rolled and tied, and supplies of water, fire starters, and tools were all in order. The four of them sat around the bonfire of their new home, gazing at the pile of well-prepared luggage at the entrance, their faces adorned with relaxed smiles. They resembled a group of students about to embark on an excursion, filled with pure and simple anticipation for the unknown journey ahead. After several days of diligent labor, they were finally rewarded with this well-deserved celebration. The sea breeze, sandy shores, crashing waves, and a long-awaited revelry that belonged solely to them awaited their arrival. Chapter 66. The beach on a holiday morning. The sun shone just right, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. The four companions, laden with meticulously prepared belongings, made their way towards the mesmerizing expanse of azure that called to their hearts. They chose not to venture far, but rather settled on a crescent-shaped beach characterized by its fine, soft sand and flanked by a few colossal rocks that provided welcome shade, conveniently located not too far from the campsite. Comrades, I hereby declare the inaugural paid fishing conference on the deserted island officially open, declared Lu Yinran, commanding the group like a ruler of the land, as they spread a large animal hide blanket upon the sand. With the flourish of a treasure trove, she arranged an array of ceramic jars and wicker baskets brimming with delectable provisions. Golden brown jerky, sweet and tangy wild fruits soaked in honey, and several pieces of honey bread saved from the previous day. This was nothing short of a lavish beach feast. The briny sea breeze swept through, carrying with it the unmistakable essence of freedom that only the ocean could provide. The group shed the fatigue of their recent days as their spirits lifted in exhilaration. After indulging in their feast and gazing at the endless expanse of cerulean waters, one could hardly remain still. Lu Yinran kicked off her animal skin shoes, her delicate feet tentatively stepping onto the damp sand kissed by the waves, relishing the coolness of the sea. Turning back, she noticed Moliang seated on the blanket, a contented expression upon his face as he gazed out at the water, his charming dimples brimming with mischief. Island master, merely gazing without engaging is but a sham. Come play in the water, she teased, her laughter ringing like a melody as she scooped a handful of seawater and, with all her might, splashed it towards Moliang. The icy water burst forth upon his chest in a sudden ambush. Ah, Lu Yinran, how dare you launch a surprise attack? He chuckled, wiping the droplets from his face before springing up from the blanket and charging into the shallows. Prepare yourself. A joyful chase ensued upon the crystal-clear shore. Leveraging his height and long legs, Moliang quickly closed the distance to the water-bound Lu Yinran. Yet, she seemed to possess a sixth sense. For just as his hand was about to grasp her shoulder, she stumbled with an exclamation as if something had tripped her, her body gracefully falling backward. It was an unavoidable embrace. Moliang instinctively reached out to catch her, but their balance faltered, and with a splash, they both tumbled into the shallow water, barely reaching their ankles, sending a shower of glistening droplets into the air. Ha ha! Lu Yinran lay atop Moliang, her slender arms instinctively wrapping around his neck, laughter causing her to tremble like a flower in the wind, her warm breath gently brushing against his ear. The rippling waves, the blinding sunlight, and the beauty in his arms created a scene imbued with the salty scent of the sea, enchanting one's senses. Moliang could distinctly feel the soft touch enveloping him, combined with the fragrance of youthful femininity mingled with the brine of the ocean. Even with his rational demeanor, he found himself momentarily lost in a whirlwind of emotions. Forgetting to rise. On the beach, Su Muching, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, noticed a subtle shift in her previously smiling countenance, as her expression became slightly more restrained. She neither joined the frolic nor urged them to cease. As Moliang and Lu Yinran finally disentangled themselves from the water and awkwardly made their way onto the shore, she approached him with a pristine piece of absorbent linen that she had prepared in advance. Ignoring the smug expression on Lu Yinran's face, who was still making playful gestures towards her, she walked directly to Moliang. With a natural grace, she rose onto her toes and gently wiped the droplets from his hair and cheeks. Be careful not to catch a chill. The salt water will make your skin sticky once it dries, and water in your eyes can be uncomfortable. Her voice remained as calm and gentle as ever, yet her actions were imbued with an undeniable possessiveness. It was a kind of rightful concern that belonged to the principal consort, quietly nurturing yet resolutely declaring her claim. Lu Yanran's smile faltered momentarily before she pouted in defiance, muttering under her breath, "Humph, so pretentious." Moliang, feeling the delicate touch of Su Muqing's fingertips, found the ripples stirred by Lu Yanran's advances swiftly smoothed over by this tender attentiveness. He smiled shyly and said, "It's fine with the weather this warm. A little coolness is just right." Meanwhile, Xiaolan, who had remained silent, was not focused on this emotional exchange. Her attention was entirely captivated by the surroundings. As the waves receded, they often left behind intriguing treasures. While Mo Liang relished Su Muqing's personal care, Xiaolan approached, extending her palm to reveal a peculiar, entirely white spiral seashell that appeared hollow within. She had discovered it nestled among the rocks. Without unnecessary words, she presented the seashell to Mo Liang, her sharp gaze fixed upon him as she simply stated, "If you blow into this, it might produce a sound." Her method of participation was always unique, eschewing the frivolities of emotions, yet eager to share the novelty and delight of her discoveries with him at the first opportunity. It was a friendship rooted in camaraderie, pure and untainted by romantic entanglements. Mo Yang accepted the seashell with a nod of thanks. This spiral shell, a perfect specimen, was a testament to nature's artistry. A minor tempest had quietly subsided amidst these three distinct expressions of care. The afternoon unfolded lazily and pleasantly. The four of them, exhausted from play, sprawled across a fur rug, allowing the warm sun and sea breeze to caress their skin. Mo Liang lay on his back, placing the pristine seashell to his lips, puffing out his cheeks to blow into it. A distant, resonant sound emerged from the seashell, carried by the wind and drifting toward the vast ocean. The tone was not loud, yet it resonated with a poignant and archaic charm, as if it were an echo from the depths of time. Su Muqing lay beside him, resting her head on her arm, her eyes closed in quiet contemplation, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she pondered something unknown. Lu Yanran, propped up on her elbows nearby, gazed intently at Mo Liang as he blew into the seashell, her sparkling eyes reflecting unabashed admiration and infatuation. Meanwhile, Xiaolan sat a bit farther away on a rocky outcrop, facing the sea, her posture regal and upright like a steadfast pine. Though she appears vigilant, the slight tilt of her head and the gentle relaxation of her shoulders reveal that she is attentively embracing the serene moment, listening to the harmonious whispers of the conch shell intertwined with the sound of the waves. The sea breeze, the ocean's roar, and the conch's melody, accompanied by a man and three distinctly styled women, together create a breathtaking tableau of unparalleled tranquility and harmony. Yet beneath the surface, a current of tension flows. Chapter 67. The gift of the tides. The melodious sound of conch shells wafted through the wind, intertwining with the rhythmic crashing of waves upon the shore, resembling a soothing lullaby that lulled the four into a serene slumber on their animal skin blankets, allowing them to relish a languorous afternoon. When Moliang reopened his eyes, the sun had already begun its descent. The once swelling tide had receded far into the distance, unveiling an expanse of glistening, damp, rocky terrain. The tide had ebbed. Xiaolan, who had been vigilantly perched upon the rocks, had returned unbeknownst to them, her voice rousing the others from their dreams. The beach, now exposed by the receding tide, resembled a natural treasure trove. "Let us go treasure hunting," Lu Yanran exclaimed, springing up with the agility of a fish, her eyes sparkling with excitement, completely devoid of any remnants of sleep. "I can almost smell the tantalizing aroma of garlic-grilled oysters. Onward to my seafood feast." She was the first to grab a wicker basket and eagerly dashed towards the rocky expanse dotted with small pools of water. "Everyone be cautious. The rocks are quite slippery, and the barnacles and shells attached to them can be razor-sharp," Moliang cautioned loudly, rising to his feet while handing Lu Yanran a sharpened hardwood stick. "Use this to pry open the oysters. Do not attempt it with your bare hands." As he spoke, he imparted fundamental knowledge about foraging. "We'll search these puddles. Many small fish, shrimp, and sluggish crabs often become trapped within. Additionally, We should turn over the stones. There are frequently delightful surprises hidden beneath. Thus commenced a treasure hunt. I found something. Xiaolan's voice remained as calm as ever, yet tinged with a barely perceptible thrill. The others turned to see her crouched beside a jet-black rock, her gaze fixed intently on a crevice. With lightning speed, she extended her hand into the water. When she withdrew it, a small fish, entirely obsidian and smooth-skinned, adorned with two fleshy tentacles on its head, writhed helplessly in her grasp. It's a stone fish. Su Muqing recognized, also known as a stone dogfish, renowned for its exquisite flavor, particularly suited for soups. Xiaolan's keen vision provided her an unparalleled advantage in spotting camouflage prey. She hardly needed to disturb her surroundings. With mere observation, she could identify creatures seamlessly blending into their environment. Before long, she deftly extracted a small octopus attempting to conceal itself by changing color from a crevice. The little octopus, in a panic, squirted a small jet of ink. It was no match for Xiaolan's unwavering grip, which swiftly subdued it before it was tossed into her wicker basket. Meanwhile, Moliang had transformed into an oyster expert. He discovered a rocky area densely populated with oysters and demonstrated to his companions the application of leverage. Aim for the gap between the oyster's upper and lower shells. He instructed. With determination, he forcefully inserted the tip of the hardwood stick and, with a swift twist of his wrist, pried it open. With a satisfying crack, the hard shell yielded, revealing the creamy, plump oyster meat within, glistening enticingly in the setting sun. Wow! Lu Yanran exclaimed, nearly drooling as she hurried to imitate him. Su Muqing, on the other hand, focused intently on the finer details of the process. In a shallow puddle, she discovered a translucent, emerald-green seaweed resembling jade. "Look at this," she exclaimed, using a wooden stick to scoop some up and presenting it to Lu Yanran. "This is seaweed, edible and delightful. It makes for a refreshing soup or salad." Lu Yanran was overjoyed, quickly gathering this unexpected treasure. In her mind, she began to concoct a menu for tonight's seafood feast. The bounty in the woven basket grew ever more abundant, featuring an array of oddly shaped shells, vibrantly colored clams, and a few small crabs trapped in the water, clawing about. The thrill of discovery and the joy of gathering brought radiant smiles to everyone's faces. However, a small mishap occurred at that moment. Moliang stumbled upon an exceptionally large wild oyster, nearly the length of his forearm. Undoubtedly a prize find, he was eager to pry the Oyster King loose, envisioning a sumptuous addition to the evening's meal. Yet this oyster clung tenaciously to its perch, the edges of its shell sharpened by years of relentless waves, resembling countless razor-sharp blades. Focusing intently, Moliang exerted force. With a muffled pop followed by an involuntary gasp, the wooden stick slipped from the shell, and his finger grazed the shell's serrated edge. A shallow cut instantly appeared on his knuckle, vivid red droplets of blood emerging in haste. "Don't move." A clear and urgent voice rang out. Almost instantaneously, Su Muqing, who had been closest to him, rushed over. The calm demeanor she usually wore was replaced by an intense focus and a hint of concealed concern, reminiscent of a doctor attending to a patient. Without hesitation, she grasped Moliang's hand, glanced at the wound, and her brow furrowed immediately. Having been soaked in seawater and now lacerated by a potentially bacteria-laden shell, it required immediate attention to prevent infection. Swiftly, she retrieved a small bottle of disinfectant powder and a packet of crushed green powder from the woven first aid kit resting on the animal hide blanket. She ruthlessly rinsed the wound with fresh water, the sharp sting causing Moliang's fingers to tense instinctively. "Breathe through it," Su Muqing's voice softened, yet her hands remained steady in their task. After cleansing the wound, she promptly applied the hemostatic and anti-inflammatory powder evenly before expertly wrapping his finger with a clean strip of linen, her movements fluid and precise, exuding undeniable professionalism. "Oh dear, my island lord, how careless you are!" Lu Yanran exclaimed, rushing over with her skirt held aloft. Upon seeing Moliang's bandaged finger, her expression was a mix of concern and reproach. Noticing Su Muqing was already administering care, she leaned closer to Moliang. adopting a tone of feigned grievance laced with genuine concern. You bled. That must hurt, right? It's all right. Wait for me. Tonight, I shall prepare for you a rich and delectable stew of seaweed and oysters, nourishing in every sense. She deftly steered the conversation towards her forte, using the promise of culinary delights to express her care. Moliang observed the two nurses, each with their distinct styles, caught between laughter and tears, when another figure silently approached him. It was Xiaolon. She spoke not a word, but simply opened her palm, revealing a pair of rudimentary gloves. Crafted from the softest tanned rabbit hide and resilient vine, they were perfectly designed to protect the palms and knuckles. Clearly, this was not a recent endeavor. Put them on, she instructed, her message succinct. Her concern was never voiced, but rather implied. Having foreseen the risks, as she witnessed Moliang prying open the oysters with a stick, she had prepared a solution in her own way. Preventing his injury once more, that was her rationale. As Moliang gazed at his fingers, expertly bandaged by Su Muqing's professional touch, listening to Lu Yanran's incessant chatter about culinary therapy, and observing the gloves offered by Xiaolon, brimming with foresight and protection, he felt as if his finger had never experienced such elevated care. The setting sun elongated the silhouettes of the three women, casting their varied expressions of concern clearly into his view. He lifted the heavy, fully packed wicker basket, savoring the perfect sensation of restraint on his fingers, filled with warmth and a bittersweet sense of helplessness. The ocean's generosity and the unspoken gifts of this beach were equally abundant. Chapter 68. Beneath the starry night, the night descends like an immense expanse of deep blue velvet, gradually enveloping the entire beach. At the heart of the sandy shore, a bonfire blazes with fervor, its orange flames joyfully dancing, casting a warm and radiant glow upon the surrounding area. Sparks crackle intermittently, harmonizing with the eternal rhythm of the nearby waves, creating a symphony uniquely crafted for the island's nocturnal embrace. This is the Michelin 3-star seaside restaurant of Lu Yanran for the evening. Like a general commanding legions, she busily orchestrates her culinary endeavors beside the bonfire. A scorching flat stone, heated by the flames, serves as her natural teppanyaki grill. The succulent oysters harvested during the day are pried open and placed directly onto the stone, where they sizzle, juices bubbling fervently in the high heat, releasing an indescribable aroma that fills the air. Patience is key. They are not yet ready. Lu Yanran skillfully flips the oysters with a stick, watching as the flesh transforms from translucent to a creamy white with gently curled edges. She sprinkles some crushed, salty plant seeds as seasoning and waits an additional 10 seconds to allow them to fully absorb the essence of the ocean. Meanwhile, in a clay pot, today's catch of stonefish simmers alongside vibrant green seaweed discovered by Su Muqing. The delectable fish melds with the refreshing seaweed in the boiling water, the broth gradually taking on a milky hue, with a rich fragrance assertively invading the nostrils of all present, igniting a ravenous hunger. As for the small octopus captured by Xiaolon, it is skewered on a sharpened stick and roasted over the flames, the skin crisping to a tantalizing char, exuding an alluring aroma. Let the feast begin. At Lu Yanran's command, the four gather around the bonfire, and a seafood banquet is officially underway. Moliang grabs a freshly roasted oyster, heedless of the heat, and devours the plump, juicy flesh. An explosion of exquisite sweetness bursts on his palate. There is no garlic, no lemon, only the primal essence of the sea. The flavor is pure and commanding, as if the entire ocean's essence has been distilled into this small morsel. Delicious. Montag liang seine Satisfaktion genuinely implicit. Indeed, Lu Yanran replies with pride, lifting her chin. She too indulges in an oyster, her eyes squinting blissfully in delight. As the head chef, her offerings must be of the finest quality. This is the true essence of flavor, mere mortals cannot comprehend. Xiaolon quietly savors the grilled octopus, its chewy texture eliciting a rare expression of enjoyment on her usually impassive face. Meanwhile, Su Muqing attentively ladles bowls of creamy fish soup for each person, rich and flavorful, with tender fish and refreshing seaweed. A sip warms the soul, dispersing the chill brought by the night sea breeze. The four gather around the bonfire, indulging heartily. The freshness of the grilled oysters, the chewiness of the grilled conch, the richness of clam soup, the aroma of the roasted octopus, all of nature's gifts, transformed into delicacies that celebrate their palates through Lu Yanran's deft hands. I hereby declare my Michelin 3-star seaside restaurant is officially open for business today. Esteemed guests, are you still enjoying your meal? After indulging in a sumptuous feast, Lu Yanran reclined on a fur blanket, patting her round belly with a proud expression as she inquired. Indeed, it is delightful, exceedingly delightful. Moliang chuckled, raising an empty conch shell as if it were a goblet, toasting to our illustrious chef Lu. Laughter and merriment echoed along the beach until the flickering flames of the bonfire dwindled and the night deepened. The four satiated companions lay side by side on the soft sand, resting their arms beneath their heads, gazing up at the celestial tapestry above. Away from the forest cover, the starry sky by the seaside appeared exceptionally clear and resplendent. The Milky Way cascaded like a waterfall strewn with diamonds across the heavens. Countless stars twinkling in the profound night, seemingly within reach. The crackling of the bonfire and the whispering waves became the sole backdrop to this serene and romantic ambience, quietly fermenting in the air. In the darkness, Moliang felt a cool, soft hand gently cover his, resting on the beach. It was Su mooching. She did not look at him, still gazing at the stars, yet her hand firmly clasped his, their fingers entwined. Her touch was delicate, imbued with a barely perceptible tremor, but the exquisite sensation and unmistakable warmth conveyed her heartfelt intentions. Beneath this romantic starry sky, the typically composed physician finally summoned the courage to take the most direct step. Moliang's heart skipped a beat as he reciprocated her gesture, tightening his grip around Su mooching's hand, responding to her initiative with his warmth. However, this tender moment did not elude the keen observation of a pair of bright eyes nearby. A soft sigh escaped Lu Yanran's lips, shattering the momentary tranquility. Rather than her usual boisterous teasing or jesting, she spoke in a tone that was half serious, half mournful. This starry sky is so beautiful, yet alas, I am left here to gaze at it all alone. With that, she turned away, deliberately presenting her back to them, curling up like a neglected kitten, sulking in a corner. The atmosphere shifted, becoming subtly charged. Moliang, holding Su mooching's hand while sensing the resentment emanating from Lu Yanran, found himself in a rather amusing predicament, contemplating how to lighten the mood. Just then, he felt another gaze upon him. Instinctively, he turned his head to find Xiaolan, who had also shifted her position, quietly observing him. Under the brilliant starlight and the faint glow of the fire, her eyes, usually sharp as a hawk, appeared softened and deep, as if washed by the galaxy, reflecting the flickering flames and his silhouette. She said nothing, merely gazing. Yet, that silent scrutiny carried more weight than any words could convey. On one side was the tender clasp of fingers, on another, the feigned grievance. And yet another was the silent but focused gaze. Moliang felt as though he were ensnared by three invisible nets simultaneously, blissful, yet utterly immobilized. He relished this sweet burden, yet a tinge of helplessness arose within him. Drawing in a deep breath, he shifted his gaze from the three stunning women beside him to the boundless dark sea before him, merging seamlessly with the night. The waves tirelessly caressed the shore, while in the distance, the horizon shimmered with the union of starlight and the dancing waves. He suddenly began, his voice resonating with remarkable clarity in the tranquil night. We have a home that shelters us from the storms. We have fire. We have sustenance, and even a comfortable bed. His words captivated everyone's attention, even Lu Yanran, who had her back to him, discreetly perked up her ears. The future will undoubtedly improve. Together. Chapter 69, The Arrival. Chapter 73, As Night Bids Farewell Today. The unease and anticipation of a new journey, the veil of night gradually receded as the dawn's gentle light adorned the horizon with a delicate golden trim. The morning sea breeze carried an unmistakable chill, brushing against exposed skin and eliciting a subtle shiver. The campfire had long succumbed to ashes, leaving behind only traces of damp sand and scattered shells. The echoes of laughter from the previous night's seafood feast still lingered in the air. But that vibrant atmosphere had ebbed away with the tide, leaving only the timeless sound of crashing waves. Moliang sat alone before the newly constructed wooden cabin, gazing at the last stubborn star flickering on the distant horizon. Yet his heart remained tumultuous. Last night, 3 distinctly heavy emotions converged within him like undercurrents, stirring a complex vortex in his soul. He was acutely aware that, with the increasing number of team members, mere material satisfaction could no longer sustain this small society. What he required was not only capable allies, but also a unifying agent to harmonize relationships. He tightened the thin, animal hide draped over him. The noticeable drop in temperature compelled him to confront an imminent issue: clothing. While food and shelter were fundamentally secured, the quality of life remained at its most primitive stage. The crude and simple animal skins were utterly inadequate to withstand the true cold that might lie ahead. The issue of clothing must be prioritized. Yet, as he silently calculated the days, he realized there was less than a day remaining until the system's next summons. He yearned for the arrival of new companions, hoping they would possess the ability to address emerging challenges. Yet, simultaneously, he felt an indescribable fatigue and unease. He understood the affections of Su Muqing, Lu Yanran, and Xiao Lan, and relished the sweetness of that burden, but it was precisely this affection that left him in a quandary. On this isolated island, should he choose any one of them, how would the others find their place? He could scarcely bear to envision the disintegration of the team. Thus, he paradoxically hoped that the new arrival would bring forth some positive change to the seemingly tranquil yet turbulent waters. With a heart full of conflicting emotions, Moliang returned to the camp. Lu Yanran was yawning, heating water in a ceramic pot while lamenting, "The weather is getting colder. I dread getting out of bed in the morning. I miss my down comforter so much." Su Muqing, in her herbal corner, quietly sorted the reserve of herbs. Her movements were gentle, yet Moliang noticed she instinctively placed several packets for preventing colds and fevers in the most accessible spot. Xiaolan, as ever, diligently polished her obsidian dagger at the edge of the camp, her vigilant gaze scanning the surrounding jungle. Though the morning appeared serene, the air was thick with an ineffable anticipation and tension. Each person awaited the impending unknown. Within Su Muqing's heart, a wave of uncontrollable anxiety surged. The intertwining of fingers on the beach last night represented a courageous step she had taken, as if the thin veil separating her from Moliang could be easily pierced. She fervently wished for no further upheavals at this critical juncture. Yet, she understood all too well that the rules of the system were inescapable. In silence, she prayed, hoping the newcomer would not possess the undeniable aggressiveness of Lu Yanran. Conversely, Lu Yanran's thoughts were much simpler. Casting a glance at the silent Su Muqing and the icy Xiao Lan, she sighed inwardly. Another newcomer? Splendid. Ideally, it would be a charming sister with whom she could converse. Otherwise, spending her days with these 2 taciturn individuals was becoming unbearable. It would be even better if they could bond over a shared interest. As for Xiao Lan, her thoughts were as straightforward and sharp as her blade. She hoped the newcomer would prove to be useful, she mused. Throughout the morning, the atmosphere within the team was subtly charged. Everyone deliberately avoided discussing the topic of the summoning. Yet with every upward glance, their eyes inevitably drifted towards the vacant space in the center of the camp. Time trickled by in a tranquil wait, second by second. As the sun arched overhead and began its descent towards the west, a crisp, melodious chime echoed, akin to a stone cast into a placid lake, shattering the island's serenity. They have arrived. Almost in unison, everyone halted their activities, their hearts collectively skipping a beat. They gravitated towards the center of the camp, eyes fixated on the empty space where light began to coalesce. However, this time, the scene was strikingly different. There was no blinding white light, nor the overwhelming sense of pressure that accompanied previous arrivals. Instead, the radiance was exceptionally gentle, reminiscent of the dawn's mist, imbued with a warm, non-dazzling off-white hue, swirling quietly in the air as it gathered. In that moment, Every heart involuntarily rose to their throats, breath held, intently focused on the tender glow. This peculiar phenomenon heralded the arrival of a companion unlike any other. Chapter 70. The Arrival of Wenya. A soft, milky white halo swirled in the air, flowing gracefully, akin to a drop of milk diffusing slowly in warm water, enveloping the entire camp in a warm and tranquil atmosphere. Everyone held their breath. Xiaolan's grip on her short knife loosened slightly without her awareness. Lu Yinran's large eyes, usually sparkling with cunning light, now reflected pure curiosity. Meanwhile, Su Muqing instinctively leaned a step closer to Moliang, her internal sense of vigilance taut to its limit. The radiance gradually retracted, like a tide retreating to the center, ultimately coalescing into a clear silhouette at the focal point of everyone's gaze. As the brilliance faded completely, a woman adorned in a simple, milky white cotton gown, with a matching scarf around her neck, stood quietly before them. She appeared more mature than all the women present, likely in her early 20s. Her sleek, jet-black hair cascaded over her shoulders, with slightly curled ends that added a touch of gentleness. Her features were delicate, lacking breathtaking beauty, yet she resembled a timeless prose poem, intriguing and thought-provoking. Particularly, her eyes and brows bore a natural curve, perpetually graced with a subtle, all-encompassing smile. She stood there, devoid of any panic or confusion typical of a newcomer, and without the urgency to explore her surroundings. Her demeanor was calm and relaxed, radiating an inner peace and tranquility that seemed capable of soothing all inner turmoil. She was Wenya. The four individuals present felt as though they had been pressed on pause. They had envisioned countless possibilities, some charming, some vivacious, some aloof, but none had anticipated the arrival of such a woman, one who evoked no trace of wariness. Wenya's gentle gaze swept across each person, akin to the most tender sunlight on a spring afternoon, warm without being overwhelming. Ultimately, her gaze settled naturally on the only man present, the undeniable core of the team, Moliang. Without uttering a word, she lightly nodded in his direction. The message conveyed through her smiling eyes was clear and soft. "Hello, everyone. Thank you for your patience." In that moment, all of Moliang's worries about a newcomer potentially exacerbating tensions were significantly alleviated by her simple look. He felt he was not facing a newcomer in need of protection and guidance, but rather an old friend who had been waiting here for some time, capable of putting everyone at ease. Taking a deep breath to suppress his unease, he stepped forward, breaking the momentary silence. "Hello, welcome. My name is Moliang, and I'm the island master of this team." He endeavored to make his voice sound steady and trustworthy. Wenya's smile deepened, radiating sincerity and warmth from her eyes. "Hello, Montak Liang. I am Wenya. From now on, I will be relying on everyone." Her voice was as soft as a feather, brushing against the hearts of all present. "Not a trouble at all," they responded in unison. Moliang swiftly waved his hand and began to introduce the other members of the team. "This is Su Muqing, our team's physician and also our logistical support. She is the one who manages many affairs." Moliang glanced at Su Muqing, his tone imbued with pride. Su Muqing met his gentle gaze, her mind already prepared with a set of remarks to assert her core position through the lenses of medical expertise, health, and team contribution. However, Wenya simply smiled, her clear eyes earnestly studying her, softly saying, "Sister Su, you truly are the backbone of the team, aren't you? I can sense it without needing an introduction. Your gaze is resolute, instilling a sense of security that with you around, there's nothing to fear." She did not mention Su Muqing's medical identity nor affirm her logistical contributions. Instead, she bypassed these external roles entirely, piercing straight to the essence of her human spirit. This was a commendation of a higher dimension, emanating from a fellow woman, and it was suffused with sincerity. All of Su Muqing's prepared words instantly lodged in her throat, rendering her speechless. She felt as if she had been a boxer, brimming with energy, poised to confront a formidable opponent, only to be met with a gentle embrace the moment the bell rang. The suffocating sensation of pent-up strength, combined with the bewilderment of being fully understood, caused a subtle blush to grace her usually composed features. The wall constructed from reason and vigilance within her heart was effortlessly circumvented. Moliang, intrigued, turned to another member. This is Xiaolan, our team's combat powerhouse. Responsible for hunting and camp security, she is our guardian angel. Wenya's gaze shifted to the tall, poised woman with a sharp demeanor. Rather than lingering on Xiaolan's strikingly fierce face, her attention naturally fell upon the hand tightly gripping a black obsidian dagger. Her gaze remained on that hand for 2 seconds. She noticed the calluses on Xiaolan's palm, formed from prolonged weapon handling, and the scratches and fresh abrasions on her knuckles from chopping and climbing. There was no surprise or fear in Wenya's eyes, only a flicker of understanding and a fleeting tenderness that seemed to convey, "You have borne much." This unspoken comprehension acted like a precise key, instantly unlocking the innermost lock of wariness within Xiaolan. All along, others had marveled at her strength and relied on her martial prowess. Yet it was this newcomer who, at first glance, discerned the scars and sacrifices behind her formidable exterior. The shoulders that had long been taut with vigilance relaxed unconsciously in that moment. Xiaolan looked at Wenya, her eyes, usually sharp as a hawk's, for the first time devoid of scrutiny, replaced by pure curiosity. This woman is different. Such a thought arose in Xiaolan's heart for the first time. Her hand was soft and warm. Under her gaze, there was no sense of pressure. At last, Moliang pointed to a lively young girl with sparkling eyes, brimming with curiosity as she scrutinized Wenya. "This is Lu Yanran, our chef. The reason we can indulge in an array of culinary delights." Before Moliang could finish speaking, Lu Yanran eagerly approached, her inquisitive gaze fixed on the amiable sister. Wenya, upon seeing her, smiled even more brightly and extended her hand, gently clasping Lu Yanran's slightly cool palm with her soft, warm touch. "Dear Yanran, your smile is truly infectious," Wenya remarked with a hint of mirth in her voice. "Seeing you makes the sunshine on this island seem even more radiant." This affectionate and spontaneous gesture of connection, paired with unreserved compliments, instantly struck a chord with Lu Yanran. She relished being praised for her beauty and vitality. "Sister Wenya, you are as lovely as well. You radiate warmth, clearly a wonderful person," Lu Yanran exclaimed, reciprocating the handshake with enthusiasm, immediately welcoming Wenya into her circle. The brief introduction concluded, yet its impact lingered in the hearts of Moliang, Su Muqing, and Xiaolan long after. Wenya resembled a masterful bomb disposal expert, adeptly navigating a complex situation. Instead of opting for brute force, she precisely identified the core of each intricate thread, gently untangling them one by one. Once settled, Wenya did not, like her predecessors, rush to display her expertise, nor did she voice any inquiries or demands regarding the rudimentary campsite. She quietly followed Moliang, attentively listening as he detailed each facility, akin to a diligent student. Upon noticing Xiaolan in a corner, engrossed in untangling a fishing net that had become hopelessly entangled during a previous fishing endeavor, Wenya halted her steps. The net, having been pulled repeatedly underwater by branches and aquatic plants, bore several stubborn knots. Xiaolan had evidently been frustrated for some time, her hands, accustomed to precise cutting, now faltering in the face of the delicate and chaotic threads. Her brow furrowed, and her movements began to exhibit signs of impatience. Wenya refrained from interrupting immediately, observing quietly for 2 minutes. When Xiaolan, exasperated by yet another failure, let out a soft huff and ceased her efforts, Wenya approached with gentle steps and naturally crouched beside her. "May I get a try?" she softly inquired, extending her slender, clean, yet remarkably steady hands. Her voice was as gentle as the evening breeze, devoid of any intent to instruct or boast, merely a sincere offer of assistance. Xiaolan looked up, meeting the gaze of earnest eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she silently handed over the fishing net. Wenya received the net, but did not immediately set to work. Instead, she placed the tangled mass on her lap, meticulously observing the direction of each thread. Her gaze was focused and serene, as if she were admiring an exquisite piece of art rather than a heap of bothersome refuse. "Look, Here lies the main thread, entwined thrice by this auxiliary line. Yet their points of tension reside here. She spoke softly, her fingers dexterous beyond belief, deftly plucking, pulling, and looping. Under her skilled hands, the hard lump that Xiao Lan regarded as her arch-nemesis seemed to be enchanted, unfurling layer by layer until it miraculously returned to smoothness. Every movement of Wenya was imbued with the perfect touch of care. She resembled a genuine, benevolent older sister, attentively nurturing these younger siblings. At that moment, Lu Yanran's heart was filled solely with pure admiration and closeness. Wow, this new sister Wenya is truly remarkable. She is gentle and articulate, and possesses such exceptional skills. Perhaps I could confide in her when I have troubles? Meanwhile, Moliang felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. All his prior anxieties seemed utterly superfluous in the face of Wenya's unassuming integration. He realized that her arrival was akin to injecting the finest lubricant into a finely tuned mechanism that was operating at high speed, its gears slightly grinding against one another. She transformed the atmosphere of the entire team into one of harmony and fluidity in an instant. However, while some found relaxation, others felt an unprecedented tension. Su Muqing observed the scene from a distance, and her heart sank little by little. She was too perfect. There was not a single flaw to criticize. Her gentleness was not a superficial facade, but an instinct emanating from the depths of her soul, etched into her very being. This kind of gentleness, devoid of any aggression, was far more terrifying than any direct challenge. For one could not perceive her as an adversary. One would inadvertently become captivated by her softness, growing dependent on her. Oiling the laying border all defenses. A profound, ineffable sense of crisis engulfed Su Muqing like a tsunami. She realized that Lu Yanran's straightforward competitiveness was akin to the visible glimmer of blades, glaring yet traceable, offering a means of defense. In contrast, Wenya was an unfathomable war motion. One would only feel comfort and safety, yet without realizing it, one could be utterly submerged with no escape in sight. Chapter 71. The charm of Grace. On the third morning following Grace's arrival, the camp awakened to a subtle yet profound transformation. The earliest riser, Xiao Lan, instinctively made her way to the corner where tools were typically haphazardly strewn. To her surprise, the previously chaotic assortment of stone axes, wooden sticks, and wicker baskets had been meticulously organized. The sharp instruments were ingeniously stored in one location, while the woven vines were neatly coiled, allowing for effortless access. As Lu Yanran sleepily approached the humble dining table, ready to commence her day's work, she was delighted to discover a small, exquisitely woven basket made of vibrant green vines. Nestled in the center of the table, crafted from several planks. Inside the basket lay a selection of vividly colored wild fruits, glistening with the morning dew, resembling a delicate piece of art, which added a touch of brightness and poetry to the primitive campsite. "Wow, who made this?" Lu Yanran exclaimed softly, carefully lifting the tiny basket and examining it from every angle, her eyes brimming with affection. The answer was self-evident. These small yet thoughtful changes were the handiwork of Grace, who, amidst everyone's busy routines, had quietly enhanced their living conditions. She resembled a gentle fairy, using her meticulousness and ingenuity to subtly elevate the quality of life for everyone. After lunch, with the sun shining just right, the team entered a brief respite. Su Muqing, however, chose not to rest, instead sitting alone in her herbal corner, her brow furrowed in contemplation. She was grappling with a concern. As the weather grew colder, would her current stock of herbs suffice to combat potentially more complex ailments, such as pneumonia or severe frostbite? She needed to prepare for the future and perhaps seek out more potent herbal remedies. This looming anxiety enveloped her in a heavy atmosphere. At that moment, a gentle figure crouched beside her. It was Grace. She held a ceramic cup filled with hot water infused with wild fruits, emanating a subtle sweetness. Without inquiring about Su Muqing's troubles, she gently placed the cup on the stone surface beside her. "Su's sister," Grace's voice was soft, as if it could smooth out all the creases in one's heart. "Don't push yourself too hard. If you can't resolve a problem immediately, set it aside for now. Perhaps the answer will reveal itself unexpectedly. Have a sip of water to soothe your throat. Su Muqing lifted her gaze to meet a pair of eyes filled with concern and understanding. The water was perfectly warm, its flavor a delightful balance of sweetness and tartness from the wild fruits, sliding down her throat like a warm current, instantly rejuvenating her parched body and spirit, which had been drained by overthinking. Miraculously, her taut nerves began to relax with that single sip of sweet warmth. How did she know I needed this? Su Muqing mused silently. This feeling of being so easily understood, coupled with such gentle care, possessed an almost enchanting allure. It disarmed all her defenses, making her unable to resist, and even caused her to unknowingly begin to rely on it. She gazed at the serene smile gracing Wenya's face, and for the first time, truly felt the formidable power of tenderness that resided within this woman. In the afternoon, Moliang, accompanied by Xiaolan, completed the routine inspection of the traps surrounding the camp. The autumn wind had begun to carry a distinct chill, and although he had sweated during their labor, the breeze sent shivers down his exposed neck and back. As he rubbed his neck with his hand, he made his way back to the camp. "Island Master, you have worked hard," came Wenya's voice from beside him. Moliang turned to see Wenya approaching him with a smile, holding the sole off-white cotton scarf that she had wrapped around her neck upon her arrival. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Wenya had gracefully stepped in front of him. She rose on her toes, her soft form slightly leaning forward as she meticulously wrapped the fragrant scarf around his neck, layer by layer. Her movements were gentle and focused, devoid of any awkwardness or ambiguity. Her clear eyes reflected nothing but pure concern, akin to a caring sister looking after a reckless, playful brother who had yet to learn to care for himself. The instant the soft cotton touched his skin, a wave of warmth surged, dispelling the chill that had settled around his neck. The faint scent, reminiscent of sunlight mingling with fresh grass, gently entered his nostrils, causing his heart to skip a beat. The weather had turned cold, and after working up a sweat, he was particularly susceptible to falling ill from the wind. After securing the scarf around him, Wenya stepped back, admiring her handiwork with a satisfied smile. "Here, this is for you. Do not disdain it. Your health is the most vital asset of our entire team," she said with a half-joking remark, diffusing any potential awkwardness in the atmosphere. Then, as if a thought had struck her, a glimmer of hope appeared in her gaze. "In the future, if we could create our own fabric, we could make warm scarves for everyone and even craft-fitted clothing. That way, no one would fear the cold." Her words fell like a stone cast into a lake, stirring ripples of emotion within the hearts of those present. She not only conveyed her direct concern for Moliang, but also adeptly introduced the vital yet elusive direction of fabric making, a necessity that everyone craved but didn't know how to pursue, into the conversation in the most natural and hopeful manner. Moliang instinctively touched the scarf around his neck. Its soft texture and lingering warmth ignited an unprecedented sense of warmth within him. This gesture of care came without any demands or ulterior motives, pure enough to evoke a profound sense of acceptance and comfort. This was distinct from Su Muqing's rational care or Lu Yanran's enthusiastic provisions. It was a tenderness that penetrated the soul. This scene did not go unnoticed by others nearby. "Wow, Sister Wenya is so skilled. That move is incredible." Lu Yanran, perched on the threshold nibbling on a fruit, widened her eyes at the sight, internally exclaiming, "I want to learn too. I want to learn too. No, this technique is too advanced. I can't replicate it." How could she appear so effortlessly natural, devoid of any pretense? She glanced at the scarf adorning Moliang's neck, then at herself, and for a fleeting moment felt a twinge of envy towards him. Meanwhile, Xiaolan, who had been silently polishing her short blade, paused in her task. She lifted her gaze, first taking in the prominent off-white circle around Moliang's neck, then lowered her eyes to her own attire, a piece of beast-hide armor meticulously stitched by Moliang's own hands, yet still rigid and unyielding. Within the depths of her eyes, for the first time, a clear yearning for softer garments emerged. Among all present, the one most profoundly shaken was undoubtedly Su Muqing. Her gaze was fixated on the scarf that rightfully belonged to Wenya. That soft white circle now intimately encircled Moliang's neck, resembling a gentle confinement, a silent proclamation. Alarm bells rang in her heart. It was only at this moment that Su Muqing fully grasped the formidable nature of Wenya. Liu Yanran's advances were a blatant declaration of war. Xiaolan's emotions represented a silent, steadfast guardianship. These she could comprehend and knew how to respond to. But Wenya was different. Through a most selfless and considerate gift, she executed an act of possession more potent than any intimate contact or verbal declaration. She demanded nothing in return, instead offering Moliang the warmth he most needed, allowing him to willingly accept this imprint imbued with her warmth and essence. This woman, without shedding a drop of blood, had already penetrated to the core. She was not merely participating in this competition. She was redefining the very rules of the battlefield with her gentleness, in a manner unbeknownst to herself. When you're infused the newly established order of this island team with vibrant energy and a delicate touch within less than a day, she resembled a spring of love, unknowingly nourishing the hearts of all, while beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of emotional waters, deeper, more inscrutable whirlpools began to stir. Chapter 72. In the early morning. The gentle murmur of the stream carried with it the distinct chill of late autumn. To conserve the hard-earned soap, most garments were subjected to the most primitive method of cleansing, repeatedly pummeling and scrubbing them in the stream. This ritual had become a tacit collective activity among the women. However, today, the atmosphere was unusually heavy with a sense of gloom. Not far off, Moliang meticulously inspected the bird traps he had set the previous day, while from the corner of his eye, he caught glimpses of several busy figures by the stream. Sunlight filtered through the sparse trees, casting mottled reflections upon the water-esque surface, and the mist rising from the stream lent the scene an ethereal and dreamlike beauty. "I can't take it anymore." Liu Yanran's hushed complaint shattered the momentary tranquility. She held up a once vibrant piece of intimate apparel, now nearly translucent, and scrutinized it in the sunlight. Her delicate brows knitted together in distress as she whispered to Su Muqing beside her, "Sister Muqing, my little treasure is on the brink of demise. The lace trim is almost gone from my scrubbing. If I wash a couple more times, it might just decide to leave home for good." Su Muqing, who was busy scrubbing the cuffs of her coat, felt her fair cheeks flush crimson at these words, her movements instinctively pausing. Her situation was not much better than Liu Yanran's. The intimate garment that had accompanied her into this world had been subjected to countless washes, and its fabric had grown as thin as gossamer, with several seams hanging perilously. Yet, her nature prevented her from expressing such intimate embarrassment as Liu Yanran did. She merely bit her lower lip and replied softly, "Let us be gentle. We have no other options now." Her words carried a profound sense of helplessness. A short distance away, Xiaolan was vigorously scrubbing a blood-stained piece of animal hide. Though she seemed oblivious to the conversation between the two, the furrowed brow and the increased intensity of her actions betrayed her inner agitation. Most of her clothing was designed for combat, and it had long since lost its elasticity. Meanwhile, Wenya was quietly squatting downstream, delicately washing her cream-colored long skirt. Her movements were gentle and meticulous, as if she were handling a precious treasure. Upon overhearing the hushed exchange, her gaze flickered over Liu Yanran's nearly shapeless garment, and then to the flush on Su Muqing's ears. For the first time, a hint of gravity and contemplation surfaced in her usually smiling eyes. At that moment, having finished inspecting the traps, Moliang prepared to wash the dirt from his hands in the stream. Habitually, he walked upstream to the usual spot for fetching water, his footsteps muffled by the babbling brook. As he rounded a dense thicket, the scene by the stream unfolded before him without reservation, and he froze in place. He saw Liu Yanran pouting as she swished the delicate garment in the water. The sheer fabric became almost imperceptible in the clear stream, leaving only a vague outline visible. He observed Su Muqing, her back turned to him. As she bent down, her damp, thin outer garment clung closely to her back, accentuating the graceful contours of her figure. Yet, his gaze was drawn to a small tear at the hem of her clothing, through which he could faintly discern fabrics of differing hues. At that moment, his breath caught involuntarily in his throat. The details he had long chosen to overlook were now starkly magnified, striking his heart with an undeniable force. It dawned on him that beneath the seemingly appropriate attire of these young women lay a tapestry of wear and tear. They faced an ineffable embarrassment daily, yet chose silence out of consideration for his feelings. A wave of intense self-reproach and guilt engulfed him. "Oh, what are you staring at?" Lu Yanran was the first to notice him, exclaiming in surprise as she hurriedly submerged the small garment in the water, her cheeks flushing with indignation as she glared at him. Su Muqing, too, appeared as if struck by lightning, abruptly standing straight, clutching at the hem of her clothing, and swiftly turning away, leaving him with a rigid and mortified silhouette. Even the typically stoic Xiao Lan paused in her actions, casting a cold, piercing glance in his direction. I didn't mean to. I just came to wash my hands." Moliang felt his cheeks burn with embarrassment, his limbs awkwardly unsure of where to position themselves as he stammered his explanation before clumsily turning away, nearly fleeing the scene. Breaking the tension was Wenya. She rose and wrung out the freshly cleaned skirt before approaching the flustered Lu Yanran, softly reassuring her, "It's all right, Yanran. The island master didn't intend any harm. You can't fault him." Her voice, imbued with a soothing charm, quickly calmed Lu Yanran's tumultuous emotions. Later that evening, as everyone busied themselves with the dinner preparations, Lu Yanran sat alone on the threshold of the wooden cabin, resting her chin in her hand, lost in thought as she gazed at the sunset, still brooding over the morning's events. A gentle figure settled beside her. When you discreetly placed a small package, wrapped in broad leaves, into her hand. "Wenya, what is this?" Lu Yanran inquired, puzzled. "Open it and see." Wenya replied with a smile, her eyes radiating warmth. Curiosity piqued, Lu Yanran unwrapped the leaf, only to be momentarily stunned. Inside lay several neatly cut squares of soft, clean, off-white cotton fabric, accompanied by a meticulously crafted white fishbone needle, its tip adorned with a tiny hole. It was a simple yet heartfelt token. "This," Lu Yanran lifted her gaze, astonished at Wenya. "This is the lining fabric from my skirt. It's still sturdy and soft." Wenya's voice was as gentle as a whisper. "I noticed yours was nearly ruined. These pieces should be sufficient for you to sew a new one. I spent quite some time this afternoon crafting this fishbone needle. While it may be rudimentary, it should suffice." She reached out, delicately tucking a loose strand of Lu Yanran's hair behind her ear with a tone almost tender. "A young lady must not settle in such matters. You ought to treat yourself with kindness." In that fleeting moment, Lu Yanran felt an overwhelming surge of warmth rise from the depths of her heart, instantly dismantling all her fades and playful bravado. With her eyes welling up, tears came forth unbidden. Unable to contain herself any longer, she threw herself into Wenya's embrace, burying her head in the softness of her shoulder. Her voice tinged with sobs as she exclaimed, "Sister Wenya, you are truly wonderful." The embarrassment, awkwardness, and unspoken grievances that had burdened her for so long were, at that moment, wholly accepted and healed by this gentle embrace. Wenya tenderly patted her slightly trembling back, soothing her like a child who had faced injustice. Her gaze, however, transcended Lu Yanran's shoulder, directing itself towards the rising smoke of the campfire, her expression resolutely determined. This was not merely an individual concern. It encompassed the dignity and well-being of all the women in the team, and it was a silent crisis that bore upon the very ability of the entire group to live with dignity in this world. It was time to confront this matter openly and to address it with resolute hands. Chapter 73. The Quest for Hemp Plants as Night Fell. The crackling campfire dispelled the surrounding darkness, yet could hardly fend off the encroaching chill. The flickering flames cast shifting shadows across the faces of those gathered, starkly contrasting the languorous ease of summer. Now, everyone huddled together, wrapped tightly in their heavy, rigid animal hides, encircling the fire. Although the tanned hides offered some protection against the wind, their coarse texture chafed against the skin, weighing heavily upon the body and evoking a profound sense of confinement. The atmosphere during dinner was far from the vivaciousness of past evenings. Lu Yanran lacked the energy to jest, silently adding more kindling to the fire. The events that transpired by the creek earlier that morning had left a thorn in Moliang's heart. He observed Su Muqing and Lu Yanran instinctively tugging at their collars, and his feelings of guilt deepened. As a man and the leader of their group, he felt remiss for failing to provide his companions with decent and comfortable attire. Amidst this oppressive silence, a gentle yet resolute voice broke through. "Island Master, and everyone, I would like to propose a suggestion." It was Wunya. Her words, though not loud, were akin to a pebble cast into a still lake, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Her gaze swept warmly across each individual before finally resting on Moliang. Subtly adjusting her outer garment, she initiated the conversation with a tone of inquiry. "The weather is growing increasingly cold, and relying solely on these animal hides may not suffice to endure the true chill that lies ahead." She deftly sidestepped all sensitive topics concerning undergarments, instead approaching the issue from a broad perspective that everyone could relate to. "Moreover, do we not find the hides cumbersome and restrictive for movement? The garments we arrived in are nearing their limits of wear." Her voice carried a persuasive strength, leading her to propose, "What if we attempted to create our own fabric?" Create our own fabric? The four words resonated like thunder within the hearts of all. The group initially paused in astonishment before their eyes sparkled with incredulity. Could they truly make their own clothes? How could that possibly be? When you observe their reactions with keen interest, a gentle smile gracing her features as she confidently shared her knowledge, radiating an aura of assurance. "I have some understanding of plant fibers and traditional hand weaving from my time in school clubs. Surely, we can find suitable plants in our vicinity, such as wild hemp or cotton." She paused for emphasis, her tone growing more assertive. "As long as we can procure the raw materials, I am confident I can guide everyone in producing our own thread and subsequently weaving it into fabric." No sooner had she finished speaking than Lu Yanran was the first to respond. She sprang to her feet with such fervor that her animal hide slipped to the ground. Undeterred, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she nearly lunged toward Wunya, grasping her hands and exclaiming, "I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. Goodness, Sister Wunya, if we could don new garments, I would wake from dreams with a smile." Her reaction was so intense that it encapsulated the deepest yearning of all women. In that moment, Moliang's engineer spirit was ignited. The creation of fabric. This endeavor transcends merely addressing the issue of clothing. It represents a pivotal step from the primitive to the civilized, a monumental leap in the annals of human advancement. They were about to retrace the path of civilization forged by their ancestors with their own hands. His blood coursed with fervor, excitement sparkling in his eyes as he eagerly inquired, "What kind of plants are needed? What do they specifically look like? Speak swiftly." Meanwhile, Xiaolon silently extended her hand to caress the rigid, icy surface of her leather armor, feeling its coarse texture. Then, she lifted her gaze towards Wunya, succinctly stating, "Whatever is necessary, we shall seek it out tomorrow." This simple phrase embodied her unwavering support. Among all present, the one with the most intricate emotions was Su Muqing. She felt a genuine sense of relief at this proposal, as it addressed a formidable dilemma she had long worried about without knowing how to resolve. Wunya's suggestion illuminated a crucial direction for the team's future development. Yet, as she observed Wunya surrounded by admirers, eloquently articulating her thoughts with a glimmer of intellect in her eyes, an overwhelming, almost suffocating sense of powerlessness surged within her. Previously, she had been the team's doctor, an indispensable linchpin of logistics. She safeguarded everyone's health with her medical expertise, which was the foundation of her confidence. But now, Wunya had arrived. This woman, not only meticulous in her personal life, effortlessly thawing the icy barriers of interpersonal relationships with her gentle demeanor, was now showcasing her indispensable core value in the crucial technology pertaining to the team's survival and progress. Su Muqing suddenly realized that in this matter of paramount importance to all women, the creation of clothing, she found herself utterly powerless. She could only remain a spectator, awaiting Wunya to conjure a miracle. This sense of helplessness ignited a wave of panic within her. The threat posed by Wunya, who was innocuous yet immensely beneficial to the entire team, unsettled her far more than any direct provocation from Lu Yanran. For one could not oppose her. One must genuinely express gratitude and lean on her. Moreover, the person she cherished was looking at Wanya with an unprecedented, fervent gaze. Su Muqing's nails dug deeply into her palm. The discussion by the campfire reached a fever pitch. Under Moliang's probing, Wanya elaborated, the plants we were most likely to find would be varieties of hemp. They typically grow taller than a person, with straight stems and vertical ridges on their surfaces. The most critical characteristic is their leaves, which are palmate and resemble an open hand. This plant thrives in sunny, moist soil, so we might search along the stream upstream towards the sunlit hills. The elegant description was both clear and specific, rendering the pursuit of the raw materials an attainable goal. Excellent. Let it be so, Moliang exclaimed with fervor, rising to his feet with a resounding slap of his thigh. Tomorrow, we shall embark together on a grand expedition. Our objective is to locate the hemp-like plants that Wanya has described. His voice brimmed with enthusiasm and ardor. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, replaced by a fervent anticipation and hope for the future. Each face radiated with excitement. A new objective had been established, seeking fiber plants to ignite a textile revolution on the deserted island. Chapter 74. The gifts of nature. As dawn's first light timidly begins to pierce the mist enveloping the forest, the camp is already alive with a cacophony of voices. A new day dawns, bearing an extraordinary mission. This marks the first true collective expedition since when you joined the team. Have we packed enough water? Are the jerky and fruits ready? Lu Yanran flits about like a concerned little steward, checking each person's pack. Her excitement surpassing that of a child eager for a spring outing. At the forefront stands Xiaolan, her short blade drawn and firmly gripped in hand. She meticulously examines the newly crafted leather bracers made by Moliang, her gaze sharp and vigilant, scanning the depths of the jungle as though she were a hawk poised to strike. Moliang secures the last of his finely honed stone axes at his waist, inhaling the crisp morning air deeply as he surveys his prepared companions. On their faces, a radiant expression of hope shines through. With a heart brimming with ambition, he announces loudly, "Let us depart." The team sets forth towards the unknown. Xiaolan leads the charge, her acute awareness of the forest unparalleled, enabling her to detect lurking dangers ahead and carve the safest path for the group. Moliang follows closely, wielding a long staff to clear away obstructing vines and underbrush, his gaze constantly adjusting direction based on Wang Ye's guidance and his own knowledge of the environment. Lu Yanran and Su Muqing traverse the center of the group, one chattering animatedly about how to adorn herself in her new attire, while the other quietly identifies the plants along the way, carefully collecting useful herbs and placing them into her woven basket. Wang Ye walks in the latter half of the procession, her steps steady and composed, lacking any hint of fragility. Unlike Xiaolan, who exudes a wary aggression, or Su Muqing, who is fixated on foraging specific herbs, her observations are broader and more meticulous. Watch your step. The soil here is quite loose. There must be underground water seeping through. The light in that grove ahead is ample. Let's investigate. As fiber plants favor sunlight, her words, softly spoken yet incisive, always manage to highlight the crux of the matter. It seems as though she is not leading a strenuous expedition, but rather guiding a group of children on an engaging nature observation lesson. Time quietly slips away as they trek. The sun gradually ascends to its zenith, scorching the earth with its fervent rays. Beads of sweat form on everyone's foreheads, and breaths grow labored. I can't go on. My legs feel like two strands of noodles, Lu Yanran exclaims, plopping down on a large rock, panting heavily, her face flushed from the sun's embrace. Moliang commends a halt. Yet he does not rest. Instead, he raises his stone axe and vigorously hacks away at the tangled thicket obstructing their path. The resilient thorns, barbed and unforgiving, demand all his strength with each swing. Sweat trickles down his temples, nose, and chin, rhythmically splattering into the earth below, soon soaking the leather upon his chest. Su Muqing gazes at him, her heart aching at the sight of his drenched figure. She retrieved a water pouch from the wicker basket, intending to call him over for a brief respite, only to notice a figure had already taken the initiative to approach Moliang. It was Wenya, holding a small water jug. She addressed him, "Island Master, you have worked hard." Wenya stood before Moliang, gazing up at him with unabashed concern and admiration gleaming in her eyes. Her movements were so natural, as if she had performed this tender act countless times before. She rose onto her toes, delicately and gently wiping the sweat from his forehead and neck. The contact of her soft, enveloping arms against his heated skin whisked away a wave of warmth, prompting Moliang to emit a satisfied sigh. "Here, have a sip of water." "Don't overexert yourself," Wenya urged, bringing the small jug to his lips. Moliang leaned into her hand, tilting his head back to drink deeply. In that moment, he found himself captivated by Wenya's gentle, water-like eyes, inhaling the faint fragrance that enveloped her, his heart inexplicably skipping a beat. This scene unfolded like the most precise slow-motion capture, etching itself frame by frame in Su Muqing's gaze from a distance. She observed Wenya's graceful posture as she stood on her toes, the soft curve of her body slightly leaning forward. She witnessed Moliang bowing his head, allowing the leaf to brush against his face with a trusting innocence. She perceived the unspoken understanding and intimacy that existed between them, a familiarity that felt entirely natural. Lowering her head, she silently returned the water pouch to the wicker basket. Her fingers instinctively tightened around a precious herb she had recently gathered, one known to alleviate the symptoms of heat stroke. Unconsciously, she crushed the stem, the dark green juice staining her fingertips with a hint of bitterness. An unprecedented sense of helplessness, mingled with an inexplicable bitterness, tightened around her heart like a vine. She realized that all her rational concern and the care stemming from her role as a doctor seemed utterly pale and clumsy in comparison to Wenya's effortless, nurturing gentleness. All right, I've had enough of this love show. Let us move on." Lu Yanran's boisterous voice shattered the delicate atmosphere. She leapt from the stone, brushing the dirt from her backside, exclaiming that if they didn't hurry, night would soon fall. "My new clothes are waiting for me." With a brief respite concluded, the group pressed onward. Upon crossing a hillside lush with dense ferns, their footsteps abruptly halted. The sight before them elicited gasps of astonishment from each individual. They beheld a vast sunlit slope, adorned with hundreds of towering plants swaying gracefully in the breeze, some even taller than a person. Their stalks stood tall and straight, reaching for the heavens. Their broad leaves, uniquely palmate, created a verdant sea that rippled in the wind. The air was infused with a rich, fresh aroma distinctive to the plants. "It's here." Wenya's voice brimmed with unmistakable excitement for the first time. She hurried towards the cluster of plants, her slender fingers gliding over the iconic leaves before she broke off a stem as high as herself. With a sharp crack, she forcefully tore apart the verdant exterior, revealing strands of remarkably resilient white fibers within. Indeed, it was unmistakably true. She held the bundle aloft, showcasing it to all, her face radiant with an unparalleled smile. This was hemp, a natural and premium textile material. They had discovered it. After enduring a grueling day of arduous journeying, they had finally succeeded. The exhilaration of triumph instantly dissipated all fatigue. "How splendid! We have triumphed!" Lu Yanran was the first to exclaim, dashing into the field of hemp, spinning joyfully, savoring the sensation of leaves brushing against her skin. And Moliang gazed upon the expansive green treasure before him, his excitement beyond words. "Prawit Gwenya," observing the resilient fibers in her grasp, nodding fervently. "Wenya, you have worked tirelessly." His praise was sincere and fervent. Su Muqing and Xiao Lan also approached, their eyes shimmering with the enchanting glow of nature's bounty. In this moment, all individual emotions were submerged beneath the immense joy belonging to the team. "Stop dawdling. Let us commence," Moliang commanded, raising his stone axe. The horn of harvest had sounded. Everyone immediately plunged into the fervent and intense task of gathering. Moliang and Xiao Lan took charge of severing the robust hemp stalks at their roots, the towering stalks crashing to the ground with their leaves. Su Muqing and Lu Yanran followed closely behind, swiftly trimming excess branches and leaves with their obsidian knives. When you patiently categorized and bundled the processed stalks by length and thickness, sweat soaked through everyone's garments, and the sharp leaves occasionally grazed their skin, leaving fine red lines. Yet, not a single person complained, nor did anyone pause. Each face radiated a genuine and brilliant smile. As dusk approached, the evening glow tinged the horizon with crimson. In the center of the camp stood a massive mound of green hemp stalks, resembling a small hill. The 5 of them collapsed beside the hemp mountain, utterly exhausted, unwilling even to lift a finger. Yet, in their eyes sparkled a light brighter than the campfire. This was not merely a heap of plants. It was a tangible hope for civilization, painstakingly harvested from nature. Gazing upon this monumental mountain of raw materials, a new and more intricate challenge silently awaited them. Chapter 75. The hemp fiber after a restful night. The fatigue of the harvest was overshadowed by a greater hope. As dawn broke and the sun gently illuminated the campsite, everyone gazed at the verdant mound of hemp stalks, their eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance. This was no longer a mere hunt for sustenance, nor a construction for shelter against the elements. It was a groundbreaking endeavor. Amidst the eager anticipation of her peers, Winya rightfully assumed the role of the commander today. The first task of the day was titled Redding Hemp. Standing before the mound of hemp, holding a stalk in her hand, she wore a confident and professional smile as she began her inaugural lesson for her students. "Look, what we seek lies beneath the tough exterior of the hemp stalk," she explained. "However, it is currently bound tightly to the core by an abundance of pectin and lignin. Our objective is to separate them." Raising the stalk, her voice rang clear and melodious. "To achieve this, we shall enlist the help of nature's most diligent free workers, the microorganisms. Redding hemp involves soaking the stalks in water, allowing the bacteria and fungi present to decompose the sticky substances. Once the redding is complete, this outer layer can be peeled away with ease." Her elucidation, both profound and accessible, captivated everyone. Even the typically lively Lu Yanran listened intently, finding it far more fascinating than any culinary show. "Can it really be done this way? That's incredible," she exclaimed, and Moliang's eyes sparkled with excitement. As an environmental engineering student, he was well aware of the role microorganisms play in organic decomposition. Yet, connecting theoretical knowledge with this ancient craft evoked a transcendent sensation within him. He looked at Winya, filled with admiration. Her knowledge was truly a treasure capable of transforming their quality of life. "Let us commence." With Winya's command, the team sprang into action. The task was far from easy. The hemp stalks were long and heavy, and bundled together, they were immensely weighty. Moliang and Xiao Lan readily took on the bulk of the physical labor, binding the stalks into uniformly sized bundles as per Winya's instructions, then transporting them to the nearby stream in successive trips. Su Muqing and Lu Yanran followed closely behind, using vines and stones to secure the bundles in the calm shallows, preventing them from being swept away. Throughout the process, Winya provided technical guidance, occasionally crouching to feel the water temperature and assess the soaking conditions. The temperature was crucial. The higher it was, the more active the microorganisms became, thus accelerating the redding process. However, it could not be too rapid or it would compromise the strength of the fibers. Her explanations imbued this seemingly rough task with scientific rigor. After an entire morning of diligent work, the mound of hemp had finally been properly settled in the stream. Rows of green bundles lay quietly soaking in the clear water, resembling a slumbering congregation of verdant serpents. Now, the next phase of the endeavor was simply to wait. Winya gently patted the droplets of water from her hands, gazing at her masterpiece with a satisfied smile. "This process cannot be rushed, based on the current water temperature. I estimate it will take at least a week, perhaps even longer. Each day, we must return to inspect it." The days of waiting are long, yet filled with anticipation. The team resumed their daily routines, hunting, gathering, and maintaining the camp, everything as usual. Yet, in everyone's hearts, there lingered an additional concern. Each morning, Lu Yanran was the first to dash to the stream, peering curiously for a moment before returning to ask, "Sister Winya, is it ready?" "I feel like they have become greener." "Not yet, silly girl," Winya would always respond with a smile, her calm demeanor transforming the anxious wait into a sense of tranquility. Su Muqing participated in her own way. She noticed that the water around the Remy had become somewhat murky and began to emit a distinctive odor reminiscent of decaying vegetation. Immediately, she applied her medical knowledge, reminding everyone to thoroughly wash their hands and feet with soap after coming into contact with the stream water to prevent bacterial infections. She brewed herbal tea with heat-clearing and detoxifying properties, sharing it among the group. Her attentiveness filled Wanya with admiration and gratitude. "Sister Sue, with you here, I can carry out this work with peace of mind." Meanwhile, Moliang was entirely engrossed in the scientific principles behind this ancient craft. He would spend long hours by the stream with Wanya, discussing the decomposition efficiency of anaerobic and aerobic bacteria at varying water temperatures. He even fashioned a simple gauge from pottery shards to record changes in water levels. The profound and harmonious exchange of knowledge between the two left Su Muqing feeling a complex mix of emotions. As the days passed, the color of the Remy in the stream shifted from a vibrant green to a tawny hue, and the scent in the water grew increasingly potent. On the morning of the 8th day, after the routine inspection, joy illuminated Wanya's face. She pulled a Remy stalk from the water, and with a gentle tear, the slick outer skin came away, revealing the intact core within. "It's ready," she announced loudly, her voice resonating like a triumphant horn. The subsequent procedures were intricate, yet filled with the joy of labor. The group retrieved all the prepared Remy stalks, exuding a strong aroma, and spread them out on the ground to dry. The combined scent of aquatic plants and decaying vegetation was, at that moment, surprisingly sweet to their senses. Once dried, the real processing began. When he took on the role of teacher once more, the next step, breaking the Remy, required them to smash the woody cores that had separated from the fibers. Mo Liang and Xiao Lan wielded wooden sticks and the backs of stone axes, striking the laid-out Remy with fervor. The crisp sounds of cracking echoed continuously as the dry cores were reduced to small fragments. Afterward, when you picked up a bundle of the crushed Remy and, using a flat-edged wooden board, scraped vigorously against it. This step, known as scraping the Remy, aimed to remove the useless fragments from the fibers, which shavings and dust swirled through the air, causing everyone to cough and appear disheveled, yet laughter echoed among them. At last, Wenya unveiled her secret weapon, a smooth wooden board, embedded with rows of sharp teeth made from hardened animal bone. This was a rudimentary combing board. For the final step, she delicately grasped a bundle of fibers that had been preliminarily cleaned and carefully combed them through the row of teeth. A miraculous scene unfolded. The disheveled, tangled fibers transformed into an extraordinarily smooth and orderly state after being combed. The short, coarse impurities remained on the wooden comb, while she held in her hands a bundle of long, flaxen fibers that shimmered with a subtle luster, flowing like a waterfall. "Wow!" Lu Yanran exclaimed once more, her signature awe evident as she reached out to touch the fibers, feeling their supple and smooth texture. They were stunning, like strands of golden hair. After a day of diligent labor, the once towering heap of hemp stalks had finally been transformed into a large mound of fluffy, golden fibers. The foundation of civilization was now prepared. Yet, a new challenge lay ahead. Wenya pinched a small handful of fibers and began to demonstrate the most ancient method of spinning thread. She patiently extracted several strands from a fiber mound and, using the pads of her fingers, meticulously twisted them into a thin line. This process demanded immense patience and skill, and the inefficiency was maddening. After a full 10 minutes, she had only managed to twist less than a meter of uneven thread. Lu Yanran, eager to try, mimicked her actions, but her attempts resulted in either a loose twist that snapped upon tugging or a chaotic clump of fibers, causing her to stomp her feet in frustration. "This is impossible. It'll take forever," she lamented. Wenya gazed at her modest achievement with a resigned sigh, acknowledging, "Indeed, it's far too slow. If only we had a spindle, our efficiency could increase by several hundred times." "Spindle?" The ever-observant Moliang perked up at this keyword. His mind ignited like a light bulb, his eyes shining with excitement. Yet another engineering challenge to solve. "What does it look like? Wenya, please sketch it for me." He grasped her hand and led her to a patch of flat sand. Wenya steadied herself, and under Moliang's fervent gaze. She crouched down and drew a rudimentary diagram in the sand, a slender stick with a circular, weighted spindle at one end. Moliang understood immediately with just a glance. The flywheel effect, utilizing the inertia of a rotating body to stabilize rotational speed and store energy. He clapped his hands in exhilaration, his mind already envisioning a complete design and manufacturing process. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and dashed toward the corner where the tools were stored, capturing the attention of the entire team. Everyone knew that their technological prodigy was about to work wonders once again. Crafting a spindle is not an arduous task. Moliang swiftly discovered a straight tree branch of suitable thickness. With an obsidian blade, he meticulously stripped away the bark, dedicating over an hour to smoothing the entire stick with a rough sandstone, carefully carving a small hook groove at the top to secure the thread. The true challenge lies in creating the whirl that provides stable rotational power. It must possess a certain weight, and its center of gravity must be impeccably uniform. Otherwise, it would wobble dangerously at high speeds. Moliang's gaze fell upon a heap of failed pottery shards in the corner of the campsite. After rummaging through the debris for a considerable time, he finally unearthed a circular base fragment that was uniformly thick and relatively well-shaped. Next came the laborious task of water grinding. He first used a stone axe to cautiously shape the pottery shard into a rough circle before embarking on the lengthy process of smoothing it out. With sandstone, he gradually polished away the edges, intermittently checking its balance with his eyes and hands. The final and most critical step was drilling a hole. He secured the polished pottery disc and, grasping a sharp obsidian drill bit, aimed for the exact center of the disc, beginning the tiresome and monotonous rotation. After 2 grueling hours, as Moliang straightened his back, drenched in sweat, he beheld the small pottery disc, now adorned with a smooth, perfectly centered hole. He flawlessly combined the polished spindle with this pottery whirl. Thus, a hand-operated spindle, embodying ancient wisdom and modern engineering principles, though rudimentary in appearance, miraculously came to life before the watchful eyes of all present. When Moliang presented this labor of love to Wenya, she accepted it with trembling hands. Her eyes sparkled with myriad emotions, reflecting an indescribable blend of surprise, admiration, and a hint of an unacknowledged sentiment towards Moliang. Taking a deep breath, she stood up, deftly extracting a small tuft from the pile of golden flax fibers, twisting the top with her fingers to secure it firmly onto the hook groove at the spindle's apex. Then, as the onlookers held their breath, she released her grip, allowing the spindle to hang naturally, while gently flicking the spindle with the pad of her right hand. At that moment, a miracle unfolded. The small pottery disc propelled the entire spindle into a stable and rapid rotation, akin to a skilled ballet dancer, producing a melodic, buzzing sound. Wenya's hands seemed to be endowed with life. Standing there, her left hand gracefully drew forth new fibers from the tuft, while her right hand regulated their thickness. The fluffy, disordered fibers were swiftly and evenly twisted into a sturdy and continuous strand of yarn under the spindle's persistent and stable rotational force. As the yarn lengthened, Wenya skillfully wound it around the spindle with her nimble fingers, layer upon layer. Everyone stood in awe. This transcends mere skill. It is an art form. That golden, resilient thread, illuminated by the flickering firelight, radiates the brilliance of civilization. It intertwines the ancient wisdom nestled within a gentle mind and the modern intellect held in the hands of a visionary. It is the very first strand of yarn birthed on this desolate island, a thread leading to warmth and hope. Chapter 76, The Spinning Wheel. Wow, this is the thread. We truly made it. By the crackling campfire, Lu Yinran held aloft the shimmering flaxen thread, glowing with a golden hue in the flames, and joyfully leaped on the spot. She delicately pinched both ends of the thread, as if cradling a rare treasure, her large eyes sparkling with dreams of the future. How splendid! Sister Wenya Moliang, you truly are a divine duo, she chattered excitedly, contemplating whether this meant she could soon create a new dress. I want one that's long with ruffles. Oh, and I must make a white coat for Sister Mooching, and a set of sleek attire for Sister Xiaolan. Her exuberance was contagious, even eliciting a rare, Subtle smile from the usually stoic Xiaolan. While Su Muqing gazed at her with a sincere smile, her eyes filled with joy. However, the blazing flames were soon doused by a bucket of cold water. Yinran, my dear sister, do not be too hasty in your delight, Wenya said with her characteristic gentle tone, her words instantly silencing the exuberance in the air. She took the precious thread from Lu Yinran's hands and patiently explained. This thread took us nearly half an hour to spin, and its length is barely 5 meters. Now, do you have any idea how much yarn is required to weave even the simplest of fitted garments? She raised a finger to emphasize her point. At least several thousand meters. Several thousand meters? The smile on Lu Yinran's face froze, and she began to count on her fingers. As she calculated, her expression fell, and a sense of defeat enveloped her. If it took us half an hour to spin this length, then without eating or drinking, we could only produce a few dozen meters in a day. Several thousand meters. My heavens, would that mean spinning until next year? The staggering disparity in numbers loomed over everyone like an invisible mountain, instantly dampening the previously vibrant atmosphere. Even the typically silent Xiaolan furrowed her brow, not calculating time, but rather the potential variables and dangers that might arise in this lengthy process. Su Muqing's heart also sank. She understood that the journey would not be smooth sailing, but she had not anticipated such harsh realities. The first step from nothing to something had been taken, yet the path to the destination was far longer than she had envisioned. Dang it, after all this time, it turns out he merely taken the first step of a long journey. Lu Yinran plopped back onto the animal skin mat, letting out a desperate wail. Observing the dejection of her companions, Wenya calmly spoke again, casting forth a new glimmer of hope. Relying solely on hands spinning and the spindle is indeed too slow. However, if we can construct a spinning wheel, our efficiency could increase several-fold, perhaps even 100-fold. Spinning wheel? Moliang keenly seized upon this key term. Yes, a spinning wheel. In Wenya's eyes sparkled a glimmer of wisdom as she approached an expanse of sandy terrain, crouching down to sketch with a twig. Her drawing began to take shape, a large wheel, which we could either rotate with our hands or tread upon with our feet. This grand wheel, connected by a drive belt, would set the spindle. Oh no, it should be referred to as a bobbin into a rapid and continuous spin. Thus, our hands would be liberated to focus solely on feeding in the fibers, resulting in an unparalleled increase in speed. Although her illustration was but a rudimentary schematic, in Moliang's eyes, it instantly came to life. A colossal wheel, motion, continuous rotation. Goodness! In that moment, the engineer's spirit within Moliang was ignited. His eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance, his entire being quivering with overwhelming excitement. He seized Wenya's hand, crouched beside her, and snatched the twig from her grasp, swiftly sketching alongside her rudimentary diagram. Words flowed from his lips in a fervent stream, a series of incomprehensible yet impressive terms erupting like a rapid-fire barrage. Not just that. This is nothing short of genius. Observe, the large wheel serves as an energy storage device, capable of utilizing the flywheel effect to stabilize the rotational speed. If we construct this drive belt from supple vines, the friction will be entirely sufficient. And here, the ratio of the spindle to the wheel's rotational speed is crucial. We can achieve acceleration by altering the diameter of the spindle's axle. This is the simplest principle of gear transmission. No, we may not even need gears. Merely controlling the diameter ratio will suffice. Furthermore, the support structure must adopt the most stable triangular configuration. The lever principle. Yes, the lever principle. We could even add a pedal to free our hands. This is it. This will be our island's first industrial mother machine. His enthusiasm grew with each word. Utterly absorbed in his own world, the sketch in the sand was continuously amended and elaborated upon, becoming increasingly intricate and precise. In that moment, Moliang's eyes shimmered with a light known as creation, an unadulterated brilliance born from the desire to solve problems, emanating a dazzling charm. Wenya gazed at him in a daze. She observed his flushed face, his eyes bright as if stars were igniting within them, and his fingers dancing across the sand. She had merely intended to propose an ancient concept, Yet this man had instantly grasped all the modern scientific principles contained within, extrapolating and optimizing them to a height she had never envisioned. This sensation was akin to her casually reciting an ancient poem, only for him to, in an instant, compose an entire grand symphony. It transcended mere appreciation, manifesting as a profound resonance rooted in wisdom and creativity, a captivating allure. As Wenyao looked at him, her admiration and astonishment were nearly impossible to conceal, her heart skipping a beat in inadvertent rhythm. Meanwhile, the others by the campfire were left utterly astounded. Lu Yanran gazed with her mouth agape, her face illuminated by an expression that conveyed profound astonishment, despite her inability to comprehend. Xiaolon observed Moliang quietly, his vigilant eyes reflecting unreserved admiration. As night deepened, the others retreated to their quarters, yet two figures lingered in the campsite, reluctant to part ways. Fresh wood was added to the campfire, its flickering flames casting light upon the profiles of Mao Liang and Wenya, who were huddled together. Their heads closed, they engaged in an all-night discourse, meticulously dissecting every aspect of the spinning wheel's design. This place is the most stable with a mortise and tenon structure. You are absolutely right. How shall we adjust the tension of the drive belt? We could devise a movable tension wheel. One would illustrate, the other would complement. One posed a query, and the other immediately conjured a solution. Their collaboration was seamless, as if they were seasoned artisans who had worked together for decades, entirely oblivious to the passage of time. Not far from the window of a wooden cabin, Su Muqing stood silently. In her hands, she held a cup of warm water, prepared for Mao Liang. Yet, as she observed the intimate figures by the campfire, enveloped in an unbreakable camaraderie, her hand, poised to lift the cup, hesitated. She realized she could not penetrate the realm of their technical discourse. The terms of levers, transmissions, and mechanics felt utterly foreign to her. For the first time, she sensed her exclusion from the core world shared by Mao Liang and another woman. In the past, whether in construction, hunting, or medicine, she had always found her place, becoming an indispensable ally. But now, he was accompanied by another who could dance with him on the plane of intellect. Su Muqing silently brought the cup to her lips and took a sip. The water was already icy cold, yet she felt nothing, only an indescribable pang of bitterness and chill that coursed down her throat, spreading throughout her very being. Chapter 77. Jealousy. Engage more. An entire night of intellectual fervor had propelled Moliang's spirit to unparalleled heights. At the break of dawn the following day, as the first light of day began to grace the horizon, he gathered everyone with a colossal banana leaf, meticulously adorned with intricate blueprints sketched in charcoal. Comrades, the inaugural leap in productivity on this deserted isle is about to commence. Moliang unfurled the blueprints before the assembly, his face alight with the exuberance characteristic of a true technophile. The expansive banana leaf bore a complex mechanical design rendered in clear, precise lines. Enormous main wheels, exquisitely crafted spindles, transmission axles, and sturdy triangular supports. All components were meticulously annotated with dimensions and structural specifics, including the materials required for their construction. This was in every sense a bona fide engineering blueprint ready for practical execution. Lu Yanran was the first to approach, her small head nearly touching the blueprints. After scrutinizing the intricate details for a while, she felt dizzy. My goodness, what is this? It appears even more convoluted than my final exam paper. She gasped in awe. Island Master, is it truly feasible to construct such a complex apparatus? Absolutely, Moliang replied confidently, thumping his chest. As long as we work collaboratively, within 2 days, maximum 2 days, I shall unveil to you the true might of industry. He cleared his throat, adopting the demeanor of a chief engineer, and began to assign tasks. First and foremost, I shall assume the role of chief designer and lead technical innovator. He pointed to himself, unabashedly claiming the most pivotal responsibility. I will oversee the creation of the vital transmission devices and the precise components of the spindle. Next, his gaze fell upon the statuesque Xiaolon. Xiaolan, you shall be our heavy industry representative. Bang! The instant Moliang's words left his lips, Xiaolan had thrust her sharp stone axe forcefully into the ground, producing a resonant thud. Without uttering a word, she raised her eyes, her piercing gaze directed at Moliang, conveying a clear message: leave the labor to me. Excellent. Moliang was invigorated by her enthusiasm. The main framework of the spinning wheel, along with the prototype of the 1-meter diameter wheel, necessitates the sturdiest timber. I entrust you with the task of felling trees and rough processing. Your strength and precision are the foundation of our endeavor. Xiaolan notet decisiven understol. Then, there was Wenya. Moliang turned his attention to her, his expression softening unconsciously. Wenya, you shall be our technical advisor and fine processing specialist. The specific dimensions and functional realizations of all components will require your guidance. Moreover, tasks such as polishing and drilling, which demand finesse, can only be executed by your skilled hands. Wenya smiled in response, her eyes reflecting mutual understanding and trust. Rest assured, Island Master, I shall do my utmost to collaborate effectively with you. Lastly, Moliang's gaze settled on Su Muqing and Lu Yanran. Muqing, Yanran, your roles are equally crucial. He endeavored to maintain the same tone as before. We require a formidable logistical and auxiliary team. Provide ample food and water for us, 3 frontline workers, to ensure we possess the strength to labor. Furthermore, all trivial auxiliary tasks, such as collecting sandstone by the stream for polishing or twisting vines into more resilient ropes, shall be entrusted to you. No problem. We shall ensure the completion of our duties. Lu Yanran immediately puffed up her small chest, resembling a soldier receiving a sacred decree, and with exuberance, she offered a rather awkward salute. Sister Muqing and I will certainly see to it that you are well fed and well hydrated, and we shall not lag behind. Beside her, Su Muqing wore a gentle smile, nodding softly. Focus on your work, and we will manage the rear. Her voice resonated with tranquility and understanding. Yet, as she lowered her head, a fleeting shadow of melancholy flickered in her eyes. Once again it was logistics, once again it was support. She gazed at the intricate blueprints, observing the core builders, Moliang, Xiaolan, and Wenya, adorned with an aura of significance. Then glanced at the trivial tasks assigned to herself and Lu Yanran. The cold sensation of exclusion she felt last night surged back into her heart. She possessed medical knowledge. Capable of saving lives, she understood botany, able to identify herbs. Yet, within this grand project embodying creation and progress, she found herself seemingly reduced to a mere outsider, relegated to cooking, boiling water, and performing menial tasks. A pang of bitterness welled up within her, yet she felt a loss for words, for she understood that this was the most rational division of labor at present. She could only smile and accept this arrangement. With the division of labor complete, the first industrial campaign on the deserted island officially commenced. The entire camp transformed into a bustling construction site in an instant. Hark! From deep within the jungle, Xiaolan's steady and powerful voice echoed, accompanied by the resounding thuds. Her stone axe sliced through the air in precise and lethal arcs, striking the same spot with accuracy. Before long, a tree, which required 2 people to embrace, trembled violently, followed by a cracking sound, and came crashing down. Meanwhile, Moliang and Wenya had set up their station, beginning to work on the most intricate components. No, this tenon is half a centimeter too thick. Inserting it would be too tight, affecting structural stability. This aperture needs further polishing to ensure the bearings rotate smoothly within. The 2 collaborated seamlessly, one measuring and designing, while the other engaged in hands-on crafting. Su Muqing and Lu Yanran diligently fulfilled their responsibilities as well. Lu Yanran hummed an off-key tune, bustling around the kitchen area, soon presenting aromatic roasted meat and sweet fruit juice. Su Muqing, on the other hand, quietly carried a wicker basket to the gravelly ground beside the camp, bending down to meticulously select sandstone particles of suitable size. Her movements were earnest and meticulous, as if she were completing a sacred task. Only she knew that each time she stood upright and saw not far away by the bonfire, Moliang and Wenya huddled together in hushed discussion. The sense of helplessness in her heart deepened a fraction more. The morning hours swiftly elapsed. Under the formidable efficiency of Xiaolan, The timber required for the spinning wheel had been entirely prepared and, according to the blueprint, roughly fashioned into the shapes of the frame and wheels. In the afternoon, the most crucial phase of assembly and challenges commenced. The axle of a large wheel must be perfectly centered and exceedingly smooth. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly wobble like a tractor. Moliang gazed at the enormous wooden wheel, a meter in diameter, and identified the core difficulty. "I have an idea," Winya suggested. "I once came across a remarkably hard animal bone. We could polish it into the axle. By employing the water grinding method, we can achieve high precision by gradually sanding it under a stream of water." "Excellent idea. Let us get to work." The two immediately sprang into action. They hoisted the heavy bone to the stream side, where Moliang secured it and vigorously ground it with a substantial piece of sandstone, while Winya stood by, continuously rinsing it with water. With her delicate fingers, she felt the smoothness and roundness of the bone's surface, constantly adjusting Moliang's angles and pressure. The stream gurgled softly as sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled light upon them. Beads of sweat adorned their foreheads, occasionally rolling down their cheeks to land on each other's hands. The warm sensation stirred something within them, yet they tacitly chose not to acknowledge it, instead immersing themselves further into their task. "Look at those two," Lu Yanran, passing by with a basket of rattan ropes, couldn't help but pause and, lowering her voice, remarked to Su Muqing, "Goodness, just look at their synergy. They know exactly what the other intends with just a glance. One might think they are seasoned craftsmen who have collaborated for decades." Lu Yanran spoke unwittingly, although she harbored affection for the island master at that moment. She merely found the scene delightful. However, her words struck Su Muqing like an invisible needle, piercing her heart's softest and most fragile spot. She lifted her gaze, quietly observing the two figures by the stream, and instinctively tightened her grip on the rattan basket. Seasoned craftsman indeed. What then was her role? Merely a superfluous bystander? Chapter 78. Spinning time, in its utmost concentration, sped by rapidly. As the last rays of the setting sun bathed the entire camp in a warm orange hue, accompanied by the final dull thud, the last joint of the spinning wheel was seamlessly fitted into place. 2 days, a full 2 days of relentless effort. Under the watchful eyes of all, the first hand-cranked spinning wheel on the deserted island was finally assembled. It stood silently in the center of the camp, akin to a primordial deity awaiting awakening. The immense wooden wheel was connected to a polished beast bone axle. Supple vines served as the drive belt, tautly stretched between the two wheels. On the other end, the spindle, which bore the countless hopes and dedication of Moliang and Winya, was poised to spring into action. It was rudimentary, though it still bearing the rough hewing of a stone axe, and the joints of the vines appeared somewhat clumsy. Yet its structure was complete, with every component shimmering with the radiance of intellect and toil. It was done. Moliang let out a long sigh, wiping the sweat and wood shavings from his face, his voice trembling slightly with hoarseness. Now was the moment to witness a miracle. Lu Yanran was more excited than anyone, vigorously waving her small fists, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the spinning wheel, as if she could already envision countless beautiful garments beckoning to her. Who will be the first?" she stammered, her palms sweating with nervousness. All gazes instinctively converged upon Winya. She was the initiator of this project and the sole expert in textile techniques. This first honor rightfully belonged to her. Winya did not decline. She offered a reassuring smile to the crowd, her expression infused with excitement and a maternal warmth. Taking a deep breath, with a reverent heart akin to that of a pilgrim, she slowly seated herself before the spinning wheel. The surroundings fell into an instant hush, the only sounds being the crackling of the campfire and the heartbeat of the crowd. Winya extended her dexterous hands, skillfully pulling out a strand from the flax fiber bundle, twisting the tip and securely hanging it on the spindle's hook. Everything was ready. She grasped the fiber with her left hand while gently holding the large wheel's crank with her right. Then, she began to turn it. Creak! A slightly dry friction sound emerged between the wooden wheel and the axle, the newborn mechanism stretching its limbs for the first time. As Winya turned, the massive wooden wheel began to rotate slowly. Through the seemingly fragile vine, The power was precisely transmitted to the small spindle axle at the other end. In the next moment, a miracle occurred. Buzz, the spindle, under the acceleration, instantly transformed into a blurred shadow, commencing a stable and rapid spin. The sound was not loud, but it struck heavily upon the hearts of all present like a hammer. It was not merely a sound of friction, but a deep, continuous hum imbued with a sense of strength. This was the inaugural symphony heralding the Industrial Revolution on the deserted island. Wenya's hands danced above the swiftly spinning spindle. She no longer needed to be distracted by the delicate motions of her fingers. All her energy was now focused on the continuation of fibers and the control of their thickness. The fluffy hemp fibers, under the powerful and sustained torque of the spindle, were swiftly and uniformly twisted into a sturdy strand of yarn. A smooth and robust golden thread was visibly extending from Wenya's hands at an astonishing pace. The efficiency had increased by more than several dozen times compared to the previous use of a spinning wheel. Success. Truly, a resounding success. Liu Yanran was the first to lose control and scream with joy, embracing Su Muqing beside her, bouncing with excitement. Sister Muqing, did you see? It's spinning. It's really spinning. My new dress, my lace skirt, is beckoning to me. Success. Moliang gazed at the scene before him, watching the continuously emerging yarn. An unprecedented sense of achievement and satisfaction instantly filled his chest, prompting him to let out a triumphant shout towards the heavens. He exchanged a glance with Wenya, and in each other's eyes, they saw the same indescribable ecstasy and pride. Xiaolan also smiled. She said nothing but stepped forward, gently touching the rapidly spinning wheel. Her smile was subtle, yet heartfelt. For her, this was not merely a machine. It was a testament to the team's burgeoning strength and confidence in this world. It symbolized better protection gear, lighter clothing, and higher chances of survival. This was the hope she vowed to protect. Su Muqing, embraced by Liu Yanran, also displayed a genuine smile. She felt joy for the team's success and comfort for the hard-earned progress. Sister Muqing, you should try it too. Come on. Liu Yanran enthusiastically pushed her toward the spinning wheel. I might not be very good at it. Su Muqing hesitative. It's all right, Sister Su. I'll teach you, Wenya gently reassured her, guiding Su Muqing to her seat and demonstrating how to continue the fibers, hand in hand. Under Wenya's guidance, Su Muqing awkwardly began her attempts. Her movements were far from fluid and natural like Wenya's, and several times the fibers broke due to improper continuation. Yet when she finally succeeded in spinning her first segment of yarn, albeit uneven, a smile of joy spread across her face. However, behind that smile lay a trace of bittersweetness only she could comprehend. It's wonderful. Everyone has succeeded again. But in this field, I truly cannot compare to her at all. That night, the entire camp was immersed in revelry. Liu Yanran and Su Muqing took turns eagerly experiencing the wonders of this miraculous machine. Although the quality of the yarn they produced was questionable, the joy of creation was unparalleled. The bonfire festivities continued into the depths of the night. The spinning wheel, a culmination of everyone's hard work, was carefully lifted into the wooden cabin and placed in the most prominent and secure position. It was no longer merely a tool, but a totem leading the team towards a new civilization, a new divine symbol in the hearts of all. From that day onward, each evening, as the day's labor came to a close, the charming hum resonated within the wooden cabin. Golden flax fibers began to accumulate in clusters, resembling plump golden fruits. They took the most resolute and powerful step ever towards the magnificent goal of fabric freedom. Chapter 79. On the loom, with a large quilt for company. No one to strike me. The advent of the hand-spinning wheel has irrevocably altered the rhythm of life in the camp. Previously, as dusk descended, the gatherings around the campfire were filled with idle chatter, the processing of game, or simply aimless contemplation. Now, with each evening, the melodious hum of the wheel resonates from the wooden cabin, dispelling the solitude of the night and becoming the most reassuring background music in the hearts of the people. Wenya undoubtedly stands as the most prolific of the textile workers. Seated gracefully at her spinning wheel, her hands flutter like dancing butterflies, transforming fluffy bundles of flax fibers into plump and robust golden yarn at an astonishing speed. Lu Yanran, initially enthusiastic and eager to join in, soon revealed her true colors. Oh no, another break. This contraption looks simple, yet in my hands, it behaves like a lifeless serpent, utterly uncooperative. Frustrated, she cast aside the tangled fibers and, pouting, began to lament, Sister Winya, look at how swiftly and beautifully you spin. I am but a clumsy fool. Perhaps I should just stick to idling, fetching you tea, and cheering you on? Even Xiaolan, renowned for her strength and precision, stood up with a blank expression after merely 5 minutes of trying. She gazed at the tangled, unsightly mess in her hands, far worse than what a dog might chew, then glanced at the exquisite creation in Wenya's grasp. Silently, she picked up her stone axe and retreated into the forest. Compared to dealing with these delicate fibers, she found that chopping wood and keeping watch suited her far better. In stark contrast to her companions, Su Muqing exhibited an extraordinary tenacity toward this task. In the first 2 days, she, like Lu Yanran, floundered clumsily, producing threads that either broke or varied in thickness. Each failure deepened her sense of inadequacy. Watching Wenya's fluid motions, she could not help but compare herself. Why can she succeed while I cannot? A fierce determination surged from the depths of Su Muqing's heart. She refused to yield. As a surgeon, she possessed the steadiest hands and the keenest observational skills within the team. No longer in haste to try her hand, she quietly sat beside Wenya, observing intently for an entire hour. Unlike Lu Yanran, who merely sought entertainment, she dissected Wenya's every movement as if learning from a lead surgeon in the operating room. How did the left hand connect the fibers? Or the variations in finger pressure? Was a right hand's rotation of the wheel swift or slow? What correlation existed between the spindle's rotation speed and the thread's output? In her eyes, envy had vanished, replaced solely by pure, rational analysis and the desire to learn. That evening, she returned to the spinning wheel. This time, though her movements remained somewhat awkward, they no longer bore the marks of panic. Her fingers began to explore the tension of the fibers. Her breath synchronized with the rhythm of the wheel. Broken threads were mended once more. Unevenly paced, she slowed down and recalibrated. As night deepened and all had succumbed to slumber, only she remained in the wooden cabin, stubbornly practicing by the flickering light of the campfire. At last, after countless attempts, a continuous thread emerged from her hands. Though still slightly uneven in thickness, it no longer broke. Gazing at the glimmering hemp thread in the firelight, Su Muqing exhaled a long sigh, her heart swelling with a profound and long-lost sense of satisfaction. This triumph was not born of external assistance, nor did it stem from her established medical expertise. It was a victory achieved through her own efforts and intellect in an entirely new domain, one in which she had previously felt inadequate. The following day, when Moliang beheld Su Muqing skillfully seated before the spinning wheel, producing competent thread, his eyes sparkled with astonishment and delight. He witnessed the return of that genuine, confident smile illuminating Su Muqing's face, not the calm demeanor of a physician nor the tenderness of a lover, but the unique radiance of a creator. This sight stirred a warm current within Moliang's heart, filling him with pride for her resilience and intellect. Days passed, and through the joint efforts of Wenya and the increasingly adept Su Muqing, the corner of the cabin transformed into a mesmerizing mound of golden hemp yarn. Enough, enough. Surely this is sufficient. On this particular day, Lu Yanran, clutching a yarn ball larger than her own head, could no longer contain her excitement, bounding joyfully like a jubilant rabbit before Wenya. Sister Wenya, Sister Muqing, look at all this thread. Surely we can weave now? My little dress, my little camisole, are they about to be born? She nuzzled the yarn ball against her face, a picture of bliss as though adorned in the most exquisite garments of the world. Her joy radiated, infecting everyone around her. Wenya, gazing at the towering heap of yarn, felt an overwhelming sense of harvest joy. With a smile, she nodded and gently patted Lu Yanran's head. Indeed, the thread was ample. Yet, as she turned her thoughts, she presented the next, more formidable challenge. However, to transform these individual threads into a cohesive piece of fabric, we must address an even more complex apparatus than the spinning wheel. leading the still exuberant Lu Yinran outside onto the sandy ground. She spoke clearly, word by word, under the attentive gazes of all present. We need to taut in hundreds, even thousands of warp threads, allowing another weft thread to weave through them. This process requires a genuine machine to accomplish. Its name is Loom. Chapter 80. The loom. A great question mark hovered over Lu Yinran's head as she repeated the term loom, a word both familiar and foreign to her azure eyes brimming with curiosity. Aside from Wenya, the others present wore expressions of confusion. They had encountered spinning wheels before. But what sorcery was this loom? Indeed, the loom. Once again, Wenya assumed the role of educator. She took Lu Yinran by the hand and, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, knelt down and began to draw in the sand with a familiar stick. Behold, weaving, in simple terms, is the intertwining of threads to create a cohesive piece of fabric. She first drew a series of parallel vertical lines, which we designate as the warp, the very foundation of the cloth, requiring a taut arrangement. Next, she illustrated a horizontal thread that traversed all the vertical lines, known as the weft. To interlace the weft through the warp, we must first elevate a portion of the warp to create a gap for the weft to pass through. Then, we elevate another segment of the warp to allow the weft to return. This back-and-forth motion, repeated continually, results in the fabric being woven. As she spoke, she sketched the most primitive form of a loom, a backstrap loom. Its structure was as simplistic as a toy, one end affixed to a stake in the ground, the other secured to the user's waist, relying on the body's strength to tension the warp. This is the loom as I remember it, Wenya explained, but its efficiency is quite low and it requires constant bending, which can be quite exhausting. How rudimentary! Before the others could fully absorb this newfound knowledge, the distinctive voice of Moliang, tinged with a hint of technological fervor, rang out. He snatched the stick from Wenya's hand and, with a sweeping motion, erased her sketch of the backstrap loom. If we were to create, let us do so on a grand scale. Let's achieve it all at once. He excitedly began to redraw in the sand a magnificent blueprint, 100 times more complex than the backstrap loom, rapidly taking shape under his hand. Sister Wenya, your principles are sound, yet we can entirely substitute human effort with machinery. He sketched a robust rectangular frame, the body of the machine, constructed from the hardest wood. Here we shall place the spools of warp. This is the warp beam, allowing us to weave while dispensing the thread. He then illustrated 2 intersecting wooden bars filled with fine strings at the center of the frame, which constituted the core, the shedding device. We will control them with pedals, alternately raising odd and even warp threads, thus allowing the shed for the weft to open automatically. We need only toss the shuttle containing the weft. This design, imbued with mechanical elegance, instantly captivated all the girls. If the spinning wheel was merely a clever tool, then this contraption before them was a bona fide machine. The intelligence it encapsulated once again redefined their perception of Moliang. Is this a design for Grand Loom? Lu Yinran gazed in awe, her lips slightly parted. As they discussed the design intricacies, Moliang and Wenya once again fell into their scholarly mode, oblivious to the world around them. You see, the height of the opening in the weaving device determines the smoothness of the shuttle's passage. Precision is imperative here. And for the weft insertion device, we could utilize a wooden board with comb teeth, pushing it firmly each time the weft thread passes through, ensuring the fabric is dense. Indeed, that is the essence of it. The two, with heads close together, were entirely absorbed in the joy of their intellectual exchange, speaking in harmony as if one were conversing with oneself. Xiaolan watched silently, her eyes reflecting admiration for their formidable intellect. Lu Yinran, on the other hand, appeared utterly enraptured by the chemistry between them. Only Su Muqing stood beside them, feeling as though she were separated by a chasm. She observed the unspoken understanding between Moliang and Wenya, noted the exuberance on their faces, which belonged to true creators. The sense of impending crisis, which she had barely managed to suppress the night before, surged back like a tidal wave. This cannot continue. A fierce determination, unwilling to be left behind, ignited within Su Muqing. Her gaze fixed on the blueprint lying in the sand, her mind raced. She may not comprehend the intricacies of mechanical structures or gear transmissions, but she possessed her own area of expertise. Suddenly, her eyes landed on the humble seat before the loom. Moliang, Sister Winya, I have an idea. Her voice was cool yet resolute, successfully interrupting their intimate dialogue. Both turned, their expressions a mix of curiosity and confusion. Taking a deep breath to summon her courage, she stepped forward and pointed at the rudimentary seat. The vertical loom you designed requires prolonged sitting for operation, correct? Moliang nodded. Yes, what's the matter? From the perspective of us surgeons, maintaining a fixed sitting posture for extended periods exerts tremendous pressure on the lumbar spine, easily leading to muscle strain or even disc herniation. We currently lack the means for surgical intervention. Her words were both professional and incisive, striking at the core of the issue. We could enhance the seat's design, she continued, confidently taking the lead in the conversation. Using a branch, she sketched her proposal in the sand. First, we must add a backrest for lumbar support, slightly inclined to align with ergonomic principles. Additionally, the seat cannot consist of a hard wooden board. We could create a leather cover filled with soft hay to form a cushion. This would significantly minimize bodily strain. This suggestion was not only professional but pivotal. It prioritized efficiency while infusing a humanistic concern for the operator's well-being. Moliang and Winya were momentarily taken aback. They had been so focused on the mechanical functionality that they had completely overlooked the comfort and health of the operator. Mooching, your proposal is absolutely crucial, Moliang exclaimed, slapping his thigh, his eyes brimming with admiration and surprise. How did I not think of this? With this, we can achieve both efficiency and comfort. Indeed, came the affirmation. Such a comfortable working environment also serves to enhance efficiency. Winya sincerely admired, Sister Sue, you truly have a thoughtful perspective. At that moment, our design finally reached perfection. Upon hearing their affirmation, Sue Mooching felt as though a great weight had been lifted from her heart. She rediscovered her value, no longer merely a bystander. Thus, a new and grander project plan was established, reigniting the team's enthusiasm. That night, by the bonfire, Moliang was still bent over, perfecting the final drawings with a charcoal pencil. Suddenly, a pair of gentle hands rested softly on his stiff shoulders, kneading them just right. Moliang was taken aback. Turning his head, he found himself gazing into Sue Mooching's eyes, which sparkled with delight. Her cheeks glowed with a captivating blush in the firelight. Leaning closer, she whispered tenderly in his ear, in a tone audible only to the two of them, "Don't tire yourself too much. You are the backbone of our team." It was the first time she had taken the initiative to express such affectionate concern for him. This gesture was not only a reflection of her genuine care, but also a silent yet powerful rebuttal to Winya. Chapter 81. Intertwined. The author in a state of abstraction, thoughts somewhat chaotic. The proactive care of Sue Mooching was akin to a gentle spring breeze, dispersing the fatigue that had tightly wound around Moliang for days on end. The soft touch upon his shoulder and the faint, fragrant aroma emanating from the young girl warmed his heart, prompting him to turn and meet her gaze, which was as gentle as flowing water. That night, Sue Mooching's counterattack proved remarkably effective. The following day, amidst the fresh and luxurious blueprints for the V2.0 vertical loom, the team's enthusiasm was thoroughly ignited. This endeavor was far grander and more intricate than the construction of a spinning wheel. Drink! In the depths of the forest, the familiar, powerful call of Shaolin resonated once more. To craft the immensely sturdy framework of the loom, she had chosen a type of hardwood as hard as iron. The stone axe made only a faint white mark upon it. Yet she persisted, conquering this primordial jungle with sheer strength time and again. Moliang and Winya once again formed the core task force, responsible for creating the most intricate shedding mechanism and the interlocking wooden gears of the entire machine. One sketched while the other crafted prototypes, their fervor reminiscent of the days spent building the spinning wheel. This time, however, Sue Mooching was not merely a bystander who silently handed out water. She meticulously crafted a luxurious ergonomic cushion filled with animal hide and hay, adjusting its dimensions and softness repeatedly to achieve the utmost comfort. Her attention to detail and professionalism garnered unanimous admiration from all. Lu Yanran, ever the cheerful logistics minister, continued to bring tea and water, often gleefully exclaiming to the busy Sue mooching, sister mooching, "This cushion you made is so comfortable." I touched it, and it felt as if I were sinking in. Whoever marries you in the future will truly be blessed for 8 lifetimes. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to Moliang and Winya nearby. Su Muqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot Lu Yinran a mock glare, while Moliang, engrossed in studying the blueprints, glanced back at Su Muqing, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. After several days of intense busyness, this colossal creation, infused with the wisdom and sweat of all involved, was finally assembled in the center of the camp. Towering and imposing, it resembled a majestic giant with a sturdy frame and intricate design. However, this was merely the completion of the machine's body. All right, the machine is built. But next comes the most tedious and patience-testing step in the entire weaving process. When you clapped her hands and carried over a mountain of golden yellow yarn, she regarded Su Muqing and Lu Yinran with a look that indicated she was ready for what lay ahead. We are about to begin warping. The term warping refers to the process of unraveling and organizing hundreds, if not thousands, of strands of yarn designated as warp threads, threading them through the myriad tiny holes in the shedding mechanism, and finally stretching them neatly onto the warp beam at the other end of the loom. This process demands that each thread be meticulously arranged, with uniform lengths and consistent tension. Any error with a single thread could lead to the ruin of the entire fabric. My goodness, hundreds? Threading them one by one? Upon hearing Wenya's explanation, Lu Yinran felt a surge of overwhelm, her small face instantly falling. Mustering her courage, she encouraged herself and was the first to rush forward. However, reality swiftly delivered a resounding slap to her face. This task proved to be far more excruciating than she had anticipated. The 3 women sat around the loom, each tasked with a specific area. They needed to be intensely focused, cautiously threading the delicate hemp strands through the minuscule holes on the heddle. This was 100 times more challenging than threading a needle. Initially, Lu Yinran was full of vigor, but after half an hour, she began to fidget restlessly. An hour later, she reached her breaking point. This thread has tangled with the one next to it again. She tugged at her hair in frustration, staring at the seemingly endless row of holes before her, feeling as if she might explode at any moment and simply give up. I can't take it anymore. I want to slack off. Whoever wants to continue can do so. As she spoke, she attempted to stand. Yinran, sit down. A gentle hand pressed on her shoulder. It was Winya. She did not scold, but softly reassured her, don't rush. Let's take a break. Look, we've already completed 1/3 of it. Doesn't that feel rewarding? Indeed, Yinran, spoke Su Muqing, who had paused her work. She took the tangled mess of threads from Lu Yinran and, with her surgeon-like precision and steadiness, miraculously untangled the knot in just a few deft moves. She lifted her gaze to Lu Yinran, her eyes clear and resolute. Haste makes waste. Calm your mind. Think of it as playing an incredibly challenging threading game. See, like this. Doesn't it seem much simpler? As she spoke, she slowed her movements, demonstrating her little tricks to Lu Yinran. Observing the gentle Wenya and the calm, dependable Su Muqing, Lu Yinran's agitation was gradually soothed. She stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit embarrassed, and returned to her seat. All right, I was wrong. I just like a bit of patience. You two are truly a perfect pair. One plays the good cop, while the other plays the bad cop. On that painfully tedious afternoon, the 3 women encouraged and assisted one another. When the last warp thread was securely stretched onto the warp beam, the sun had already set. After an entire day's labor, they finally accomplished this monumental task. Hundreds of golden hemp threads lay neatly arranged on the loom, resembling a grand harp, awaiting to be played. Under the warm glow of the sunset and the flickering light of the campfire, they shimmered with a captivating, civilized luster. They had succeeded. This was not merely the preparatory work for weaving. It was a testament to the increasingly harmonious relationship among 3 women of distinct personalities. All was ready. Only the east wind was needed. Chapter 82. The first cloth. This clothing is indeed of great importance. All preparations were complete. Only the favorable wind was lacking. As the sun rose the following day, Everyone, without exception, set aside their other tasks and gathered before the majestic loom. The hundreds of taut, gold and flax threads stood like a battalion awaiting inspection, exuding an air of solemnity and sanctity. Today would witness the birth of civilization. Who? Who will sound the first shuttle? Liu Yanran asked nervously, gripping Su Muqing's arm, her palm slick with sweat. All eyes once again converged upon Wenya. She was the pioneer of textile technology and the chief commander of the warping process. The honor of the first shuttle belonged solely to her. Wenya did not decline. She met the trusting gazes of her companions and the encouraging eyes of Moliang. A warm current surged within her. Taking a deep breath, she sat down with reverence on the ergonomically designed seat, crafted by Su Muqing's own hands, which offered unparalleled comfort. The entire camp fell silent as if a pin drop could be heard. Even Liu Yanran, usually the most talkative, held her breath, her eyes fixed intently on every movement of Wenya. Wenya extended her hand, grasping the smooth, polished wooden shuttle entwined with the weft yarn, savoring its substantial feel. Everything was ready. Under the watchful gaze of all, Wenya gently pressed down on the pedal connected to the shedding mechanism beneath the loom. A crisp mechanical sound rang out. A miracle occurred. The strands of the warp in the center of the frame were instantly lifted by an invisible force, raising half of the warp threads. In an instant, the previously flat expanse of warp threads was clearly divided into two layers, revealing a clean, triangular shuttle opening. This is the shedding mechanism designed by Moliang. It truly succeeded. Wenya's heart raced, yet her hand remained as steady as a rock. Without a moment's hesitation, she flicked her wrist, deftly sending the wooden shuttle through the open shuttle mouth. Click! The shuttle traced a graceful arc, carrying the golden weft yarn, precisely passing beneath hundreds of warp threads. Landing in her other hand, the sound was crisp and melodious, akin to the first thaw of spring, resonating in the hearts of all present. The first weft thread was successfully woven in. Next came the third step. Wenya released the foot pedal, allowing the elevated warp threads to fall back. Then, she picked up the heavy, toothed baton beside her, aimed it at the first weft thread that had just been threaded, and with all her strength, thrust it forcefully towards herself. Bang! A dull, yet powerful impact sounded. The solitary weft thread was firmly and tightly pushed to the starting point of all the warp threads. Shedding, shuttle insertion, and beating. The trilogy marking the birth of civilization was perfectly orchestrated at this moment by Wenya's hand. There was no pause. When you pressed down on the other side of the pedal, and this time another half of the warp was raised, forming a new shuttle opening. Click! The shuttle was cast. Bang! The weft was struck. Yet another weft thread was woven in. Her movements became increasingly swift and fluid. What once required countless ingenious thoughts and physical exertion transformed under the mechanical power into a rhythmic and perfect cadence. Click, bang, click, bang. This rhythmic clicking and banging resonated continuously, akin to a stirring battle hymn or the vigorous heartbeat of a nascent world. In this magnificent symphony, everyone held their breath, fixated on the front of the loom. Inch by inch, another inch, the fabric composed of countless independent threads interwoven began to emerge from the loom. Slowly yet resolutely, its hue was slightly yellow, bearing the primal color of flax fibers. Its texture was coarse, far from the delicacy of modern industrial products. Yet when it appeared before the onlookers, the visual impact of its emergence from nothingness into wholeness struck all with a profound sense of awe. This is not animal hide. This is not foliage. This is a magnificent creation, born from their wisdom and sweat, crafted from scattered fibers, a product solely belonging to human civilization. Moliang stood there, gazing at the continuously extending fabric, his fists clenched unconsciously, his chest filled with an unprecedented sense of accomplishment, nearly bursting forth. He did it. They did it. Time passed unmeasured, and when Wenya finally paused, a length of hemp cloth approximately 1 meter long and half a meter wide had accumulated on the loom. She was drenched in sweat, her arms weary, yet her face radiated the brightest smile of her life. It's done, she quivered, uttering the words. Moliang stepped forward, drew out a sharp obsidian knife, took a deep breath, and, under the gaze of all, carefully severed the warped threads of this first piece of fabric. As this hemp cloth, bearing the hopes and efforts of all, was completely removed from the loom, Woo-ah! Lu Yanran could no longer contain herself and was the first to burst into tears. Her tears were not of sorrow, but of an indescribable excitement and joy. She threw herself into Su Muqing's embrace, weeping like a child who had received a beloved gift. Su Muqing and Xiaolan also felt their eyes welling up, glistening with tears. Moliang held the fabric high. Illuminated by the campfire, it radiated a sacred glow. He could feel its weight, its roughness, its warmth. This was her own cloth. A sense of pride, deeper than that of hunting great beasts or building homes, welled up within them. They had done it. From this day forth, they would bid farewell to a life of primal existence and truly don the garments of their own civilization. Chapter 83. The Elegant Gift, finally. Something to wear. That evening, the bonfire burned with an intensity surpassing any previous occasion. The coarse yet warm linen, embodying the hopes of all, crackled invitingly. Everyone gathered around it, their faces alight with excitement and pride. Mine, this must be mine, declared Lu Yanran, the first to claim ownership, her hands on her hips like a proud little peacock. I shall fashion the most exquisite pleated camisole in the world, the one adorned with ruffles. Xiaolan glanced at the fabric, appraising its thickness before succinctly sharing her perspective. Lining. It's more convenient than animal hide and absorbs sweat. The contrasting desires of the two represented divergent philosophies of existence, sparking a fervent discussion among the group, yet none could sway the others. Moliang observed them with a smile, choosing to remain silent. He resolved to leave the decision regarding the precious fabric's allocation to the girls themselves. At that moment, Wenya, who had been softly smiling, gently clapped her hands, drawing the attention of the three young women. Sisters, shall we have a quiet word over there? In a secluded corner of the wooden cabin, illuminated by the dim firelight, Wenya's face bore an ineffable expression, a blend of shyness and solemnity. Zan, Lang, and Muqing. She began softly, we will eventually have skirts and linings. However, have we considered what we most urgently need to address right now? Though she did not articulate it directly, her gaze conveyed a profound understanding to all present. Lu Yanran's face flushed crimson, and she instinctively crossed her legs. Su Muqing averted her gaze awkwardly, while even the usually carefree Xiaolan displayed a rare hint of embarrassment. Their tattered garments, remnants from the modern world, had long been worn thin from countless daily tasks and encounters with thorns and branches in the woods. Their undergarments, with no replacements, sometimes remained damp after washing, and the homemade soap was harsh on the fabric. The two who had arrived first had become more fragile than paper. This was not merely discomfort, it was a loss of dignity. This shared, intimate, and unspoken predicament united them all. Thus, Wenya's voice grew softer, yet resonated with strength. I propose that we use this first, most precious piece of fabric to prioritize making a few brand new little garments for ourselves. Her suggestion was met with unanimous agreement from the three young women, their responses infused with gratitude. The notions of skirts and functionality were cast aside in that moment. Nothing was more paramount than reclaiming the last vestiges of dignity as modern women. The clandestine meeting concluded swiftly, with Wenya transforming into the chief seamstress. She began by carefully sketching designs on the precious fabric with charcoal, meticulously measuring each dimension to avoid wasting even the slightest bit of material. Then, she held her breath and meticulously cut with the sharpest obsidian blade. She also taught Su Muqing and Lu Yanran how to use the fishbone needles and the finest, most resilient hemp thread that had been previously prepared for sewing. The three women sat together, stitching their own little secrets while sharing whispers. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious, imbued with a touch of the unique shyness and excitement characteristic of young women. At that moment, as Su Muqing deftly maneuvered the needle, her movements suddenly paused. Gazing at the garment taking shape in her hands, a bold thought surged uncontrollably from the depths of her heart. We all have. What about him? He's part of our team too. This notion took root, growing wildly like a vine. It was not merely concern. There was an impulse, one she could only comprehend, to draw closer to him. Wenya, Yinran, Su Muqing mustered her courage and interrupted the chattering duo. I think we should also make a set for Moliang. After all, he is also. Before she could finish, Lu Yinran exaggeratedly gasped, her eyes twinkling mischievously as she teased. Oh, Sister Muqing, our virtuous wife has finally awakened. Is she starting to care for her man? Su Muqing's face instantly flushed crimson, as if it might bleed, and she bashfully punched Lu Yinran. Stop talking nonsense. I am doing this for uniformity, for the overall image of the team. Even she found this excuse feeble. Then, this glorious yet challenging task will be entrusted to you. Lu Yinran unceremoniously thrust a piece of cut fabric in her hands, insisting that for precise measurements, she must personally take his dimensions. Waist, hips, and... you know what I mean? Amidst Lu Yinran's playful teasing and Wenya's encouraging smile, Su Muqing ultimately blushed and, clutching the fabric and a length of hemp rope, steeled herself to approach Moliang, who was planning for the future by the bonfire. Moliang, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. What's the matter, Muqing? Moliang looked up, noticing her flushed cheeks and the weight of unspoken thoughts. We have decided to make you a set of underwear as well. Su Muqing's face deepened in hue. To ensure the measurements are accurate, I need to take your measurements. Her words were laden with ambiguity and shyness. Moliang was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended her intention. Watching the girl before him, who had summoned all her courage, her ears flushed crimson. A warm current of affection surged within him. All right, he stammered, an unusual occurrence for him. In the distance, Lu Yinran stifled a laugh as Su Muqing, clutching the hemp rope, awkwardly approached Moliang. Her fingertips inevitably brushed against his firm waist. The warmth and strength of his form sent a shiver through her, nearly causing her to drop the rope. The atmosphere between them was charged with palpable tension. Wenya gazed quietly at the unfolding scene, her face still adorned with a gentle smile. Yet, beneath that serene expression, there lingered an almost imperceptible thread of complex envy. That evening, everyone donned brand new, albeit coarse, yet clean and well-fitted linen undergarments. As the refreshing, dry fabric, imbued with a faint scent of flax, embraced their skin, an unprecedented sense of comfort and security washed over the girls, nearly moving them to tears. Instinctively, they straightened their chests. This was not merely a garment. It was the intimate dignity of modern civilization that they had reclaimed on this desolate island. Chapter 84. Winter has arrived. This is precisely what I desired. The onset of a frigid winter. The delight of donning new garments still lingers. This joy does not stem from vanity. Rather, it arises from a resurgence of civilization, a profound satisfaction that emanates from within, a reclamation of self-respect. At night, by the flickering bonfire, the atmosphere among the team reaches an unprecedented zenith. This is not merely a celebration of successfully crafting fabric. It is the utmost accolade for their intellect and toil. Ha! Come, let us toast to this bowl of broth. Moliang, brimming with exuberance, lifted his ceramic bowl high, commemorating the victorious launch of our island textile factory. Hooray! Lu Yinran, who revels in such lively scenes, leaped up and exclaimed in her melodious voice, Director, what are the next instructions? Shouldn't you assign me, your fashion director, some tasks? Her playful banter elicited laughter from everyone. Even the typically aloof Su Muqing and the taciturn Xiaolon, whose lips curled into uncontainable smiles. Moliang lowered his bowl and surveyed the four enchanting girls before him, each possessing their unique beauty, and a surge of ambition welled up within him. The next step, naturally, we shall expand production. He rose and approached the loom, caressing the cold wooden frame, his eyes sparkling with boundless aspirations for the future. We must continue weaving. We shall create more and finer fabrics, not merely undergarments. We aspire to fashion true shirts, authentic trousers, and even genuine skirts. We shall bid farewell to those stiff and odorous animal hides and don garments that belong to us. His words resonated with strength and inspiration, as if a grand tapestry of civilizational revival unfurled before all present. Does this mean I could truly have an abundance of beautiful skirts? Liu Yanran's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. Even Winya, the gentle and serene woman, was swept up in Moliang's fervor, a flush of excitement coloring her cheeks. A brand new future, brimming with hope, seemed to lie just ahead. However, just as everyone basked in this splendid vision, a sudden, bone-chilling wind howled from the depths of the forest, unlike anything they had ever encountered. This fierce gust arrived without warning, striking the camp with the ferocity of an invisible giant's hand, causing the crackling bonfire to sway violently, the flames nearly kissing the ground. On the brink of extinguishment. The girls gasped, instinctively clutching their arms. It's so cold. Liu Yanran shivered. Moments before, she had felt warmth from her excitement. Yet now, her blood felt as though it was freezing in her veins. This wind was as sharp as a knife. Moliang sensed something amiss. This was not the sea breeze, which carried saltiness and warmth. This wind was dry, cold, and laden with an ominous air. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he lifted his gaze to the pitch-black night sky. Then everyone followed his lead, their eyes drawn upwards. They beheld a few crystalline, tiny, and pristine objects, resembling grains of salt sifted from the night, slowly and spectrally descended from the endless darkness. What could they be? Dust. Impossible. Perhaps some luminous insects? No, they lacked any breath of life. Everyone stood frozen, their minds blank, unable to comprehend the bizarre scene unfolding before them. A blanket of immaculate white, imbued with a chill seemingly from another realm, gently and weightlessly settled upon the outstretched palm of Moliang. Each fragment possessed a delicate, hexagonal silhouette, akin to nature's most exquisite masterpiece. Yet, upon encountering the warmth of his skin, it melted instantaneously, transforming into a drop of icy, piercing water. That chill surged through him like a jolt of electricity, racing from his palm straight to the crown of his head. In that moment, Moliang's pupils constricted sharply. Soon after, an overwhelming multitude of white crystals began to cascade from the heavens, no longer mere scattered dots, but swirling and dancing in an enchanting flurry. It was snowing. On this island they had always believed to be a tropical paradise. Snow fell unannounced. Winter had arrived. Chapter 85. The Meeting. A night under the same blanket. I wish to witness a night under the same blanket. Winter has arrived. These 4 words fell like a merciless hammer, shattering the fleeting, beautiful visions of the future that had just begun to ignite within everyone. The celebratory bonfire flickered feebly in the cold wind, its warm glow unable to dispel the chilling dread that surged from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads. The girls stood frozen in place, their bodies even colder than the falling snowflakes. How cold! Liu Yanran was the first to regain her voice from the depths of shock, stammering out a curse. Her body trembling, whether from the cold or fear, she could not tell. What in the world is this place? Isn't it supposed to be a tropical island? How can it be snowing? Her scream, tinged with a cry, ignited the suppressed panic that loomed over them. Are we going to freeze to death here? Su Muqing's face was as pale as paper as she tightly hugged her arms, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Even a normally composed Xiao Lan furrowed her brows. Her gaze fixated on the ground rapidly blanketed in white, filled with an unprecedented gravity. Just as the panic threatened to spread like a plague. Everyone, pull yourselves together. A sharp command, like thunder striking from a clear sky, resonated in their ears. It was Moliang. The shock on his face had long dissipated, replaced by a near-cold resolve. His gaze cut through the frightened faces of each girl like a knife. Now is not the time for panic. Everyone get inside. Emergency meeting. His voice, though not loud, was imbued with an undeniable authority. The girls seemed to have been pressed with a pause button, instinctively trailing behind him into the wooden cabin that was swiftly succumbing to the cold. Listen closely. It is still unclear how long this snow will last. Moliang stated bluntly, his first sentence tightening the hearts of the girls who had just taken their seats. This snow is not a coincidence. Based on the knowledge I have acquired and the abnormal ecology of this island, it should be a signal of seasonal change. From this moment on, this island will enter a true winter. He observed the girls' pale faces, his tone growing increasingly severe. We must gather enough supplies within a week to survive the entire winter. Otherwise, we will all turn into ice sculptures. From now on, activate the highest priority survival protocol. He picked up a charcoal pencil and drew two distinct lines on the ground. First group, food and fuel team. I, along with Xiaolan. His gaze turned to Xiaolan, filled with an unassailable command. Starting tomorrow, our sole mission is to hunt fiercely and gather firewood relentlessly. We must stockpile as much meat and firewood as possible in the warehouse. Xiaolan nodded vigorously without a trace of hesitation, the sharpness in her eyes reigniting with fighting spirit. Second group, logistics and warmth team. Moliang's gaze swept over the remaining three girls, Wenya, Muqing, Yanran. Your tasks will be equally arduous. All prey must be dealt with promptly. They must be smoked, dried, and not a single morsel wasted. This is our sustenance, our very lifeline. Furthermore, there lies an imperative task. Moliang inhaled deeply and articulated a decision that left all the girls in stunned silence. Given our current supply of fabric, animal hides, and any available stuffing, crafting individual quilts for everyone would be utterly insufficient. We would freeze to death by nightfall. Thus, he paused, gazing into their eyes. Therefore, I have resolved to consolidate all our materials for warmth, creating a singular item, a colossal quilt that would cover us all. You all, a single enormous quilt? The moment those words escaped his lips, the suffocating tension within the cabin solidified. Five individuals sharing a space? Lu Yanran was the first to react. Her face, pale from the cold, suddenly blossomed with an unusual flush. She turned to Moliang, her gaze peculiar, her lips curling into a teasing smile. Oh, sharing a quilt? She elongated her tone, deliberately provoking with exaggerated mirth. Oh, esteemed island master, how clever of you. I can hear your calculations all the way from the Arctic Circle. Have you been anticipating this day? Her jest fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout the room. Su Muqing's face flushed crimson, as though blood might spill forth. She abruptly lowered her head, her heart racing, her hands nervously clutching her garment. Murmuring almost inaudibly, Yanran, do not speak nonsense. Yet, the slight tremor in her shoulders and the involuntary upward curve of her lips betrayed her innermost feelings. Beyond the overwhelming shyness, there lingered a hint of secret delight she dared not acknowledge. She then glanced around at the other girls, a moment of extremely complex emotions flashing across her face. Sharing a space with him? When you sat quietly, observing Su Muqing and Lu Yanran's reactions, her signature gentle and understanding smile gracing her face as she softly remarked, "It is warmer when we are together." Her voice, tender yet draped in reason, rendered the bold suggestion irrefutable. Meanwhile, the previously silent Xiaolan merely crossed her arms and stated flatly, "This is the most efficient use of heat. It is the most rational solution." "Very well. Then it is settled," Moliang decisively concluded, his resolute profile illuminated by the firelight, exuding an undeniable charm. Observing him, the girls' lingering fears were finally supplanted by a profound sense of trust. The first night of winter descended upon them. The biting cold compelled the five to relinquish their individual beds, huddling together by the campfire for the first time. Shoulders pressed against shoulders, arms entwined. The warmth they shared became their sole solace amidst the frigid night. Outside, the wind and snow howled. Within the confines of the room, an unprecedented alliance, both ambiguous and resolute, has quietly taken shape. Chapter 86. Bitter cold as the feeble morning light struggled to pierce through the dreary clouds. The camp lay blanketed beneath a thick, startling layer of snow. It was as if the entire world had been muted overnight, leaving only the mournful sound of the wind and snow brushing against the treetops. Inside the wooden cabin, the temperature was frigid, akin to an ice cellar. Bitterly cold, Lu Yanran curled herself into a tight ball, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. Panic was futile, and complaints were of no use. Under the cold, unwavering gaze of Moliang, it became clear to everyone that the battle for survival had commenced. The team swiftly divided into two groups. "We're leaving," Moliang announced, shouldering his stone axe and bow, addressing the girls within the cabin with a grave tone. Beside him stood Xiaolan, equally armed, her face devoid of any extraneous expression. Her sharp eyes were solely focused on the task at hand. The two figures stepped forward, resolutely entering the vast, enigmatic white world before them. Meanwhile, within the cabin, a similarly daunting battle was beginning. "Let us gather everything we have," Winya commanded, emerging as the undisputed leader of logistics and warmth. Under her guidance, the girls rummaged through their accumulated soft materials from previous hunts: rabbit skins, pheasant feathers, dried reeds, and soft hay. Items once regarded as treasures, now to be united for a greater purpose. "Our first step is to sew all the burlap together and create an enormous quilt," Gwen declared, taking up a fishbone needle and hemp thread with a serious demeanor. Su Muqing and Lu Yanran immediately sprang into action, laying out the golden burlap on the ground and beginning to stitch it together. This task proved to be far more demanding of their patience than anticipated. "My heavens, this quilt is enormous," Lu Yanran exclaimed, threading the needle as she marveled. "Winya, just how big are we making this? Are we really going to fit 5 people in it?" She winked playfully at Su Muqing, teasingly suggesting that it might benefit some mischievous rogue. Su Muqing, focused on her sewing, blushed crimson at the unexpected jest, her movements momentarily faltering. Yet, her heart raced like a caged rabbit. "Being together is what keeps us warm," Winya said, raising her head to offer them a gentle smile, her voice as soft as ever, yet imbued with undeniable conviction. Her gaze swept over Su Muqing's flushed cheeks, as if peering through the walls of the cabin towards the vast, snowy woods, her tender eyes concealing an intricate longing that no one could decipher. As the snow continued to fall heavily, it became a nightmare for Moliang and Xiaolan, who trudged through the deep drifts. "Damn it," Moliang cursed as his foot slipped, half of his calf sinking into a snowbank. With effort, he managed to free his leg. The thick blanket of snow not only drained their physical strength, but also obscured all traces left by the animals. In that moment, Xiaolan, who had remained silent, suddenly pointed towards a sheltered ravine not far away. Moliang followed her gaze and immediately comprehended her intent. Indeed, in such treacherous weather, animals would seek refuge from snow. The ravine and the dense thickets provided the perfect hiding place. Their tacit understanding, cultivated through countless collaborations, required no further words. They lightened their footsteps, moving stealthily to flank the ravine, one on the left and the other on the right. The slope was steep, blanketed with a layer of compacted snow, under which lay slick rocks. Xiaolan led the way, treading carefully with each step. However, just as she was about to navigate around a massive boulder, her footing slipped abruptly. She let out a muffled gasp, losing her balance and sliding towards the jagged rocks below. Xiaolan, in a moment of desperation, Moliang, who was trailing behind, let out a fierce shout.